Rousseau and Revolution by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2. Continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. The Diet reconvened in October 1767. Bishops Zaluski and Soltych exhorted the deputies to stand firm against any change in the constitution. Going over Poniatowski's head, Repnin arrested the bishops and 2 laymen on the charge of having insulted the empress and had them transported to Kaluga, 90 miles southwest of Moscow. The Diet protested. Repnin announced that if further opposed, he would deport not 4 but 40 magnates. On February 24, 1768, the Diet surrendered to threats of war and signed with Russia a treaty accepting all of Catherine's demands. Full freedom of religious worship and eligibility to the Diet and public office were granted to the dissidents. Suits between Catholics and dissidents were to be tried before mixed courts. The Diet, Catherine, and Frederick were pleased that the treaty confirmed the liberum veto, with some exceptions for economic legislation. The Diet humbly accepted Catherine as the protectress of this new constitution. In return, she guaranteed the territorial integrity of Poland so long as this entente continued. She rejoiced that she had not only given Poland a greater degree of religious liberty than even England enjoyed, but had foiled Frederick's plan for partition. Poniatowski received the congratulations of the philosophers and the scorn of his people. 4. The First Partition, 1768 to 1772. Polish patriots and priests agreed with Frederick in not accepting the situation. The Roman Catholic clergy forcefully condemned the surrender of Poland's autonomy to a Russian infidel. Adam Krasinski, Bishop of Kamieniec, and Joseph Pulaski, father of the Kazimir Pulaski who fought for America, roused the Poles by sermons and pamphlets to reassert their political freedom and religious dictatorship. Within a week after the surrender of the Diet to Repnin, a group of Poles formed on February 29, 1768, the Confederation of Bar, a town on the Dniester in the Polish Ukraine. The magnates who financed the movement were inspired by hatred of Catherine and the king. The imbecile mass, as Frederick called their followers, burned with zeal for the one true faith, and this ardor was voiced by poets lamenting in somber threnodies the humiliation of Poland and the apostasy of its king. Arms and funds were sent to the patriots by Turkey and Austria, and Dumouriez came from France to organize them into fighting units. Poles who wished to restore the Saxon dynasty entered the movement, which soon spread to scattered points throughout the land. "All Poland is on fire," Repnin reported to Catherine. Poniatowski thought of joining the Confederation, but the hotheads in it frightened him away by demanding his deposition, if not his death. If we may believe Voltaire, 30 Confederates took an oath at Chenstokhova. "We, excited by a holy and religious zeal, having resolved to avenge the deity, religion, and our country, outraged by Stanislaus Augustus, a despiser of laws both divine and human, a favorer of atheists and heretics, do promise and swear before the sacred and miraculous image of the Mother of God to extirpate from the face of the earth him who dishonors her by trampling upon religion. So help us God." Repnin ordered Russian troops to suppress the rebellion. They drove the Confederates over the Turkish border and burned a Turkish town. Turkey declared war upon Russia in 1768 and demanded Russian evacuation and liberation of Poland. Cossacks took advantage of the turmoil to invade the Polish Ukraine, killing landlords, Jewish stewards, Roman Catholic or Protestant peasants in an orgy of indiscriminate slaughter. In one town they slew 16,000 men, women, and children. The Confederates retaliated by murdering all available Russians and dissidents, so that Protestants and Jews suffered double jeopardy. Altogether in those years, from 1768 to 1770, 50,000 inhabitants of Poland died by massacre or war. All sides now began to talk of partition. The Confederates were charged by their enemies with having agreed to divide Poland between themselves and their allies. In February 1769, Frederick sent to St. Petersburg a proposal for dividing Poland among Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Catherine replied that if Prussia and Austria would help Russia to expel the Turks from Europe, she would consent to a Prussian appropriation of that part of Poland which separated mainland Prussia from East Prussia, the remainder of Poland to be under a Russian protectorate. Frederick demurred. Choiseul, for France, suggested to Austria that it should seize Polish territory adjoining Hungary. Austria thought it a good idea in a good time, and in April 1769 it occupied the Polish province of Spiez, which had been mortgaged to Poland by Hungary in 1412 and had never been redeemed. In 1770 the Turks, then at war as a defender of Poland, proposed to Austria a partition of Poland between Austria and Turkey. While these negotiations were proceeding, the Western powers resigned themselves to the partitioning of Poland as the fated result of her political chaos, her religious animosities, and her military impotence. The catastrophe was recognized as inevitable by every continental statesman. But the anti-Confederation Poles at this time sent a member of the Diet to ask the socialist philosophe Mably and the anti-philosophe Rousseau to draw up tentative constitutions for a new Poland. Mably submitted his recommendations in 1770–71. Rousseau finished his Constitution of Poland in April 1772, 2 months after the First Partition Treaty had been signed. The Confederation of Bar had some moments of ecstasy before its collapse. In March 1770, from the Turkish city of Varna, it proclaimed the deposition of Poniatowski. On November 3, 1771, some Confederates intercepted him as he was leaving the house of an uncle at night, overpowered his escort, shot one of them dead, dragged the king out of his carriage, cut his head with a saber blow, and abducted him from the capital. In the forest of Bielny they were attacked by a patrol. In the melee Poniatowski escaped, and communicated with the royal guards, who came and escorted him, disheveled and bloody, back to his palace at 5 o'clock in the morning. All chances of reconciliation between the government and the Confederation disappeared. Poniatowski fell back upon Russian aid, and the Confederation was suppressed, leaving a remnant in Turkey, the crescent protecting the cross. This in 1772. Meanwhile, the advance of Russia's armies to the Black Sea and the Danube disturbed both Prussia and Austria. Neither Frederick II nor Joseph II took pleasure in contemplating Russian control of the Black Sea, much less of Constantinople. By treaties of 1764 and 1766, Prussia had pledged help to Russia if Russia should be attacked. Turkey was formally the aggressor in the Russo-Turkish War of 1768. Prussia was now endangering its solvency by sending subsidies to Russia. Austria, resenting the entry of Russian forces into Wallachia, was threatening to ally itself with Turkey against Russia. In that case, Russia would expect Prussia to attack Austria. But Frederick had had enough of war. He had fought 2 wars to take and hold Silesia. Why risk it now? He preferred diplomacy. Perhaps the 3 powers could be appeased with servings of Polish soil. As things were going, with the Russian ambassador the real ruler of Poland, it was only a matter of time till Russia would completely absorb the country under whatever phrase. Was it still possible to prevent this? Yes, if Catherine would consent to take only eastern Poland, to let Frederick take western Poland, and to withdraw from the Danube. Would a share in the spoils moderate Joseph's belligerency? In January 1771, Prince Henry, Frederick's brother, proposed the plan to the Russian diplomats at St. Petersburg. Panin objected that Russia had guaranteed the territorial integrity of Poland. He was reminded that this guarantee was conditional upon Poland's adherence to her new constitution and her alliance with Russia, and this adherence had ceased when so many deputies joined the rebellious Confederation of Bar. Even so, Catherine was reluctant. Why give Frederick a part of Poland when she might soon take all? Why strengthen Prussia with additional territory, resources, Baltic ports, and more 6-foot troops? But she did not want to fight Frederick. He had 180,000 men in arms. She preferred to have him keep Joseph from uniting with Turkey against Russia. Her present goal was not Poland, but the Black Sea. On January 8, 1771, almost casually at a party, she indicated to Henry her tentative consent to Frederick's scheme. A year passed before negotiation could settle the division of the spoils. Frederick wanted Danzig. Catherine objected, so did Britain, whose Baltic commerce anchored on that port. Meanwhile, Austria mobilized and secretly allied itself with Turkey. On February 17, 1772, Frederick and Catherine signed a convention for the partition of Poland. Catherine softened Joseph by renouncing all Russian claims to Wallachia and Moldavia, and the failure of the 1771 harvest had made it impossible for him to feed his troops. On the other hand, Maria Theresa was using all her tears to keep her son from joining in the rape. Frederick and Catherine forced his hand by beginning actual seizure of their self-assigned terrain. On August 5, 1772, Joseph added his signature to the Partition Pact. The treaty, after invoking the Blessed Trinity, agreed to let Poland keep 2/3 of her soil and 1/3 of her population. Austria took southern Poland between Volhynia and the Carpathians, with Galicia and western Podolia. 27,000 square miles, 2,700,000 souls. Russia took White Russia, eastern Poland to the Dvina and the Dnieper, 36,000 square miles, 1,800,000 souls. Prussia took West Prussia, excepting Danzig and Thorn, 13,000 square miles, 600,000 souls. Frederick took the smallest share, but he had bound the conspirators to peace and had sewed together, as he put it, West Prussia and East Prussia with Brandenburg. After all, said the patriotic Treitschke, this was merely restoring to Germany the stronghold of the Teutonic Order, the lovely Weichsel Valley, which in days of yore the German knights had wrested from the barbarians. Frederick reminded Europe that the population of West Prussia was predominantly German and Protestant, and Catherine pointed out that the region she had taken was peopled almost entirely by Russian-speaking Greek Catholics. The three powers soon occupied their shares with troops. Poniatowski appealed to the Western powers to prevent the partition. They were too busy. France was expecting war with England and hesitated to oppose her ally Austria. England faced incipient revolt in America with danger from France and Spain. George III advised Poniatowski to pray to God. The partitioning powers demanded that a diet be called to confirm the new geography. Poniatowski temporized for a year. Finally, he summoned a diet to meet at Grodno. Many nobles and prelates refused to attend. Some who came and protested were sent to Siberia, others accepted bribes. The Rump Diet changed itself into a confederation, in which majority rule was permitted by Polish law, and signed the treaty ceding the expropriated territories on September 18, 1773. Poniatowski, like Maria Theresa, wept and signed. Western Europe accepted the First Partition as the only alternative to the complete absorption of Poland by Russia. Some diplomats, we are told, were startled by the moderation of the partners, who took only 1/3 when the whole was theirs for the asking. The philosophe rejoiced that an intolerant Poland had been chastened by their enlightened despots. Voltaire hailed the partition as an historic repulse of l'infâme. It was, of course, the triumph of organized power over reactionary impotence. 5. The Polish Enlightenment, 1773 to 1791. Poniatowski had to choose now between Russia and Prussia as his protector and master. He chose Russia, for it was farther away, and only Russia could prevent Frederick from taking Danzig and Thorn. Catherine was anxious to prevent the further aggrandizement of Prussia, whose army was the greatest obstacle to Russian aggrandizement in the West. She ordered her ambassador in Warsaw to help Poniatowski in every way consonant with Russian interests, and she sent to the king the proposals that Panin had drawn up for a more workable Polish constitution. It retained elective monarchy and the liberum veto, but it increased the royal power by establishing, under his presidency and as his executive arm, a permanent council of 36 members, divided into ministries of police, justice, finance, foreign affairs, and war. And it provided for a regular army of 30,000 men. The nobles feared that such an army would endanger their domination of the king. They reduced the figure to 18,000, but with this and some minor exceptions, the Diet of 1775 ratified the new constitution, and Poniatowski could now proceed to restore some health to the nation. Corruption continued, but anarchy diminished, guerrilla bands were overcome, and the national economy grew. Rivers were deepened for large vessels, canals were dug between rivers, and a royal canal, completed in 1783, connected the Baltic with the Black Sea. Between 1715 and 1773, the population of Poland grew from 6,500,000 to 7,500,000, and the state revenue was doubled. A system of national schools was established, textbooks were prepared and provided, the universities of Krakow and Vilno were re-endowed and revitalized, and teachers' colleges were established and financed by the state. Poniatowski liked to surround himself with poets, journalists, and philosophers. The king, reported Cox, gives a dinner every Thursday to the men of letters who are most conspicuous for learning and abilities, and His Majesty himself presides at table, leading the discussion of books and ideas. He took 3 authors to live with him and quietly added to the income of others. Thousands of Poles, while making their courteous obeisance to the Church, even while serving as its priests, read Locke, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Diderot, d'Alembert, and Rousseau. The foundations were laid of the Polish or Stanislavian Enlightenment. Adam Naruszewicz, a Jesuit, caught the ear of the king by his poems. He was raised to a bishopric, but continued to indite lyrics to nature. His Hymn to the Sun and his 4 Seasons still endear him to those who can read him in the original. His satires used a popular vocabulary, sometimes Rabelaisian or profane. Stanislas asked him to write a readable but scholarly history of Poland. Naruszewicz gave 9 years to the task, and in 6 volumes, from 1780 to 1786, produced a work remarkable for its discriminate documentation. He lost heart after the Second Partition, fell into melancholy, and survived the final partition by only a year. The outstanding Polish writer of the period was Ignacy Krasicki. In his travels he won the friendship of Voltaire and Diderot. He became a priest, ultimately an archbishop, but Stanislas urged him to give rein to his poetic gifts. In a mock-heroic Malsiad of 1775, he satirized the wars of his time as battles between rats and mice. In Monomachia of 1778, he made fun of monastic disputes, the deadly weapons being theological tomes. Turning to prose, he told, in The Adventures of Mr. Nicholas Findout in 1776, how a young Polish noble, equipped with all fashionable attainments and sentiments, and wrecked on a strange island, discovered how men and women, though in a state of nature, could be industrious and virtuous. Having followed the lead of Homer, Swift, and Defoe in these works, Krasicki took up the style of Addison and produced a series of genre pictures, Pan Podstoli, from 1778 on, describing the life of a model gentleman and citizen. In Fables and Parables of 1779, he challenged Phaedrus and La Fontaine, and struck with trenchant irony at the dishonesty and brutality that flourished about him. His final advice was Horatian: seek a quiet corner, and let happiness come by stealth. Although the influence of the French Enlightenment upon Naruszewicz and Krasicki was sacerdotally subdued, it appeared decisively in Stanislas Trembecki, who never mentioned religion except with hostility. His poetry idolized nature, but not in those pleasant aspects that most often stir sentiment. He liked rather her wilder phases, her mad profusion of plants and animals, her storms and torrents, the strife of life with life, of Eton with eater. His fables took their form from La Fontaine, but their spirit from Lucretius. The power, subtlety, and finish of his verse won him a high place in this literary flowering. Poniatowski supported him through all his trials, and when the king was deposed, the poet accompanied him into exile and stayed with him till death. There was much religious poetry, for religion was the ultimate consolation of the Poles in their personal and national misfortunes. Franciszek Karpinski's Morning Song, Evening Song, and Christ is Being Born are literature as well as piety. Franciszek Kniaznin passed readily between those ancient enemies, religion and sex. On the verge of ordination he discovered Anacreon and love. He published Erotica in 1770, pursued worldly happiness, returned to religion, and died insane. The attempt to reconcile opposites may lead to madness as well as to philosophy. In the drama, the dominant figure was Wojciech Bogusławski, whom his countrymen honor as the father of the Polish theatre. We might call him the Garrick of Poland, but Poles would call Garrick the Bogusławski of England. He was apparently the first Pole who gave his entire career to the stage, as actor, dramatist, and producer, as director of permanent theatres in Warsaw and Lwów, as manager of companies that spread an appreciation of the drama throughout the provinces and over the frontiers. He presented Shakespeare and Sheridan in translation, and himself wrote comedies, some of which still hold the Polish stage. The best play of this period was The Deputy's Return by Julian Ursin Niemczewicz, himself a deputy. Here the two sides of the political crisis were dramatically pictured in the devotion of a reformed deputy to a girl whose parents defended the privileges of the magnates and the ways of the past. Last and greatest of the Polish illuminés was Hugo Kollontai. His education infected him with the ideas of the philosophe, but he concealed his heresies sufficiently to secure a comfortable canonry at Krakow. Poniatowski appointed him in 1773 to an education committee, for which Kollontai, aged 23, drew up a program of educational reform quite up to the best of its time. At 27, he was entrusted with the reorganization of Krakow University. He carried this through in a few years, and then remained as rector. In Letters of an Anonymous Writer to the President of the Diet, 1788-89, and in The Political Law of the Polish Nation, 1790, he offered proposals which became the basis of the Constitution of 1791. Prodded by its poets and publicists, Poland struggled to transform itself into an effective and defensible state. An opportunity came when, to the 4 Years' Diet of 1788-92, Frederick II's successor, Frederick William II, offered an alliance that pledged protection by the powerful Prussian army against any foreign interference. Russia was busy with war against both Turkey and Sweden. Now Poland might deliver itself from its long subservience to Catherine, and from such depredations as Russian soldiers had committed on Polish soil during the last 25 years. Over Poniatowski's protests, the Diet dissolved his permanent council, voted to raise, subject to the Diet, an army of 100,000 men, and ordered Russian troops to leave Poland at once, this in May 1789. Catherine, needing all her forces elsewhere, made no resistance but vowed revenge. On March 29, 1790, the Diet signed alliance with Prussia. By this time, Poniatowski too was intoxicated with the air of freedom. Throwing off his allegiance to Catherine, he took the lead in drafting a new constitution. Its terms made the monarchy hereditary, but assured the succession, after the childless Poniatowski's death, to the House of Saxony. The executive powers of the crown were to be enlarged by giving the king a suspensive veto, that is, the right to prevent a measure passed by one diet from becoming law until reaffirmed by the next. The king was to appoint his ministers and the bishops, and to have command of the army. A small number of burghers and other townsmen were to be elected as deputies. The Diet was to consist of two chambers, a House of Deputies, which alone could originate laws, and a Senate, composed of bishops, provincial governors, and the king's ministers, whose consent was to be necessary to any law. The liberum veto was to be replaced by majority rule. Roman Catholicism was to be recognized as the prevailing religion of the nation, and apostasy from it was made a crime, but otherwise freedom of worship was guaranteed to all. Serfdom remained, but peasants might now appeal from the patrimonial to a provincial or national court. The influence of the Constitution adopted by the United States of America from 1787 to 1788 was evident in these recommendations. Poles who had fought for the American colonies had prepared the mind of Poniatowski, and he had not forgotten his reading of Locke, Montesquieu, and the philosophe. To ensure the ratification of his proposals, Poniatowski resorted to a ruse. Many members of the Diet went home for the Easter holidays of 1791. The king summoned it to reconvene on May 3rd, too soon to let distant members return to Warsaw for the reopening. Those nearby deputies who arrived on time were mostly liberals who could be depended on to support the new constitution. It was offered to them in the royal palace as soon as they were convened. It was received with wild acclaim and was rationed by a large majority. That day, May 3, 1791, was proudly remembered by patriotic Poles and was celebrated in Polish literature, art, and song. 6. Dismemberment, 1792–95. All the powers except Russia recognized the new constitution. Edmund Burke called it the noblest benefit received by any nation at any time, and declared that Stanislas II had earned a place among the greatest kings and statesmen in history. But this enthusiasm may have reflected England's pleasure at Catherine's defeat. The Empress concealed for a time her hostility to the new Poland, but she did not forgive the expeditious expulsion of her troops, nor the replacement of Russian with Prussian influence in Polish affairs. When the Peace of Jassy, on January 9, 1792, ended her war with Turkey, and the involvement of Prussia and Austria in war against revolutionary France in April 1792 freed her from fear of her former accomplices, she looked around for another opening into Poland. It was provided for her by conservative Poles. They quite agreed with Catherine that Poniatowski's constitution had been approved by a diet so hastily assembled that many nobles had been unable to attend. Felix Potocki and other magnates were furious at the abandonment of that liberum veto which had ensured their power against any central authority, and they were unwilling to surrender their right to elect, and therefore dominate the king. Refusing to take an oath of loyalty to the new charter, Potocki led a group of nobles to St. Petersburg and asked the Empress to help them restore the older constitution of 1775, which she had promised to protect. She answered that she did not care to interfere in Poland at the request of a few individuals, but that she would consider an appeal from a substantial organized Polish minority. Informed of these negotiations, Frederick William II, involved against France and unwilling to wage war against Russia, informed the Polish government on May 4, 1792, that if it intended to defend its new constitution by force of arms, it must not expect support from Prussia. Potocki returned to Poland, formed on May 14, 1792, in a little town of the Ukraine, the Confederation of Targowica, and invited to his standard all those who wished to restore the old constitution. His followers called themselves Republicans, condemned the alliance of Poland with Prussia, praised Catherine, and begged for her blessing and her troops. She sent both, and so strengthened, the Confederates marched toward Warsaw. Their propaganda for freedom made some impression, for several towns received them as liberators, and at Teresopol on September 5th, Potocki was hailed as in effect the new king of Poland. Poniatowski called upon the Diet to give him all powers needed for defense. It appointed him dictator, summoned all adult male Poles to military service, and adjourned. Stanislas made his nephew, the 29-year-old Prince Józef Poniatowski, commander-in-chief of the army, which he found untrained and miserably equipped. Józef ordered all detachments of the army to join him at Lubar on the river Sluch, but many had been surrounded by Russian forces and could not come, and those that came were too weak to withstand the Russian advance. The young commander withdrew to Polon, his center of supplies, in an orderly retreat made possible by the valiant rearguard action of Tadeusz Kościuszko, who had fought for the colonies in America and was already at 46 old in the honors of patriotism and war. On June 17, 1792, the Poles encountered a major Russian army at Zielence and defeated it in the first pitched battle won by Poland since Sobieski's days. Here again Kościuszko proved his skill by seizing a hill from which his artillery commanded the field, and Józef, hitherto distrusted by subordinates twice his age, won their respect by leading his reserves in person to force the retreat of the Russians. The report of this victory rejoiced Poniatowski, but was almost outweighed by news that Prince Ludwig of Württemberg, a Prussian army commander in charge of the Polish forces in Lithuania, had deserted his post, leaving his troops in such disarray that on June 12th the Russians easily captured Vilno, the Lithuanian capital. Józef's army remained the sole defense of Poland. Its supplies were so low that some of its regiments fasted for 24 hours, and only a dozen charges of ammunition were left in the artillery. The prince ordered retreat to Dubno. Accused of cowardice, he took a stand at Dubienka on July 18th, and with 12,500 men fought 28,000 Russians to a draw. He fell back in good order to Kurov, where he awaited the reinforcements and supplies that had been promised him by the king. But Stanislas had given up. The refusal of Frederick William II to honor the terms of the Prusso-Polish alliance, the treachery of Prince Ludwig, the hundreds of desertions from the army that he had collected at Praga, had been too much for his never very valiant spirit. He sent a personal appeal to Catherine for some honorable terms. Her reply on July 23rd was an ultimatum requiring him to join the Confederation of Targowice and to restore the Constitution of 1775. He was shocked by her uncompromising tone. Was this the same woman who had once responded to his reckless love? It was his tenderness that now dominated him. He had thought of resisting, of arming himself and going to the front to lead a forlorn defense. But his wife, his sister, and his niece wept so copiously at the thought of his death and their own desolation that the king promised he would yield. And, after all, of what use would resistance be? Now that no help, now that attacks on the undefended western front could be expected from Prussia, how could Poland stand against Russia? Had he not striven to dissuade the Diet from flouting Catherine and risking all on the promises of Prussia? Had he not pleaded for a large army properly equipped, and had not the Diet, after voting the men, refused the funds? Even if the existing Polish army won a victory or two over the Russians, could not Catherine, surfeited with soldiers by peace with Turkey, send wave after wave of disciplined and well-armed troops against his scattered and disorganized remnants? Why sacrifice more lives and surrender half of Poland to devastation, when surrender would be the end in any case? The new Russian ambassador, Yakov Sievers, sent to his sister a sympathetic picture of Poniatowski in this hour of physical and spiritual collapse. The king is still, at 60, a handsome man who wears well, though his face is pale, but one can see that a dark veil has been drawn over his soul. He speaks well and even eloquently, and is courteous and attentive always and to everyone. He is lodged badly, slighted, despised, and betrayed, and yet he is the most amiable of men. Leaving his high position out of the question and regarding him simply from the personal point of view, I may say that his good qualities outweigh his bad ones. Certainly, after Louis XVI, he is the most unfortunate of monarchs. He loves his kinsfolk most tenderly, and it is just these very people who have been the cause of all his misfortunes. On July 24, 1792, Poniatowski read the Russian ultimatum to his privy councillors and advised them to trust to Catherine's magnanimity. Many councillors protested against such simplicity. One of them, Malachowski, offered to raise within an hour 100,000 gulden for defense, and urged that even if Warsaw had to be abandoned, the Polish troops could retreat to Krakow and raise a new army in the populous south. Poniatowski's motion to surrender was defeated in the council by a vote of 20-7. By his authority as dictator, he overruled them and ordered his nephew to make no further resistance. Joseph replied that instead of such capitulation, the king should hasten to the front with what forces he could gather and fight to the end. When Stanislas insisted that the army must join the Confederation, all the officers but one sent in their resignations, and Joseph returned to his former home in Vienna. On August 5th, the Russian army occupied Praga. In October, Joseph sent a plea to his uncle to abdicate before every shred of honor had gone. In November, Potocki, with the advance guard of the Confederation, made a triumphal entry into Warsaw and lectured Poniatowski on the duties of a king. But Potocki's victory was soon seen to be a calamity, for in January 1793, Prussian troops entered Poland and then moved on to occupy Danzig and Thorn, without Potocki's Russian allies raising a musket to prevent them. It became clear that Russia and Prussia had agreed to partition Poland again. Catherine and Frederick William had signed such an agreement on January 23rd, but they kept it secret till February 28th. Potocki appealed to Poles of all parties to rise in defense of Poland. They laughed at him. Joseph denounced him as the betrayer of his country and challenged him to single combat. Stanislas forbade the duel. By the Second Partition, Russia took 89,000 square miles of eastern Poland, with 3 million population, including Wilno and Minsk. Prussia took 23,000 square miles of western Poland, with 1 million population, including Danzig and Thorn. Poland retained 80,000 square miles and 4 million souls. approximately one-half of what had been left to her in 1773. Austria had no share in this second spoliation, but was mollified by Russo-Prussian promises to aid her in acquiring Bavaria. The Western powers, still absorbed in the struggle with revolutionary France, took no action against this second rape, which Catherine explained to them as made necessary by the development of revolutionary agitation in Warsaw, endangering all monarchies. To give the theft a garb of legality, she ordered Poniatowski to summon a diet to meet at Grodno, and bade him come there in person to sign an alliance with Russia. At first he declined to go, but when she offered to pay his debts, which now amounted to 1,566,000 ducats, he accepted this added humiliation for the sake of his creditors. The Russian ambassador was supplied with funds to bribe a sufficient number of deputies to attend the diet, and he found it easy to corrupt several members of the king's suite to report every word and action of their master. This last diet, June 17th to November 24th, 1793, was persuaded to sign a treaty with Russia, but it refused for months to ratify the Second Partition. Told that they would not be allowed to leave the hall till they had signed, the members still refused and sat in silence for 12 hours. Then the marshal put the question to a vote, and hearing no answer, declared that silence was consent. This on September 25th. The residue of Poland became again a Russian protectorate. The Constitution of 1775 was restored. If one man could redeem the nation, it was Kosciuszko. Financed by the Czartoryskis, he went to Paris in January 1793 and besought the help of France for a Poland warmly sympathetic with the French Revolution. He promised that if help came, the Polish peasants would rise against serfdom, the townsmen against the nobility. Poniatowski would abdicate in favor of a republic, and the Polish army would support France in its war with Prussia. The French leaders welcomed his proposals, but the outbreak of war with England in February 1793 and the invasion of France by the Allies ended all chance of aid to Poland. During Kosciuszko's absence, some burghers, Freemasons, and army officers raised a new Polish army in March 1794. Kosciuszko hurried from Dresden to Krakow to join it. He was appointed commander-in-chief with dictatorial powers. He ordered every 5 houses in Poland to send him a foot soldier, every 50 houses a cavalryman, and bade these recruits to bring whatever weapons they could muster, even pikes and scythes. On April 4th, with 4,000 regulars and 2,000 peasant recruits, Kosciuszko attacked a force of 7,000 Russians at Ruklawice, near Krakow, and defeated it partly by his generalship, partly by the effectiveness of the peasants' scythes. On hearing of this victory, the radical or Jacobin element in Warsaw organized an insurrection. Middle-class leaders hesitantly joined it. On April 17th, these rebels attacked the Russian garrison of 7,500 men, slew many of them, and defeated a Prussian contingent of 1,650 troops. The occupation forces fled, and for a moment Warsaw was under Polish control. A similar uprising freed Wilno on April 23rd, hanged the Grand Hetman of Lithuania, and regained parts of Poland almost to Minsk. On May 7th, Kosciuszko promised liberation to the serfs and guaranteed ownership of the lands they tilled. So many volunteers and conscripts came to his standard that by June of 1794 he commanded 150,000 men, only 80,000 of them properly equipped. Against them came wave after wave of disciplined Russian or Prussian troops. On June 6th, an allied army of 26,000 surprised the Poles near Szczecin. Kosciuszko had time to bring up only 14,000 men. He was beaten with heavy losses. He sought death in battle, but it evaded him. The Polish remnant retired to Warsaw. On June 15th, the Prussians took Krakow. On August 11th, the Russians recaptured Wilno. On September 19th, the Polish army of 5,500 men was annihilated at Teresopol by a Russian force of 12,500 seasoned soldiers under Suvorov. On October 10th, Kosciuszko himself, with 7,000 Poles, was overwhelmed by 13,000 Russians at Maciejowice. He was seriously wounded and was taken prisoner. He did not, as legend supposed, utter the despairing cry, Finis Poloniae, but that defeat was the end of the heroic revolt. Suvorov, uniting various Russian armies, stormed the entrenched camp of the Poles at Praga, and his battle-crazed troops slaughtered not only the defenders but the civilian population of the town. Poniatowski surrendered Warsaw to avoid a greater massacre. Suvorov dispatched Kosciuszko and other rebel leaders to imprisonment at St. Petersburg and sent the king to Grodno to await the pleasure of the empress. There, on November 25, 1795, he signed his abdication. He appealed to Catherine to let some part of Poland survive, but she determined to solve the Polish question by putting an end, as she thought, to the Polish nation. After 15 months of dispute, Russia, Prussia, and Austria signed the Third Partition Treaty on January 26, 1797. Russia took Kurland, Lithuania, and western Podolia and Volhynia, 181,000 square miles. Austria took Little Poland with Krakow and Ludlin, 45,000 square miles. Prussia received the remainder with Warsaw, 57,000 square miles. By all three partitions, Russia absorbed some 6 million of Poland's 12,200,000 souls by 1797, Austria 3,700,000, Prussia 2,500,000. Thousands of Poles fled from their country. Aliens received the confiscated properties. Poniatowski remained in Grodno, playing at botany and writing memoirs. After Catherine's death, Paul I invited him to St. Petersburg and assigned him the Marble Palace and 100,000 ducats a year. There he died, February 12, 1798, in his 66th year. Kosciuszko was freed by Emperor Paul in 1796, returned to America, then to France, and continued his efforts for Polish liberation till his death in 1817. Joseph Poniatowski escaped to Vienna, joined in Napoleon's campaign against Russia, was wounded at Smolensk, fought valiantly at Leipzig, was made a marshal in the French army, and died in 1813, honored even by his enemies. Poland ceased to be a state, but continued to be a people and a civilization, sullied by religious persecution, but distinguished by great poets, novelists, musicians, artists, and scientists, and never abandoning the resolve to rise again. Book 5. The Protestant North, 1756 to 1789. Chapter 20. Frederick's Germany, 1756 to 1786. 1. Frederick Victorious. Who was this ogre, internationally feared and admired, who had stolen Silesia, defeated half of Europe united against him, laughed at religion, snubbed marriage, given lessons in philosophy to Voltaire, and torn off a limb from Poland if only to keep Russia from absorbing it all? He looked more like a ghost than an ogre when he returned, sad and victorious, from the 7 Years' War, and entered Berlin on March 30th, 1763, amid the plaudits of a destitute populace. "I return to a city," he wrote to D'Argens, "where I shall know only the walls, where I shall find none of my acquaintances, where an immense task awaits me, where I shall before long leave my bones in a place of refuge, troubled by neither war nor calamities, nor the villainy of man." His skin was parched and wrinkled, his blue-gray eyes were somber and swollen, his face was lined with battle and bitterness. Only the nose had retained its pristine majesty. He thought that he could not long survive the drain made by the protracted war upon his resources of body, mind, and will, but his temperate habits preserved him for 23 years more. He ate and drank sparingly and knew no luxury. He lived and dressed in his Potsdam New Palace as if he were still in camp. He grudged the time given to the care of his person. In his later years he gave up shaving, merely clipping his beard now and then with scissors, and gossip said that he did not often wash. The war completed that hardening of his character which had begun as a defense against his father's cruelty. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. The war completed that hardening of his character which had begun as a defense against his father's cruelty. He looked on with stoic calm as condemned soldiers ran the gauntlet 36 times. He harassed his officials and generals with secret spies, sudden intrusions, abusive language, stinted pay, and such detailed commands as stifled initiative and interest. He never won the love of his brother, Prince Henry, who served him so effectively and loyally in diplomacy and war. He had some women friends, but they feared rather than loved him, and none of them was admitted to his inner circle. He respected the silent suffering of his neglected queen, and on his return from the war he surprised her with a present of 25,000 thalers. But it is doubtful if he ever shared her bed. She learned to love him, nevertheless, seeing him heroic in adversity and devoted in government. She spoke of him as our dear king, this dear prince whom I love and adore. He had no children, but he was deeply attached to his dogs. Usually 2 of them slept in his room at night, probably as a guard. Sometimes he took one of them into his bed to warm him with animal heat. When the last of his favorite dogs died, he wept all day long. He was suspected of homosexuality, but of this we have only surmise. Beneath his martial carapace there were elements of tenderness which he rarely exposed to public view. He wept abundantly over the death of his mother, and he repaid with sincere affection the devotion of his sister Wilhelmina. He spread little inconspicuous kindnesses among his nieces. He laughed at Rousseau's sentiment, but he forgave his hostility and offered him asylum when the Christian world cast him out. He passed from the stern drilling of his troops to blowing melodies from his flute. He composed sonatas, concertos, and symphonies which he shared in performing before his court. The learned Burney heard him there and reported that he played with great precision, a clean and uniform attack, brilliant fingering, a pure and simple taste, a great neatness of execution, and equal perfection in all his pieces. Burney adds, however, that in some of the difficult passages his Majesty was obliged, against the rules, to take a breath in order to finish the passage. In later years his increasing shortness of breath and the loss of several front teeth compelled him to give up flute-playing, but he resumed study of the clavier. Next to music, his favorite diversion was philosophy. He liked to have a philosopher or 2 at his table to flay the parsons and stir the generals. He held his own in exchanges with Voltaire, and remained a skeptic when most of the philosophes developed dogmas and fantasies. He was the first avowedly agnostic ruler of modern times, but he made no public attack upon religion. He thought that we have sufficient degrees of probability to reach the certainty that post mortem nihil est, but he rejected the determinism of D'Holbach, insisting, like a man who was will incarnate, that the mind acts creatively upon sensations, and that our impulses can, through education, be controlled by reason. His favorite philosophers were my friend Lucretius, my good emperor Marcus Aurelius. Nothing of any importance, he thought, had been added to them. He agreed with Voltaire in believing that the masses bred too fast and worked too hard to allow time for real education. Disillusionment with their theology would only incline them to political violence. The Enlightenment, said Frederick, is a light from heaven for those who stand on the heights and a destructive firebrand for the masses. Here was a history of the September massacres of 1792 and the terror of 1793 before the French Revolution had begun. And to Voltaire in April 1759, let us admit the truth. Philosophy and the arts are diffused amongst only a few. The great masses remain as nature made them, malevolent animals. He called mankind, half in humor, diese verdammte Rasse, this damned race, and laughed at utopias of benevolence and peace. Superstition, self-interest, vengeance, treason, ingratitude will produce bloody and tragic scenes until the end of time, because we are governed by passions and very rarely by reason. There will always be wars, lawsuits, devastations, plagues, earthquakes, bankruptcies. Since this is so, I presume it must be necessary. But it seems to me that if this universe had been made by a benevolent being, he should have made us happier than we are. The human mind is weak. More than 3/4 of mankind are made for subjection to the most absurd fanaticism. Fear of the devil and of hell fascinates their eyes, and they detest the wise man who tries to enlighten them. In vain do I seek in them that image of God which the theologians assert they bear upon them. Every man has a wild beast in him. Few can restrain it. Most men let loose the bridle when not restrained by terror of the law. Frederick concluded that to allow governments to be dominated by the majority would be disastrous. A democracy, to survive, must be, like other governments, a minority persuading a majority to let itself be led by a minority. Frederick thought, like Napoleon, that among nations and in revolutions aristocracy always exists. He believed that an hereditary aristocracy would develop a sense of honor and loyalty, and a willingness to serve the state at great personal cost, which could not be expected of bourgeois geniuses formed in the race for wealth. So, after the war, he replaced with Junker most of the middle-class officers who had risen in the army. But since these proud nobles could be a source of fragmentation and chaos, and an instrument of exploitation, the state should be protected against division and the commonalty of class injustice by a monarch wielding absolute power. Frederick liked to picture himself as the servant of the state and the people. This may have been a rationalization of his will to power, but he lived up to the claim. The state became for him the supreme being, to which he would sacrifice himself and others. And the demands of that service overrode, in his view, the code of individual morality. The 10 Commandments stop at the royal doors. All governments agreed with this realpolitik, and some monarchs accepted the view of kingship as a sacred service. Frederick had the latter notion through contact with Voltaire, and through contact with Frederick, the philosophe developed their thèse royale, that the best hope for reform and progress lay in the enlightenment of kings. So, despite his wars, he became the idol of the French philosophers, and softened the hostility even of the virtuous Rousseau. D'Alembert long refused Frederick's invitations, but did not withhold his praise. "The philosophers and men of letters in every land," he wrote to Frederick, "have long looked upon you, sire, as their leader and their model." The cautious mathematician at last succumbed to repeated calls, and spent 2 months with Frederick at Potsdam in 1763. Intimacy and a pension did not diminish D'Alembert's admiration. He was delighted with the king's disregard of etiquette and with his remarks, not only on war and government, but also on literature and philosophy. This, he told Julie de Lespinasse, was finer converse than one could hear in France. When, in 1776, D'Alembert was desolate over Julie's death, Frederick sent him a letter which shows the ogre in a wise and tender vein. "I am sorry for the misfortune which has befallen you. The wounds of the heart are the most sensitive of all, and nothing but time can heal them. I have, to my misery, had only too much experience of the suffering caused by such losses. The best remedy is to put compulsion upon oneself in order to divert one's mind. You should choose some geometrical investigation which demands constant application. Cicero, to console himself for the death of his dear Tullia, threw himself into composition. At your age and mine we should be the more readily consoled, because we shall not long delay to join the objects of our regrets." He urged D'Alembert to come again to Potsdam. "We will philosophize together concerning the nothingness of life, concerning the vanity of Stoicism. I will feel as happy in allaying your grief as if I had won a battle." Here was, if not quite a philosopher-king, at least a king who loved philosophers. This no longer applied to Voltaire. Their quarrels in Berlin and Potsdam, and the arrest of Voltaire in Frankfurt, had left wounds deeper than grief. The philosopher remained bitter longer than the king. He told the Prince de Ligne that Frederick was incapable of gratitude, and never had any except for the horse on which he ran away at the Battle of Mollwitz. The correspondence between these two most brilliant men of the century reopened when Voltaire wrote to dissuade the desperate warrior from suicide. Soon they were exchanging reproaches and compliments. Voltaire reminded Frederick of the indignities which the philosopher and his niece had suffered at the hands of the king's agents. Frederick answered, "If you had not had to do with a man madly enamored of your fine genius, you would not have gotten off so well. Consider all that is done with, and never let me hear again of that wearisome niece." But then the king stroked the philosophic ego bewitchingly. "Do you want sweet things? Very good. I will tell you some truths. I esteem in you the finest genius that the ages have borne. I admire your poetry. I love your prose. Never has an author before you had a touch so keen, a taste so sure and delicate. You are charming in conversation. You know how to amuse and instruct at the same time. You are the most seductive being that I know. All depends for a man upon the time when he comes into the world. Though I came too late, I do not regret it, for I have seen Voltaire, and he writes to me." The king supported with substantial contributions Voltaire's campaigns for the Calas and the Sirvins, and applauded the war against l'Enfant, but he did not share the philosophe's trust in the enlightenment of mankind. In the race between reason and superstition, he predicted the victory of superstition. So to Voltaire, on September 13, 1766, "Your missionaries will open the eyes of a few young people, but how many fools there are in the world who do not think. Believe me, if the philosophers founded a government, within half a century the people would create new superstitions. The object of adoration may change, like your French fashions, but what does it matter whether people prostrate themselves before a piece of unleavened bread, before the ox Apis, before the Ark of the Covenant, or before a statue? The choice is not worth the trouble. The superstition is the same, and reason gains nothing." Having accepted religion as a human need, Frederick made his peace with it, and protected all its peaceful forms with full toleration. In conquered Silesia, he left Catholicism undisturbed, except that he opened to all faiths the University of Breslau, which had previously admitted only Catholics. He welcomed as valuable teachers the Jesuits who, expelled by Catholic kings, sought refuge under his agnostic rule. He protected as well Mohammedans, Jews, and atheists, and in his reign and realm Kant practiced that freedom of speech and teaching and writing which was so sharply rebuked and ended after Frederick's death. Under this toleration most forms of religion declined in Prussia. In 1780 there was one ecclesiastic per 1,000 population in Berlin. In Munich there were 30. Frederick thought that toleration would soon put an end to Catholicism. "It will take a miracle to restore the Catholic Church," he wrote to Voltaire in 1767. "It has been struck by a terrible apoplexy, and you will yet have the consolation of burying it and writing its epitaph." The most thorough of skeptics had forgotten, for a moment, to be skeptical of skepticism. 2. Rebuilding Prussia. No ruler in history ever worked so hard at his trade, except perhaps his pupil Joseph II of Austria. Frederick disciplined himself as he did his troops, rising usually at 5, sometimes at 4, working till 7, breakfasting, conferring with his aides till 11, reviewing his palace guard, dining at 12:30 with ministers and ambassadors, working till 5, and only then relaxing into music, literature, and conversation. The midnight suppers after the war began at 9:30 and were over at 12. He allowed no family ties to distract him, no court ceremonies to burden him, no religious holidays to interrupt his toil. He watched the work of his ministers, dictated almost every move of policy, kept an eye on the treasury, and over all the government he established a fiscal, or Bureau of Accounts, empowered to examine any department at any time, and instructed to report any suspicion of irregularity. He punished malfeasance or incompetence so rigorously that official corruption, which flourished everywhere else in Europe, almost disappeared from Prussia. He prided himself on this, and on the rapid recovery of his devastated country. He began with domestic economies that earned him jibes from the extravagant courts of defeated Austria and France. The royal household was as frugally managed as a tradesman's home. His wardrobe was a soldier's uniform, 3 old coats, waistcoats soiled with snuff, and one ceremonial robe that lasted him all his life. He dismissed his father's retinue of huntsmen and hunting dogs. This warrior preferred poetry to the hunt. He built no navy, sought no colonies. His bureaucrats were poorly paid, and he provided with like parsimony for the modest court that he maintained at Berlin, while he stayed in Potsdam. Yet the Earl of Chesterfield judged it the politest, the most shining, the most useful court in Europe for a young fellow to be at, and added, "You will see the arts and wisdom of government better in that country now," in 1752, "than in any other in Europe." 20 years later, however, Lord Malmesbury, the British minister to Prussia, perhaps with a view to consoling London, reported that there was, in that capital, Berlin, neither an honest man nor a chaste woman. Frederick checked his parsimony when national defence was concerned. By persuasion and conscription he soon restored his army to its pre-war strength. Only with that weapon in hand could he maintain the territorial integrity of Prussia against the ambitions of Joseph II and Catherine II. That army, too, had to buttress the laws that gave order and stability to Prussian life. Organized central force, he felt, was the only alternative to disorganized and disruptive force in private hands. He hoped that obedience through fear of force would grow into obedience through habituation to law, which was force reduced to rules and hiding its claws. He renewed his behest to jurists to codify into one system of law, an allgemeine preußische Landrecht, the diverse and contradictory legislation of many provinces and generations. This task, interrupted by the death of Samuel von Coxey in 1755, and by the war, was resumed by Chancellor Johann von Karmer and Privy Councillor K. G. Svaretz, and was completed in 1791. The new code took feudalism and serfdom for granted, but within those limitations it sought to protect the individual against private or public oppression or injustice. It abolished superfluous courts, reduced and quickened legal procedure, moderated penalties, and raised the requirements for appointment to magistracies. No sentence of death could be executed without sanction by the king, and appeal to the king was open to all. He won a reputation for impartial justice, and Prussian courts were soon acknowledged to be the most honest and efficient in Europe. In 1763, Frederick issued a General- und Schulreglement, confirming and extending the compulsory education proclaimed by his father in 1716-17. Every child in Prussia, from his 5th to his 14th year, was to attend school. It was characteristic of Frederick that Latin was dropped from the elementary curriculum, that old soldiers were appointed as schoolmasters, and that most learning was by semi-military drill. The king added, "It is a good thing that the schoolmasters in the country teach the youngsters religion and morals. It is enough for the people in the country to learn only a little reading and writing. Instruction must be planned to keep them in the villages, and not to influence them to leave." Economic reconstruction received priority in time and money. Using at first the funds that had been collected for another, now unneeded campaign, Frederick financed the rebuilding of towns and villages, the distribution of food to hungry communities, the provision of seed for new sowings. He dispersed among the farms 60,000 horses that could be spared from the army. Altogether, $20,389,000 were spent in public relief. War-ravaged Silesia was excused from taxes for 6 months. 8,000 houses were built there in 3 years. A land bank advanced money to Silesian farmers on easy terms. Credit societies were established at various centers to encourage agricultural expansion. The marshy area along the lower Oder was drained, providing cultivatable land for 50,000 men. Agents were sent abroad to invite immigrants. 300,000 came. As serfdom bound the peasant to his lord, there was not in Prussia that freedom to move to the towns which, in England, made possible the rapid development of industry. Frederick worked in 100 ways to overcome this handicap. He lent money on easy terms to entrepreneurs. He permitted temporary monopolies. He imported workmen. He opened technical schools. He set up a porcelain factory in Berlin. He strove to establish a silk industry, but the mulberry trees languished in the northern cold. He promoted vigorous mining in Silesia, which was rich in minerals. On September 5, 1777, he wrote to Voltaire, as one businessman to another, I am returning from Silesia, with which I am well content. We have sold to foreigners 5 million crowns worth of linen, 1,200,000 crowns worth of cloth. A much simpler process than that of Réaumur has been discovered for making iron into steel. To facilitate trade, the king abolished internal tolls, widened harbors, dug canals, and built 30,000 miles of new roads. Foreign trade was held back by high duties on imports and by embargoes on the export of strategic goods. International chaos compelled the protection of home industry to ensure industrial adequacy in war. Nevertheless, Berlin grew as the hub of trade as well as government. In 1721 it had 60,000 population. In 1777 it had 140,000. It was preparing to be the capital of Germany. To finance this amalgam of feudalism, capitalism, socialism, and autocracy, Frederick drew from his people in taxation almost as much as he returned to them in social order, subsidies, and public works. He kept for the state a monopoly on salt, sugar, tobacco, and after 1781, coffee, and he owned a third of the arable land. He taxed everything, even street singers, and brought in Helvetius to devise an inescapable system of tax-gathering. The new projects of excise taxation, wrote an English ambassador, have really alienated the affections of the people from their sovereign. At his death, Frederick left in the treasury 51 million thalers, 2.5 times the annual revenue of the state. Mirabeau fils, having made 3 visits to Berlin, published in 1788 a devastating analysis de la monarchie prussienne sous Frédéric le Grand. Inheriting from his father the free enterprise principles of the physiocrats, he condemned the Frederican regime as a police state, a bureaucracy choking all initiative and invading every privacy. Frederick might have replied that in the chaotic condition of Prussia after the 7 Years' War, laissez-faire would have annulled his victory with economic anarchy. Direction was imperative. He was the only one who could effectively command, and he knew no other form of command than that of a general to his troops. He saved Prussia from defeat and collapse, and paid by losing the love of his people. He realized this result, and comforted himself with righteousness. Mankind move if you urge them on, and stop as soon as you leave off driving them. Men read little, and have no desire to learn how anything can be managed differently. As for me, who never did them anything but good, they think that I want to put a knife to their throats, so soon as there is any question of introducing a useful improvement, or indeed any change at all. In such cases I have relied on my honest purpose and my good conscience, and on the information in my possession, and have calmly pursued my way. His will prevailed. Prussia, even in his lifetime, grew rich and strong. Population doubled, education spread, religious intolerance hit its head. It is true that this new order depended upon enlightened despotism, and that when, after Frederick's death, the despotism remained without the Enlightenment, the national structure was weakened and collapsed at Jena before a will as strong as Frederick's own. But the Napoleonic edifice, too, depending upon one will and brain, collapsed, and in the long run it was Frederick's distant heir and beneficiary Bismarck who chastened the France of Napoleon's heir and made from Prussia and 100 principalities a united and powerful Germany. 3. The Principalities. We remind ourselves again that in the 18th century Germany was not a nation, but a loose federation of nearly independent states, which formally accepted the Holy Roman Emperor at Vienna as their head, and sent representatives occasionally to a Reichstag, or imperial diet, whose chief functions were to hear speeches, suffer ceremonies, and elect an emperor. The states had a common language, literature, and art, but differed in manners, dress, coinage, and creed. There were some advantages in this political fragmentation. The multiplicity of princely courts favored a stimulating diversity of cultures. The armies were small instead of being united for the terror of Europe, and a considerable degree of tolerance in religion, custom, and law was forced upon state, church, and people by the ease of emigration. Theoretically, the power of each prince was absolute, for the Protestant faith sanctioned the divine right of kings. Frederick, who recognized no divine right but that of his army, satirized most small princes, particularly German ones, who ruined themselves by reckless extravagance, misled by the illusion of their imagined greatness. The youngest son of the youngest son of an appanaged dynasty imagines he is of the same stamp as Louis XIV. He builds his Versailles, keeps mistresses, and has an army strong enough to fight a battle on the stage of Verona. The most important of the principalities was Saxony. Its age of art and glory ended when Elector Frederick Augustus II allied himself with Maria Theresa against Frederick the Great. The merciless king bombarded and ruined Dresden in 1760. The Elector fled to Poland as its Augustus III and died in 1763. His grandson, Frederick Augustus III, inherited the electorate at the age of 13, earned the name of Der Gerechte, the Just, made Saxony a kingdom in 1806, and through many vicissitudes kept his throne till his death in 1827. Karl Eugen, Duke of Württemberg, comes into our story chiefly as the friend and enemy of Schiller. He taxed his subjects with inexhaustible ingenuity, sold 10,000 of his troops to France, and maintained what Casanova thought the most brilliant court in Europe, with a French theatre, Italian opera, and a concatenation of concubines. More important to our narrative is Karl August, reigning Duke of Saxe-Weimar from 1775 to 1828. But we shall see him to better advantage surrounded by the stars who brightened his reign: Wieland, Herder, Goethe, and Schiller. He was one of several minor enlightened despots who, in this age, feeling the influence of Voltaire and the example of Frederick, contributed to the awakening of Germany. The archbishops who ruled Münster, Cologne, Trier, Mainz, and Würzburg-Bamberg fell in line by multiplying schools and hospitals, checking court extravagance, softening class distinctions, reforming prisons, extending poor relief, and bettering the conditions of industry and trade. "It is not easy," wrote Edmund Burke, "to find or to conceive governments more mild and indulgent than these church sovereignties." Class distinctions, however, were emphasized in most of the German states as part of the technique of social control. Nobles, clergy, army officers, professional men, merchants, and peasants constituted separate classes, and within every category there were grades, each of which stiffened itself with scorn of the next beneath. Marriage outside one's class was almost unthinkable, but some merchants and financiers bought nobility. The nobles held a monopoly of the higher posts in the army and the government, and many of them earned their privileges by bravery or competence. But many were parasites, composed of uniforms, competing for social precedence at the court, and following French fashions in language, philosophy, and mistresses. It is to the credit of the princes, prelates, and nobles of Western Germany that by 1780 they had freed their peasants from serfdom, and on terms that made possible a wide spread of rural prosperity. Reinhold Lenz thought the peasants finer human beings, simpler, heartier, more elemental, than the penny-counting tradesmen or the prancing young aristocrats. Heinrich Jung's autobiography from 1777 idealized village life in its daily labor as well as its seasonal festivals. Herder found the folk songs of the peasantry to be truer and profounder than the poetry of the books. And Goethe, in his Dichtung und Wahrheit, described the vintage celebration as pervading a whole district with jubilation, fireworks, song, and wine. This was one side of the German scene. The other was hard labor, high taxes, women old at 30, illiterate children dressed in rags and begging in the streets. At one station, Eva König wrote Lessing in 1770, "There crowded around me 80 beggars. In Munich whole families ran after me, exclaiming that surely one would not let them starve." In the 18th century, the family was more important than the state or the school. The German home was the source and center of moral discipline, social order, and economic activity. There the child learned to obey a stern father, take refuge with a loving mother, and share at an early age in the diverse and formative tasks that filled the day. Schiller's Song of the Bell gave an ideal picture of the housewife so modest, wisely governing the circle of the family, training the girls, restraining the boys, and using all spare moments to ply the loom. The wife was subject to the husband, but she was the idol of her children. Outside the home, except at the courts, men usually excluded women from their social life, and so their conversation tended to be either dull or profane. At the courts there were many women of culture and fine manners. Some, Eckermann thought, wrote in excellent style and surpass in that respect many of our most celebrated authors. As in France, so in Germany, the women of the upper classes had to learn swooning as part of their technique, and a readiness for sentiment melting into tears. Court morals followed French models in drinking, gambling, adultery, and divorce. Titled ladies, according to Madame de Staël, changed husbands with as little difficulty as if they were arranging the incidents of a drama, and with little bitterness of spirit. The princes set the pace for immorality by selling their soldiers to foreign rulers. So the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel built an elegant palace and maintained a sumptuous court from the proceeds of his Soldatenhandel, commerce in soldiery. Altogether, during the American Revolution, German princes sold, or as they put it, lent, 30,000 troops to England for some £500,000. 12,500 of these men never returned. Outside of Prussia, the Germans of the 18th century, recalling the horrors of the 17th, showed little inclination to war. Apparently, national character can change from one century to another. Religion in Germany was more subordinate to the state than in Catholic lands. Divided into sects, it had no awesome pontiff to coordinate its doctrine, strategy, and defense. Its leaders were appointed by the prince. Its income depended upon his will. In the middle and lower classes it was a strong faith. Only the nobles, the intellectuals, and a few clergymen were affected by the waves of unbelief that swept in from England and France. The Rhine region was mostly Catholic, but it was there that this period saw the rise of a movement boldly challenging the authority of the popes. In 1763, Johann Nicolaus von Hontheim, auxiliary bishop of Trier, published, under the pseudonym Justinus Febronius, a treatise on the state of the Church and the legitimate power of the Roman pontiff. The book was translated into German, French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, and made a stir throughout Western Europe. Febronius accepted the primacy of the Pope, but only as one of honor and executive administration. The Pope is not infallible. Appeal should be possible from his decision to a general council, which should have the ultimate legislative authority in the Church. The author distrusted the secret conservative influence of the Roman Curia, and suggested that the excessive centralization of ecclesiastical power had produced the Reformation. Decentralization might ease the return of Protestants to the Catholic Church. In matters of human, not divine, law, secular princes were entitled to refuse obedience to the papacy. If necessary, they might rightfully separate their national churches from Rome. The Pope condemned the book in February 1764, but it became the breviary of the governments. We have seen its influence on Joseph II. The archbishops of Cologne, Trier, Mainz, and Salzburg favored the views of Febronius. They wished to be independent of the Pope, as the other principalities were of the Emperor. On September 25, 1786, they issued the Punctuation, or preliminary statement, of Ems, near Koblenz, which, if it had been put into effect, would have created a new Reformation. The Pope is and remains the highest authority in the Church, but those papal privileges which do not spring from the first Christian centuries, but are based on the false Isidoran decretals, and are disadvantageous to the bishops, can no longer be considered valid. They belong among the usurpations of the Roman Curia. And the bishops are entitled, since peaceful protests are of no avail, themselves to maintain their lawful rights under the protection of the Roman German Emperor. There should no longer be any appeals from the bishops to Rome. The religious orders should take no directions from foreign superiors, nor attend general councils outside Germany.
No contributions should be sent to Rome. Vacant benefices should be filled not by Rome, but by a regular election of native candidates. A German National Council should regulate these and other matters. The German bishops, fearing the financial power of the Curia, gave no support to this declaration. Moreover, they hesitated to replace the distant overlordship of Rome with the immediate and less evadable authority of the German princes. The incipient revolt collapsed. Hontheim retracted in 1788, the archbishops withdrew their punctuation in 1789, and all was as before. 4. The German Enlightenment. Not quite. Education, except in the ecclesiastical principalities, had passed from church to state control. University professors were appointed and paid, with shameful parsimony, by the government, and held the status of public officials. Although all teachers and students were required to subscribe to the religion of the prince, the faculties, until 1789, enjoyed a growing measure of academic freedom. German replaced Latin as the language of instruction. Courses in science and philosophy multiplied, and philosophy was spaciously defined, at the University of Königsberg in Kant's day, as the ability to think and to investigate the nature of things without prejudices or sectarianism. Karl von Sedlitz, the devoted minister of education under Frederick the Great, asked Kant to suggest means of holding back the students in the universities from the bread-and-butter studies and making them understand that their modicum of law, even their theology and medicine, will be much more easily acquired and safely applied if they are in possession of philosophical knowledge. Many poor students obtained public or private aid for a university education. Pleasant is Eckermann's story of how he was helped by kind neighbors at every step of his development. There were no class distinctions in the student body. Any graduate was allowed to lecture under university auspices for whatever fees he could collect from his auditors. Kant began his professorial career in this way, and such competition from new teachers kept old pundits on their toes. Madame de Stael judged the 24 German universities to be the most learned in Europe. In no country, not even England, are there so many means of instruction, or of bringing one's capacities to perfection. Since the Reformation, the Protestant universities have been incontestably superior to the Catholic, and the literary glory of Germany depends upon these institutions. Educational reform was in the air. Johann Basedow, inspired by reading Rousseau, issued in 1774 a 4-volume Elementarwerke, which outlined a plan for teaching children through direct acquaintance with nature. They were to acquire health and vigor through games and physical exercises. They were to receive much of their instruction outdoors instead of being tied to desks. They were to learn languages not through grammar and rote, but through naming objects and actions encountered in the day's experience. They were to learn morals by forming and regulating their own social groups, and they were to prepare for life by learning a trade. Religion was to enter into the curriculum, but not as pervasively as before. Basedow openly doubted the Trinity. He established at Dessau in 1774 a sample Philanthropinum, which produced pupils whose sauciness and pertness, omniscience and arrogance scandalized their elders. But this progressive education harmonized with the Enlightenment and spread rapidly throughout Germany. Experiments in education were part of the intellectual ferment that agitated the country between the 7 Years' War and the French Revolution. Books, newspapers, magazines, circulating libraries, reading clubs multiplied enthusiastically. A dozen literary movements sprouted, each with its own ideology, journal, and protagonists. The first German daily, the Leipziger Zeitung, had begun in 1660. By 1784 there were 217 daily or weekly newspapers in Germany. In 1751 Lessing began to edit the literary section of the Vossische Zeitung in Berlin. In 1772 Merck, Goethe, and Herder issued Die Frankfurter Gelehrte Anzeigen, or Frankfurt Literary News. In 1773–89, Wieland made Der Deutsche Merkur the most influential literary review in Germany. There were 3,000 German authors in 1773, 6,000 in 1787. Leipzig alone had 133. Many of these were part-time writers. Lessing was probably the first German who, through many years, made a living by literature. Almost all authors were poor, for copyright protected them only in their own principality. Pirated editions severely limited the earnings of author and publisher alike. Goethe lost money on Götz von Berlichingen, and made little on Werther, the greatest literary success of that generation. The outburst of German literature is among the major events of the second half of the 18th century. D'Alembert, writing from Potsdam in 1763, found nothing worthy of report in German publications. By 1790 Germany rivaled, perhaps surpassed, France in contemporary literary genius. We have noted Frederick's scorn of the German language as raucous and coarse and poisoned with consonants, yet Frederick himself, by his dramatic repulse of so many enemies, inspired Germany with a national pride that encouraged German writers to use their own language and stand up before the Voltaires and the Rousseaus. By 1763, German had refined itself into a literary language and was ready to voice the German Enlightenment. This Aufklärung was no virgin birth. It was the painful product of English deism coupled with French free thought on the ground prepared by the moderate rationalism of Christian von Wulff. The major deistic blasts of Toland, Tyndall, Collins, Whiston, and Woolston had by 1743 been translated into German, and by 1755 Grimm's Correspondance was disseminating the latest French ideas among the German elite. Already in 1756 there were enough freethinkers in Germany to allow the publication of a Freidenker Lexikon. In 1763-64 Basedow issued his Philalité, Love of Truth, which rejected any divine revelation other than that of nature itself. In 1759, Christoph Friedrich Nicolai, a Berlin bookseller, began Briefe die neueste Literatur betreffend. Enriched with articles by Lessing, Herder, and Moses Mendelssohn, these letters concerning the latest literature continued till 1765 to be a literary beacon of the Aufklärung, warring against extravagance in literature and authority in religion. Freemasonry shared in the movement. The first lodge of Freimaurer was founded at Hamburg in 1733. Other lodges followed. Members included Frederick the Great, Dukes Ferdinand of Brunswick and Karl August of Saxe-Weimar, Lessing, Wieland, Herder, Klopstock, Goethe, Kleist. Generally, these groups favored deism but avoided open criticism of orthodox belief. In 1776, Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, organized a kindred secret society which he called Perfectibilisten, but which later took on the old name of Illuminati. Its ex-Jesuit founder, following the model of the Society of Jesus, divided its associates into grades of initiation and pledged them to obey their leaders in a campaign to unite all men capable of independent thought, make man a masterpiece of reason, and thus attain the highest perfection in the art of government. In 1784, Karl Theodor, Elector of Bavaria, outlawed all secret societies, and the order of the Illuminati suffered an early death. Even the clergy were touched by the clearing up. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 7, Side 2. Even the clergy were touched by the clearing up. Johann Zemmler, professor of theology at Halle, applied higher criticism to the Bible. He argued, precisely contrary to Bishop Warburton, that the Old Testament could not be inspired by God, since, except in its final phase, it ignored immortality. He suggested that Christianity had been deflected from the teachings of Christ by the theology of St. Paul, who had never seen Christ, and he advised theologians to consider Christianity as a transient form of the effort of man to achieve a moral life. When Karl Barth and others of his pupils rejected all of Christian dogma except belief in God, Semler returned to orthodoxy and held his chair of theology from 1752 to 1791. Barth described Jesus as simply a great teacher, like Moses, Confucius, Socrates, Semler, Luther, and myself. Johann Eberhard also equated Socrates with Christ. He was expelled from the Lutheran ministry, but Frederick made him professor of philosophy at Halle. Another clergyman, W.A. Teller, reduced Christianity to deism and invited into his congregation anyone, including Jews, who believed in God. Johann Schultz, a Lutheran pastor, denied the divinity of Jesus and reduced God to the sufficient grounding of the world. He was dismissed from the ministry in 1792. These vocal heretics were a small minority. Perhaps silent heretics were many. Because so many clergymen offered a welcome to reason, because religion was much stronger in Germany than in England or France, and because the philosophy of Wolff had provided the universities with a compromise between rationalism and religion, the German Enlightenment did not take an extreme form. It sought not to destroy religion, but to free it from the myths, absurdities, and sacerdotalism that in France made Catholicism so pleasing to the people and so irritating to the philosophers. Following Rousseau rather than Voltaire, German rationalists recognized the profound appeal that religion makes to the emotional elements in man, and the German nobility, less openly skeptical than the French, supported religion as an aid to morals and government. The Romantic movement checked the advance of rationalism and prevented Lessing from being to Germany what Voltaire had been to France. 5. Gotthold Lessing, 1729 to 1781. His great-grandfather was burgomaster of a small town in Saxony. His grandfather was for 24 years burgomaster of Kamenz and wrote a plea for religious toleration. His father was the head Lutheran pastor in Kamenz and wrote a catechism which Lessing learned by heart. His mother was the daughter of the preacher to whose pastorate his father had succeeded. It was natural for her to intend him for the ministry, and for him, sated with piety, to rebel. His early education, at home and in a grammar school at Meissen, was a mixture of German discipline and classic literature, of Lutheran theology and Latin comedy. Theophrastus, Plautus, and Terence were my world, which I studied with delight. At 17 he was sent to Leipzig on a scholarship. He found the town more interesting than the university. He sowed some wild oats, fell in love with the theatre and an actress, was allowed behind the scenes, learned the machinery of the stage. At 19 he wrote a play and managed to get it produced. Hearing of this, the mother wept, the father angrily summoned him home. He smiled them out of their grief and talked them into paying his debts. His sister, coming upon his poems, found them wondrously improper and burned them. He threw snow into her bosom to cool her zeal. He was sent back to Leipzig to study philosophy and become a professor. He found philosophy deadly, incurred incurable debts, and fled to Berlin in 1748. There he lived as a literary journeyman, writing reviews, making translations, and joining with Christlob Milius in editing a short-lived magazine of the theatre. By the age of 19 he was an addict of free thought. He read Spinoza and found him, despite geometry, irresistible. He composed a drama, about 1749, Der Freigeist, the Free Spirit. It contrasted Theopan, a kindly young clergyman, with Adrast, a harsh and raucous free-thinker and something of a rogue. Here Christianity had much the better of the argument. But about this time Lessing wrote to his father, "The Christian faith is not something which one should accept on trust from one's parents." Now he composed another play, Die Juden, discussing the intermarriage of Christian and Jew. A rich and honorable Hebrew, named simply the Traveller, saves the lives of a Christian noble and his daughter. The nobleman, as reward, offers him his daughter in marriage, but withdraws the offer when the Jew reveals his race. The Jew agrees that the marriage would be unhappy. It was not until 5 years later, in 1754, that Lessing, over a game of chess, made the acquaintance of Moses Mendelssohn, who seemed to him to embody the virtues that he had ascribed to Der Reisende. Early in 1751, Voltaire, or his secretary, engaged Lessing to translate into German some material which the expatriate philosopher wished to use in a suit against Abraham Hirsch. The secretary allowed Lessing to borrow part of a manuscript of Voltaire's Le Siècle de Louis XIV. Later in that year, Lessing went to Wittenberg and took the manuscript with him. Fearing that this uncorrected copy might be used for a pirated edition, Voltaire sent Lessing a politely urgent request for the return of the sheets. Lessing complied, but resented the urgent tone, and this may have colored his subsequent hostility to Voltaire's works and character. Lessing received the master's degree at the University of Wittenberg in 1752. Back in Berlin, he contributed to various periodicals articles of such positive thought and pungent style that by 1753 he had won an audience large enough to pardon his publishing, at the age of 24, a 6-volume collected edition of his work. These included a new play, Miss Sarah Sampson, which was a milestone in the history of the German stage. Till this time the German theatre had presented native comedies, but rarely a native tragedy. Lessing urged his fellow playwrights to turn from French to English models, and to write their own tragic dramas. He praised Diderot for defending the comedy of sentiment and the middle-class tragedy, but it was from England, from George Lillo's The London Merchant of 1731 and Samuel Richardson's Clarissa of 1748, that he took his inspiration for Miss Sarah Sampson. The play was performed at Frankfurt an der Oder in 1755, and was well received. It had all the elements of drama. It began with a seduction, ended with a suicide, and connected them with a river of tears. The villain, Mellifont, Honeyface, is Richardson's Lovelace. He is a hardened hand at defloration, but deprecates monogamy. He promises marriage to Sarah, elopes with her, sleeps with her, then postpones marriage. A former mistress tries to win him back, fails, poisons Sarah. Sarah's father arrives, ready to forgive everything and accept Mellifont as his son, only to find his daughter dying. Mellifont, quite out of character, kills himself, as if to exemplify Lessing's quip that in tragic dramas the protagonists die of nothing but the fifth act. He thought that now he could butter his bread by writing for the stage, and as Berlin had no theatre, he moved to Leipzig in 1755. Then the 7 Years' War broke out, the theatre was closed, the book trade languished, Lessing was penniless. He moved back to Berlin and contributed to Nicolai's Briefe die neueste Literatur betreffend, articles that marked a new height in German literary criticism. Rules, said his letter number 19, are what the masters of the art choose to observe. In 1760, the Austro-Russian army invaded Berlin. Lessing fled to Breslau as secretary to a Prussian general. During his 5 years there, he haunted taverns, gambled, studied Spinoza, the Christian Fathers, and Winckelmann, and wrote Laocoon. In 1765 he returned to Berlin, and in 1766 he sent his most famous book to the press. Laocoon, or The Boundaries Between Painting and Poetry, derived its immediate stimulus from Winckelmann's Thoughts on the Imitation of Greek Works in Painting and Sculpture of 1755. When Lessing had written half of his manuscript, Winckelmann's History of Ancient Art reached him in 1764. He interrupted his essay and wrote, "The History of Art by Herr Winckelmann has appeared. I will not venture a step further without having read this work." He took as his starting point Winckelmann's conception of classic Greek art as characterized by serene dignity and grandeur, and he accepted Winckelmann's claim that the Laocoon statuary group in the Vatican Gallery preserved these qualities despite mortal pain. Laocoon, priest of Apollo at Troy, suspected that there were Greeks in the Trojan horse, and hurled a spear at it. The goddess Athena, favoring the Greeks, persuaded Poseidon to send up from the sea 2 huge serpents that twined themselves murderously around the priest and his 2 sons. Winckelmann supposed that the Laocoon, now reckoned as a work of Rhodian sculptors in the last century before Christ, belonged to the classic age of Phidias. Why Winckelmann, who had seen and studied the work, ascribed calm grandeur to the distorted features of the priest is a mystery. Lessing accepted the description because he had never seen the statue. He agreed that the sculpture had moderated the expression of pain. He proceeded to inquire into the reason for this artistic restraint, and he proposed to derive it from the inherent and proper limitations of plastic art. He quoted the dictum of the Greek poet Simonides that painting is silent poetry and poetry is eloquent painting. But, he added, the two must keep within their natural bounds. Painting and sculpture should describe objects in space and not try to tell a story. Poetry should narrate events in time and not try to describe objects in space. Detailed description should be left to the plastic arts. When it occurs in poetry, as in Thomson's The Seasons or Haller's Die Alpen, it interrupts the narrative and obscures the events. To oppose this false taste and to counteract these unfounded opinions is the principal object of the following observations. Lessing soon forgot this purpose and lost himself in a detailed discussion of Winckelmann's history. Here he was without experience or competence, and his exaltation of ideal beauty as the object of art had a sterilizing effect upon German painting. He confused painting with sculpture, applying to both of them the norms proper chiefly to sculpture, and so encouraging the cold formality of Anton Raphael Mengs. But his influence on German poetry was a blessing. He freed it from long descriptions, scholastic didacticism, and tedious detail, and guided it to action and feeling. Goethe gratefully acknowledged the liberating effect of the Laocoon. Lessing found himself more at home when, in April 1767, he moved to Hamburg as playwright and dramatic critic at $800 per year. There he produced his new play, Minna von Barnhelm. Its hero, Major Tellheim, returning with honors from the war to his estates, wins betrothal to the wealthy and lovely Minna. A turn of fortune and hostile intrigues reduce him to poverty. He withdraws from his engagement as being no longer a fit husband for the heiress to a great fortune. He disappears. She pursues him and begs him to marry her. He refuses. Perceiving his reason, she contrives a hoax whereby she becomes attractively penniless. Now the Major offers himself as a mate. Suddenly 2 messengers enter, one announcing that Minna, the other that Tellheim, has been restored to affluence. Everybody rejoices, and even the servants are precipitated into marriage. The dialogue is sprightly, the characters are improbable, the plot is absurd, but nearly all plots are absurd. On the same day, April 22, 1767, that saw the opening of the National Theatre at Hamburg, Lessing issued the prospectus of his Hamburgische Dramaturgie. Periodically, in the next 2 years, these essays commented on the plays produced in Germany and on the theory of drama in the philosophers. He agreed with Aristotle in judging drama to be the highest species of poetry, and he accepted with reckless inconsistency the rules laid down in the Poetics. I do not hesitate to confess that I deem it as infallible as the Elements of Euclid, who has ceased to be infallible. Yet he implored his countrymen to abandon their subserviency to Corneille, Racine, and Voltaire, and to study the art of drama as revealed in Shakespeare, who ignored Aristotle's rules. He felt that the French drama was too formal to effect that catharsis of the emotions which Aristotle had found in the Greek drama. Shakespeare, he thought, had accomplished this purge better in Lear, Othello, and Hamlet by the intensity of the action and the force and beauty of his language. Forgetting Desdemona's handkerchief, Lessing stressed the need of probability. The good dramatist will avoid dependence upon coincidences and trivialities, and he will so build up each character that the events will follow inevitably from the nature of the persons involved. The dramatists of the Sturm und Drang period agreed to take Shakespeare as a model, and gladly liberated the German drama from the French. The nationalist spirit, rising with the victories of Frederick and the defeat of France, inspired and seconded Lessing's appeal, and Shakespeare dominated the German stage for almost a century. The Hamburg experiment collapsed because the actors quarreled among themselves and concurred only in resenting Lessing's critiques. Friedrich Schroeder complained, Lessing was never able to devote his attention to an entire performance. He would go away and come back, talk with acquaintances or give himself up to thought, and from traits which excited his passing pleasure he would form a picture that belonged rather to his own mind than to the reality. This perceptive judgment well described Lessing's wayward life and mind. Shall we stop him here in mid-career and look at him? He was of medium height, proudly erect, strong and supple through regular exercise, with fine features, dark blue eyes, and light brown hair that kept its color till his death. He was warm in his friendships, hot in his enmities. He was never so happy as in controversy, and then he dealt wounds with a sharp pen. "Let a critic," he wrote, "first seek out someone with whom he can quarrel. Thus he will gradually get into a subject, and the rest will follow as a matter of course. I frankly admit that I have selected primarily the French authors for this purpose, and among them particularly Monsieur de Voltaire," which was brave enough. He was a brilliant but reckless talker, quick in repartee. He had ideas about everything, and they were too many and forceful to let him give them order, consistency, or full effect. He enjoyed the pursuit of truth more than the dangerous delusion of having found it. Hence his most renowned remark: "Not the truth of which a man is, or believes himself to be, possessed, but the sincere effort he has made to reach it, makes the worth of a man. For not through the possession, but through the investigation of truth does he develop those energies in which alone consists his ever-growing perfection. Possession makes the mind stagnant, indolent, proud. If God held enclosed in his right hand all truth, and in his left hand simply the ever-moving impulse toward truth, although with the condition that I should eternally err, and said to me, 'Choose,' I should humbly bow before his left hand and say, 'Father, give. Pure truth is for thee alone.'" Two precious friendships remained from the Hamburg fiasco. One was with Elisa Reimarus, daughter of Hermann Reimarus, who was professor of Oriental languages in the Hamburg Academy. She made her home a center for the most cultivated society in the city. Lessing joined her circle, and Mendelssohn and Jacobi came when they were in town. We shall see the vital part that this association played in Lessing's history. Still more intimate was his attachment with Eva König. Wife of a silk merchant, mother of 4 children, she was, Lessing tells us, bright and animated, gifted with womanly tact and graciousness, and still had some of the freshness and charm of youth. She, too, gathered about her a salon of cultured friends, of whom Lessing was facile princeps. When her husband left for Venice in 1769, he said to Lessing, "I commend my family to you." It was hardly a provident arrangement, for the dramatist had no asset but genius, and owed $1,000. And in October of that year he accepted an invitation from Prince Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand of Brunswick to take charge of the ducal library at Wolfenbüttel. This town had declined to some 6,000 souls since the removal in 1753 of the reigning duke's residence to Brunswick, 7 miles away, but Casanova reckoned the collection of books and manuscripts to be the 3rd greatest library in the world. Lessing was to receive $600 a year, with 2 assistants and a servant, and free residence in the old ducal palace. In May 1770 he settled in his new home. He was not a successful librarian. Still, he pleased his employer by discovering, amid the manuscripts, a famous but lost treatise by Berengar of Tours, 998 to 1088, questioning transubstantiation. In his now sedentary life he missed the strife and stimulus of Hamburg and Berlin. Poring over bad print in poor light weakened his eyes and brought on headaches. His health began to fail. He consoled himself by writing another drama, Emilia Galotti, which expressed his resentment of aristocratic privileges and morals. Emilia is the daughter of an ardent Republican. Their sovereign, the Prince of Guastalla, desires her, has her fiancé murdered, and abducts her to his palace. The father finds her, and, at her insistence, stabs her to death. Then he surrenders himself to the prince's court and is condemned to die, while the prince continues his career only momentarily disturbed. The passion and eloquence of the play redeemed its finale. It became a favorite tragedy on the German stage. Goethe dated from its premiere in 1772 the resurrection of German literature. Some critics hailed Lessing as a German Shakespeare. In April 1775, Lessing went to Italy as cicerone to Prince Leopold of Brunswick. For 8 months he enjoyed Milan, Venice, Bologna, Modena, Parma, Piacenza, Pavia, Turin, Corsica, Rome. There he was presented to Pope Pius VI and may have seen, belatedly, the Laocoon. By February 1776 he was again at Wolfenbüttel. He thought of resigning, but was persuaded to stay by an increase of 200 thalers in his salary, and by receiving 100 louis d'or per year as adviser to the Mannheim Theatre. Now, aged 47, he proposed to the widowed Eva König that she become his wife and bring her children with her. She came, and they were married on October 8, 1776. For a year they experienced a quiet happiness. On Christmas Eve, 1777, she gave birth to a child who died the next day. 16 days later the mother died too. Lessing lost his sabre for life. Controversy sustained him. On March 1, 1768, Hermann Reimarus passed away, leaving his wife a voluminous manuscript which he had never dared to print. We have said a word elsewhere about this apology for the rational worshippers of God. Lessing had seen some of this remarkable work. He asked Frau Reimarus to let him publish parts of it. She agreed. As librarian, he had authority to publish any manuscript in the collection. He deposited the Schutzschrift in the library and then published a part of it in 1774 as The Toleration of Deists by an anonymous writer. It made no stir. But the supernatural experts were aroused by the second portion of Reimarus's manuscript, which Lessing issued in 1777, as something more from the papers of the anonymous writer concerning revelation. It argued that no revelation addressed to a single people could win universal acceptance in a world of so many diverse races and faiths. Only a minority of humanity had yet, after 1700 years, heard of the Judeo-Christian Bible. Consequently, it could not be accepted as God's revelation to mankind. A final fragment, The Aims of Jesus and His Disciples, in 1778, presented Jesus not as the Son of God, but as a fervent mystic who shared the view of some Jews that the world as then known would soon end, and be followed by the establishment of God's kingdom on earth. The apostles, said Reimarus, so understood him, for they hoped to be appointed to thrones in this coming kingdom. When the dream collapsed with Jesus' despairing cry on the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" the apostles, Reimarus supposed, invented the fable of his resurrection to conceal his defeat, and pictured him as the rewarding and avenging judge of the world. The shocked theologians attacked these Wolfenbüttel fragments in over 30 articles in the German press. Johann Melchior Goetze, chief Hamburg pastor, charged Lessing with secretly agreeing with the anonymous writer. This hypocrite, he urged, should be punished by both church and state. Milder opponents reproved Lessing for publishing in intelligible German doubts that should have been expressed, if at all, in Latin to an esoteric few. Lessing replied in 11 pamphlets in 1778 that rivaled Pascal's Lettres Provinciales in gay sarcasm and deadly wit. No head was safe from him, said Heine. Many a skull he struck off from pure wantonness, and then he was mischievous enough to hold it up to the public to show that it was empty. Lessing reminded his assailants that freedom of judgment and discussion was a vital element in the program of the Reformation. Moreover, the people had a right to all available knowledge. Otherwise, one Roman pope would be preferable to 100 Protestant prophets. After all, he argued, the worth of Christianity will remain even if the Bible be a human document and its miracles mere pious fables or natural events. The ducal government confiscated the Wolfenbüttel fragments and the Reimarus manuscript, and ordered Lessing to publish nothing further without the approval of the Brunswick censor. Silenced in his pulpit, Lessing turned to the stage and wrote his finest play. Made insolvent again by the expenses involved in the sickness and death of his wife, he borrowed $300 from a Hamburg Jew to provide the leisure to finish Nathan der Weise. He placed the action in Jerusalem during the Fourth Crusade. Nathan is a pious Jewish merchant whose wife and 7 sons are slaughtered by Christians, demoralized through years of war. 3 days later, a friar brings him a Christian infant whose mother has just died and whose father, recently slain in battle, has on several occasions saved Nathan from death. Nathan names the child Recha, brings her up as his daughter, and teaches her only those religious doctrines on which Jews, Christians, and Moslems are agreed. 18 years later, while Nathan is away on business, his house burns down. Recha is rescued by a young Knight Templar who disappears without identifying himself. Recha thinks him a miraculous angel. Nathan, returning, searches for the rescuer to reward him, is insulted by him as a Jew, but persuades him to come and receive Recha's gratitude. He comes, falls in love with her, and she with him, but when he learns that she was of Christian birth and is not being reared as a Christian, he wonders, is he not bound by his knightly oath to report the matter to the Christian Patriarch of Jerusalem? He describes his problem to the Patriarch without naming individuals. The Patriarch guesses they are Nathan and Recha, and vows to have Nathan put to death. He sends a friar to spy on the Jew. But this is the same friar who brought Recha to Nathan 18 years before. He has observed through these years the kindly wisdom of the merchant. He tells him of his danger and deplores the religious animosity that has made men so murderous. Saladin, now governor of Jerusalem, is in financial straits. He sends for Nathan, hoping to arrange a loan. Nathan comes, senses Saladin's need, and offers the loan before being asked. The Sultan, knowing Nathan's reputation for wisdom, inquires which of the 3 religions he considers best. Nathan answers with a judicious variation of the story that Boccaccio had ascribed to the Alexandrian Jew Melchizedek. A precious ring is passed down from generation to generation to designate the legitimate heir of a rich estate. But in one of these generations the father loves his 3 sons with such equal fervor that he has 3 similar rings made, and privately gives one to each son. After his death, the sons dispute as to which ring is the original and only true one. They bring the matter to court, where it is still undecided. The loving father was God. The 3 rings are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. History has not yet decided which creed is the true law of God. Nathan gives a new turn to the tale. The original ring was supposed to make its wearer virtuous, but as none of the 3 sons is more virtuous than other men, it is likely that the original ring was lost. Each ring, each faith, is true only in so far as it makes its wearer virtuous. Saladin so admires Nathan's answer that he rises and embraces him. Shortly after this philosophical parley, an Arabic manuscript turns up which shows that the Templar and Recha are children of the same father. They mourn that they cannot marry, but rejoice that they may now love each other as brother and sister, blessed by Nathan the Jew and Saladin the Mohammedan. Was Nathan modeled on Moses Mendelssohn? There are resemblances between the two, as we shall see in a later chapter. And despite many differences, it is probable that Lessing found in his friend much to inspire his idealization of the merchant of Jerusalem. Perhaps Lessing, in his eagerness to preach toleration, painted the Jew and the Moslem with more sympathy than the Christian. The Templar is, in his first meeting with Nathan, fanatically harsh, and the Patriarch, Lessing's memory of Goethe, hardly does justice to the kindly and enlightened bishops who were then governing Trier, Mainz, and Cologne. The Christian public of Germany repudiated the play as unfair when it was published in 1779. Several of Lessing's friends joined in the criticism. Nathan the Wise did not reach the stage till 1783, and on the 3rd night the house was empty. In 1801 a version prepared by Schiller and Goethe was well received at Weimar, and thereafter the play remained for a century a favorite in German theaters. A year before his death, Lessing issued his final appeal for understanding. He couched it in religious terms, as if to mollify resistance and provide a bridge from old ideas to new. In some aspects, the essay The Education of the Human Race, of 1780, justifies the old ideas. Then we perceive that the apology is a plea for the Enlightenment. All history may be viewed as a divine revelation, as a gradual education of mankind. Every great religion was a stage in that step-by-step illumination. It was not, as some Frenchmen had supposed, a trick imposed upon credulous people by self-seeking priests. It was a world theory intended to civilize humanity, to inculcate virtue, decency, and social unity. In one stage, the Old Testament, religion sought to make men virtuous by promising them worldly goods and a long life. In another stage, the New Testament, it sought to overcome the discouraging discrepancy between virtue and earthly success by promising rewards after death. In both cases the appeal was adjusted to the limited understanding of the people at the time. Each religion contained a precious kernel of truth, which may have owed its acceptance to the coating of error that sweetened it. If around the basic beliefs theologians developed dogmas hard to understand, like original sin and the Trinity, these doctrines too were symbols of truth and instruments of education. God may be conceived as one power with many aspects and meanings, and sin is original in the sense that we are all born with a tendency to resist moral and social laws. But supernatural Christianity is only a step in the evolution of the human mind. A higher stage comes when the race learns to reason, and when men grow strong and clear enough to do the right because it is seen to be right and reasonable, rather than for material or heavenly rewards. That stage has been reached by some individuals. It has not yet come to the race, but it will come. It will assuredly come, the time of a new, eternal gospel. Just as the average individual recapitulates in his growth the intellectual and moral development of the race, so the race slowly passes through the intellectual and moral development of the superior individual. To put it Pythagoreanly, each of us is reborn and reborn until his education, his adjustment to reason, is complete. What were Lessing's final views on religion? He accepted it as an immense aid to morality, but he resented it as a system of dogmas demanding acceptance on pain of sin, punishment, and social obloquy. He thought of God as the inner spirit of reality, causing development and itself developing. He thought of Christ as the most ideal of men, but only metaphorically an incarnation of this God. And he hoped for a time when all theology would have disappeared from Christianity, and only the sublime ethic of patient kindness and universal brotherhood would remain. In the draft of a letter to Mendelssohn he declared his adherence to Spinoza's view that body and mind are the outside and inside of one reality, two attributes of one substance identical with God. The orthodox conceptions of deity, he told Jacobi, no longer exist for me. I cannot endure them. Hen kai pan, one and all. I know of nothing else. In 1780, Jacobi, visiting him at Wolfenbüttel, asked him for help in refuting Spinoza, and was shocked by Lessing's reply. There is no other philosophy but Spinoza's. If I were to call myself after someone, I know of no other name. Lessing's heresies and his occasional truculence in controversy left him lonely in his final years. He had a few friends in Brunswick with whom, now and then, he came to chat and play chess. His wife's children lived with him in Wolfenbüttel. He devoted entirely to them the little legacy she had left. But his adversaries denounced him throughout Germany as a monstrous atheist. He defied them and dared to oppose the man who paid his salary. When Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, now in 1780 Duke of Brunswick, threw into prison a young Jew who had incurred his displeasure, Lessing visited the youth in jail, and later took him into his house to win back health. His own health was gone. His eyesight was now so dim that he could hardly read. He suffered from asthma, weakening of the lungs, hardening of the arteries. On February 3, 1781, on a visit to Brunswick, he experienced a severe asthmatic attack and vomited blood. He instructed his friends, "When you see me about to die, call a notary. I will declare before him that I die in none of the prevailing religions." On February 15th, as he lay in bed, some friends gathered in the next room. Suddenly the door of his room opened. Lessing appeared, bent and weak, and raised his cap in greeting. Then he sank to the floor in an apoplectic stroke. A theological journal announced that at his death Satan bore him away to hell as another Faust who had sold his soul. He left so little money that the Duke had to pay for his funeral. He was the herald of Germany's greatest literary age. In the year of his passing, Kant published the epical Critique of Pure Reason, and Schiller published his first play. Goethe looked up to Lessing as the great liberator, the father of the German Enlightenment. "In life," said Goethe to Lessing's shade, "we honored you as one of the gods. Now that you are dead, your spirit reigns over all souls." 6. The Romantic Reaction. Goethe spoke for a small minority. The great majority of the German people clung to their Christian heritage, and they hailed as divinely inspired the poet who sang their faith. 6 years after Handel stirred at least Ireland with the heavenly strains of Messiah, Friedrich Gottlieb Klopstock won the heart of Germany with the first fervent cantos of Der Messias, 1748 to 1773. Born in 1724, Klopstock antedated Lessing by 5 years, survived him by 22. Lessing, the son of a clergyman, became a freethinker. Klopstock, the son of a lawyer, took as a main mission of his life the composition of an epic poem on the life of Christ. He was so aflame with his theme that he published the first 3 cantos when still a lad of 24. These unrhymed hexameters won so grateful an audience that when, a year later, he proposed to his cousin, letters came to her from various parts of Germany urging her to accept him. She refused. But Frederick V of Denmark, on the recommendation of his minister Johann von Bernstorff, invited Klopstock to come and live at the Danish court and finish his epic at $400 a year. On his way to Copenhagen, the poet took kindly to a Hamburg admirer, Margareta Müller. In 1754 he married her. In 1758 she died, breaking his heart and darkening his verse. He commemorated her in the 15th canto of the Messiah and in some of the most moving of his odes. He stayed in Copenhagen 20 years, fell from favor when Bernstorff was dismissed, returned to Hamburg, and in 1773 published the final cantos of his massive poem. It began with an invocation echoing Milton. Then, through 20 cantos, it told the sacred story from the meditations of Christ on the Mount of Olives to his ascension into heaven. After taking almost as long to write his epic as Jesus had taken to live it, Klopstock concluded with a grateful Te Deum. "Lo, I have reached my goal. The stirring thought thrills through my spirit. Thine all-powerful arm, my Lord, my God, alone hath guided me by more than one dark grave, ere I might reach that distant goal. Thou, Lord, hast healed me still, hast shed fresh courage o'er my sinking heart, which held with death its near companionship. And if I gazed on terrors, their dark shapes soon disappeared, for thou protectedst me. Swiftly they vanished. Saviour, I have sung thy covenant of mercy. I have trod my fearful path. My hope hath been in thee." The Messiah was welcomed by Orthodox Germany as the best poetry yet written in the German language. Goethe tells of a Frankfurt councillor who read the first 10 cantos every year in Passion Week, and thus refreshed himself for the entire year. As for himself, Goethe could enjoy the epic only by discarding certain requirements which an advancing cultivation does not willingly abandon. Klopstock poured his piety so profusely into his verse that his poem became a succession of lyrics and Bachian chorales, rather than the fluent narrative that an epic should be, and we find it difficult to follow a lyric flight through 20 cantos and 25 years. As Voltaire generated his opposite in Rousseau, so Lessing, by his skepticism, rationalism, and intellectualism, made Germany feel the need of writers who would, in contrast, recognize the place and rights of feeling, sentiment, imagination, mystery, romance, and the supernatural in human life. In some Germans of this period, especially women, the cult of Empfindsamkeit, sensibility, became a religion as well as a fashion. Darmstadt had a circle of sensitives, whose members made a principle and ritual of sentiment and emotional expression. Rousseau was the messiah of these spirits. His influence in Germany was far greater than Voltaire's. Herder and Schiller acknowledged him as a fountainhead. Kant's critique of practical reason was suffused with Rousseau. Goethe began with Rousseau, Gefühl ist alles, and went on to Voltaire, Gedenke zu leben, and ended by knocking their heads together. From England, meanwhile, came the poets of feeling, James Thomson, William Collins, Edward Young, and the novelists of feeling, Richardson and Sturm. The relics of Percy and the Ossianic poems of Macpherson aroused interest in medieval poetry, mystery, and romance. Klopstock and Heinrich von Gerstenberg brought to life the pre-Christian mythology of Scandinavia and Germany. Johann Georg Hamann, before 1781, was the Kapellmeister of the Revolt Against Reason. Born, like Kant, in cloudy Königsberg, strongly imbued by his father with religious feeling, educated in the university, he labored in poverty as a tutor and found solace in a Protestant faith resilient to all the blows of the Enlightenment. Reason, he contended, is only a part of man, lately developed and not fundamental. Instinct, intuition, feeling are deeper, and a true philosophy will base itself upon the whole nature and gamut of man. Language originated not as a product of reason, but as a gift of God for the expression of feeling. Poetry is deeper than prose. Great literature is written not by knowledge and observance of rules and reasons, but by that indefinable quality called genius, which, guided by feeling, overleaps all rules. Friedrich Jacobi agreed with Hamann and Rousseau. Spinoza's philosophy, he said, is perfectly logical if you accept logic, but it is false because logic never reaches the heart of reality, which is revealed only to feeling and faith. God's existence cannot be proved by reason, but feeling knows that without belief in God, the life of man is a tragic and hopeless futility. With this exaltation of feeling and poetry, the Teutonic soul was primed for such flights of imaginative literature as made the second half of the 18th century in Germany recall the fervor and fertility of Elizabethan England. Magazines of poetry multiplied, suffering their usual brief tenure of life. Johann Heinrich Voss, besides translating Homer, Virgil, and Shakespeare, wrote a tender novel in verse, Louisa, between 1783 and 1795, which won the heart of Germany and stirred Goethe to rivalry. Solomon Gessner gained an international audience with his delicate lyrics and prose pastorals. Matthias Claudius touched 100,000 mothers with idyllic songs of domesticity, like his Wiegenlied bei Mondenschein zu singen, lullaby to sing by the light of the moon. Sleep now, my little girl, why do you cry? Soft in the moonlight and sweet is rest. Then sooner comes sleep and without pain. The moon rejoices in children and loves you. Gottfried Bürger had all the qualities of a romantic genius. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 1. Gottfried Bürger had all the qualities of a romantic genius. Son of a pastor, he was sent to Halle and Göttingen to study law, but his dissolute life led to his withdrawal from college. In 1773, he won universal absolution of his sins by his ballad, Lenora. Lenora's lover goes off with Frederick's army to the siege of Prague. Each morning she starts up from her dreams and asks, "Wilhelm, are you faithless or dead? How long will you tarry?" The war ends, the troops return. Wives and mothers and children greet them with joy and thanks to God. She questioned all in that parade and begged of each his name, but there was none who gave her word, none of all who came. And when the soldiers all were gone, she tore her raven hair and threw herself upon the ground in throes of wild despair. Her mother tells her that what God does is well done. Lenora answers that this is a delusion, and she begs for death. The mother talks to her of heaven and hell. Leonora replies that heaven is to be with Wilhelm, hell is to be without him. All day long she raves. At night a rider draws up at her door, gives no name, bids her come with him and be his bride. She rides behind him on his black horse, rides all through the night. They come to a cemetery. Ghosts dance around them. Suddenly the horseman turns into a corpse. Leonora finds herself clinging to a skeleton. While she hovers between life and death, spirits wail these words: "Patience, patience, even when the heart breaks. With God in heaven quarrel not. Of your body you are shorn. God have mercy on your soul." 7. Sturm und Drang. From the piety of Klopstock and the tenderness of Gessner, the romantic movement surged on to the irreverent individualism, the storming and striving of German youth in the ecstasy of moral and social revolt. The stiff aristocracy of the courts, the fading dogmas of the preachers, the dreary money-grubbing of the business class, the dulling routine of bureaucrats, the pompous pedantry of pundits, all aroused the resentment of young Germans conscious of ability and deprived of place. They listened to Rousseau's cry for naturalness and freedom, but took no stock in his apotheosis of the general will. They agreed with him in rejecting materialism, rationalism, and determinism, and with Lessing in preferring the lusty irregularity of Shakespeare to the cramping classicism of Corneille and Racine. They relished Voltaire's wit, but thought they found a desert where he had passed. They were thrilled by the rebellion of the American colonies against England. "We wished the Americans all success," Goethe recalled. The names of Franklin and Washington began to shine and sparkle in the firmament of politics and war. These Stürmer and Dranger felt the intoxication of physical adolescence and mental awakening, and bemoaned the incubus of the old upon the young, of the state upon the soul. They were all for originality, for direct experience and unhindered expression, and some of them believed that their genius exempted them from the law. They felt that time was on their side, that the near future would see their victory. "Oh," exclaimed Goethe, "that was a good time when Merck and I were young." Some rebels expressed their philosophy by defying the conventions of dress and replacing them with conventions of their own. So Christoph Kaufmann went about with head uncovered, hair uncombed, and shirt open to the navel. But this was exceptional. Most of the protagonists, barring a suicide or two, avoided such inverted sartorial display, and some of them were well-to-do. Goethe himself was one of the progenitors of Sturm und Drang with his play Götz von Berlichingen of 1773, and in the following year his Werther became the triumphant standard of Romanticism. Schiller joined the movement with Die Räuber in 1781, but these complex and evolving spirits soon left the campaign to more impassioned and weakly rooted youths. Johann Merck was one of the founding fathers. To all appearances he was sane and strong. He had gone through university, was persona grata at the court of Hesse-Darmstadt, became paymaster general of the army, and had a reputation for both sharp intelligence and practical ability. Goethe, meeting him in 1771, was favorably impressed and shared with him and Herder in maintaining a critical review, the Frankfurter Gelehrte Anzeigen. Hence the rebels were at first called Frankfurters. Familiar with business and politics, travelling through Germany and into Russia, Merck saw and satirized the vanities of wealth, the tedium of courts, and the exploitation of the peasantry. Finding himself powerless to reform these conditions, he became bitter and cynical. Goethe called him Mephistopheles Merck, and took himself and Merck as part models for the protagonists in Faust. Reverses in business and misery in marriage unsettled Merck's mind. He sank into debt, from which the Duke of Saxe-Weimar, at Goethe's request, rescued him. He fell a prey to persistent melancholy and killed himself at the age of 50 in 1791. Even more tragic was the career of Reinhold Lenz. Son of a Lutheran pastor in Livonia, his weak nerves and excitable temperament were affected in childhood by stress on the doctrines of sin and hell. He was helped for a time by hearing Kant's lectures in Königsberg. Kant introduced him to Rousseau's writings, and soon Lenz spoke of La Nouvelle Héloïse as the best book ever printed in France. At Strasbourg he met Goethe, was fascinated by his positive character, imitated him in thought and style, wrote lyrics so much like Goethe's that they were included in some editions of Goethe's works. He went on to Zensenheim, fell in love, after Goethe, with Friederike Brion, and composed fervent poems in her praise. He assured her that unless she returned his love, he would kill himself. She did not, and he did not. He moved to Weimar, was befriended by Goethe, envied Goethe's success, mocked Goethe's relation with Charlotte von Stein, and was invited by the Duke to leave the duchy. He had considerable talent as poet and dramatist. One of his plays, Die Soldaten, sharply satirized class distinctions and bourgeois life. Its central character is a middle-class girl who, aspiring in vain to marry an officer, becomes a prostitute and solicits her unrecognized father in the streets. Himself too unstable to find a firm footing in life, Lenz wandered from post to post and failure to failure, suffered spells of madness, repeatedly tried suicide, and died insane in 1792. Maximilian von Klinger was the cleverest of the Stürmer. He denounced the world and rose to high place in it. He indulged in violent speech in his plays and became curator of the University of Dorpat. He enjoyed all the oats and follies of youth and lived to be 79. It was of him that Goethe wrote the perceptive line, "In girls we love what they are, but in young men what they promise to be." Klinger's most famous play, Sturm und Drang, from 1776, written at the age of 24, gave its name and mood to the movement. It showed European rebels expatriating themselves to America in the hope of finding free outlets for their individualities. Its language was that of passion run wild. Its gospel was that of genius liberated from all rules. Klinger served in the Austrian and Russian armies, married a natural daughter of Catherine the Great, subsided into a professorship, and congealed into a pillar of the state. Wilhelm Heinze capped Sturm und Drang with a novel, Ardinghello, in 1787, which united anarchism, nihilism, communism, fascism, amoralism, and will to power in a revel of sensuality and crime. "Crime is not crime," says the hero, "if it is brave. The only real crime is weakness. The truest virtues are strength and courage of body and will. Life is the manifestation of elemental instincts, and we miss the mark if we brand these as immoral. So Ardinghello seduces and murders at opportunity or whim, and sees in his unshackled passions nature's highest law. He describes the exploits of Hannibal, honors him as a superman, and asks, what are millions of men, who all their lives have not had a single hour like his, compared with this one man? He founds a communistic society with communism of women, women's suffrage, and the worship of the elements as the only religion. In the confused whirlwind of Sturm und Drang, some dominating ideas gave the movement character and influence. Most of its leaders came from the middle class and began their revolt as a protest against the privileges of birth, the insolence of office, and the luxury of prelates feasting on peasants' tithes. They all agreed in commiserating the lot and idealizing the character of the peasant, serf or free. They challenged women to discard their fashions and farthingales, their sentiment and swooning and submissive piety, and summoning them to come and share the exciting life of the emancipated mind and the roaming male. They redefined religion as a divine afflatus in a soul whose genius is part of the creative urge and mystery of the world. They identified nature with God and concluded that to be natural was to be divine. They took the medieval legend of Faust as a symbol for the intellectual hunger and burning ambition that breaks through all barriers of tradition, convention, morals, or laws. So Mahler-Müller, long before Goethe, wrote a drama, Faust's Leben, because I early recognized him as a great fellow who feels all his power, feels the bridle that fate has put upon him, and tries to throw it off, who has the courage to hurl everything down that steps in his way. The enthusiasm and exaggerations of Sturm und Drang marked it as an expression of intellectual adolescence, the voice of a minority condemned to grow up and simmer down. The movement won no popular support, for tradition and the people have always supported each other. Finding themselves without a base in the structure of German life, the Stormers made their peace with the princes and, like the Philosophes, trusted that enlightened rulers would lead the way to intellectual liberation and social reform. Herder, Goethe, and Schiller touched the movement in their youth, withdrew from the consuming fire, clipped their claws and folded their wings, and gratefully accepted the protection of Weimar's genial dukes. 8. The Artists. The Germans of this age were quite equal to the French and Italians in art. They took Baroque from Italy and Rococo from France, but they gave Winckelmann and Mengs to Italy, and their expatriates, David Röntgen, Jean Riesner, and Adam Weisweiler, were preferred to French cabinet-makers by French kings and queens. So Louis XVI paid 80,000 livres for a secrétaire by Röntgen. The residence at Munich, Frederick's Neues Palais at Potsdam, and the homes of well-to-do Germans were crowded with massive furniture elaborately carved, until, at the end of this age, a lighter style came in from England's Chippendale and Sheraton. The Meissen factories had been injured in the war, but Nymphenburg, Ludwigsburg, Potsdam, and other centres carried on the arts of porcelain and faience. German shelves, mantels, tables, and desks smiled with jolly, graceful, dancing, singing, kissing figurines. On a larger scale there was admirable statuary. Martin Klauer made a bust of Goethe in the early Weimar days, eager, bright-eyed, confident. Martin's son Ludwig did not do so well with Schiller. Better is the Schiller now in a square at Stuttgart by Johann von Dannecker. Supreme in German sculpture in this age was Johann Gottfried Schadow, who became a court sculptor at Berlin in 1788. In 1791 he made a head of Frederick. In 1793 he carved him in full length. In 1816 he cast in bronze a smaller Frederick, an unforgettable masterpiece. He cast the bronze quadriga of Victory for the Brandenburg Gate, and achieved an almost classical loveliness in the marble group of Crown Princess Louisa and her sister Friederike. Germany had so many painters that she could afford to surrender a dozen of them to Italy and still have good ones left. Tischbeins were so numerous in the Brotherhood of the Brush that we can confuse them with ease. Johann Heinrich Tischbein, painter to the court of Hesse-Kassel, made a fine portrait of Lessing. His nephew, Johann Friedrich Tischbein, painted in Kassel, Rome, Naples, Paris, Vienna, The Hague, Dessau, Leipzig, and St. Petersburg, and made a charming group of the children of Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar. Johann Heinrich Wilhelm Tischbein lived in Italy from 1787 to 1799, painted a famous picture, Goethe in the Roman Campagna, and returned to be court painter to the Duke of Oldenburg. One source of the German Drang nach Italien was Adam Friedrich Oeser, sculptor, painter, etcher, teacher, champion of art reform on classic lines. Winckelmann lived with him for a time in Dresden, criticized his drawing, admired his character, and said, "He knows as much as one can know outside of Italy." In 1764, Oeser was made director of the Art Academy at Leipzig. Goethe visited him there and caught the Italian fever. Of those artists who remained in Germany, Daniel Chodowiecki led the list, and he was a Pole. Born in Danzig, left an orphan, he learned to support himself by drawings, engravings, and paintings. In 1743 he moved to Berlin and became German in all but name. He told the life of Christ in superb miniatures, which gave him a national reputation. Then, in a more Voltairian mood, he painted Jean Calas and his family. His drawings were in such demand that for years hardly any major work of literature was published in Prussia without illustrations from his hand. In the finest of his etchings he sketched his own household, himself at work, his wife proudly surveying her 5 children, the walls covered with art. With a red crayon he drew the figure of Lotte Kestner, whom Goethe loved and lost. In his work there is a grace of line and a tenderness of feeling that distinguished him from Hogarth, to whom he was often compared because of his many pictures of common life. But he rightly deprecated such a correlation. Often he was inspired by Watteau. A gathering in the zoological garden has Watteau's flair for the open air and the entrancing swirl of feminine robes. Anton Graf left a portrait of Chodowiecki, all smiles and curls and avoirdupois, and a portrait of himself, looking up from his work but dressed as for a ball. He put more spirit into his lovely portrait of his wife, caught the pride of the actress Corona Schröter, and glorified with golden raiment the overflowing form of Frau Hofrat Böhme. Last of the line in this half-century was Asmus Jakob Carstens, who absorbed Winckelmann's gospel in letter and spirit, and completed the classic revival in German painting. Born in Schleswig, schooled in Copenhagen and Italy, he worked chiefly in Lübeck and Berlin. But he went back to Italy in 1792 and feasted on the remains of ancient sculpture and architecture. He did not know that time had washed away the color from Greek art, leaving only line, so, like Mengs, he reduced his brush to a pencil and aimed only at perfect form. He was disturbed by the physical imperfections of the models who posed in the studios. He decided to trust to his imagination, and he delighted in picturing Greek gods and scenes from Greek mythology as he and Winckelmann conceived them. From these he passed on to illustrating Dante and Shakespeare. Always his passion for line and form missed color and life, and even when he achieved an almost Michelangelesque vision of godlike figures, as in The Birth of Light, we can only praise him for remembering the Sistine Chapel's paintings as accurately as Mozart remembered its music. Rome returned his affection and gave his work in 1795 one of the most extensive and celebrated exhibitions that any modern artist had ever received. There, 3 years later, he died, still only 44 years old. Art, like sex, can be a consuming fire. The neoclassic mood dominated the architectural embellishment of Potsdam and Berlin under Frederick the Great. He had begun the Neues Palais in 1755. He did not let the war deter him from the project. 3 architects, Bühring, Gontard, and Monget, shared in designing it. They mingled classic with Baroque in an imposing edifice that recalled the palaces of ancient Rome. And in the interior decoration they rivaled the finest specimens of French Rococo. The Französische Kirche, or French Church, in Berlin, had a classic portico. Gontard and his pupil Georg Unger added a classic tower between 1780 and 85. Unger augmented the majesty of Berlin with the Königliche Bibliothek, or Royal Library, in 1774 to 1780. The Brandenburger Tor, or Brandenburg Gate, raised by Karl Langhans in 1788 to 91, was frankly modeled on the propylaea of the Acropolis. It barely survived the Second World War, but lost the famous quadriga, the 4-horse chariot with which Schadow had crowned it. Other German cities were minting monuments to house princes, nobles, and cadavers. Frederick's sister Wilhelmina beautified Bayreuth with a palace of charming Rococo from 1744 to 1773. At Kassel, Simon Louis Dury designed, from 1769 onward, the sumptuous dance hall and blue room in the Schloss of the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel. On the Rhine near Düsseldorf, Nikolaus von Pigaga built the lordly Schloss Benrath between 1755 and 1769, and near Ludwigsburg, Philippe de la Guépierre raised the pretty Palace of Montrepos between 1762 and 64. 9. After Bach. Germany was blessed and excited with music beyond any other nation but Italy. A family without musical instruments was an abnormality. Schools taught music almost on a par with religion and reading. Church music was in decline because science and philosophy, cities and industry were secularizing minds. The great Lutheran hymns still resounded, but song was passing from church choirs to Lieder, Singspiele, and opera. Johann Peter Schultz opened a new era in song with his Lieder im Volkston in 1782. Henceforth, Germany enjoyed an unquestioned leadership in this application of music to lyric poetry. The mechanical improvement of the piano stimulated the spread of concerts and the rise of instrumental virtuosi. Performers like Johann Schobert, Abt Vogler, and Johann Hummel conquered a dozen cities. On March 10, 1789, Hummel, then 11 years old, gave a piano recital at Dresden. He did not know that Mozart was to be in the audience. During the concert he saw and recognized his former teacher. As soon as his piece was finished, he made his way through the applauding assemblage and embraced Mozart with warm expressions of homage and joy. Abt, that is, Abbot Vogler, won his title by being ordained as a priest in 1773. At Mannheim he was both court chaplain and music director. As a writer on music, he was one of the most original and influential of the century. As a virtuoso on the organ, he won the jealousy of Mozart. As a teacher, he formed Weber and Meyerbeer. As a papal legate, he made Mannheim laugh by wearing blue stockings, carrying his breviary with his music, and sometimes keeping his audience waiting while he finished his prayers. Mannheim's orchestra was now a group of 76 select musicians, ably led by Christian Cannabich as teacher, conductor, and solo violinist. Famous was Lord Fordyce's remark that Germany stood at the head of the nations for two reasons, the Prussian army and the Mannheim orchestra. Only less renowned was the Gewandhaus Orchestra in Leipzig. Concerts were gigantic, 3 or 4, sometimes 6 concertos in one program. And they were everywhere, in theaters, churches, universities, palaces, taverns, and parks. The symphony now competed with the concerto in the orchestral repertoire. By 1770, even before Haydn, it was accepted as the highest form of instrumental music. Half the famous composers of this period came from the strong heart and loins of Johann Sebastian Bach. By his first wife he had 7 children, of whom 2, Wilhelm Friedemann and Carl Philipp Emanuel, achieved international celebrity. By his second wife he had 13 children, of whom 2, Johann Christoph Friedrich and Johann Christian, became prominent in music. Johann Christoph Friedrich begot a minor composer, Wilhelm Friedrich Ernst Bach, so that Johann Sebastian gave the world 5 men who secured a place in music history. A distant relative, Johann Ernst Bach, studied with the master at Leipzig, became Kapellmeister at Weimar, and left several compositions to oblivion. Wilhelm Friedemann Bach was born at Weimar. The first part of his father's Wohltemperierte Klavier was written for his instruction. He progressed rapidly and was already a composer at 16. At 23 he was appointed organist at the Sophiankirche in Dresden. And as his duties there were light, he wrote several sonatas, concertos, and symphonies. He rose in stipend and fame by being chosen in 1746 organist at the Liebfrauenkirche in Halle. There he remained 18 years, so he came to be called the Halle Bach. He loved drink only next to music. He resigned in 1764, and for 20 years he drifted from town to town, living literally from hand to mouth by giving recitals and taking pupils. In 1774 he settled in Berlin, where he died in poverty in 1784. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach was left-handed, and so had to confine his musical performance to the organ and the piano. In 1734, aged 20, he entered the University of Frankfurt. There he enjoyed the friendship of Georg Philipp Telemann, who had been one of his godfathers and had given him part of his name. In 1737 he played some of his compositions before an audience that included Frederick William I of Prussia. Knowing that Crown Prince Frederick loved music, he went to Rheinsberg and presented himself with no immediate result. But in 1740 Frederick, now king, appointed him cembalist in the chapel orchestra at Potsdam. He found it irritating to accompany Frederick's temperamental flute and to accept his royal authority in music. After 16 years of service in the orchestra, he retired to specialize in teaching. His Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen, from 1753 onward, marked the beginning of modern pianoforte technique. Haydn formed his piano artistry on this manual, and because of it, Mozart said of this Berlin Bach, "He is the father and we are his boys. Those of us who know anything correctly have learned from him, and any student who does not confess this is a rascal." In his compositions, Emanuel consciously diverged from his father's contrapuntal style to a simpler homophonic treatment and melodic line. In 1767 he accepted the post of director of church music at Hamburg. There he spent the remaining 21 years of his life. In 1795 Haydn came to Hamburg to see him, only to find that the greatest of Johann Sebastian's sons was 7 years dead. Johann Christoph Friedrich Bach, after studying with his father and at the University of Leipzig, became at 18 in 1750 Kammermusicus at Buckeberg to Wilhelm, Count of Schaumburg-Lippe. At 26 he was Concertmeister. The great event in his 28 years at this court was the coming of Herder in 1771 as preacher. Herder provided him with inspiring texts for oratorios, cantatas, and songs. Johann Christoph followed his father's methods and spirit, and was lost in the changefulness of time. In contrast, the youngest son, Johann Christian Bach, gave his musical allegiance to Italy. Only 15 when his father died, he was sent to Berlin, where his half-brother Wilhelm Friedemann gave him support and instruction. At 19 he went to Bologna, where Conte Cavaliere Agostino Lita paid for his studies under Padre Martini. The youth was so charmed by Italian life and Catholic music that he became a convert, and for 6 years devoted his compositions chiefly to the Church. In 1760 he was made organist in the Milan Cathedral and became the Milan Bach. Meanwhile, Italian opera had aroused his ambition to excel in secular as well as ecclesiastical music. He produced operas at Turin and Naples in 1761, and his Milan employers complained that the galanterie of these compositions discorded with his position in the cathedral. Johann Christian changed his foot of earth to London in 1762, where his operas had unusually long runs. Soon he was appointed music master to Queen Charlotte Sophia. He welcomed the 7-year-old Mozart to London in 1764 and frolicked with him at the piano. The boy loved the now fully accomplished musician and took many hints from him in composing sonatas, operas, and symphonies. In 1778 Bach went to Paris to present his Amédée de Gaulle. There he again met Mozart, and the youth of 22 was as delighted with him as he had been 15 years before. "He is an honest man and does people justice," Wolfgang wrote to his father. "I love him from my heart." All in all, this Bach dynasty, from the Veit Bach who died in 1619 to the Wilhelm Friedrich Ernst Bach who died in 1845, is the most remarkable in cultural history. Of some 60 Bachs known by name among the relatives of Johann Sebastian, 53 were professional musicians. 8 of his ancestors and 5 of his progeny were of sufficient caliber to warrant special articles in a dictionary of music. Several of the sons won greater fame and reputation in their lifetimes than Johann Sebastian had enjoyed. Not that they monopolized musical fame. The executants, as usual, received the greater acclaim when alive, and were sooner forgotten when dead. And composers like Carl Friedrich Fasch and Christian Friedrich Schubart rivaled Bach's sons in renown. Looking back upon this second half of the 18th century, we perceive some special lines of musical evolution. The growing range and power of the piano freed music from subservience to words and encouraged instrumental compositions. The widened audience for concerts and the lessening of ecclesiastical dominance led composers away from the polyphony of Johann Sebastian Bach to the more easily appreciated harmonies of his successors. The influence of Italian opera made for melody even in instrumental pieces, while by a contrasting movement the leader gave a new complexity to song. The revolt against Italian opera culminated in Gluck, who proposed to subordinate music to drama, but rather ennobled drama with music. By another avenue, the revolt developed the Singspiel, which reached its peak in the magic flute. The concerto grosso passed into the concerto for one solo instrument and orchestra. The sonata, in Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach and Haydn, took its classic form, and the quartet evolved into the symphony. Everything was prepared for Beethoven. 10. Der Alte Fritz. Over all this varied life of politics, religion, industry, amusement, music, art, science, philosophy, philanthropy, and sin, loomed the aging hero whom Germany called Der Alte Fritz, not loving him, but honoring him as the most amazing Teuton of his time. Not content with ruling his kingdom and his orchestra, he envied Voltaire's pen and longed to be lauded as a poet and historian. He bequeathed to posterity 30 volumes of writings, 7 of history, 6 of poetry, 3 of military treatises, 2 of philosophy, 12 of correspondence, all in French. His poems were mostly of the fugitive kind and have escaped remembrance. He was one of the leading historians of the age. Early in his reign he wrote the history of his ancestors, Mémoire pour servir à l'histoire de la Maison de Brandebourg. This in 1751. Like most historians, he claimed impartiality. I have risen above all prejudice. I have regarded princes, kings, relatives as ordinary men. But he rose to rapture when describing Frederick William, the great elector. His literary masterpiece was L'Histoire de mon temps, recording his own rule. He began it soon after the close of the First Silesian War, between 1740 and 1742, and continued it at intervals till late in life. Probably under the influence of Voltaire, though writing much of this book before the appearance of Voltaire's Le siècle de Louis XIV and L'essai sur les mœurs, Frederick included the history of science, philosophy, literature, and art. He apologized for spending space on imbeciles clothed in purple, charlatans crowned with a tiara, but to follow the discovery of new truths, to grasp the causes of change in morals and manners, to study the processes by which the darkness of barbarism has been lifted from the minds of men, these surely are subjects worthy to occupy all thinking men. He praised Hobbes, Locke, and the deists in England, Thomasius and Wolff in Germany, Fontenelle and Voltaire in France. These great men and their disciples struck a mortal blow at religion. Men began to examine what they had stupidly adored. Reason overthrew superstition. Deism, the simple worship of the Supreme Being, gained many followers. Despising the French government but loving French literature, Frederick rated Voltaire's Henriade above the Iliad and Racine above Sophocles. He equaled Boileau with Horace and Bossuet with Demosthenes. He laughed at the language and literature, praised the architecture of Germany. He labored to excuse his invasion of Silesia. A statesman, he felt, may violate the 10 Commandments if the vital interests of his state require it. It is better that the sovereign should break his word than that the people should perish, which he hoped we would believe had been the danger to Prussia in 1740. He admitted making many mistakes as a general, but he thought it unnecessary to record his flight at Mollwitz. All in all, these 2 volumes rank with the best historical writing of modern Europe before Gibbon. Hardly had the 7 Years' War been concluded when Frederick set himself to writing his Histoire de la guerre de 7 ans. Like Caesar, he aspired to be the best historian of his own campaigns, and like Caesar, he avoided embarrassment by speaking of himself in the third person. Again, and perhaps with better reason, he sought to justify the bold initiative with which he had opened hostilities. He lauded his great enemy, Maria Theresa, in all that concerned her domestic government, but in foreign relations he condemned her as this proud woman who, devoured by ambition, wished to reach the goal of glory by every path. Amid his fairly impartial record of the campaigns, he stopped to mourn the death of his mother in 1757 and of his sister in 1758. The page in which he described Wilhelmina is an oasis of love in a waste of war. He concluded that history is an excellent teacher with few pupils. It is in the nature of man that no one learns from experience. The follies of the fathers are lost on their children. Each generation has to commit its own. Whoever reads history with application will perceive that the same scenes are often repeated, and that one need only change the names of the actors. And even if we could learn, we should still be subject to unpredictable chance. These memoirs convince me more and more that to write history is to compile the follies of men and the strokes of fortune. Everything turns on these 2 articles. Twice, in 1752 and 1768, in a Last Testament, he tried to convey some of the lessons of his own experience to his heirs. He urged them to study the aims and resources of the various states and the methods available for protecting and developing Prussia. He followed his father in stressing the need of keeping the army in good order. He cautioned his successors against spending beyond revenue. He predicted political trouble for fiscally reckless France. and he advised that revenues be increased not by imposing new taxes, but by stimulating the productivity of the economy. All religions should be protected if they kept the peace, though all religions, when one looks into them, rest on a system of fable more or less absurd. The royal power should be absolute, but the king should consider himself the first servant of the state. Since Prussia was endangered by her smallness amid large states like Russia, France, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the king should seize upon any opportunity to enlarge and unify Prussia, preferably by conquest of Saxony, Polish Prussia, and Swedish Pomerania. The first concern of a prince is to maintain himself, the second is to extend his territory. This demands suppleness and resource. The way to hide secret ambitions is to profess specific sentiments till the favorable moment arrives. This has been the method of all great statesmen. The king should prepare his successor for government. He should have him educated by enlightened men, not by ecclesiastics, for these will stuff him with superstitions calculated to make him a docile tool of the Church. Such an education produces a mediocre mind, soon crushed by the responsibilities of state. This is what I have seen, and if I accept the Queen of Hungary, Maria Theresa, and the King of Sardinia, Charles Emmanuel I, all the princes of Europe are merely illustrious imbeciles. This was written when Elizabeth ruled Russia. The Testament of 1768 was more polite, for Catherine had already shown her mettle. Now Frederick prophesied that Russia would be the most dangerous power in Europe. As he aged, he began to wonder if his nephew and presumptive heir, Frederick William II, was fit to inherit the government. "I labor for you," he wrote, "but one must think of keeping what I make. If you are idle and indolent, what I have accumulated with so much trouble will melt away in your hands." And in 1782, still more pessimistic, he wrote, "If, after my death, my nephew goes soft, within 2 years there will no longer be a Prussia." The prediction was verified at Jena in 1806, not so much because Frederick William II was soft, but because Napoleon was hard. Frederick himself, in his final decade, became unendurably hard. He curbed much of the freedom that he had allowed to the press before 1756. "Your Berlin freedom," Lessing wrote to Nicolai in 1769, "reduces itself to the freedom to bring to market as many absurdities against religion as you like. But let someone raise his voice on behalf of subjects and against exploitation and despotism, and you will soon discover which is the most servile land in Europe today." Herder hated his native Prussia, and Winckelmann turned in horror from that despotic land. When Goethe visited Berlin in 1778, he was surprised by the unpopularity of the king. Yet the people reverenced Frederick as an old man who through 45 years had not missed a day of service to the state. War and peace alike had worn him out. His attacks of gout and asthma, of colic and hemorrhoids, had increased in frequency and severity, and his predilection for heavy meals and highly spiced foods intensified his ailments. On August 22nd to 25th, 1778, near Breslau, he reviewed his Silesian army. On the 24th, dressed only in his usual uniform, he sat on his horse for 6 hours in a heavy rain. He returned to his quarters drenched and shivering. He was never well again. In June 1786, he summoned Dr. Zimmermann from Hanover. He balked at the drugs prescribed for him and preferred lively conversations about literature and history. To keep him quiet, Zimmermann prescribed Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Dropsy was added to his troubles, and incisions made to reduce the swellings developed gangrene. Pneumonia completed the siege, and on August 17, 1786, Frederick died, aged 74. He had asked to be buried in the garden of Sanssouci, near the graves of his dogs and his favorite horse. This parting edict on humanity was ignored, and he was interred beside his father in the garrison church at Potsdam. When Napoleon, after defeating the Prussians at Jena, came and stood before Frederick's tomb, he said to his generals, "If he were alive, we should not be here." Chapter 21. KANT, 1724 to 1804. 1. Prolegomena. If Frederick the Great had not lived, we might never have had Immanuel Kant. The critique of pure reason and religion within the limits of reason alone were made possible by Frederick's skepticism and toleration. Within 2 years after Frederick's death, Kant was silenced by the Prussian government. Like Frederick, Kant was a child of the Enlightenment, and, despite all his strategic wavering, held by reason to the end. But also, like Rousseau, he was part of the Romantic movement, laboring to reconcile reason with feeling, philosophy with religion, morality with revolt. He received an infusion of pietism from his parents and crossed it with the rationalism of Christian von Wulff. He absorbed the heresies of the philosophe and crossed them with the profession of faith of the Savoyard vicar in Emile. He inherited the subtle psychology of Locke, Leibniz, Berkeley, and Hume, and used it in an attempt to save science from Hume and religion from Voltaire. He ordered his life with bourgeois regularity and hailed the French Revolution. Isolated in East Prussia, he felt and summed up all the mental currents of his time. He was born in Königsberg on April 22, 1724, far from clarity-loving France and misty with the sea. Some doubt has been cast upon the Scottish origin of the family, but Kant himself tells us that his grandfather, at the end of the last century, I know not for what cause, emigrated from Scotland to Prussia. His father, Johann Georg Kant, C-A-N-T as opposed to K-A-N-T, married Anna Reuter. Emmanuel, that is, God with us, was the fourth of their 11 children. He took his Christian name from the saint of his birthday. He changed his surname from C-A-N-T to K-A-N-T to prevent the Germans from pronouncing it Zant. All the family was brought up in the Pietist sect, which, like English Methodism, stressed faith, repentance, and immediate appeal to God, as against the Orthodox Lutheran worship in church with a mediating priest. A Pietist preacher had established at Königsberg a Collegium Fredericianum. Emmanuel attended this from his 8th to his 16th year. The school day began at 5:30 a.m. with a half-hour of prayer. Every class hour ended with prayer. An hour every morning was devoted to religious instruction, with emphasis on the fires of hell. History was taught chiefly from the Old Testament, Greek solely from the New. Sunday was given largely to religious devotions. It was an education that produced virtue in some of its graduates, hypocrisy in others, and perhaps a somber spirit in most. Kant later resented this heavy dose of piety and terror. Fear and trembling, he said, overcame him when he recalled those days. In 1740 he moved on to the University of Königsberg. Here his favorite teacher was Martin Knutzen, who, though a pietist, introduced Kant to the rationalism of Wulff. Knutzen had read the English deists. He condemned them, but he discussed them, and he left some deistic doubts in at least one pupil. When, after 6 years at the university, Kant was invited to enter the Lutheran ministry, he refused, despite the promise of early advancement to a comfortable post. Instead, for 9 years he lived in poverty, tutoring in private families and continuing to study. His interest till 1770 was rather in science than in theology. Lucretius was one of his favorite authors. In 1755, Kant received the doctoral degree and was allowed to lecture in the university as a Privatdozent, or private teacher, recompensed only by such fees as his students chose to pay. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 8, Side 2. In 1755, Kant received the doctoral degree and was allowed to lecture in the university as a Privatdozent, or private teacher, recompensed only by such fees as his students chose to pay. He continued in that insecure status for 15 years. Twice in that long novitiate his applications for a professorship were rejected. He remained poor, moving from one boarding house to another, never daring to marry, never having a home of his own, till he was 59. He lectured on a wide variety of topics, probably to attract a greater range of students, and he had to make himself clear in order to survive. Kant as a teacher must have been quite different from Kant the author, so famous for obscurity. Herder, who was one of his pupils from 1762 to 64, described him 30 years later with grateful memory. I have had the good fortune to know a philosopher who was my teacher. In the prime of life he possessed the joyous courage of youth, and this also, as I believe, attended him to extreme old age. His open, thoughtful brow was the seat of untroubled cheerfulness and joy. His conversation was full of ideas and most suggestive. He had at his service jest, witticism, and humorous fancy, and his lectures were at once instructive and most entertaining. With the same spirit in which he criticized Leibniz, Wolff, Baumgarten, and Hume, he investigated the natural laws of Newton, Kepler, and the physicists. In the same way he took up the writings of Rousseau. No cabal or sect, no prejudice or reverence for a name had the slightest influence with him in opposition to the extension and promotion of truth. He encouraged and gently compelled his hearers to think for themselves. Despotism was foreign to his disposition. This man, whom I name with the greatest gratitude and reverence, is Immanuel Kant. His image stands before me and is dear to me. If we were to remember Kant chiefly by his work before his 57th year, in 1781, we should think of him as rather a scientist than a philosopher, though these two terms were not yet separate. His first published work, Thoughts on the True Evaluation of Dynamic Forces, from 1747, is a learned discussion of whether the force of a body in motion is to be measured, as Descartes and Euler held, by mv, the mass times the velocity, or, as Leibniz held, by mv squared, the mass times the square of the velocity. A remarkable performance for a lad of 23. 7 years later came an essay on whether the time of the earth's daily rotation is altered by the ebb and flow of the tides. In the same year Kant published The Question Whether the Earth is Aging. Here we have our modern solicitude over the sun's daily loss of energy and the future congealing of our earth. In a brilliant treatise of 1755, Allgemeine Naturgeschichte und Theorie des Himmels, the venturesome youth of 31 offered a general history of nature and theory of the heavens. It was published anonymously and was dedicated to Frederick the Great. Perhaps Kant feared trouble from the theologians and hoped for protection from the king. He reduced all the operations of earth and sky to mechanical laws, but argued that the result, by its coordination and beauty, proved the existence of a supreme intelligence. To explain the origin of the solar system, Kant proposed his nebular hypothesis. I assume that all the material of our solar system was, at the beginning of all things, decomposed into its primary elements, and filled the whole space in which the bodies formed out of it now revolve. In space so filled, a universal repose could last only a moment. The scattered elements of a denser kind, by their attractive force, gather from around them all the matter of less specific gravity. These elements themselves, together with the material which they have united with them, collect in those points where particles of a still denser kind are found. These in like manner join still denser particles, and so on. But nature has other forces by which these particles repel one another, and which, by their conflict with attractions, bring forth that movement which is, as it were, the lasting life of nature. This force of repulsion is manifested in the elasticity of vapors, the effluence of strong-smelling bodies, and the diffusion of all spirituous matters. It is by this force that the elements, which may be falling to the point that attracts them, are turned sideways from their movement in a straight line, and their perpendicular fall thereby issues in a circular movement around the center to which they are falling. Kant believed that all the stars had been gathered, or were being gathered, into such systems of planets and suns, and he added a significant phrase, Die Schöpfung ist niemals vollendet. Creation is never complete. It is ever going on. This nebular hypothesis of 1755, as well as its emendation by Laplace in 1796, is as rich in difficulties as most subsequent theories of origins. Yet, in the judgment of a famous living astronomer, Kant's treatise on cosmogony was, I believe, the finest objective summary of science up to that time. For us, the significance of the essay is in its indication that Kant was no mystic metaphysician, but a man fascinated by science and struggling to reconcile scientific method with religious belief. This is the essence of his labors to the end. In 1756, stirred, like Voltaire, to the depths of his philosophy by the Lisbon disaster of 1755, Kant published 3 essays on earthquakes, and 1 on a theory of winds. In 1757 he issued an outline and announcement of a course of lectures on physical geography, and in 1758 a new doctrine of motion and rest. Then, his interest widening, he sent to the press short treatises on optimism in 1759, the syllogism in 1762, and diseases of the head in 1764, here suggesting that the increasing division of labor might by monotonous repetitions produce insanity. In 1763 he moved into theology with the treatise, The Only Possible Ground for Proving the Existence of God. Obviously, he was uncomfortable over the tottering of his religious faith. In 1764, 8 years after Burke's similar disquisition, he offered observations on the feeling of the beautiful and the sublime. At times he thought of extending his evolutionary cosmogony to biology. He was familiar with the idea that new forms had evolved from older ones through changes in the conditions of life, and he accepted the view that the human anatomy was originally adapted to 4-legged locomotion. Yet he drew back from a fully mechanistic biology. I also have at times steered into the gulf, assuming here blind natural mechanics as the ground of explanation, and I believed I could discover a passage to the simple and natural conception, but I constantly made shipwreck of reason, and I have therefore preferred to venture upon the boundless ocean of ideas. Rudolf Raspe, author of Baron Munchausen's Travels, had recently discovered, and had in 1765 published, Leibniz's long-lost Nouveau Essai sur l'entendement humain. Kant could read this in French. It shared in turning him toward epistemology. He did not quite abandon his interest in science. As late as 1785 he composed an essay on volcanoes in the moon. But the internal conflict between his scientific studies and his inherited theology impelled him to seek a reconciliation in philosophy. Probably his new direction was caused in part by the offer in 1770 of a professorship in logic and metaphysics. The salary was small for a man of 46, $167 per year, rising slowly to $225 in 1786. Incidental services as senator and senior of the faculty raised this in 1789 to $726. Custom required a newly appointed professor to deliver in Latin an inaugural discourse. Kant chose a difficult subject, on the form and principles of the sensible and intelligible world. Kant used the scholastic terminology that still prevailed in the German universities. By sensible world, he meant the world as perceived by the senses. He would later call this also the phenomenal world, or world of appearances. By intelligible world, he meant the world as conceived by the intellect or reason. This he would later call the noumenal or thinkable world. We seek to understand the sensible world by applying to it the subjective concepts of space and time through mathematics and the sciences. We seek to understand the conceivable world by going beyond the senses, through intellect and metaphysics, to the supersensual sources and causes of the sensible world. Here Kant already laid down his basic theses, that space and time are not objective or sensible objects, but are forms of perception inherent in the nature and structure of the mind, and that the mind is no passive recipient and product of sensations, but is an active agent, with inherent modes and laws of operation, for transforming sensations into ideas. Kant considered this seminal dissertation as the text on which something further is to be said in the following work. This statement, in a letter of 1771 to Marcus Hertz, shows that the philosopher was already planning the Kritik der reinen Vernunft. After 12 years of work on that immense treatise, he gave it to the world in 1781, dedicated to Karl von Zedlitz, Minister of Education and Ecclesiastical Affairs under Frederick the Great. Zedlitz, like the king, was a child of Aufklärung and supported the freedom of the press. His protection would be precious if the theologians should perceive, behind Kant's esoteric vocabulary and apparently orthodox conclusions, one of the most destructive analyses that the Christian theology has ever received. 2. Critique of Pure Reason, 1781. If the world finds this book difficult, it may be because of Kant's method of work. He wrote to Moses Mendelssohn on August 16, 1783, that though the volume was the result of reflection which occupied me for at least 12 years, I brought it to completion in the greatest haste within 4 or 5 months, giving the closest attention to the contents, but with little thought of the exposition, or of rendering it easy of comprehension by the reader. A decision which I have never regretted, since otherwise, had I longer delayed and sought to give it a more popular form, the work would probably never have been completed at all. Clarity takes time, and Kant was not sure that he had the time. He deliberately omitted illustrative examples, lest they swell his book. These are necessary only from a popular point of view, and this work can never be made suitable for popular consumption. So he wrote for the trade, and trusted others to dilute him into digestibility. Though Christian von Wolff had preceded him in writing philosophy in German, that language was still crude in phrasing shades of thought, and it had not established a technical terminology. At almost every step Kant had to invent a German translation of a Latin term, and in many cases even Latin lacked terms for the distinctions and subtleties he wished to express. He confused his readers by giving new meanings to old words, and sometimes forgetting his redefinitions. The first 100 pages are tolerably clear. The rest is a philosophical conflagration in which the untutored reader will see nothing but smoke. The title itself needed clarification. Who could have known that Kritik der reinen Vernunft meant a critical and judicial examination of reason as independent of experience? Critique meant not only analysis and exposition, it also meant judgment, as in its Greek parent krinein, to judge. Kant proposed to describe sensation, perception, idea, and reason, and to set, for each of these, its proper bounds and jurisdiction. Further, he hoped to show that reason can give us knowledge independently of any confirmatory experience, as when we know that 6 times 6 equals 36, or that an effect must have a cause. These are examples of pure reason, that is, of a priori knowledge, i.e., of knowledge requiring no experiential proof. The faculty of knowledge from a priori principles may be called pure reason, and the general investigation of its possibility and bounds constitutes the critique of pure reason. Kant believed that such an investigation would involve all the problems of metaphysics, and he was confident that there is not a single metaphysical problem which has not been solved, or for the solution of which the key at least has not been supplied, in this critique. He thought that his only danger was not that of being refuted, but of not being understood. What had drawn him into so heroic an adventure? One might have supposed that the exaltation of reason by the French Enlightenment, the assumption of the philosophe that faith must submit to reason, and the havoc so inflicted upon Christian theology, had been the provocative cause of Kant's determination to study the origin, operation, and limits of reason. That motive played its part, as stated in Kant's preface to the 2nd edition, but that same preface made it clear that his chosen enemy was all dogmatism whatever. That is, all systems of thought, orthodox or heretical, evolved by an unscrutinized reason. He named as the greatest of all dogmatical philosophers Christian von Wolff, who had undertaken to prove the doctrines of Christianity and the philosophy of Leibniz by reason alone. All attempts to demonstrate the truth or falsity of religion by pure reason were, to Kant, forms of dogmatism, and he condemned as the dogmatism of metaphysics any system of science or philosophy or theology that had not first submitted to a critical examination of reason itself. He accused his own thinking till 1770 as guilty of such dogmatism. From such unscrutinized speculations, he tells us, he was awakened by reading Hume, probably the Enquiry Concerning the Human Understanding, of which a German translation had appeared in 1755. Hume had argued that all reasoning depended upon the notion of cause, that in actual experience we perceive not causation but only sequence, and that therefore all science, philosophy, and theology rest on an idea, cause, which turns out to be an intellectual supposition, not a perceived reality. I freely admit, wrote Kant, it was David Hume's remark that first many years ago interrupted my dogmatic slumber and gave a completely different direction to my inquiries in the field of speculative philosophy. How could the concept of cause be rescued from the lowly status of uncertain supposition in which Hume had left it? Only, said Kant, by showing that it is a priori, independent of experience, one of those categories or forms of thought which, though not necessarily innate, are part of the inherent structure of the mind. So he set himself to overcome both the dogmatism of Wolff and the skepticism of Hume by a criticism, a critical examination, that would at once describe, delimit, and restore the authority of reason. These three stages, dogmatism, skepticism, criticism, were, in Kant's view, the three ascending phases in the evolution of modern philosophy. Loving definitions, distinctions, and classifications, using long words to shorten speech, Kant divided all knowledge into empirical, dependent upon experience, and transcendental, independent of and therefore transcending experience. He agreed that all knowledge begins with experience, in the sense that some sensation must precede and arouse the operations of thought. But he believed that the moment experience begins, it is molded by the structure of the mind through its inherent forms of intuition, perception, or conception. The inherent forms of intuition are the universal forms that experience takes in our outward sensation as space, and in our inward sensibility as time. Likewise, there are inherent forms of conception or thought which are independent of experience and mold it. Kant called them categories and divided them with fond and suspicious symmetry into four triplets: three categories of quantity, unity, plurality, and totality; three categories of quality, reality, negation, and limitation; three twin categories of relation, substance and quality, cause and effect, activity and passivity; and three twin categories of modality, possibility and impossibility, existence and non-existence, necessity and contingency. Every perception falls into one or more of these basic forms or molds of thought. Perception is sensation interpreted by the inherent forms of space and time. Knowledge is perception transformed by the categories into a judgment or an idea. Experience is not a passive acceptance of objective impressions upon our senses. It is the product of the mind actively working upon the raw material of sensation. Kant tried to counter Hume's skepticism of causation by making the cause and effect relation not an objective reality, but an intrinsic form of thought. As such, it is independent of experience, and is not subject to the uncertainty of empirical ideas. Yet it is a necessary part of all experience, since we cannot understand experience without it. Hence, the concept of cause involves the character of necessity, which no experience can yield. Kant supposed that by this léger de plume he had saved science from that humiliating limitation to probability to which Hume had condemned it. Indeed, he argued, it is the human mind, and not nature, that establishes the universal laws of nature, by endowing some of our generalizations, like those of mathematics, with qualities of universality and necessity not objectively perceived. We ourselves introduce that order and regularity in the appearance which we entitle nature. We could never find them in appearances had we not ourselves, by the nature of our own mind, originally set them there. The laws of nature are not objective entities, but mental constructs useful in handling experience. All knowledge takes the form of ideas. In this sense, the idealist is right. The world, for us, is merely our ideas. Since we know matter only as and through ideas, materialism is logically impossible, for it attempts to reduce the directly known, ideas, to the unknown or indirectly known. But the idealist is wrong if he believes that nothing exists except our ideas. For we know that ideas can be produced by sensations, and we cannot explain all sensations without assuming, for many of them, an external cause. As our knowledge is limited to phenomena or appearances, that is, to the form the external cause takes after being molded by our modes of perception and conception, we can never know the objective nature of that external cause. It must remain for us a mysterious Ding an sich, a thing in itself, a noumenon, conceived but never perceived. The external world exists, but in its ultimate reality it is unknowable. The soul, too, is real but unknowable. We never perceive it as an entity additional to the mental states that we perceive. It, too, is a noumenon, necessarily conceived as the reality behind the individual self, the moral sense, and the forms and processes of the mind. The sense of self mingles with every mental state and provides continuity and personal identity. The consciousness of self, apperception, is the most intimate of all of our experiences. And by no feat of the imagination can we conceive it as material. It seems impossible that an immaterial soul should act upon and be acted upon by a material body. But we may believe that the unknowable reality behind matter may not, after all, be so different in character from that inner thing in itself, which is the soul. We cannot prove by pure or theoretical reason, as Wolff tried to do, that the individual soul is immortal, or that the will is free, or that God exists. But neither can we by pure reason disprove these beliefs, as some skeptics thought to do. Reason and the categories are equipped to deal only with phenomena or appearances, external or internal. We cannot apply them to the thing in itself, the reality behind sensations, or the soul behind ideas. When we try to prove or disprove the dogmas of faith, we fall into paralogisms, fallacies, or antinomies, inherent contradictions. We end in equal absurdities if we hold that the world had or had not a beginning, that the will is or is not free, or that a necessary or supreme being does or does not exist. Kant expressed with unwonted eloquence the argument from design, but he concluded that the utmost that the argument can prove is an architect who is always very much hampered by the adaptability of the material in which he works, not a creator to whose idea everything is subject. And yet how can we rest content with so baffling a conclusion, that free will, immortality, and God can be neither proved nor disproved by pure reason? There is, Kant urges, something in us deeper than reason, and that is our irrefutable consciousness that consciousness, mind, and soul are not material, and that the will is in some measure, however mysteriously and illogically, free. And we cannot be long content to think of the world as a senseless sequence of evolution and dissolution, without moral significance or inherent mind. How can we justify our will to believe? Partly, says Kant, by the intellectual usefulness of belief, by its offering us some guidance in the interpretation of phenomena, as well as some philosophical sanity and religious peace. The things of the world must be viewed as if they received their existence from a highest intelligence. The idea of God is thus really a heuristic, not an ostensive, concept. It is an assumption helpful to discovery and understanding, but not a demonstration. In the domain of theology, we must view everything as if the sum of all appearances, the sensible world itself, had a single highest and all-sufficient ground beyond itself, namely, a self-subsistent, original creative reason. For it is in the light of this idea of a creative reason that we so guide the empirical employment of our reason as to secure its greatest possible extension. The only determinate concept which the purely speculative reason gives us of God is, in the strictest sense, deistic. That is, reason does not determine the objective validity of such a concept, but yields only the idea of something which is the ground of the highest and necessary unit of all empirical reality. But a more imperative reason for religious belief, in Kant's view, is that such belief is indispensable to morality. If there is no primordial being distinct from the world, if the world is without an author, If our will is not free, if the soul is perishable like matter, then moral ideas and principles lose all validity. If moral character and social order are not to depend entirely on fear of the law, we must support religious belief, if only as a regulative principle. We must act as if we knew that there is a God, that our souls are immortal, that our wills are free. Moreover, as an aid to thought and morals, we are justified in representing the cause of the world in terms of a subtle anthropomorphism, without which we could not think anything whatever in regard to it, namely, as a being that has understanding, feelings of pleasure and displeasure, and desires and volitions corresponding to these. So the famous critique concludes, leaving opposite schools of thought comforted and displeased. The skeptics could argue that Kant had justified agnosticism, and could scorn his reinstatement of God as a supplement to the police. The buffeted theologians reproached him for admitting so much to the infidels, and rejoiced that religion had apparently survived its perilous passage through Kant's labyrinthine mind. In 1786, Karl Reinhold described the turmoil. The critique of pure reason has been proclaimed by the dogmatists as the attempt of a skeptic who undermines the certainty of all knowledge, by the skeptics as a piece of arrogant presumption that undertakes to erect a new form of dogmatism upon the ruins of previous systems, by the supernaturalists as a subtly plotted artifice to displace the historical foundations of religion and to establish naturalism without polemic, by the naturalists as a new prop for the dying philosophy of faith, by the materialists as an idealistic contradiction of the reality of matter, by the spiritualists as an unjustifiable limitation of all knowledge to the corporeal world, concealed under the name of the domain of experience. Almost all these schools of thought attacked the book, giving it fame, if only as a succès de scandale. Even its difficulty exalted it, making it a challenge that every up-to-date mind had to meet. Soon the sesquipedalia verba of Kant were in every learned mouth. He could not understand why his critics could not understand him. Had he not defined every basic term over and over again? Yes, and how variously. In 1783 he answered the attacks by rephrasing the critique in what he thought was a simpler form, and he defiantly entitled his rejoinder, Prolegomena to every future metaphysic that will be able to appear as science. Before his critique, he claimed, there had been no real metaphysics at all, for no system had prefaced itself with a critical scrutiny of its instrument, reason. If some readers could not understand the critique, that might be because they were not quite up to it. In such a case one should apply one's mental gifts to another object. After all, there is no need for everybody to study metaphysics. The old professor had humor and pride and temper too. As it proceeded, the Prolegomena became as difficult as the critique. The controversy continued under the tolerant regime of Frederick the Great. Kant had written in the critique some eloquent passages on the nobility of reason and its right to freedom of expression. In 1784, still relying on protection by Frederick and Zedlitz, he published an essay entitled Was ist Aufklärung? He defined the Enlightenment as freedom and independence of thought, and took as his motto and counsel, Sapere aude, dare to know. He regretted that intellectual liberation was so retarded by the conservatism of the majority. If we ask whether we live in an enlightened age, the answer is no. We live only in an age of enlightening. He hailed Frederick as the embodiment and protector of the German Enlightenment, as the one monarch who had told his subjects, reason as you will. This may have been written in the hope that Frederick's successor would keep to the policy of toleration. But Frederick William II, 1786 to 1797, was more interested in the power of the state than in the freedom of the mind. When a second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason was prepared in 1787, Kant modified some passages and tried to soften his heresies with an apologetic preface. I have found it necessary to deny knowledge of things in themselves in order to make room for faith. Criticism alone can sever the root of materialism, fatalism, atheism, free-thinking, fanaticism, and superstition. He had reason for caution. On July 9, 1788, Johann Christian von Wöllner, minister for the Lutheran department, issued a Religionsedikt, which explicitly rejected religious toleration as responsible for the loosening of morals, and threatened with expulsion from their pulpits or chairs all preachers or teachers who deviated from Orthodox Christianity. It was in this atmosphere of reaction that Kant published his second critique. 3. Critique of Practical Reason, 1788. Since the first critique had argued that pure reason could not prove the freedom of the will, and since in Kant's view morality required such freedom, the operations of reason seemed to have left morality, like theology, without a rational basis. Worse yet, the Enlightenment had sapped the religious foundation of morals by questioning the existence of a rewarding and punishing God. How could civilization survive if these traditional supports of morality collapsed? Kant felt that he himself, as an avowed disciple of the Aufklärung, was obligated to find some rational ground for a moral code. In a preliminary essay, Fundamental Principles of the Metaphysics of Morals, in 1785, he rejected the attempt of freethinkers to base morality upon the experience of the individual or the race. Such an a posteriori derivation would deprive moral principles of that universality and absoluteness which, in his judgment, a sound ethic required. With characteristic self-confidence, he announced, "It is clear that all moral conceptions have their seat and origin completely a priori in the reason." His second major work, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, proposed to find and elucidate that seat and origin. It would analyze the a priori elements in morality as the first critique had analyzed the a priori elements in knowledge. Every individual, Kant argues, has a conscience, a sense of duty, a consciousness of a commanding moral law. Two things fill the mind with ever-new and increasing admiration and awe, the starry heavens above and the moral law within. This moral consciousness often conflicts with our sensual desires, but we recognize that it is a higher element in us than the pursuit of pleasure. It is not the product of experience. It is a part of our inherent psychological structure, like the categories. It is an internal tribunal present in every person and every race. And it is absolute. It commands us unconditionally, without exception or excuse, to do the right for its own sake, as an end in itself, not as a means to happiness or reward or some other good. Its imperative is categorical. That categorical imperative takes two forms. Act so that the maxim of thy will can always hold good as a principle of universal legislation. Act in such a way that if all others should act like you, everything would be well. This variation of the golden rule is the fundamental law of the pure practical reason, and is the formula of an absolutely good will. In a second formulation, so act as to treat humanity, whether in thine own person or in that of any other, in every case as an end, never only as a means. Kant proclaimed a principle more revolutionary than anything in the American or French Declaration of the Rights of Man. The sense of moral obligation is additional evidence for some freedom of the will. How could we have this consciousness of duty if we were not free to do or not to do, if our actions were merely links in an unbreakable chain of mechanical cause and effect? Without free will, personality is meaningless. If personality is meaningless, so is life, and if life is meaningless, so is the universe. Kant recognizes the apparently inescapable logic of determinism. And how can a free choice intervene in an objective world which, he confesses, is apparently governed by mechanical laws? His reply is a masterpiece of obscurity. Mechanical law, he reminds us, is a mental construct, a scheme which the mind, through its category of causality, imposes upon the world of space and time as a device for dealing with it consistently. Since we have limited the categories to the world of phenomena, and since we have admitted that we do not know the nature of the noumenal world, the thing in itself behind the phenomena, we cannot assume that the laws which we construct for the phenomena hold also for the ultimate reality. And as we have admitted that we know in ourselves only the phenomenal self, only the world of perceptions and ideas, and do not know the nature of the inner and noumenal soul, we cannot assume that the laws of cause and effect that seem to govern the actions of our bodies, including our brains, apply also to the volitions of the ultimate spiritual reality behind our mental processes. Behind the mechanisms of the phenomenal world of space and of ideas in time, there may be freedom in the spaceless and timeless noumenal world of ultimate outer or inner reality. Our actions and ideas are determined once they enter the world of perceivable physical or mental events. They may still be free in their origin in the unperceivable soul. In this way, freedom and nature can exist together. We cannot prove this, but we may legitimately assume it as implied by the imperative character of our moral sense. Our moral life would die without it. After all, says Kant, why should we not give primacy to the practical over the speculative reason? Science, which seems to reduce us to automata, is ultimately a speculation, a gamble on the permanent validity of conclusions and methods that are always changing. We are justified in feeling that the will in man is more basic than the intellect. The intellect is an instrument forged by the will for dealing with the external and mechanical world. It should not be the master of the personality that uses it. But if the moral sense warrants us in assuming a measure of free will, it also warrants us in believing in the immortality of the soul. For our moral sense urges us on to a perfection that is repeatedly frustrated by our sensual impulses. We cannot achieve this perfection in our short earthly life. We must assume, if there is any justice in the world, that we shall be granted for our moral fulfillment a continued life after death. If this also assumes that a just God exists, this too is warranted by practical reason. Earthly happiness does not always accord with virtue. We feel that somewhere the balance between virtue and happiness will be restored, and this is possible only by supposing that there is a deity who will effect this reconciliation. Accordingly, the existence of a cause of all nature, distinct from nature itself, and containing the principle of the exact harmony of happiness with morality, is also postulated by the practical reason. Kant inverted the usual procedure. Instead of deriving the moral sense and code from God, as the theologians had done, he deduced God from the moral sense. We must conceive our duties not as arbitrary ordinances of a foreign will, but as essential laws of every free will in itself. However, since that will and God both belong to the noumenal world, we should accept these duties as divine commands. We shall not look upon moral actions as obligatory because they are commands of God, but we shall regard them as divine commands because we have an inward obligation to them. If all this willful thinking is slightly obscure, it may be because Kant was not very enthusiastic about his attempt to reconcile Voltaire with Rousseau. The critique of pure reason had gone even further than Voltaire in confessing that pure reason cannot prove free will, immortality, or God. But Kant had found in Rousseau's doctrines of the weakness of reason, the primacy of feeling, and the derivation of religion from man's moral sense, a possible escape from agnosticism, moral disintegration, and Wöllner's police. He thought that Rousseau had awakened him from dogmatic slumber in ethics as Hume had done in metaphysics. The first critique belonged to the Aufklärung, the second belonged to the Romantic movement. The attempt to combine both was one of the subtlest performances in the history of philosophy. Heine credited the attempt to solicitude for popular needs. The professor saw his faithful servant Lampe weeping over the death of God. Then Immanuel Kant had compassion, and showed himself not only a great philosopher but also a good man, and half kindly, half ironically, he said, "Old Lampe must have a God, or he cannot be happy. For my part, the practical reason may, then, guarantee the existence of God." 4. Critique of Judgment, 1790. Kant himself must have been dissatisfied with his arguments, for in a Kritik der Urteilskraft he returned to the problem of mechanism versus free will, and advanced to the conflict between mechanism and design, to which he added complex dissertations on beauty, sublimity, genius, and art. It is not an appetizing brew. Urteilskraft, the power of judgment, is in general the faculty of thinking the particular as contained in the universal. It is the act of bringing an object, idea, or event under a class or principle or law. The first critique had tried to bring all ideas under the a priori universal categories. The second had sought to bring all ethical concepts under a universal a priori moral sense. The third undertook to find a priori principles for our aesthetic judgments, of order, beauty, or sublimity in nature or art. I venture to hope that the difficulty of unraveling a problem so involved in its nature may serve as an excuse for a certain amount of hardly avoidable obscurity in its solution. Dogmatic philosophy had attempted to find an objective element in beauty. Kant feels that here, especially, the subjective element is preeminent. Nothing is beautiful or sublime, but feeling makes it so. We ascribe beauty to any object, the contemplation of which gives us disinterested pleasure. That is, a pleasure free from all personal desire. So we derive aesthetic but no other satisfaction from a sunset, a Raphael, a cathedral, a flower, a concerto, or a song. But why do certain objects or experiences give us this disinterested pleasure? Probably because we see in them a union of parts functioning successfully in a harmonious whole. In the case of the sublime, we are pleased by grandeur or power that does not threaten us. So we feel sublimity in the sky or the sea, but not if their turbulence endangers us. Our appreciation of beauty or sublimity is increased by accepting teleology. That is, by recognizing in organisms an inherent adaptation of parts to the needs of the whole, and by feeling in nature a divine wisdom behind the coordination and harmony, the grandeur and power. And yet science aims at just the opposite, to show that all objective nature operates through mechanical laws without submission to any external design. How can we reconcile these two approaches to nature? By accepting both mechanism and teleology insofar as they help us as heuristic principles, as assumptions that facilitate understanding or research. The mechanical principle helps us most in investigating inorganic substances. The teleological principle serves best in studying organisms. In these there are powers of growth and reproduction that baffle mechanical explanation. There is a visible adaptation of parts to the purposes of the organ or the organism, as of the claws for grasping and of the eyes for sight. It would be wise to recognize that neither mechanism nor design can be shown to be universally true. In a sense, science itself is teleological, since it assumes an intelligible order, regularity, and unity in nature, as if a divine mind had organized it and sustains it. Kant acknowledged many difficulties in viewing man and the world as products of divine design. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. Ordered with a view to a final whole of natural beings on the earth would be their habitat, the soil or element on or in which they are intended to thrive. But a more intimate knowledge of the nature of this basic condition of all organic production shows no trace of any causes but those acting altogether without design, and in fact tending toward destruction, rather than calculated to promote genesis of forms, order, and ends. Land and sea not only contain memorials of mighty primeval disasters that have overtaken them and all their brood of living forms, but their entire structure, the strata of the land and the coastlines of the sea, has all the appearances of being the outcome of the wild and all-subduing forces of a nature working in a state of chaos. And yet again, if we abandon all notion of design in nature, we take all moral meaning out of life.
life becomes a silly succession of painful births and agonizing deaths, in which, for the individual, the nation, and the race, nothing is certain except defeat. We must believe in some divine design, if only to maintain our sanity. And since teleology proves merely a struggling artificer instead of a divine and omnipotent benevolence, we must rest our faith in life upon a moral sense that has no warrant except through belief in a just God. With that creed we may believe, though we cannot prove, that the just man is the final end of creation, the noblest product of the grand and mysterious design. 5. Religion and Reason, 1793. Kant was never content with his hesitant as-if theology. In 1791, in a little book on the failure of all philosophical attempts at theodicy, he repeated that our reason is altogether incapable of giving insight into the relation between the world and the highest wisdom. He added a caution, perhaps to himself. The philosopher should not play the part of a special pleader in this matter. He should not defend any cause whose justice he is unable to grasp, and which he cannot prove by means of the modes of thought peculiar to philosophy. He returned to the problem again in a series of essays which brought him into open defiance of the Prussian government. The first of them, on radical evil, was printed in the Berliner Monatsschrift for April 1792. The censor allowed its publication on the ground that only deep-thinking scholars read the writings of Kant, but he refused to allow the second essay on the contest between the good and evil principles for the control of man. Kant resorted to a stratagem. German universities had the privilege of sanctioning books and articles for publication. Kant submitted the second, third, and fourth essays to the philosophical faculty at the University of Vienna, then controlled by Goethe and Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar, and having Schiller on its staff. The faculty gave its imprimatur, and with this all 4 essays were printed at Königsberg in 1793 under the title Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft, Religion within the limits of reason alone. The first lines announce the pervading theme. So far as morality is based upon the conception of man as a free agent, who, just because he is free, blinds himself through his reason to unconditioned laws, it stands in need neither of the idea of another being over him to apprehend his duty, nor of an incentive, other than the law itself, for him to do it. Hence, for its own sake, morality does not need religion at all. Kant promises obedience to the authorities and admits the need of censorship, but he urges that censorship shall create no disturbance in the field of the sciences. The invasion of science by theology, as in the case of Galileo, might arrest all the endeavors of human reason. Philosophical theology must have complete freedom so far as its science reaches. Kant derives the problems of morality from man's twofold inheritance of good and evil tendencies. That a corrupt propensity must indeed be rooted in man need not be formally proved in view of the multitude of crying examples which experience puts before our eyes. He does not agree with Rousseau that man is born good or was good in a state of nature, but he concurs with him in condemning the vices of culture and civilization as the most offensive of all. Indeed, it is still a question whether we should not be happier in an uncivilized condition than we are in the present state of society, with all its exploitation, hypocrisy, moral disorder, and wholesale homicide in war. If we wish to know the real nature of man, we need only observe the behavior of states. How did the radical evil in human nature begin? Not through original sin. Surely, of all the explanations of the spread and propagation of this evil through all members and generations of our race, the most inept is that which describes it as descending to us as an inheritance from our first parents. Probably the evil propensities were strongly rooted in man by their necessity to his survival in primitive conditions. Only in civilization, in organized society, do they become vices, and there they require not suppression but control. Natural inclinations, considered in themselves, are good, that is, not a matter for reproach. And not only is it futile to want to exterminate them, but to do so would be harmful and blameworthy. Rather let them be tamed, and instead of clashing with one another, they can be brought into that harmony in a wholeness which is called happiness. Moral good is also innate, as evidenced by the universal moral sense. But it is at first only a need, which must be developed by moral instruction and arduous discipline. The best religion is not one that excels in the careful observance of ritual worship, but rather one that most influences men toward a moral life. A religion of reason bases itself not upon a divine revelation, but upon a sense of duty interpreted as the divinest element in man. Religion may legitimately organize itself into a church, it may seek to define its creed through sacred scriptures, it may rightly worship Christ as the most godlike of men, it may promise heaven and threaten hell, and no religion can be conceived which involves no belief in a future life. But it should not be necessary for a Christian to affirm faith in miracles, or the divinity of Christ, or the atonement by Christ's crucifixion for the sins of mankind, or the predestination of souls to heaven or hell by divine grace given with no regard to good or evil works. It is necessary carefully to inculcate some forms of prayer in children, who still stand in need of the letter, but petitional prayer as a means of winning divine grace is a superstitious illusion. When a church becomes an institution for compelling belief or worship, when it assumes to itself the sole right to interpret Scripture and define morality, when it forms a priesthood claiming exclusive approaches to God and divine grace, when it makes its worship a magic ritual possessing miraculous powers, when it becomes an arm of the government and an agent of intellectual tyranny, when it seeks to dominate the state and to use secular rulers as tools of ecclesiastical ambition, then the free mind will rise against such a church and will seek outside of it that pure religion of reason, which is the pursuit of the moral life. This last major work of Kant was marked with the vacillation and obfuscation natural to a man who had no passion for imprisonment. There is much scholastic verbiage in it, some wondrous logic-chopping, and fantastic theology. The wonder remains that a man of 69 should still display such vigor of thought and speech, and such courage in combat with the united powers of church and state. The conflict between the philosopher and the king came to a head when, on October 1st, 1794, Frederick William II sent him the following order in council. Our most high person has for a long time observed with great displeasure how you misuse your philosophy to undermine and debase many of the most important and fundamental doctrines of the Holy Scriptures and Christianity. How, namely, you have done this in your book, Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone. We demand of you immediately a most conscientious answer, and expect that in the future, toward the avoidance of our highest disfavor, you will give no such cause for offense, but rather, in accord with your duty, employ your talents and authority so that our paternal purpose may be more and more attained. If you continue to resist, you may certainly expect unpleasant consequences to yourself. Kant gave a propitiatory reply. He pointed out that his writings were addressed only to scholars and theologians, whose freedom of thought should be preserved in the interest of the government itself. His book had admitted the inadequacy of reason to judge the final mysteries of religious faith. He concluded with a pledge of obedience. I hereby, as your Majesty's most faithful servant, solemnly declare that henceforth I will entirely refrain from all public statements on religion, both natural and revealed, either in lectures or in writings. When the king died in 1797, Kant felt released from his promise. Moreover, Frederick William III dismissed Wöhner in 1797, abolished the censorship, and repealed the Religionsedikt of 1788. After the battle, Kant summed up its issues in a booklet, The Conflict of the Faculties, in 1798. In which he repeated his claim that academic freedom was indispensable to the intellectual growth of a society. Essentially, the little professor in a far-off corner of the world had won his battle against a state having the strongest army in Europe. That state was soon to collapse, but by 1800 Kant's books were the most influential in the intellectual life of Germany. 6. The Reformer. He retired from lecturing in 1797, aged 73, but till 1798 he continued to issue essays on vital themes. Despite his isolation, he kept in touch with world affairs. When the Congress of Basel assembled in 1795 to arrange peace among Germany, Spain, and France,
Kant took the occasion, as the Abbé de Saint-Pierre had done with the Congress of Utrecht in 1713, to publish a brochure, Zum ewigen Frieden, on perpetual peace. He began modestly by describing eternal peace as a fit motto for a cemetery, and assuring statesmen that he did not expect them to take him as anything more than a scholastic pedant who can bring no danger to the state. Then, setting aside as temporizing trivia the articles of peace signed at Basel, he drew up, as a committee of one, 6 preliminary articles outlining the conditions prerequisite to a lasting peace. Article 1 outlawed all secret reservations or addenda to a treaty. Article 2 forbade the absorption or domination of any independent state by another. Article 3 called for the gradual elimination of standing armies. Article 4 held that no state might interfere by force with the constitution of another. Article 6 required that no state at war with any other should permit such acts of hostility as would make mutual trust, in case of a future peace, impossible, such as the employment of assassins or poisoners, and the instigation of rebellion in the enemy state. Since no durable peace can be made between states that acknowledge no limits to their sovereignty, persistent efforts must be made to develop an international order and so provide a legal substitute for war. So Kant drew up some definite articles for a lasting peace. First, the constitution of every state must be republican. Monarchies and aristocracies tend to frequent wars because the ruler and the nobles are usually protected from loss to their lives and property in war, and so engage in it too readily as the sport of kings. In a republic, it rests with the citizens to determine whether war should be declared or not, and they will bear the consequences. Hence, it is not likely that the citizens of a state, a republic, would ever enter on so costly a game. Second, all international right must be grounded upon a federation of free states. This should not be a superstate. Indeed, war is not so incurably bad as the deadness of a universal monarchy. Each people should determine its own government, but the separate states, at least of Europe, should unite in a confederation empowered to govern their external relations. The ideal never to be abandoned is the practice by states of the same moral code that they require of their citizens. Could such a venture possibly produce more evil than the perpetual practice of international deceit and violence? In the end, Kant hoped, Machiavelli would be proved wrong. There need be no contradiction between morality and politics. Only morals can cut the knot which politics cannot unloose. Kant obviously had delusions about republics, which have joined in the most terrible wars of all. But we should note that by republic he meant constitutional government rather than a complete democracy. He distrusted the wild impulses of unchained men, and feared universal suffrage as the empowerment of unlettered majorities over progressive minorities and nonconforming individuals. But he resented hereditary privilege, class arrogance, and the serfdom encompassing Königsberg. He welcomed the American Revolution, which, as he saw it, was creating a federation of independent states along the lines that he had proposed for Europe. He followed the French Revolution with almost youthful enthusiasm, even after the September massacres and the Terror. But, like nearly all followers of the Enlightenment, he put more faith in education than in revolution. Here, as in so many fields, he felt the influence of Rousseau and the Romantic movement. We must allow the child from his earliest years perfect liberty in every respect, provided that he does not interfere with the liberty of others. Soon he hedged on this perfect liberty. Some measure of discipline, he admitted, is necessary in the formation of character. Neglect of discipline is a greater evil than neglect of culture, for this last can be remedied later in life. Work is the best discipline and should be required at all stages of education. Moral education is indispensable and should begin early. Since human nature contains the seed of both good and evil, all moral progress depends upon weeding out the evil and cultivating the good. This should be done not through rewards and punishments, but by stressing the concept of duty. Education by the state is no better than education by the church. The state will seek to make obedient, pliable, patriotic citizens. It would be better to leave education to private schools led by enlightened scholars and public-spirited citizens. Hence Kant applauded the principles and schools of Johann Basedow. He deplored the nationalistic bias of state schools and textbooks, and hoped for a time when all subjects would be treated impartially. In 1784 he published an essay, Ideas for a Universal History from a Cosmopolitan Standpoint. It sketched the progress of mankind from superstition to enlightenment, allowed only a minor role to religion, and called for historians who would rise above nationalism. Like the philosophe, he warmed his heart with faith in progress, moral as well as intellectual. In 1793 he chided Moses Mendelssohn for saying that every advance is cancelled by retrogression. Many proofs may be given that the human race on the whole, and especially in our own, as compared with all preceding times, has made considerable advances morally for the better. Temporary checks do not prove anything against this. The cry of the continually increasing degradation in the race arises just from this, that when one stands on a higher step of morality, he sees further before him, and his judgment on what men are as compared with what they ought to be is more strict. As Kant entered his last decade in 1794, his early optimism suffered darkening, perhaps because of reaction in Prussia and the coalition of the powers against revolutionary France. He retired into himself and secretly wrote that gloomy Opus Posthumum, which was to be his last testament to mankind. 7. Posthumous. Physically, he was one of the smallest men of his time, just a little above 5 feet in height and made still shorter by a forward curvature of the spine. His lungs were weak, his stomach ailed. He survived only by a regular and abstemious regimen. It was characteristic of him that at 70 he wrote an essay on the power of the mind to master the feeling of illness by force of resolution. He stressed the wisdom of breathing through the nose. One could avoid many colds and other mishaps by keeping his mouth shut. So in his daily walks he walked alone, shunning conversation. He went to bed punctually at 10, rose at 5, and in 30 years, he assures us, never overslept. Twice he thought of marriage, twice he retreated. But he was not unsociable. Usually he invited 1 or 2 guests, most often his pupils, never any woman, to share his dinner at 1 p.m. He was a professor of geography, but rarely moved outside Königsberg. He never saw a mountain, and probably, near though it was, never saw the sea. He was sustained through poverty and censorship by a pride that only outwardly yielded to any authority other than his own reason. He was generous, but he was severe in his judgments and lacked that sense of humor which should save philosophy from taking itself too seriously. His moral sense rose at times to an ethical pedantry that held all pleasures suspect until they had proved themselves virtuous. He cared so little for organized religion that he attended church only when his academic functions required it. He seems never to have prayed in his mature life. Herder reported that Kant's students based their religious skepticism on Kant's teachings. It is indeed true, Kant wrote to Mendelssohn, that I think many things with the clearest conviction, and to my great satisfaction, which I never have the courage to say, but I never say anything that I do not think. Till his last years he strove to improve his work. In 1798 he told a friend, "The task with which I now busy myself has to do with the transition from the metaphysical basis of the natural sciences to physics. This problem must be solved, or otherwise here is a gap in the system of critical philosophy." But in that letter he described himself as incapacitated for intellectual work. He entered into a long period of physical decline, accumulating ailments, and the loneliness of unmarried old age. He died on February 12, 1804. He was buried in the Königsberg Cathedral, in what is now known as the Stoa Kantiana, and over his grave were inscribed his words, "The starry heavens above me, the moral law within me." At his death he left a confused mass of writings which were published as his Opus Posthumum in 1882–84. In one of these he described the thing in itself, the unknowable substratum behind phenomena and ideas, as not a real thing, not an existing reality, but merely a principle of the synthetic a priori knowledge of the manifold sense-intuition. He named it a Gedankending, a thing existing only in our thought. And he applied the same skepticism to the idea of God. God is not a substance existing outside me, but merely a moral relation within me.
The categorical imperative does not assume a substance issuing its commands from on high, conceived therefore as outside me, but as a commandment or a prohibition of my own reason. The categorical imperative represents human duties as divine commandments, not in the historical sense, as if a divine being had given commands to men, but in the sense that reason has power to command with the authority and in the guise of a divine person. The idea of such a being before whom all bend the knee, etc., arises out of the categorical imperative, and not vice versa. The ens summum, supreme being, is an ens rationis, a creation of reason, not a substance outside me. So the Kantian philosophy, to which Christianity clung so long in Germany and later in England as the last best hope of theism, ended in a bleak conception of God as a useful fiction developed by the human mind to explain the apparent absoluteness of moral commands. Kant's successors, not knowing his opus posthumum, acclaimed him as the savior of Christianity, the German hero who had slain Voltaire, and they magnified his achievement until his influence exceeded that of any other modern philosopher. One disciple, Karl Reinhold, predicted that within a century Kant's reputation would rival that of Christ. All Protestant Germans, except Goethe, accepted Kant's claim that he had effected a Copernican revolution in psychology, that instead of having the mind, the sun, revolve around the object, the earth, he had made the object, or things, revolve around and depend upon the mind. The human ego was flattered by being told that its intrinsic modes of perception were the determining constituents of the phenomenal world. Fichte concluded, even before Kant died, that the external world is a creation of the mind, and Schopenhauer, accepting Kant's analysis, began his massive treatise, The World as Will and Idea, with the announcement, "The world is my idea," which rather surprised Madame de Staël. Idealists rejoiced that Kant had made materialism logically impossible by showing mind to be the only reality directly known to us. Mystics were happy that Kant had restricted science to phenomena, had barred it from the noumenal and really real world, and had left this shady realm, whose existence he secretly denied, as the private park of theologians and philosophers. Metaphysics, which the philosophe had banished from philosophy, was reinstated as the judge of all science, and Jean-Paul Richter, conceding mastery of the sea to Britain and of the land to France, assigned to Germany the mastery of the air. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel built metaphysical castles upon the transcendental idealism of Kant, and even Schopenhauer's masterpiece took its start from Kant's emphasis upon the primacy of the will. "See," said Schiller, "how a single rich man has given a living to a number of beggars." German literature, too, soon felt Kant's influence, for the philosophy of one age is likely to be the literature of the next. Schiller buried himself for a while in Kant's tomes, wrote a letter of homage to their author, and in his prose essays achieved an almost Kantian obscurity. Obscurity became a fashion in German writing, a coat of arms attesting membership in the ancient order of web-weavers. "On the whole," said Goethe, "philosophical speculation is an injury to the Germans, as it tends to make their style vague, difficult, and obscure. The stronger their attachment to certain philosophical schools, the worse they write." One would not readily think of Kant as romantic, but his learned, hazy passages on beauty and sublimity became one of the founts of the Romantic movement. Schiller's lectures at Jena, and his letters on the aesthetic education of mankind from 1795, milestones in that movement, grew out of studying Kant's critique of judgment. The subjectivist interpretation of Kant's theory of knowledge gave a philosophical basis to the romantic individualism that flaunted its flag in Sturm und Drang. The Kantian literary influence crossed to England and affected Coleridge and Carlyle. It crossed to New England and gave a name to the transcendentalist movement of Emerson and Thoreau. The bent little professor of geography shook the world as he trod the philosopher's walk in Königsberg. Certainly he offered to philosophy and psychology the most painstaking analysis of the knowledge process that history has ever known. Chapter 22. Roads to Weimar, 1733 to 1787. 1. The Athens of Germany. Why did the supreme age of German literature make Weimar its home?
Germany had no one capital to concentrate her culture, as France and England had, and no concentrated wealth to finance it. Berlin and Leipzig had been weakened. Dresden had been almost destroyed by the 7 Years' War. Hamburg gave its money first to opera, then to the theatre. In 1774, Weimar, capital of the Duchy of Saxe-Weimar-Eisenach, was a quiet little town of some 6,200 souls. Even after it had become famous, Goethe spoke of it as this small capital which, as people jokingly say, has 10,000 poets and a few inhabitants. Was its glory made by great individuals? From 1758 to 1775, Weimar was governed by a niece of Frederick the Great, the vivacious Dowager Duchess Anna Amalia, who at the age of 19 had been widowed by the death of Duke Constantine and had become regent for their 1-year-old son, Karl August. It was she who opened a door between government and literature by inviting Wieland to come and tutor her sons in 1772. She was one of several cultivated women who, under her lead, until her death in 1807, stimulated poets, dramatists, and historians with sex and praise. After 1776, she made her home a salon, and there, though all spoke French as well, she encouraged the use of German as a language of literature. In 1775, the Weimar court included some 22 persons and their servitors. The poet, Count Christian zu Stolberg, found a pleasant informality there in that year of Goethe's arrival. The old Duchess, then 36, is the very personification of good sense, and yet most agreeable and natural. The Duke is a wonderful lad and full of promise. So is his brother, and many excellent people. In 1787, Schiller described the Weimar ladies as very sensitive. There is scarcely one of them that has not had an affaire de coeur. They all strive to make conquests. A quiet, scarcely perceptible government allows everyone to live and to bask in the air and sunshine. If one is disposed to gaiety, every opportunity is offered. Karl August assumed the government of the duchy on September 3, 1775, at the age of 18. Shortly thereafter, having pensioned his mistress, he took a wife, Princess Louisa of Hesse-Darmstadt, and captured Goethe on the way. He hunted with fury, drove his carriage wildly through the quiet town, and passed hurriedly from woman to woman. But his impetuosity was checked by an intellect that slowly matured into good judgment. He studied and fostered agriculture and industry, cultivated the sciences, helped literature, and labored for the good of his principality and its people. Hear Madame de Stael, who toured Germany in 1803. Of all the German principalities, there is none that makes us feel more than Weimar the advantages of a small state, when its sovereign is a man of strong understanding and is capable of endeavoring to please all classes of his subjects without losing anything in their obedience. The military talents of the Duke are universally respected, and his lively and reflective conversation continually brings to our recollection that he was formed by the great Frederick. It is by his own and his mother's reputation that the most distinguished men of learning have been attracted to Weimar. Germany, for the first time, has a literary metropolis. 2. Wieland, 1733 to 1775. Christoph Martin Wieland is the least known, but perhaps the most lovable of the four men who made Weimar's fame. Almost all the influences of the time played upon him and tuned his lyre in their turn. Son of a pastor in Oberholzheim, near Biberach in Württemberg, he was nurtured in piety and theology. When he discovered poetry, he made the virtuous Klopstock his ideal, and then turned to Voltaire for relief. At nearby Warthausen he found the extensive library of Count von Stadion. He plunged into French and English literature, and sloughed off so much theology that in a romance, Don Silvio von Rosalva, from 1764, he held up his boyhood faith to ridicule. He published prose translations of 20 plays by Shakespeare between 1762 and 66, thereby giving Germany for the first time a view of Shakespeare as a whole, and providing German playwrights with an escape from the classic formula of French drama. Meanwhile, Winckelmann and others were spreading the Hellenic gospel. Wieland made his own version of it, adopted a light Epicurean tone in Komische Erzählungen,
comic tales from 1765, and made a fictitious Greek the protagonist of his main prose work, Geschichte des Agathon, 1766–67. Lessing called it the only novel for thinking men. In its wandering pages, Wieland, aged 33, proposed to expound his philosophy of life, exemplified in the physical and intellectual adventures of an Athenian of the Periclean age. Our plan, said the preface, required that our hero should be represented in a variety of trials, whose effect would be to educate a man in integrity and wisdom without the use of religious incentives or supports. Agathon, that is good, young and handsome, resists the attempt of a Delphic priestess to seduce him. Instead, he develops for the simple maiden Psyche, or soul, a pure though passionate love. He enters politics, becomes disgusted by the factionalism of parties, denounces the voters for their lack of principle, and is banished from Athens. Wandering in the mountains of Greece, he comes upon a band of Thracian women who are celebrating the feast of Bacchus with wild and sensuous dances. They mistake Agathon for Bacchus and almost stifle him with their embraces. He is rescued by a pirate band which sells him as a slave in Smyrna to Hippias, a sophist of the 5th century B.C. Wieland expounds the philosophy of the sophists with indignation. The wisdom of which the sophists made a profession was in quality as well as in effect the exact opposite of that professed by Socrates. The sophists taught the art of exciting other men's passions through oratory. Socrates inculcated the art of controlling one's own. The former showed how to appear wise and virtuous, the latter how to be so. The former encouraged the youth of Athens to assume control of the state. The latter pointed out to them that it would take half their lifetime to learn how to rule themselves. The Socratic philosophy took pride in going without riches. The philosophy of the sophists knew how to acquire them. It was complacent, prepossessing, versatile. It glorified the great, dallied with women, and flattered everybody who paid for it. It was everywhere at home, a favorite at court, in the boudoir, with the aristocracy, even with the priesthood, while Socrates' doctrines would be pronounced unprofitable by the busy, insipid by the idle, and dangerous by the devout. Hippias, as Wieland pictures him, embodies all the ideas and vices of the sophists. He is a philosopher, but he has seen to it that he is also a millionaire. He resolves to bring the upright Agathon to an Epicurean way of thought and life. The wisest policy, he argues, is to pursue pleasant sensations, and all pleasures are in reality sensual. He laughs at those who deny themselves mundane joys to gain heavenly delights that may never materialize. Who has ever seen those gods and those spiritual beings whose existence religion asserts? All that is a trick the priests play upon us. Agathon condemns this philosophy as ignoring the spiritual element in man and the needs of social order. Hippias introduces him to the rich and lovely Danae, encourages her to seduce him, and conceals from him Danae's Hetaira past. She dances, and the grace of her body, added to the charm of her conversation and the music of her voice, leads Agathon to offer her his full but virtuous love. Danae spoils Hippias's plot by returning Agathon's love in kind. She, who had passed through many arms, finds a new experience and happiness in Agathon's devotion. Tired of soulless love, she aspires to begin with Agathon a new and purer life. She buys him from Hippias, frees him, and invites him to share her wealth. Hippias, in revenge, reveals to Agathon Danae's career as a courtesan. Agathon takes ship to Syracuse. There he gains such repute for wisdom and integrity that he becomes chief minister to the dictator Dionysius. By this time he has surrendered some of his idealism. He did not now have his high-flown conceptions of human nature as before, or rather, he had come to know the infinite distance between the metaphysical man, of whom one thinks or dreams in speculative solitude, or the natural man as he proceeds in crude simplicity from the hands of the universal mother, and the artificial man whom society, laws, opinions, needs, dependence, and continual struggle of his desires with his circumstances, of his own advantage with the advantage of others, and the consequent necessity of continual dissimulation and masking of his true intentions, have falsified, degraded, distorted, and disguised in 1,000 unnatural and deceptive forms. He was no longer the youthful enthusiast who imagined that it would be as easy to carry out a great undertaking as to conceive it. He had learned how little one ought to expect from others, how little one ought to count on their cooperation, and, what is most important, how little one ought to trust oneself. He had learned that the most perfect plan is often the worst, and that in the moral world, as in the material, nothing moves in a straight line. In short, that life is like a voyage, where the pilot must adapt his course to wind and weather, where he is never sure that he will not be delayed or drifted aside by contrary currents, and that everything depends upon this, amid 1,000 deviations from one's course, yet to hold one's mind unbendingly fixed upon the port of destination. Agathon serves Syracuse well and accomplishes some reforms, but a court cabal deposes him, and he retires to Tarentum. There he is welcomed by his father's old friend, the Pythagorean philosopher and scientist Archytas, who flourished from 400 to 365 B.C., who realizes Plato's dream of a philosopher king. There Agathon finds his youthful love Psyche, but alas, she is married to Archytas's son, and turns out to be Agathon's sister. However, with the magic wand of a novelist, Danae is brought from Smyrna to Tarentum. She has abandoned her Epicurean ways to live in a demure modesty. Agathon, realizing that he had sinned in deserting her, begs her forgiveness. She embraces him, but refuses marriage. She has resolved to atone for the meandering morals of her past by living her remaining years in continence. The story ends with Agathon incredibly content with sisters. The book has 100 faults. The structure is loose, the coincidences are lazy evasions of artistry, the style is agreeable but diffuse. In many paragraphs the subject avoids the predicate until it is forgotten. A critic greeted the author's birthday by wishing him a life as long as his sentences. Even so, the history of Agathon is one of the major works of the Frederican age. Its conclusions indicated that Wieland had reconciled himself with the world and could now be trusted to teach and tame stormy and stressful youths. In 1769 he was made professor of philosophy at Erfurt. Thence, 3 years later, he issued Der Goldene Spiegel, the Golden Mirror, which expressed his ideas on education. Anna Amalia was charmed. She invited him to try his pedagogy on her sons. He came and spent the rest of his life in Weimar. In 1773 he founded Der Deutsche Merkur, the German Herald, which under his leadership was for a generation, from 1773 to 1789, the most influential literary review in Germany. He was the intellectual star of Weimar till Goethe came, and when in 1775 the dashing young author of Werther took the city by storm, Wieland welcomed him without jealousy and was to remain his friend for 36 years. 3. Goethe Prometheus, 1749 to 1775. 1. Growth. From the time when he trod the streets of Frankfurt am Main as consciously the grandson of its mayor, to his septuagenarian years when his casual conversation made the renown of his Boswell Eckermann, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe ran a full gamut of experience, absorbing all that life, love, and letters could give him, and returning it gratefully in wisdom and art. Frankfurt was a free city, dominated by merchants and fairs, but also the imperially designated seat for the coronation of German kings and Holy Roman emperors. In 1749 it contained 33,000 souls, nearly all pious, well-behaved, and gemütlich. Goethe's birthplace was a substantial 4-story house, destroyed by fire in 1944, rebuilt in 1951. His father, Johann Caspar Goethe, was the son of a prosperous tailor and innkeeper. He ruined his political career by pride and arrogance, and retired from the practice of law to a life of amateur scholarship in his elegant library. In 1748 he married Katharina Elisabeth, daughter of Johann Wolfgang Textor, Schultheiss, or Bürgermeister, of Frankfurt. Her son never forgot that through her he belonged to the untitled patriciate that had ruled the city for generations. When he was 78, he told Eckermann, "We Frankfurt patricians always considered ourselves equal to the nobility, and when I held in my hands the diploma of nobility, granted him in 1782, I had nothing more in my own opinion than I had possessed long ago." He felt that nur die Lumpe, sind bescheiden. Only rascals are modest. He was the eldest of 6 children, of whom only he and his sister Cornelia survived childhood. In those days, much parentage was love's labor lost. It was not a happy household. The mother was of a kindly nature, inclined to humor and poetry, but the father was a pedantic disciplinarian who alienated his offspring by the harshness and impatience of his temper. With my father, Goethe recalled, there could be no pleasant relation. From him, as well as from experience as a privy councillor, Goethe may have derived something of the stiffness that showed in his later life. From his mother he may have taken his poetic spirit and his love of the drama. She built a marionette theatre in her home. Her son never recovered from its fascination. The children received their first education from their father, then from tutors. Wolfgang acquired a reading knowledge of Latin, Greek, and English, some Hebrew, and the ability to speak French and Italian. He learned to play the harpsichord and the violoncello, to sketch and paint, to ride and fence and dance. But he took life as his best teacher. He explored all quarters of Frankfurt, including the Judengasse. He ogled the pretty Jewish girls, visited a Jewish school, attended a circumcision, formed some notion of Jewish holy days. The Frankfurt fairs, by bringing into the city exotic faces and goods, added to his education. So did the French officers in the Goethe home during the 7 Years' War. In 1764, the 15-year-old boy saw the coronation of Joseph II as King of the Romans. He sucked in every bit of it, and spent 20 pages describing it in his autobiography. At 14, he had the first of the many love affairs that engendered half of his poetry. He had already won a reputation for his facility in writing verses. Some boys with whom he occasionally mingled asked him to compose a poetic letter in the style of a girl to a youth. He did so well that they had it delivered to a lovelorn member of the group as coming from the object of his devotion. This lad wished to answer in kind, but lacked wit and rhymes. Would Goethe compose a reply for him? Goethe consented, and in gratitude the lover paid the expenses of an outing for the group to a suburban inn. The waitress was a lass in her teens, called Margareta, Gretchen for short. Goethe gave that name to the heroine of Faust. Perhaps because of the romances he had read and the letters he had written, he was in a mood to appreciate the charm of girlhood. The first propensities to love in an uncorrupted youth, he wrote at 60, take altogether a spiritual direction. Nature seems to desire that one sex may by the senses perceive goodness and beauty in the other. And so, by the sight of this girl, and by my strong inclination for her, a new world of the beautiful and the excellent was revealed to me. He never lost that world. One woman after another stirred his sensitive spirit, almost always with reverence as well as desire. At the age of 73, he fell in love with a girl of 17. For a while he was too awed to speak to the charmer. I went to church for love of her, and during the long Protestant service I gazed my fill at her. He saw her again at her inn, seated, like another Gretchen, at a spinning-wheel. Now she took the initiative and gaily signed the second love letter that he had fabricated as from a girl. Then one of the group, whom Goethe had recommended to his grandfather, was caught falsifying bonds and wills. Wolfgang's parents forbade him further association with those boys. Gretchen moved to a distant town, and Goethe never saw her again. He was much put out when he learned that she had said, "I always treated him as a child." He was quite content now, in 1765, to leave Frankfurt and study law at the University of Leipzig. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution, by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. He was quite content now, in 1765, to leave Frankfurt and study law at the University of Leipzig. Like any eager youth, he read widely outside of his assigned subjects. He had already, in his father's library, browsed in Bayle's Dictionnaire historique et critique, with much damage to his religious faith. And as soon as I reached Leipzig, I tried to free myself altogether from my connection with the Church. For a time he delved into mysticism, alchemy, even magic. This too entered Faust. He tried his hand at etching and woodcuts, studied the picture collection at Dresden, frequently visited the painter Oeser in Leipzig. Through Oeser he became acquainted with the writings of Winckelmann. Through these and Lessing's Laocoon, he received his first infusions of reverence for the classic style. He and other students were preparing a hearty reception for Winckelmann at Leipzig in 1768 when the news came that Winckelmann had been murdered in Trieste. The sense of beauty was predominant in his approach to the world. In religion he liked only its colorful and dramatic sacraments. He did not care for philosophy as written by philosophers, except Spinoza. He shuddered at logic and fled from Kant. He loved drama, wrote a worthless one at Leipzig, and composed poetry almost every day, even while listening to lectures on law. The poems, which he published as Das Leipziger Liederbuch, are in the style of Anacreon, playful, sometimes erotic. Yet I'm content and full of joy, if she'll but grant her smile so sweet, or if at table she'll employ to pillow hers, her lover's feet. Give me the apple that she bit, the glass from which she drank bestow, and when my kiss so orders it, her bosom, veiled till then, will show. Was this merely wishful thinking? Apparently not. He had found in Leipzig a pretty head, Annette Schönkopf, who was willing to enter at least the vestibule of love. She was the daughter of a wine merchant who served a midday meal to students. Goethe ate there frequently and fell in desire with her. She returned his ardor with judicious reserve and allowed other men to be attentive to her. He grew jealous and took to spying on her. They quarreled and made up, quarreled and made up, quarreled and parted. Even in these ecstasies he reminded himself that he was the grandson of a burgomeister, and that he had in him a daimon, the urge and drive of an omnivorous genius that demanded freedom for its full development to its own imperative destiny. Annette accepted another suitor. Goethe counted this a defeat and tried to forget it in dissipation. I had lost her really, and the frenzy with which I revenged my fault upon myself by assaulting in various frantic ways my physical nature, in order to inflict some hurt on my moral nature, contributed very much to the bodily maladies under which I lost some of the best years of my life. He sank into melancholy, suffered from nervous indigestion, developed a painful tumor in the neck, and woke up one night with an almost fatal hemorrhage. He left Leipzig without taking his degree, and returned to Frankfurt in September 1768 to face paternal reproofs and maternal love. During his long convalescence he made the acquaintance of Susanna von Klettenberg, an ailing, kindly Moravian pietist. Her serenity and peace of mind never left her. She looked upon her sickness as a necessary element of her transient earthly existence. He described her, years later, with sympathy and skill in the Confessions of a Beautiful Soul, which he inserted into Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahre. But he recorded very debonairly her claims that his nervousness and melancholy were due to his failure to reconcile himself to God. Now I had believed from my youth upward that I stood on very good terms with my God. Nay, I even fancied that he might be in arrears to me, as I was daring enough to think that I had something to forgive him. This presumption was grounded on my infinite goodwill, to which, it seemed to me, he should have given better assistance. It may be imagined how often I got into disputes on this subject with my friends, which, however, always terminated in the friendliest way. Nevertheless, he experienced stray moments of piety, even to attending some sessions of the Moravian Brethren, but he was repelled by the mediocre intelligence of these simple people, and soon returned to his casual combination of pantheistic faith and rationalistic doubt. In April 1770 he departed for Strasbourg, hoping to get his law degree. A fellow student described him, then 21, as a handsome figure with a magnificent forehead and great flashing eyes, but added, all would not be smooth sailing with this young man, for he seemed to have a wild and unsettled air. Perhaps his long illness had unnerved him. His daimon was too unsettling to let him gain stability. But what youth with fire coursing in his blood can enjoy repose? When he stood before the great cathedral, he hailed it patriotically as not Catholic, but German architecture, our architecture, for the Italians can boast of none like it, still less the French. He had not yet seen Italy or France. Alone I climbed to the highest peak of the tower and ventured at that elevation to step out on a platform which measured scarcely a square yard. I inflicted this terror and torture upon myself so many times until the experience became a matter of indifference to me. One of his professors noted that Herr Goethe behaved himself in a way which caused him to be regarded as a meretricious pretender to scholarship, a frantic opponent of all religious teaching. It was the well-nigh universal opinion that he had a slate loose in the upper story. A dozen new experiences served to feed his flame. He met Herder several times during the latter's stay in Strasbourg. Herder, 5 years older, dominated these encounters. Goethe, in a modest interlude, called himself a planet revolving around Herder's sun. He was disturbed by Herder's dictatorial tendency, but was stimulated by him to read old ballads, Macpherson's Ocean, and, in Wieland's translation, Shakespeare. But also he read Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot. Besides pursuing his work in law, he took courses in chemistry, anatomy, obstetrics, and he continued his study of women. He felt their charm with all the keen sensitivity of a poet, all the electric incandescence of youth. 47 years later he told Eckermann that he believed in a mysterious magnetic effect of one person upon another, and most of all through difference of sex. He was stirred by the light and prancing walk of girls, by the music of their voices and laughter, by the color and rustle of their dress, and he envied the intimacy of the flower they sometimes wore in their corsage or their hair. One after another of these magic creatures, called to his blood, grew in his imagination and moved his pen. There had already been Gretchen and Annetta, soon there would be Lotte and Lily and Charlotte, later Minna and Ulrike. But now at Sesenheim, near Strasbourg, there was the most appealing of them all, Friederike Brion. She was the younger daughter, 19 in 1771, of the town pastor, whom Goethe compared to Goldsmith's virtuous vicar of Wakefield. The pages about Friederike in Goethe's autobiography are the finest prose he ever wrote. Several times he rode out from Strasbourg to enjoy the unspoiled simplicity of this rural family. He took Friederike for long walks, for she was most at home in the open air. She fell in love with him and gave him all that he asked. In a lonely place in the forest we embraced each other with deep emotion, and gave each other the most faithful assurance that each loved the other from the bottom of the heart. Soon he was confessing to a friend that one is not happier by a hair's breadth by attaining the object of his wishes. Meanwhile he was writing in Latin his doctoral thesis, which affirmed, like Febronius, the right of the state to be independent of the Church. It won the approval of the university faculty. He passed the examinations, and on August 6, 1771, he received his degree as a licentiate at law. The time had come to leave Strasbourg. He rode out to Sesenheim to say goodbye to Friederike. When from my horse I reached her my hand, the tears stood in her eyes, and I felt very uneasy. Having at last escaped the excitement of a farewell, I, in a quiet and peaceful journey, pretty well regained my self-possession. Remorse came later. Gretchen had been taken away from me, Annetta had left me, now for the first time I was guilty. I had wounded the most lovely heart to its very depths. And the period of a gloomy repentance, with the absence of a refreshing love, to which I had become accustomed, was most agonizing. It is sadly self-centered, but which of us, in the trial and error of love, has not wounded one or two hearts before winning one? Friederike died unmarried, April 3, 1813. 2. Goetz and Werther. In Frankfurt the new licentiate grudgingly practiced law. He visited Darmstadt occasionally and felt the influence of its cult of sentiment. He was now in a strong reaction against France, against French drama and its rigid rules, even against Voltaire. More and more he relished Shakespeare, who had put the nature of man, lawful or lawless, upon the stage. In this mood and in the exuberant vigor of youth he was ripe for Sturm and Drang. He sympathized with its rejection of authority, its exaltation of instinct over intellect, of the heroic individual over the tradition-imprisoned masses. And so, in 1772–73, he wrote Götz von Berlichingen. It was a remarkable performance for a lad of 23, a drama uniting war, love, and treachery in a story warm with zeal for liberty, exuding vitality, and holding the interest from beginning to end. Götz was a knight whose right hand had been shot off in battle when he was 24, in 1504. An iron hand had been attached to his arm, and with it he wielded his sword as lethally as before. Refusing to acknowledge any overlord but the emperor, he became one of those robber barons who, in the name of freedom, claimed full authority on their lands, even to pillaging wayfarers and waging private war. In 1495, Emperor Maximilian I had issued an edict against private wars, under the double penalty of ban by the empire and excommunication by the Church. Götz of the Iron Hand rejected the ban as contravening traditional rights, and the play turned at first on the struggle between the rebel knight and the Prince-Bishop of Bamberg. Goethe, loving women much more than war, let the center of interest pass to Adelaida von Walldorf, whose beauty and wealth fired a dozen men with reckless passion. For her, Adalbert von Weislingen, another free knight, broke his alliance with Götz and his troth with Götz's sister Maria, and went over to the bishop. Perhaps in Weislingen's vacillating love, Goethe remembered his own unfaithfulness. He sent a copy of the play to Friederike by a friend, saying, "Poor Friederike will feel somewhat consoled when she sees that the faithless lover is poisoned." The author colored history to suit his drama. Gottfried von Berlichingen was not so noble and magnanimous as Goethe's Götz, but such emendations are poetic licenses, like tortured rhymes. Forgivable, too, is the rough, wild speech which Goethe ascribed to his hero as echoing virility. When the play was produced in Berlin in 1774, Frederick the Great condemned it as a detestable imitation of the barbarism that he, like Voltaire, saw in Shakespeare, and he called upon German dramatists to seek their models in France. Herder at first agreed with Frederick, and told Goethe, "Shakespeare has ruined you." But he sent the published version to his friends with high praise. "You have hours of enchantment before you. There is an uncommon degree of authentic German power, depth, and sincerity in the piece, though now and then it is merely an intellectual exercise." The younger generation hailed Götz as the supreme expression of Sturm und Drang. German readers were glad to hear of medieval knights, symbols of the mighty German character. Protestants relished the echoes of Luther in Brother Martin, who complains that his vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience are unnatural, who describes woman as the glory and crown of creation, welcomes wine as rejoicing the heart of man, and overturns an old adage by saying that joyousness is the mother of every virtue. Even Götz's father, who had to help him with his law and regarded him as a deterioration of the paternal stock, admitted that perhaps there was something in the lad after all. In May 1772, the young advocate had to go on legal business to Wetzlar, seat of the imperial appellate court. Not at all absorbed in law, he wandered through fields, woods, and boudoirs, drawing, writing, absorbing. In Wetzlar he met Karl Wilhelm Jerusalem, poet and mystic, and Georg Christian Kästner, a notary whom Goethe described as distinguished by a calm and equable demeanor, clearness of view, serene and tireless activity, and so confident of advancement that he was already engaged to marry. Kästner described Goethe magnanimously. 23 years old, the only son of a very wealthy father. According to his father's intention, he was to practice law at the court here. According to his own, he was to study Homer and Pindar, and whatever else his genius, his taste, and his heart should inspire. Indeed, he has true genius, and is a man of character. He possesses an imagination of extraordinary vividness, and expresses himself in images and similes. His feelings are violent, but he is usually master of them. His convictions are noble. He is quite free from prejudice, and acts as he likes without caring whether it pleases others, or is the fashion, or is permissible. All compulsion is hateful to him. He loves children and can play with them for hours. He is a quite remarkable man. On June 9, 1772, at a country dance, Goethe met Kästner's betrothed, Charlotte Buff. The next day he visited her and found a new charm in womanhood. Lotte, then 20, was the eldest sister in a family of 11. The mother was dead, the father was busy earning a living. Lotte served as mother to the brood. She not only had the bright gaiety of a healthy girl, she also had the attractiveness of a young woman who, simply but neatly dressed, performed the duties of her place with competence, affection, and good cheer. Goethe soon fell in love with her, for he could not remain long without some feminine image warming his imagination. Kästner saw the situation, but, sure of his possession, showed an amiable tolerance. Goethe allowed himself almost the privileges of a rival wooer, but Lotte always checked him and reminded him that she was engaged. Finally, he asked her to choose between them. She did, and Goethe, his pride only momentarily shaken, left Wetzlar the next day, September 11th. Kästner remained his loyal friend till death. Before returning to Frankfurt, Goethe stopped at Ehrenbreitstein on the Rhine, the home of Georg and Sophia von der Roche. Sophia had 2 daughters, of whom the eldest, Maximiliana, soon particularly attracted me. It is a very pleasant sensation when a new passion begins to stir in us before the old one is quite extinct. Thus, when the sun is setting, one likes to see the moon rise on the opposite side. Maximiliana, however, married Peter Brentano and bore a lively daughter, Bettina, who fell in love with Goethe 35 years later. Goethe resigned himself to Frankfurt and law. Not quite, for at times he thought of suicide. Among a considerable collection of weapons, I possessed a handsome, well-polished dagger. This I laid every night by my bed, and before extinguishing the candle I tried whether I could succeed in plunging the sharp point a couple of inches deep into my heart. Since I could never succeed in this, I at last laughed myself out of the notion, threw off all hypochondriacal fancies, and resolved to live. To be able to do this with cheerfulness, I was obliged to solve a literary problem, by which all that I had felt should be reduced to words. For this purpose I collected the elements which had been at work in me for a few years. I rendered present to my mind the cases which had most affected and tormented me, but nothing would come to a definite form. I lacked an event, a fable in which they could be seen as a whole. A fellow advocate at Wetzlar provided the amalgamating event. On October 30th, 1772, Wilhelm Jerusalem, having borrowed a pistol from Kästner, killed himself in despair over his love for the wife of a friend. All at once, when I heard the news of Jerusalem's death, Goethe recalled, the plan of Werther was formed, and the whole ran together from all sides. Perhaps so, but it was not until 15 months later that he began to write the book. Meanwhile, he carried on with Maximiliana Brentano, who had moved with her husband to Frankfurt, a flirtation so persistent that the husband protested and Goethe withdrew. A variety of abortive literary projects distracted him. He dallied with the idea of retelling the story of the Wandering Jew. He planned to have him visit Spinoza, and to show that Satan, to all appearances, was triumphing over Christ in Christendom. But he wrote only 10 pages of Der ewige Jude. He composed some satires on Jacobi, Wieland, Herder, Lenz, and Lavater, but managed to win their friendship nevertheless. He contributed to Lavater's Physiognomische Fragmente, and allowed him to physiognomize his head, with flattering results. Intelligence is here, with sensibility to kindle it, judged the Swiss. Observe the energetic brow, the eye so swiftly penetrating, searching, enamored, and the nose in itself enough to proclaim the poet. With the virile chin, the well-opened, vigorous ear, who could question the genius in this head? And who could live up to such a cephalogram? Jacobi thought it could be done, for after visiting Goethe in July 1773, he described him in a letter to Wieland as, from head to toe, all genius, a man possessed who is destined to act according to the dictates of the individual spirit. At last, in February 1774, Goethe wrote the book that gave him a European renown, Die Leiden des jungen Werthers. He had thought of it so long, had so long rehearsed it in brooding and fancy, that now he dashed it off, he tells us, in 4 weeks. I isolated myself completely. I forbade the visits of my friends. 50 years later he said to Eckermann, "That was a creation which I, like the pelican, fed with the blood of my own heart." He killed Werther to give himself peace. He was inspired in making the book brief. He used the letter form, partly in imitation of Richardson's Clarissa and Rousseau's Julie, partly because it lent itself to the expression and analysis of emotion, and perhaps because in that form he could use some of the letters he had written from Wetzlar to his sister Cornelia or to his friend Merck. He shocked Charlotte and Kestner by giving her actual name, Lotte, to the object of a love obviously describing Goethe's passion for Kestner's bride. Kestner became Albert, and was favorably portrayed. Even the meeting at the dance and the morrow's visit were in the story as they had been in fact. Since that day sun, moon, and stars can go calmly about their business, but I am conscious neither of day nor of night, and the whole world around me is fading away. I have no more prayers to say except to her. Werther is not quite Goethe. He is more sentimental, more given to tears and gushing words and self-commiseration. In order to lead the narrative to its tragic denouement, Werther had to be changed from Goethe to Wilhelm Jerusalem. The final touches echo history. Werther, like Jerusalem, borrows Albert's pistol for his suicide, and Lessing's Emilia Galati lies on his desk as he dies. No clergyman escorted him to his grave. The Sorrows of the Young Werther was an event in the history of literature and of Germany. It expressed and promoted the romantic element in Sturm und Drang, as Goetz von Berlichingen had expressed the heroic. Rebellious youth acclaimed it with praise and imitation. Some dressed in blue coat and buff vest like Werther, some wept like Werther, some committed suicide as the only fashionable thing to do. Kestner protested at the invasion of his privacy, but was soon appeased, and we are not told that Charlotte complained when Goethe told her, "Your name is uttered in reverence by thousands of adoring lips." The German clergy did not join in the applause. A Hamburg preacher denounced Werther as an apology for suicide. Pastor Goetze, Lessing's enemy, blasted the book, and Lessing condemned it for its sentimentality and lack of classic restraint. At a public dinner, the Reverend J.C. Hasenkampf censured Goethe to his face for that wicked piece of writing, and added, "May God improve your perverse heart." Goethe deflated him with a soft answer, "Remember me in your prayers." Meanwhile, the little book swept through Europe in a dozen translations, 3 in France in 3 years. Now, for the first time, France admitted that Germany had a literature. 3. The Young Atheist. The clergy had some excuse for worrying about Goethe, for he was in this stage openly hostile to the Christian Church. He reveres the Christian religion, Kestner wrote in 1772, but not in the form our theologians give it. He does not go to church, nor to communion, and he rarely prays. Goethe was especially averse to the Christian emphasis on sin and contrition. He preferred to sin without remorse. He wrote to Herder, about 1774, "If only the whole teaching of Christ were not such bilge that I, as a human being, a poor limited creature of desires and needs, am infuriated by it." He planned a drama on Prometheus as a symbol of man defying the gods. He wrote little more than a prologue, which shocked Jacobi and pleased Lessing. What remains of it is the most radical of Goethe's anti-religious outbursts. Prometheus speaks, "Cover thy heaven, Zeus, with cloudy mist, and disport yourself, like a child who cuts off thistle-heads, on oaks and mountain peaks. My earth you must still let stand, and my cottage, which you did not build, and my hearth, whose glow you envy me. I know nothing poorer under the sun than you, O gods. You nourish your majesty with difficulty from sacrifices and votive prayers, and it would starve were not children and beggars such hopeful fools. When I was but a child and knew not what to think, my erring eyes turned to the sun, as if there might be an ear to hear my plaint, a heart like mine to pity a troubled soul. Who helped me against the Titan's insolence? Who rescued me from death, from slavery? Has not my own holy, glowing heart accomplished all this by itself, but young and good and deceived gives thanks to that sleeping one up there? Honor thee? Why? Have you ever lightened the sorrows of the heavy laden? Have you ever dried the tears of the anguish-stricken? Have I not been molded into a man by almighty time and everlasting fate, my masters and yours? Here sit I, forming men after my image, a race that may be like me, to grieve and weep, to enjoy and be glad, and to disdain you as I do. From this nadir of proud atheism, Goethe moved slowly to the gentler pantheism of Spinoza. Lavater reported that Goethe told us many things about Spinoza and his writings. He had been an extremely just, upright, poor man. All modern deists had drawn primarily from him. His correspondence, Goethe added, was the most interesting in the whole world as concerned uprightness and love of humanity. 42 years later, Goethe told Karl Zelter that the writers who had most influenced him were Shakespeare, Spinoza, and Linnaeus. On June 9, 1785, he acknowledged the receipt of Jacobi's book on the teachings of Spinoza. His discussion of Jacobi's interpretation reveals considerable study of the Jewish philosopher-saint. Spinoza, he wrote, does not demonstrate the existence of God. He demonstrates that existence, the matter-mind reality, is God. Let others call him an atheist on this account. I am inclined to call him and praise him as most godly, even most Christian. I receive from him the most wholesome influences upon my thinking and acting. In his autobiography, Goethe remarked on his reply to Jacobi, Happily I had already prepared myself, having in some degree appropriated the thoughts and mind of an extraordinary man. This mind, which had worked upon me so decisively, and was destined to affect so deeply my whole mode of thought, was Spinoza. After looking through the world in vain to find a means of development for my strange nature, I at last fell upon the ethics of this philosopher. I found in it a sedative for my passions, and a free, wide view over the sensible and moral world seemed to open before me. I was never so presumptuous as to think that I understood perfectly a man who raised himself through mathematical and rabbinical studies to the highest reach of thought, and whose name even at this day seems to mark the limit of all speculative efforts. He gave added warmth to his Spinozistic pantheism by the intensity with which he loved nature. It was not merely that he found delight in bright fields or mystic woods, or plants and flowers multiplying with such exuberant diversity. He also loved nature's sterner moods, and liked to fight his way through wind or rain or snow, and up to perilous mountain-tops. He spoke of nature as a mother from whose breast he sucked the sap and zest of life. In a prose poem rhapsody, Die Natur, from 1780, he expressed with religious feeling his humble surrender to, his happy absorption in, the generative and destructive forces that envelop man. Nature. By her we are surrounded and encompassed, unable to step out of her and unable to enter deeper into her. She receives us, unsolicited and unwarned, into the circle of her dance, and hurries along with us till we are exhausted and drop out of her arms. She creates ever new forms. What now is was never before. What was comes not again. All is new, and yet always the old. She seems to have contrived everything for individuality, but cares nothing for individuals. She is ever building, ever destroying, and her workshop is inaccessible. She has thought, and is constantly meditating, not as a man, but as nature. She has an all-embracing mind of her own. No one can penetrate her. She lets every child tinker with her, every fool pass judgment on her. Thousands stumble over her and see nothing. She has her joy in all. She is kindly. I praise her with all her works. She is wise and quiet.
One can tear no explanation from her, extort from her no gift which she gives not of her own free will. She has placed me here, she will lead me away. I trust myself to her. She may do as she likes with me. She will not hate her work. In December 1774, Duke Karl August stopped at Frankfurt en route to seek a bride at Karlsruhe. He had read and admired Goetz von Berlichingen. He invited the author to meet him. Goethe came and made a favorable impression. The Duke wondered, might not this handsome and mannerly genius be an ornament of the Weimar court? He had to hurry on, but asked Goethe to meet him again on his return from Karlsruhe. Goethe spoke often of destiny, too little of chance. He might have answered that it was destiny, not chance, that brought him to the Duke, and that it turned him from the loveliness of Lili Schönemann to Weimar's unknown perils and opportunities. Lili was the only daughter of a rich merchant in Frankfurt. Goethe, now a social lion, was invited to a reception in her home. She performed brilliantly at the piano. Goethe leaned over a corner of it and drank in her 16-year-old charms as she played. I was sensible of feeling an attractive power of the gentlest kind. We grew into the habit of seeing each other. We were now necessary to each other. An irresistible longing dominated me. So rapidly can that famous fever rise, blown up by a poet's sensitivity. Before he quite realized what it meant, he was officially engaged in April 1775. Then Lili, thinking him securely captured, coquetted with others. Goethe saw and fumed. Just at this time, two friends, Counts Christian and Friedrich zu Stolberg, came to Frankfurt on their way to Switzerland. They suggested that Goethe join them. His father urged him to go and to continue on into Italy. With some intimation, but without leave-taking, I separated myself from Lili. He started out in May 1775. At Karlsruhe he met the Duke again, and was definitely invited to Weimar. He went on to Zurich, where he met Lavater and Bodmer. He climbed St. Gothard, and looked longingly at Italy. Then the image of Lili regained ascendancy. He left his companions, turned homeward, and in September had Lili in his arms. But, back in his room, he felt again his old dread of marriage as imprisonment and stagnation. Lili resented his vacillation. They agreed to break off their betrothal. In 1776 she married Bernhard von Türkheim. The Duke, briefly at Frankfurt on his way back from Karlsruhe, offered to send a coach to take Goethe to Weimar. Goethe consented, made his arrangements, and waited for the appointed day. The coach did not come. Had he been played with and deceived? After some days of fretful delay, he started out for Italy. But at Heidelberg the promised coach caught up with him. The Duke's emissary made explanations and apologies. Goethe accepted them. On November 7, 1775, he reached Weimar, aged 26, torn as always between Eros and destiny, longing for woman, but resolved to be great. 4. Herder, 1744 to 1776. Hardly a month after Goethe's arrival at Weimar, he passed on to the Duke with warm approval Wieland's suggestion that the vacant post of General Superintendent of the clergy and the schools of the duchy be offered to Johann Gottfried Herder. The Duke agreed. Born at Mohrungen in East Prussia on August 25, 1744, Herder was, by geography and Baltic mists, akin to Immanuel Kant. His father was a poor schoolmaster and pietist cantor, so that the boy had all the uses of adversity. From the age of 5 he suffered from a fistula in the right eye. Soon required to add to the family income, he left school to become secretary and servant to Sebastian Treschow, who made a good living by writing handbooks of piety. Treschow had a library which Johann consumed. At 18 he was sent to Königsberg to have the fistula removed and to study medicine at the university. The operation failed, and the dissection classes so upset the youth's stomach that he turned from medicine to theology. He formed a friendship with Hamann, who taught him English, using Hamlet as a text. Herder learned almost all the play by heart. He attended Kant's lectures on geography, astronomy, and Wolff's on philosophy. Kant liked him so much that he excused him from the fees charged for the courses. Herder supported himself by translating and tutoring, and from the age of 20 to 25 he taught in the cathedral school at Riga. At 21 he was ordained a Lutheran minister. At 22 he became a Freemason. At 23 he was appointed adjutant pastor in 2 churches near Riga. He broke into print at 22 with a volume Über die neuere deutsche Literatur. He added a second and a third tome to it a year later. Kant, Lessing, Nicolai, and Lavater were impressed by the young author's learning, and they commended his appeal for a national literature liberated from foreign tutelage. Herder anticipated the Werther fashion by falling hopelessly in love with a married woman. He suffered so severe a physical and mental depression that he was given a leave of absence with promise of re-employment at a better salary on his return. He borrowed money, left Riga on May 23, 1769, and never saw it again. He went by ship to Nantes, stayed there 4 months, and passed on to Paris. He met Diderot and d'Alembert, but he was never won to the French Enlightenment. His bent was aesthetic rather than intellectual. In Paris he began to collect primitive poetry, and found in it more delight than in the classic literature of France. He read Macpherson's Ocean in a German translation, and pronounced these skilful imitations superior to most modern English verse after Shakespeare. He began in 1769 those essays in artistic and literary criticism which he called Wäldchen, or Groves. 3 volumes of these he published in his lifetime as Kritische Wälder, Critical Woods. In February 1770 he spent 14 days in fruitful contact with Lessing at Hamburg. Then he joined the Prince of Holstein-Gottorp as tutor and companion, and travelled with him through western Germany. In Kassel he met Rudolf Raspe, professor of archaeology and soon-to-be author of Baron Munchausen's narrative of his marvelous travels and campaigns in Russia, in 1785. Raspe had called the attention of Germany to Thomas Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry in 1765, the year of its appearance. Herder was strengthened in his belief that poets should abandon the Winckelmann-Lessing call for imitation of Greek classics, and should rather cling to the popular sources of their nation's traditions in folk poetry and ballad history. Passing with the prince to Darmstadt, Herder met its circle of sensitives, took kindly to their exaltation of sentiment, and especially appreciated the sentiments of Carolina Flaxland, the orphaned sister-in-law of Privy Councillor Andreas von Hesse. He was invited to preach in a local church. She heard him and was moved. They walked in the woods. They touched hands, and he was moved. He proposed. She warned him that she lived on the charity of her sister and could bring him no dowry. He replied that he was heavily in debt, had only the dimmest prospects, and was committed to accompany the prince. They pledged each other no formal troth, but agreed to love each other by mail. On April 27, 1770, his party left for Mannheim. When it reached Strasbourg, Herder, though he longed to see Italy, left the prince. The fistula in his lacrimal gland blocked the tear duct to the nostril, causing constant pain. Dr. Lobstein, professor of gynecology at the university, promised that an operation would clear up the matter in 3 weeks. Herder submitted without anesthetics to repeated drilling of a channel through the bone to the nasal passage. Infection set in, and for almost 6 months Herder was confined to his hotel room, discouraged by the failure of the operation and gloomy with doubts of his future. It was in this mood of suffering and pessimism that he met Goethe on September 4, 1770. "I was able to be present at the operation," Goethe recalled, "and to be serviceable in many ways." He was inspired by Herder's view that poetry arose instinctively among the people, not from a few refined and cultivated men. When Herder left, his funds quite exhausted, Goethe borrowed a sum of money for him, which Herder later repaid. Reluctantly he accepted an invitation from Count Wilhelm zu Lippe, ruler of the little principality of Schaumburg-Lippe in northwest Germany, to serve him as court preacher and consistory president in his modest capital, Bückeburg. In April 1771, Herder left Strasbourg, visited Carolina at Darmstadt and Goethe at Frankfurt,
and reached Buckeburg on the 28th. He found the Count an enlightened despot of a rigid disciplinarian cast. The town was provincial in everything but music, which was well supplied by Johann Christoph Friedrich Bach. Herder resigned himself to isolation from the mainstream of German thought. But the books that he issued from his foot of earth powerfully affected that stream and shared in forming the literary ideas of Sturm und Drang. He assured German authors that if they were to seek their inspiration in the roots of the nation and the life of the people, they would in time outshine all that the French had done. In philosophy and science, this prediction was verified. His Treatise on the Origin of Language, from 1772, won the prize that had been offered by the Berlin Academy in 1770. While sincerely professing piety, Herder rejected the notion that language was a special creation of God. It was a human creation, naturally resulting from the processes of sensation and thought. Originally, he suggested, language and poetry were one as expressions of emotion, and verbs expressing action were the first part of speech. Another volume, One More Philosophy of History, in 1774, presented history as the natural philosophy of successive events. Each civilization was a biological unity, a plant with its own birth, youth, maturity, decline, and death. It should be studied from the standpoint of its own time, without moral prepossessions based on another environment and age. Like the Romantics in general, Herder admired the Middle Ages as the age of imagination and feeling, of popular poetry and art, of rural simplicity and peace. By contrast, post-Reformation Europe was the worship of the state, of money, urban luxury, artificiality, and vice. He criticized the Enlightenment as the idolatry of reason, and compared it unfavorably with the classic cultures of Greece and Rome. In all the historic process, Herder, like Bossuet, saw the hand of God, but sometimes the eloquent pastor forgot his theology and thought that the general change of the world was guided far less by man than by a blind fate. His loneliness moved him, despite his meager income, to ask Carolina and her brother-in-law might he come and make her his wife. They consented, and the lovers were married at Darmstadt on May 2, 1773. They returned to Buckeburg, and Herder borrowed money to make his rectory a pleasant home for his mate. She gave him a lifelong service and devotion. Through her, a coolness that had developed between Herder and Goethe was ended, and when Goethe found himself in a position to recommend the pastor to a more remunerative post, he was happy to do it. On October 1, 1776, Herder and Carolina arrived in Weimar and moved into the house that Goethe had prepared for them. Now only one member had yet to come of the quadrumvirate that was to make Weimar's fame. 5. Schiller's Wanderjahre, 1759 to 1787. Johann Christoph Friedrich Schiller was born on November 10, 1759, at Marbach in Württemberg. His mother was the daughter of the landlord of the Lion Inn. His father was a surgeon, later a captain in the army of Duke Karl Eugen. He moved about with his regiment, but his wife stayed mostly in Lorch or Ludwigsburg. In those towns Friedrich received his education. His parents intended him for the ministry, but were persuaded by the Duke to send him, aged 14, to the Karlschule at Ludwigsburg, later at Stuttgart, where the sons of officers were prepared for law, medicine, or an army career. The discipline was rigorously military. The studies were uncongenial to a lad almost femininely sensitive. Schiller reacted by imbibing all the rebel ideas that he could find and pouring them, between 1779 and 1780, into Die Räuber, The Robbers, a drama that surpassed Götz von Berlichingen as an expression of Sturm und Drang. In 1780, Schiller was graduated in medicine and became surgeon to a regiment at Stuttgart. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1.
Rousseau and Revolution by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 10, Side 1. In 1780, Schiller was graduated in medicine and became surgeon to a regiment at Stuttgart. His salary was slight. He lived in one room with Lieutenant Kopf. They prepared their own meals, chiefly of sausage, potatoes, and lettuce, and on gala occasions, wine. He tried hard to be a man in the soldier's sense of battle, beer, and bordellos. He visited the prostitutes who attended the camp. But he had no taste for vulgarity, for he idealized women as sacred mysteries to be approached with trembling reverence. His landlady, Louisa Vischer, was a 30-year-old widow, but when she played the harpsichord, my spirit left its mortal clay, and he wished he could be fixed forever to thy lips, thy breath to drink. A novel way of suicide. He tried in vain to find a publisher for The Robbers. Failing, he saved and borrowed and paid for its printing himself in 1781. Its success astonished even the 22-year-old author. Carlyle thought it marked an era in the literature of the world. But respectable Germany was shocked to find that the play left hardly any aspect of current civilization undamned. Schiller's preface pointed out that the denouement showed the grandeur of conscience and the wickedness of revolt. Karl Moor, elder son of the aging Count Maximilian von Moor, is especially beloved by his father for his idealism and generosity, and is therefore envied and hated by his brother Franz. Karl goes off to the University of Leipzig and imbibes the rebellious sentiments that were seething in the youth of Western Europe. Dunned for his debts, he denounces the heartless money-grubbers who damn the Sadducee who fails to come to church regularly, although their own devotion consists in reckoning up their usurious gains at the very altar. He loses all faith in the existing social order, joins a robber band, becomes its captain, pledges to be loyal to it till death, and comforts his conscience by playing Robin Hood. One of the band describes him. He does not commit murder as we do for the sake of plunder, and as to money he seems not to care a straw for it. His third of the booty, which belongs to him of right, he gives to orphans, or to support promising youths at college. But should he happen to get into his clutches a country squire who grinds his peasants like cattle, or some gold-laced villain who warps the law to his own purposes, or any other chap of that kidney, then, my boy, he is in his element and rages like a very devil. Karl denounces the clergy as sycophants of power and secret worshippers of mammon. The best of them would betray the whole Trinity for 10 shekels. Meanwhile, Franz arranges that a false message should announce to the Count that Karl is dead. Franz becomes heir to the estate and offers marriage to Amelia, who loves Karl alive or dead. Franz poisons his father and quiets his qualms with atheism. It has not yet been proved that there is an eye above this earth to take account of what passes on it. There is no God. Karl hears of his brother's crimes, leads his band to the paternal castle, besieges Franz, who prays desperately to God for help, and, none coming, kills himself. Amelia offers herself to Karl if he will leave his life of robbery. He longs to do so, but his followers remind him of his pledge to remain with them till death. He respects his pledge and turns away from Amelia. She begs him to kill her. He accommodates her. Then, having arranged that a poor working man should receive the reward for capturing him, he gives himself up to the law and the gallows. All this, of course, is nonsense. The characters and events are incredible, the style is bombastic, the speeches unbearable, the conception of woman romantically ideal. But it is powerful nonsense. There is in nearly all of us a secret sympathy with those who defy the law. We, too, sometimes feel ourselves squeezed into stays by the thousands of laws and ordinances that bind or mulct us. We are so accustomed to the benefits of law that we take them for granted. We have no natural sympathy with the police until lawlessness makes us its victim. So the printed play found fervent readers and applause, and the complaints of preachers and lawmakers that Schiller had idealized crime did not deter a reviewer from hailing Schiller as promising to be a German Shakespeare, nor producers from proposing to stage the play. Baron Wolfgang Heribert von Dalberg offered to present it in the Nationaltheater at Mannheim if Schiller would provide a happier ending. He did. Moore marries Amelia instead of killing her. Without asking permission of Duke Karl Eugen, his military commander, Schiller slipped away from Stuttgart to attend the premiere on January 13, 1782. People came from Worms, Darmstadt, Frankfurt, and elsewhere to see the performance. August Iffland, one of the finest actors of that generation, played Karl. The audience shouted and sobbed its approval. No other German drama had ever received such an ovation. It was a high-water mark in Sturm und Drang. After the play, Schiller was feted by the actors and courted by a Mannheim publisher. He found it hard to return to Stuttgart and resume his life as regimental surgeon. In May he escaped again to Mannheim to see another performance of The Robbers and to discuss with Dalberg plans for a second drama. Back again with his regiment, he received a reproof from the Duke and was forbidden to write any more plays. He could not accept such a prohibition. On September 22, 1782, accompanied by a friend, Andreas Streicher, he fled to Mannheim. He offered Dalberg a new play, The Conspiracy of Fiesco at Genoa. He read it to the actors. They pronounced it a sad decline from The Robbers. Dalberg thought he might produce the play if Schiller revised it. Schiller spent weeks on this task. Dalberg rejected the result. Schiller found himself penniless. Streicher spent in supporting him the money he had saved to study music in Hamburg. When this ran out, Schiller welcomed an invitation to stay in Bauerbach, in a cottage owned by Frau Henrietta von Wulzigen. There he wrote a third play, Kabala und Liebe, Intrigue and Love, and fell in love with Fräulein Lotte von Wulzigen, aged 16. She preferred a rival. Meanwhile, Fiesco, published, had a good sale. Dalberg repented and sent Schiller an invitation to be resident playwright for the Mannheim Theatre at 300 florins per year. He agreed in July 1783. Despite many unpaid debts and one serious illness, Schiller, modestly lodged in Mannheim, had a year of precarious bliss. Fiesco received its premiere January 11, 1784. The incredibly happy ending which Dalberg had insisted upon spoiled it, and the play aroused no enthusiasm. But Kabala und Liebe was better constructed, had fewer orations, and showed a growing sense of the theatre. Some have pronounced it, from the theatrical point of view, the best of all German tragedies. After the initial performance, on April 15, 1784, the audience gave it such tumultuous applause that Schiller rose from his seat in a box and bowed. His happiness was extreme and brief. He was not temperamentally fit to deal with actors who were almost as high-strung as himself. He judged their acting strictly and reproved them for not accurately memorizing their lines. He was unable to finish a third play, Don Carlos, by the stipulated time. When his contract as Theaterdichter neared expiration in September 1784, Dalberg refused to renew it. Schiller had saved nothing and was again faced with destitution and impatient creditors. About this time he published some letters, Philosophische Briefe, which indicate that religious doubts were added to his economic embarrassments. He could not accept the old theology, and yet his poetic spirit was revolted by such materialistic atheism as D'Holbach had expressed in Système de la Nature in 1770. He could no longer pray, but he envied those who could, and he described with a sense of great loss the comfort that religion was bringing to thousands of souls in suffering, grief, and in the nearness of death. He kept his faith in free will, immortality, and an unknowable God, basing all, like Kant, on the moral consciousness. And he expressed memorably the ethic of Christ. When I hate, I take something from myself. When I love, I become richer by what I love. To pardon is to receive a property that has been lost. Misanthropy is a protracted suicide. Amid these complications, Christian Gottfried Körner brought into Schiller's life one of the finest friendships in literary history. In June 1784 he sent to Schiller from Leipzig a letter of warm admiration, accompanied by portraits of himself, his fiancée Minna Stock, her sister Dora, and Dora's fiancé Ludwig Huber, and a wallet that Minna had embroidered. Körner had been born in 1756, 3 years before Schiller, to the pastor of that same Thomaskirche where Bach, a generation earlier, had conducted so much enduring music. The youth became a licentiate in law at the age of 21, and was now counselor to the upper consistory in Dresden. Schiller, pressed with troubles, delayed reply till December 7th. Körner answered, "We offer you our friendship without reserve. Come to us as soon as possible." Schiller hesitated. He had made friendships in Mannheim, and had had several amours, especially in 1784 with Charlotte von Kalb, who had been married only a year before. At Darmstadt, in December 1784, he met Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar, read to him the first act of Don Carlos, and received the title of Rat, or honorary councillor. But no offer came of a place in the Weimar firmament. He decided to accept Körner's invitation to Leipzig. On February 10th, 1785, he sent to his unknown admirer an emotional appeal that shows him near the breaking point. "While half of Mannheim is rushing to the theatre, I fly to you, dearest friends. Since your last letter, the thought has never left me that we were meant for each other. Do not misjudge my friendship because it may seem somewhat hasty. Nature waives ceremony in favor of certain beings. Noble souls are held together by a delicate thread which often proves lasting. If you will make allowances for a man who cherishes great ideas and has performed only small acts, who as yet can only surmise from his follies that nature has destined him for something, who demands unbounded love and yet knows not what he can offer in return, but who can love something beyond himself, and has no greater torment than the thought that he is very far from being what he desires to be. If a man of this stamp may aspire to your friendship, ours will be eternal, for I am that man. Perhaps you will love Schiller, even should your esteem for the poet have declined." This letter was interrupted, but was resumed on February 22nd. "I cannot remain any longer in Mannheim. I must visit Leipzig and make your acquaintance. My soul thirsts for new food, for better men, for friendship, affection, and love. I must be near you, and by your conversation and company freshness will be breathed into my wounded spirit. You must give me new life, and I shall become more than I ever was before. I shall be happy. I never yet was happy. Will you welcome me?" Körner answered on March 3rd, "We will welcome you with open arms." And he paid G.J. Guschen, a Leipzig publisher, to send Schiller an advance payment for future essays. When the poet reached Leipzig on March 17, 1785, Körner was absent in Dresden, but his fiancée, her sister, and Huber received Schiller with food and solicitous hospitality. Guschen took to him at once. "I cannot describe to you," he wrote, "how grateful and accommodating Schiller is when given critical advice, and how much he labors at his own moral development." Körner met Schiller for the first time at Leipzig on July 1st, and then returned to Dresden. "Heaven brought us together in a wonderful manner," Schiller wrote to him, "and our friendship is a miracle." But he added that he was again approaching bankruptcy. Körner sent him money, assurance, and advice. "Should you be in want of more, write to me, and by return post I will send you any amount. If I were ever so rich and could place you above ever wanting the necessaries of life, still I would not dare do it. I know that you are capable of earning wherewith to provide for all your wants, as soon as you put your hand to the work. But allow me at least for 1 year to place you above the necessity of working. I can spare it without being worse off myself, and you can repay me if you like at your own convenience." Körner's generosity was all the more remarkable since he was preparing for marriage. The wedding took place at Dresden on August 7, 1785. In September Schiller joined them, and he lived with them, or at their expense, till July 20th, 1787. It was about this time, perhaps amid the happiness of the newlyweds, that he composed his most famous poem, An die Freude, the ode to joy that became the crown of the 9th Symphony. Everyone knows Beethoven's stirring melody, but few of us, outside of Germany, know Schiller's words. They began with a call to universal love and ended with a summons to revolution. Joy of flame celestial fashioned, daughter of Elysium, by that holy fire impassioned, to thy sanctuary we come. Thine the spells that reunited those estranged by custom dread, every man or brother plighted where thy gentle wings are spread. Millions in our arms we gather, to the world our kiss is sent. Past the starry firmament, brothers, dwells a loving Father. Who that height of bliss has proved, once a friend of friends to be? Who has won a maid beloved? Join us in our jubilee. Whoso holds a heart in keeping, one in all the world his own, who has failed, let him with weeping from our fellowship be gone. All the mighty globe containeth homage to compassion pay. To the stars she leads the way, where the unknown Godhead reigneth. Hearts in direst need unquailing, aid to innocence in woe, troth eternally unfailing, loyalty to friend and foe. Fronting kings and manly spirit, though it cost us wealth and blood, crowns to naught save noblest merit, death to all the liar's brood. Close the holy circle, ever swear it by the wine of gold. Swear these sacred vows to hold, swear it by the stars' lawgiver. For 2 years Körner supported Schiller, hoping that the poet would beat into presentable shape the drama that was to portray the conflict between Philip II and his son Carlos. But Schiller dallied so long with the play that he lost the mood in which he had begun it. Perhaps more reading of history had altered his view of Philip. In any case, he changed the plot out of unity and sequence. Meanwhile, in February 1787, he fell in love with Henrietta von Arnim, and love letters consumed his ink while Henrietta shopped for a rich suitor. Körner persuaded Schiller to isolate himself in a suburb until he had finished his play. At last it was complete in June 1787, and the Hamburg Theatre offered to produce it. Schiller's spirits and pride revived. Perhaps now he might be judged worthy to join the galaxy of literary lights that shone around Duke Karl August. Körner, relieved, agreed that there was no future for the poet in Dresden. Besides, Charlotte von Kalb was in Weimar, husbandless and beckoning. On July 20th, after many farewells, Schiller drove out from Dresden into a new life. On the morrow he was in Weimar, and the great circle was complete. Chapter 23. Weimar in Flower, 1775 to 1805. 1. Wieland Sequel, 1775 to 1813. Mozart, seeing Wieland at Mannheim in 1777, described his face as frightfully ugly, covered with pockmarks, and he had a long nose. Aside from that, he is a most gifted fellow. People stare at him as if he had dropped from heaven. The stormy petrels of Sturm und Drang disliked him because he laughed at their rebel ecstasies, but Weimar liked him because he sweetened his satires with grace and a general absolution for mankind, and because he bore with good humor the repeated eruption of new stars in the literary sky, where he could have claimed priority. Goethe's autobiography commemorated him gratefully. Schiller, at first encounter, thought him vain and melancholy, but the footing on which he at once placed himself toward me shows confidence, love, and esteem. "We will shortly open our hearts to each other," said the older to the younger poet. "We will assist each other in turn." And he proved faithful to this promise. Wieland and I draw daily closer together. He never omits an occasion for saying a kind word. Wieland competed successfully with the newcomers by issuing in 1780 a poetic romance, Oberon, about a knight who is rescued from 100 fairies, and from the quagmire charms of an overheated queen, by the magic wand of the prince of the fairies. When Goethe had to sit for a portrait and wished to remain quiet for an hour, he asked Wieland to read parts of the epic to him. "Never," Wieland reported, "have I seen anyone so happy over the work of another as Goethe was." John Quincy Adams translated the poem while he was United States Minister to Prussia in 1797 to 1801, and James Planchet took from it the libretto for Weber's opera in 1826. The March 1798 number of Wieland's Neue Deutsche Merkur contained an article, presumably by Wieland, which remarkably presaged coming events. It noted the chaos into which France had fallen since 1789. It recommended the appointment of a dictator, as in the crises of Republican Rome, and it nominated young Bonaparte, then having trouble in Egypt, as clearly fitted for the task. When Napoleon had in effect conquered Germany, he met Wieland in Weimar and in Erfurt in 1808, talked with him about Greek and Roman history and literature, and honored him, among German authors, as second only to Goethe. On January 25, 1813, Goethe wrote in his diary, "Wieland buried today," and sent the news to a friend at Carlsbad. "Our good Wieland has left us. On September 3rd we still quite festively celebrated his 80th birthday. There was a beautiful balance of tranquillity and activity in his life. With a remarkable deliberateness, without any impassioned striving or crying, he contributed an infinite amount to the intellectual culture of the nation." 2. Herder and History, 1777 to 1803. "I have just left Herder," Schiller wrote in July 1787. "His conversation is brilliant, his language warm and powerful, but his feelings are swayed by love and hate." Herder's duties at Weimar were multifarious and allowed him little time for writing. As chaplain to the Duke, he performed the baptisms, confirmations, marriages, and funerals of the ducal family and the court. As general superintendent of the duchy, he supervised clerical conduct and appointments, attended consistory meetings, and preached sermons as orthodox as his private doubts would permit. The schools of the duchy were under his management and became a model for all Germany. These responsibilities, added to his fistula and general ill health, made him irritable and gave his conversation now and then what Goethe called a vicious bite. For 3 years, from 1780 to 83, he and Goethe avoided each other. The Duke resented some of Herder's sermons. "After such a sermon," said Goethe, "there's nothing left for a prince but to abdicate." And the amiable Wieland remarked in 1777, "I'd like to have a dozen pyramids between Herder and me." Weimar learned to make clinical allowances for its Dean Swift, and his pleasant wife, Carolina, counteracted some of his bite. On August 28, 1783, Goethe took advantage of this being the birthday of himself and Herder's eldest son to invite the Herders to dinner. Councillor and general superintendent were reconciled, and Goethe wrote that "the wretched clouds that so long separated us have been dispelled, and, I am convinced, forever." A month later he added, "I know no one of a nobler heart or a more liberal spirit." And Schiller noted in 1787, "Herder is a passionate admirer of Goethe. He almost idolizes him." In time, Wieland and Herder became understanding friends, and in the salon of Anna Amalia it was these two, rather than Goethe or Schiller, who led the conversation and won the Dowager Duchess's heart. Amid his administrative chores, Herder pursued primitive poetry, gathered specimens from a dozen nations and from Orpheus to Ocean, and published them in an anthology, Volkslieder, in 1778, which became a fountainhead of the Romantic movement in Germany. While Goethe was preparing a return to classical ideals, forms, and styles, and to restraint of emotion by intellect, Herder counseled a reaction against 18th-century rationalism and 17th-century formalism to medieval faith, legends, lays, and ways. In 1778 the Bavarian Academy offered a prize for the best essay on the effects of poetry upon the customs and morals of the nations. Herder's contribution was crowned and was published by the Academy in 1781. It traced what the author considered the deterioration of poetry among the Hebrews, the Greeks, and the North Europeans, from an early bardic expression of popular history, feelings, and ideas, in free and flowing rhythms, into a refined and scholastic exercise, counting syllables, wrenching rhymes, venerating rules, and losing the vitality of the people in the deadening artificialities of city life. The Renaissance, Herder held, had taken literature away from the people and imprisoned it in courts, and printing had replaced the living minstrel with the book. In another essay, On the Spirit of Hebrew Poetry, in 1783, Herder, who had made himself a good Hebraist, proposed that the book of Genesis should be read as poetry, not as science, and he suggested that such poetry could convey as much truth through symbolism as science does through fact. His religious faith struggled to maintain itself despite his wide reading in science and history. In his first year at Weimar, he was suspected of being an atheist, a freethinker, a Socinian, an enthusiast, or mystic. He had read the Wolfenbüttel fragments of Reimarus as published by Lessing, and was sufficiently impressed to doubt the divinity of Christ. He was not an atheist, but he accepted Spinoza's pantheism. He told Jacobi in 1784, "I do not recognize an extra-mundane God." He followed Lessing in studying and defending Spinoza. "I must confess that this philosophy makes me very happy." He devoted to Spinoza the opening chapters of God, Some Conversations, in 1787. In this treatise, God lost personal form and became the energy and spirit of the universe, unknowable except in the order of the world and the spiritual consciousness of man. However, in tracts addressed to the clergy, Herder accepted the supernatural quality of Christ's miracles and the immortality of the soul. He brought the scattered elements of his philosophy into a comparatively ordered whole in a massive masterpiece which he modestly entitled Ideas for a Philosophy of the History of Mankind, one of the epical, seminal books of the 18th century. It appeared in 4 parts in 1784, 1785, 1787, and 1791. That so vast an undertaking should have neared completion amid Herder's official responsibilities is evidence of a strong character and a good wife. So Herder wrote to Hamann on May 10, 1784, "In my whole life I have not written any work with so many troubles and exhaustions from within and so many disturbances from without as I have this one, so that if my wife, who is the real autor autoris, author of the author, of my writings, and Goethe, who accidentally got to see Book 1, had not incessantly encouraged me and urged me on, everything would have remained in the Hades of the unborn." Part 1 begins with a frankly secular story of creation, based on current astronomy and geology, and making no use of the Bible except as poetry. Life did not evolve from matter, for matter itself is alive. Body and mind are not separate and opposed substances. They are 2 forms of one force, and every cell in every organism contains, in some degree, both forms. There is no external design visible in nature, but there is an internal design, the mysterious and perfect determination of each seed to develop into a specific organism with all its own complex and characteristic parts. Herder does not derive man from lower animals, but he sees him as a member of the animal kingdom, fighting like other organisms for sustenance and survival. Man became man by taking erect stature, which developed in him a sensory system based upon sight and hearing rather than upon smell and taste. 4 feet became hands, free for grasping, manipulation, stressing the man, comprehension, stressing the prehens, thought. The highest product of God or nature is the conscious mind acting with reason and freedom, and destined to immortality. Part 2 starts with the assumption that man is by nature good. It renews the argument for the relative excellence and happiness of primitive societies, and deprecates the Kantian, later Hegelian, notion that the state is the goal of human development. Herder despised the state as he knew it. "In great states," he wrote, "hundreds must go hungry so that one can strut and wallow in luxury. Tens of thousands are oppressed and driven to death so that one crowned fool or wise man can carry out his fancy." In Part 3, Herder praised Athens for its comparative democracy, which allowed culture to spread into many strata of the population. Rome, building its wealth on conquest and slavery, developed a narrow culture that left the people in poverty and ignorance. In all this history, Herder saw no providence. It was too evil to be divine. God, being one with nature, lets matters take their course according to natural law and human stupidity. Nevertheless, by the very struggle for existence, some progress emerges from the chaos. Mutual aid, social order, morals, and law are developed as means of survival, and man moves slowly toward a humane humanity. Not that there is a continuous line of progress. This cannot be, for each national culture is a unique entity, with its own inherent character, its own language, religion, moral code, literature, and art. And like any organism, each culture, barring accidents, tends to grow to its natural maximum, after which it declines and dies. There is no guarantee that later cultures will excel earlier ones, but the contributions of each culture are better transmitted to its successors, and so the human heritage grows. Part 4 lauds Christianity as the mother of Western civilization. The medieval papacy served a good purpose in checking the despotism of rulers and the individualism of states. The scholastic philosophers, though they wove meaningless webs with ponderous words, sharpened the terms and tools of reason. And the medieval universities gathered, preserved, and transmitted much of Greek and Roman culture, something even of Arabic and Persian science and philosophy. So the intellectual community grew too numerous and subtle for the custodians of power. The cake of custom was broken, and the modern mind declared itself free. Between the third and fourth installments of the Ideas, Herder realized his long-deferred hope of seeing Italy. Johann Friedrich Hugo von Dalberg, Catholic Privy Councillor to the Archbishop-Elector of Trier, invited Herder to accompany him on a grand tour, all expenses paid. The Duke of Saxe-Weimar and Carolina gave him leave of absence, and Herder left Weimar August 7, 1788. When he joined Dalberg in Augsburg, he found that Dalberg's mistress was an important member of the party. Her presence and her demands shared with ill health in souring the trip for Herder. In October, Anna Amalia arrived in Rome. Herder left Dalberg and joined her entourage. He liked Angelica Kaufmann too much for Carolina's liking, and Carolina's letters spoke too often and fondly of Goethe. Herder, having heard of Goethe's life in Rome, resumed his bite. "My journey here," he wrote, "has unfortunately made Goethe's selfish existence, which is inwardly altogether unconcerned about others, clearer to me than I could desire. He can't help it, so let him be." He returned to Weimar July 9, 1789. 5 days later the Bastille fell, and Herder changed his writing plans. He completed Part 4 of the Ideas, then put the book aside, and instead wrote Letters for the Advancement of Humanity, between 1793 and 97. He began with cautiously approving the French Revolution. He welcomed the collapse of French feudalism, and shed no tears over the secularization of the Catholic Church in France. When the Duke and Goethe went off to face the French at Valmy, and came back sore with defeat, Herder suppressed those early briefe, and devoted the remainder to praise of geniuses safely dead. In his old age he lost none of his relish for intellectual combat. He countered Kant's criticism of the Ideas with an incisive attack upon the critique of pure reason. He called that book a monstrous jugglery of words with metaphysical phantoms, like synthetic judgments a priori. He denied the subjectivity of space and time, and he accused Kant of bringing back into psychology the faculties into which the scholastic philosophers had allegedly divided the mind. He suggested, prophetically, that philosophy might make a new approach through a logical analysis of language, for reasoning is internal speech. Goethe largely agreed with Herder's criticism of Kant, but this did not protect him from an occasional bite. When the two were staying under the same roof at Jena in 1803, Goethe read, to a gathering that included Herder, some parts of his new drama, Die natürliche Tochter. Herder praised the play to others, but when the author asked for his opinion, he could not resist a pun about the boy that Goethe's mistress had borne him. "I like your natural son better than your natural daughter." Goethe did not appreciate the wit. The two men never saw each other again. Herder retired into the seclusion of his Weimar home, and died there December 18, 1803, 2 years before Schiller, 10 before Wieland, 29 before Goethe. Duke Karl August, who had often been offended by him, had him buried with high honors in the church of Saints Peter and Paul. 3. Goethe Counselor, 1775 to 1786. Goethe was welcomed to Weimar by all but the politicians. "I must tell you," wrote Wieland to Lavater, November 13, 1775, "that Goethe has been with us since Tuesday last, and that within 3 days I have conceived so deep an affection for this magnificent person, I so thoroughly see into him, feel and understand him, as you can far better imagine than I can describe." In that same month, a member of the court wrote to Goethe's parents, "Conceive of your son as the most intimate friend of our dear Duke, loved to adoration, too, by all the good ladies hereabout." But there were clouds. The Duke relished wild hunts and drinking. Goethe at first accompanied him in both. Klopstock publicly charged the poet with corrupting a virtuous prince. Louisa feared that Goethe would alienate her husband from her. Actually, he used his influence to bring the Duke back to the Duchess, despite the fact that the marriage had not been one of love. Some officials distrusted Goethe as a Sturm und Drang radical with pagan beliefs and romantic dreams. Several gladiators of that movement, Lenz, Klinger, and more, rushed to Weimar, introduced themselves as Goethe's friends, and clamored for plums. When Goethe took a fancy to a garden house, outside the city gate but near the ducal castle, Karl August lost Goethe some public goodwill by evicting the tenants so that Goethe might move in, on April 21, 1776. There the poet found relief from court etiquette, and learned to grow vegetables and flowers. For 3 years he lived there all the year round, then only in the summer till 1782, when he moved to a spacious mansion in the town to attend to his mounting duties as a member of the government. The Duke had thought of him as a poet, and had invited him to Weimar as a literary ornament to his court. But he perceived that the 26-year-old author of a rebel play and a tearful romance was becoming a man of practical judgment. He appointed Goethe to a bureau of works, and asked him to look into the condition and operation of the mines at Ilmenau. Goethe did this with such assiduity and intelligence that Karl August determined to add him to the Privy Council that administered the duchy. A senior member protested against this sudden infusion of poetry and threatened to resign. The Duke and the Dowager appeased him, and on June 11, 1776, Goethe became Geheimer Legationsrat, Privy Councillor of Legation, at an annual salary of 1,200 thalers. He reduced his attentions to the ladies. For long now, Wieland informed Merck on June 24th, from the moment that he decided to devote himself to the Duke and the Duke's affairs, he has behaved with faultless wisdom and with worldly circumspection. In 1778 Goethe was advanced to the then peaceful post of Minister of War, and in 1799 to full membership in the Privy Council. He attempted some reforms, but found himself thwarted by vested interests at the top and public apathy below. Soon he himself was a complete conservative. In 1781 he was made president of the ducal chamber. In 1782 he was given by Joseph II a patent of nobility and became von Goethe. In those days, he told Eckermann 45 years later, I felt so satisfied with myself that if I had been made a prince I should not have thought the change so very remarkable. Interwoven with his political career was the most lasting, intense, and poignant love affair in his life. Hear Dr. Johann Zimmermann's quite unmedical description of one of his patients in November 1775. The Baroness von Stein, wife of the chamberlain and master of the horse, has extraordinarily large black eyes of the highest beauty. Her voice is gentle and repressed. No one can fail to mark on her face seriousness, gentleness, kindliness, virtue, and profound sensibility. The manners of the court, which she possesses to perfection, have been transformed in her case into rare and high simplicity. She is very pious, with a touching and almost ecstatic elevation of soul. From her exquisite carriage and her almost professional skill in dancing, one would hardly infer the tranquil moonlight which fills her heart with peace. She is 33 years old. She has several children and weak nerves. Her cheeks are red, her hair quite black, her complexion of an Italian hue. Born in 1742, Charlotte von Schardt had married Baron Josias Gottlob von Stein in 1764. By 1772 she had borne 7 children, of whom 4 were now dead. When Goethe met her, she was still ailing from repeated pregnancies, and her sense of frailty entered into the modesty and diffidence of her character. Goethe idealized her, for he had the blood of a youth and the imagination of a poet, accustomed and commissioned to embellish reality. Yet he did not exceed her position in glorifying her. She was something new in his rosary of women. She was an aristocrat in whom fine manners seemed inborn, and Goethe saw her as enshrined in nobility. It was one result of their relationship that she transmitted to him the manners of her class, and schooled him in self-possession, ease, moderation, and courtesy. She was grateful for his love as restoring her interest in life, but she accepted it as a woman of breeding receives the adoration of a youth 7 years younger than herself, as the growth pains of an eager spirit seeking experience and fulfillment. It was not love at first sight. 6 weeks after joining the Weimar circle, he was still writing verses about lovely Lily Schönemann. But on December 29, 1775, Dr. Zimmermann remarked Goethe's awakening to new virtues and beauties in Charlotte. By January 15th, he was trying to resist the incipient enthrallment. "I am glad to get away and wean myself from you," he told her. By January 28th, he had quite surrendered. "Dear angel," he wrote to her, "I'm not coming to the court. I feel too happy to stand the crowd. Suffer me to love you as I do." And on February 23rd, "I must tell you, O you chosen among women, that you have placed a love in my heart which makes me joyful." She wrote many letters in return, but from this first period only one survives. "I had so detached myself from the world, but now it grows dear to me again, dear through you. My heart reproaches me. I feel that I torment both myself and you. 6 months ago I was so ready to die, and I am ready no longer." He was in ecstasy. "There is no explanation for what this woman does to me," he told Wieland, "unless you accept the theory of transmigration. Oh, yes, once we were man and wife." He took the matrimonial privilege of quarreling and making up. Charlotte to Zimmermann, May 1776. "He stormed away from me a week ago, and then returned with overflowing love. What will he end by making of me?" Apparently she insisted upon their love remaining platonic, and he was too passionate to leave it so. "If I am not to live with you," he told her, "your love avails me no more than that of others who are absent." But on the next day, "Forgive me for making you suffer. I'll try hereafter to bear it alone." He was desolate when she went to far north Piedmont for a cure, but when she returned she visited him at Ilmenau from August 5th to 6th, 1776. On August 8th he wrote, "Your presence has had a wondrous effect upon me. When I think that you were here in my cave with me, and that I held your hand while you leaned over me, your relationship to me is both sacred and strange. There are no words for it, and the eyes of men cannot perceive it." Almost 5 years after their first meeting he was still warm. So, on September 12th, 1780, lonely in Zilbach, "Whenever I awake from my dreams I find that I still love you and long for you. Tonight, as we were riding along and saw the lit windows of a house ahead, I thought, if only she were there to be our hostess. This is a rotten hole, and yet if I could live quietly here all winter long with you, I'd like it very well." And on March 12th, 1781, "My soul has so grown into yours that, as you know, I am inseparably tied to you, and neither height nor depth can part us. I wish there were some vow or sacrament which would bind me to you visibly and according to some law. How precious that would be! And surely my novitiate was long enough for me to take all due thought. The Jews have cords which they bind about their arms in the act of prayer. Thus I bind about my arm your dear cord when I address my prayer to you, and desire you to impart to me your goodness, wisdom, moderation, and patience. Some have interpreted the expired novitiate, or period of probation, as indicating Charlotta's physical surrender. And yet he wrote to her 6 years later, "Dear Lotta, you do not know what violence I have done to myself and still do, and how the thought that I do not possess you exhausts and consumes me." If consummation came, the secret was well kept. Baron von Stein, who did not die till 1793, bore with the liaison with the courtesy of an 18th-century gentleman. Occasionally Goethe ended his letters with regards to Stein. He had learned to love her children, too, feeling more and more keenly the lack of his own. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 10, Side 2. He had learned to love her children, too, feeling more and more keenly the lack of his own. In the spring of 1783, he persuaded her to allow her 10-year-old boy, Fritz, to stay with him for extended visits, even to accompany him on long trips. One of her letters to Fritz in September 1783 shows her maternal side and the human hearts behind the dehumanized facade of history. "I am so glad that you don't forget me out in the beautiful world, and that you write me intolerably, though not very well-formed, letters. Since you're staying much longer than I expected, I'm afraid that your clothes won't be looking very well. If they get soiled, and you too, tell Privy Councillor Goethe just to throw my dear little Fritz into the water. Try to appreciate your good luck, and to do your best to please the Councillor by your behavior. Your father wishes to be remembered to you." By 1785, Goethe's passion had subsided into long silences. In May 1786, Charlotte complained that Goethe thinks a great deal and says nothing. She was now 44, he was 37, and was retiring into himself. Often he went to Jena to get away from the Weimar court and seek rejuvenation among students. He had always refreshed himself with nature, climbing the Brocken, a 3,747-foot peak in the Harz Mountains, long associated with the Faust legend, and traveling with the Duke in Switzerland, from September 1779 to January 1780. Sometimes, in retrospect, he felt that, during the first 10 years of my official and court life at Weimar, I scarcely accomplished anything in the way of literature or science. But it was good that the poet had been crossed with the administrator, and that the half-spoiled youth and faithless lover had been disciplined by the responsibilities of office and the deferment of amorous victory. He made use of every experience and grew with every defeat. "The best thing about me is that deep inner stillness in which I live and grow, despite the world, and through which I gain what the world can never take from me." Nothing was lost on him. Everything found expression somewhere in his works. Finally, he was all the best of intellectual Germany fused into an integrated whole. Two of his greatest poems belong to this period: the marriage of philosophy and religion, poetry and prose in Die Natur, and the most perfect of his lyrics, the second of those called Wanderer's Nachtlied, which he carved on the walls of a hunting lodge on September 7, 1780, perhaps in a mood of restless longing. "O'er all the hilltops is quiet now. In all the tree-tops hearest thou hardly a breath. The birds are asleep in the trees. Wait, soon, like these, thou too shalt rest." Another of Goethe's famous lyrics belongs to this stage of his development, the sombre Erlkönig, which Schubert put to music. When has the child sense of mystic beings pervading nature been more vividly expressed than in this swift fantasy of the dying child who sees the king of the elves coming to snatch it from the arms of its father? Now, too, Goethe wrote in prose 3 dramas: Egmont in 1775, Iphigenia auf Tauris in 1779, and Torquato Tasso in 1780. Fruit enough for 5 political years. Egmont was not produced till 1788. Iphigenia was presented at the Weimar Theatre on April 6, 1779, 6 weeks before the premiere of Gluck's opera of the same name. But it was so transformed, as well as versified, during Goethe's stay in Rome that it will be better viewed as a product of Goethe's classic phase. Tasso also was remodeled and versified in Italy, but it belongs here as part of Goethe's enchantment with Charlotte von Stein. On April 19, 1781, he wrote to her, "All that Tasso says is addressed to you." Taking him at his word, she identified herself with Leonora, Goethe with Tasso, and Karl August with the Duke of Ferrara. Goethe readily accepted the legend that Tasso's mental breakdown at the Ferrara court was intensified, if not brought on, by an unhappy love affair with a sister of Alfonso II, who reigned from 1559 to 1597. He doubtless had himself in mind when he described the working of Tasso's poetic mind. His eye scarce lingers on this earthly scene, to nature's harmony his ear is tuned. What history offers, and what life presents, his bosom promptly and with joy receives. The widely scattered is by him combined, and his quick feeling animates the dead. Thus, moving in his own enchanted sphere, the wondrous man doth still allure us on to wander with him and partake his joy. Though seeming to approach us, he remains remote as ever, and perchance, his eye resting on us, sees spirits in our place. And Leonora, the stately princess who accepts the poet's love but bids him restrain his ardor within protocol, may well be Charlotte von Stein holding Goethe's passion this side of adultery. Tasso proclaims, and here both poets speak, "Whatever in my song doth reach the heart and find an echo there, I owe to one and one alone. No image undefined hovered before my soul, approaching now in radiant glory to retire again. I have myself with mine own eyes beheld the type of every virtue, every grace." Duke Alfonso resembles Karl August in patience with the poet's tantrums, amours, and reveries, and like him mourns the poet's delay in finishing a promised masterpiece. After each slow advance he leaves his task. He ever changeth and can ne'er conclude. Which well describes Goethe's piecemeal composition and his procrastination with Wilhelm Meister and Faust. Another princess praises Alfonso, Karl August, for giving Tasso Goethe a chance to mature by contact with affairs. And here rise famous lines. Talent forms itself in quiet. Character takes form in the stream of the world. But the correlation between the two poets fades at the end. Tasso shows none of Goethe's capacity for swimming in the worldly stream. He sinks into his realm of dreams, throws caution and proportion to the winds, clasps the startled princess in his arms, and goes insane when she removes herself from his embrace and his life. Perhaps Goethe felt that he had skirted that precipice. He often thought of Italy as an escape from a situation that threatened his mind. About this time, in the first form of Wilhelm Meister, he composed for Mignon a song of longing that fitted his own hopes rather than Mignon's. Know you the land where the lemon trees bloom, where the golden oranges glow in the dark foliage, where a soft wind blows from the blue sky, and the quiet myrtle and the lofty bay tree stand? Do you know it well? There would I go with you, O my beloved. Weimar was beautiful, but it was not warm, and the cares of office rasped the poet's soul. 'Tis a bitter way of earning one's bread to have to try to establish harmony among the discords of the world. Court life wearied him. I have nothing in common with these people, nor they with me. He had been partly estranged from the Duke, unable to keep the ducal pace of hunting and wenching. His one great love had been worn thin by time and quarrels. He felt that he had to break away from these many bonds, to seek a new orientation and perspective. He asked the Duke for a leave of absence. The Duke consented and agreed to continue Goethe's salary. To raise additional funds, Goethe sold to Gershon of Leipzig the the right to publish an edition of his collected works. Only 602 sets were bought. Gershon lost $1,720 in the enterprise. On September 1st, 1786, Goethe wrote to Charlotte from Carlsbad, "Now a final farewell. I want to repeat to you that I love you dearly, and that your assurance that you are again taking pleasure in my love renews the joy of my life. I have borne much in silence hitherto, but I have desired nothing more intensely than that our relationship might take a form over which no circumstance could have power. If that cannot be, I would not dwell where you are, but rather be alone in that world into which I now go forth." 4. Goethe in Italy, 1786–88. He travelled under a pseudonym, Monsieur Jean-Philippe Müller, for he wished to be freed from the inconveniences of fame. He was 37 years old, but he came with even more than the bright expectancy of youth, and much better prepared, knowing something of Italy's history and art. On September 18th he wrote to Herder, "I hope to return a new-born person," and to Karl August, "I hope to bring back a thoroughly cleansed and far better equipped human being." To these and other friends he sent letters from Italy that still have in them the allegrezza of Italian life. He prefaced them with the old motto, "Auch in Arcadien." He, too, was now in Arcady. We have seen elsewhere how grateful he was for the sunshine. "I believe in God again," he cried out as he entered Italy. But he loved the Italian people, too, their open faces and hearts, the naturalness of their lives, the passion and jollity of their speech. Being a scientist as well as a poet, he made note of meteorological peculiarities, geological formations, mineral specimens, varieties of animals and plants. He liked even the lizards that darted over the rocks. He was so eager to reach Rome that he passed hurriedly through Venetia, Lombardy, and Tuscany, but he stopped long enough in Vicenza to feel the classic simplicity and power of Palladio's architecture. He strongly reaffirmed his antipathy to Gothic. "From all taste for those tobacco-pipe shafts, our little steeple-crowned towers and foliated terminals, I am now, thank God, set free forever. Palladio has opened the road for me to every art." Through that road he went back to Vitruvius, whom he studied in an edition by Galliani, our witty friend from Naples and Paris. The classical style now became a passion with him, coloring his works and thought, reforming some past productions, like Iphigenia and Tasso, into classic mold and line. In Venice the Baroque palaces seemed immodestly garish, too femininely elegant, and even from the Renaissance facades he turned to the relics of classic architecture and statuary in the museums. But his warm blood responded to the color and pride of Veronese and Titian. In Ferrara he sought in vain the palace where Tasso had been confined. After 3 days in Bologna and only 3 hours in Florence, he rushed on through Perugia and Terni and Città di Castello, and on October 29, 1786, he rode through the Porta del Popolo into Rome. Now he felt a passing moment of modesty. "All roads are open to me because I walk in a spirit of humility." Not yet master of spoken Italian, he sought out the German colony, and especially the artists, for he aspired to learn at least the elements of drawing, painting, and sculpture. Angelica Kauffmann admired his enthusiasm and good looks. She painted a portrait of him, stressing his black hair, lofty forehead, and clear eyes. He formed an intimate friendship with Johann Heinrich Wilhelm Tischbein, who handed him down to us in the famous Goethe in der Campagna, reclining at ease as if he had conquered Arcady. Long before coming to Italy, Goethe had corresponded with this painter. They met for the first time on November 3rd, when they converged in the Piazza San Pietro. The poet recognized the artist and introduced himself simply. "I am Goethe." Tischbein described him in a letter to Lavater. "I found him to be quite what I had expected. The only thing that surprised me was the gravity and tranquillity of one of such vivid sensibility, and also that he is able to be at ease and at home in all circumstances. What pleases me still more is the simplicity of his life. All he asked me to provide for him was a little room where he could sleep and work without interruption, and the very simplest fare. Now he sits in that little room and works at his Iphigenia from early in the morning till 9 o'clock. Then he goes out to study the great works of art. Tischbein often guided him in these explorations, made drawings for him, and secured for him copies of the more famous paintings. Goethe himself made sketches of what he especially wished to recall. He tried his hand at sculpture and modeled a head of Hercules. He admitted that he had no talent for the plastic arts, but he felt that these experiments gave him a better sense of form and helped him to visualize what he wished to describe. He pored over Winckelmann's History of Ancient Art. Here on the spot I find it highly valuable. Now at last my mind can rise to the greatest and purest creations of art with calm consideration. The history of the whole world attaches itself to this spot, and I reckon a true new birth since the day I entered Rome. I think I am changed to the very marrow. Meanwhile, he seems to have enjoyed the living art provided by the dainty models who posed in the studios. His stay in Rome completed that de-romantification which had begun with the responsibilities of office. Now the lawlessness of Goetz and the tears of Werther seemed to the maturing Goethe signs of an unbalanced mind. Romanticism is a disease, he said. Classicism is health. There was something romantic in his new enthusiasm for classic marbles, columns, capitals, and pediments, and the pure lines of Greek statuary. If we really want a pattern, we must always return to the ancient Greeks, in whose works the beauty of mankind is constantly represented. Like Winckelmann, Goethe saw only the Apollonian side of Greek civilization and art, the exaltation of form and restraint. He now almost ignored that Dionysian ecstasy which so warmly colored Greek character, religion, and life, and which in Goethe himself had spoken through his daimon and his loves. It was in this classic rapture that he rewrote Iphigenia auf Tauris in verse in 1787, resolved to rival Racine, even Euripides himself. Still cherishing the embers of the fire that Charlotte von Stein had ignited in him, he poured into the speeches of the Greek princess something of the tenderness and self-control of the German baroness. He told the old story well, with all its complications of mythology and genealogy. He intensified the drama by portraying the Scythian king favorably, and he dared to change the ending to accord with the idea, rare among the Greeks, that one has moral obligations even to barbarians. Only those who can read German fluently can appreciate Goethe's performance, yet Hippolyte Taine, a Frenchman, a supreme critic and presumably familiar with Racine's dramas, said, "I place no modern work above Goethe's Iphigenia auf Tauris." The memories of Charlotta in this play, and still more in Torquato Tasso, which he rewrote in Rome, revived his feeling for her. She had been deeply wounded by his sudden flight to Italy, and by his leaving her boy in charge of a servant. She at once took Fritz back and demanded the return of all the letters she had written to Goethe. He wrote apologetically from Rome on December 8th, 13th, and 20th, 1786. She sent him on December 18th a note of bittersweet reproof. He answered on December 23rd, "I cannot express to you how it pierces my heart that you are ill, and ill through my fault. Forgive me. I myself fought with death and life, and no tongue can speak the things that went on within me." Finally she relented. Now, he wrote on February 1st, 1787, "I can go to work in a happier mood, since I have a letter from you in which you say that you love, and take delight in my letters." In that month he and Tischbein went to Naples. He ascended Vesuvius twice. On his second attempt a minor eruption covered his head and shoulders with ashes. He revelled in the classic ruins at Pompeii, and marvelled at the simple majesty of the Greek temples at Paestum. Returning to Rome, he took ship to Palermo, went on to study the classic temples at Segeste and Girgenti, Agrigento, stood in the Greek theatre at Taormina, and was back in Rome in June. More and more in love with the most remarkable city in the whole world, he persuaded Duke Karl August to continue his salary to the end of 1787. When that extension expired, he slowly reconciled himself to the north. He left Rome on April 25th, 1788, travelled leisurely through Florence, Milan, and Como, and reached Weimar on June 18th. Every day he wondered how the Duke, the court, and Charlotta would receive a Goethe who felt himself transformed. 5. Goethe Waiting, 1788 to 1794. With the absent poet's consent, the Duke had appointed a new president of the council. Now, at his own request, Goethe was relieved of all official duties except as Minister of Education, and henceforth he served the council only in an advisory capacity. The Duke was kind, but he had taken other intimates, and he did not like the semi-republican sentiments of the rewritten Egmont. The reading public had almost forgotten Goethe. It had taken up a new poet called Schiller, and had enthusiastically applauded a play, The Robbers, full of that Sturm und Drang rebelliousness and violence, which now seemed absurd and immature to a poet ready to preach classic order and restraint. Charlotte von Stein received him coldly. She resented his long absence, his leisurely return, his persistent rapture with Italy, and perhaps she had heard of those models in Rome. Their first meeting after his arrival was utterly false in tone, she wrote, and nothing but boredom was exchanged between us. She left for a stay in Kochberg, and Goethe was free to think of Christiane Vulpius. She came into his life on July 12, 1788, bearing a message from her brother. She was 23 years old and worked in a factory making artificial flowers. Goethe was struck with her fresh spirit, her simple mind, her budding womanhood. He invited her to his garden house as his housekeeper, and soon made her his mistress. She had no education, and cannot understand poetry at all, said Goethe, but she yielded herself trustfully and gave him the physical fulfillment that Charlotte had apparently refused. In November 1789, when she was nearing motherhood, he took her into his Weimar home and openly made her his wife in all but name. Charlotte and the court were shocked at his crossing class lines and his failure to veil the illicit relation. This reaction caused him and Christiane much grief, but the Duke, an old hand with mistresses, served as godfather to the child that was born on Christmas Day, 1789, and Herder, stern but forgiving, christened it August. Goethe, so often a lover but only now a father, found much happiness in The Little Man and Das kleine Weib, the little woman. She kept house for him, she listened to him lovingly even when she did not understand him, and she gave him health. "Since she first crossed this threshold," he told a friend, "I have had nothing but joy of her." Her only fault in his eyes was that she loved wine even more than he did, and that it sometimes led her to almost uncontrolled merriment. She frequented the theatre and went to many dances, while Goethe stayed home and celebrated her in his Römische Elegien, 1789 to 1790, written in the manner of Propertius and with the morals of Catullus. There is nothing mournful about these Roman elegies. They get their names from their elegiac metre of alternating hexameters and pentameters. And they concern not Rome, but a merry widow, through whose disguise we see Christiane herself. "All that thy sacred walls, eternal Rome, hold within them, teemeth with life, but to me all is still silent and dead. O, who will whisper unto me? When shall I see at the casement that one beauteous form, which, while it scorcheth, revives? Do not repent, mine own love, that thou so soon didst surrender. Trust me, I deem thee not bold. Reverence only I feel. Alexander and Caesar and Henry and Frederick the Mighty on me would gladly bestow half of the glory they earned, could I but grant unto them one night on the couch where I'm lying. But they by Orcus's night sternly, alas, are held down. Therefore rejoice, O thou living one, blessed in thy love-lighted homestead, ere the dark Lethe's sad wave wetteth thy fugitive foot." That pretty widow may have been a Roman memory, but the warmth of these lines came from Christiane. After all, was he not studying art? "Yet it is studious, too, with sensitive hand, to mark her bosom's lovely curves, and let wise fingers glide down the smooth thigh, for thus I master the antique sculptor's craft, reflect, compare, and apprehend, to come and see with feeling eye, and feel with seeing hand." The Weimar ladies were not pleased by this cheapening exposure of their charms, and the stately Charlotte mourned the degeneration of her Galahad. Even Karl August was a bit disturbed, but was soon appeased. When the Dowager Duchess was returning from Italy, he sent Goethe to Venice to escort her home. His stay there, from March to June 1790, was protracted uncomfortably. He longed for Christiana, and vented his irritation with Italian shopkeepers and hygiene in Venezianische Epigramma, the least attractive of his works. On his return from Venice, he found that the French Revolution was arousing the youth of Germany to ecstasy and the rulers to fear. Many of his friends, including Wieland and Herder, were applauding the overthrow of monarchical absolutism in France. Goethe, perceiving that all thrones were threatened, took his stand beside the Duke and counselled caution. So many people, he said, were running about with bellows in their hands, when it seems to me they had better be looking for cold water jugs to control the fire. He obeyed the order of Karl August to accompany him in the campaign of the First Coalition against France. He was present at the Battle of Valmy on September 20th, 1792, stood calmly under fire, and shared in the defeat. A German officer recorded in his diary that when the poet-councillor was asked to comment on the event, he answered, "From today and from this place begins a new epoch in the history of the world." We have no confirmation of this story. In any case, back in Weimar, Goethe wrote vigorously against the revolution, which was entering the period, 1792–94, of its excesses and savagery. These developments confirmed in Goethe the natural turn of the maturing mind from a zest for liberty to a love of order. As any fool can be original, so Goethe felt that any fool can live arbitrarily, safely violating customs or laws because others observe them. He had no enthusiasm for democracy. If ever such a system should actually be practiced, it would be the sovereignty of simplicity, ignorance, superstition, and barbarity. He was kindly and generous within his sphere, and spent part of his income in secret charities, but he shrank from the crowd. In the presence of multitudes or strangers, he withdrew proudly and timidly within himself, and found his only happiness in his home. In these unsettling years, from 1790 to 94, he fell into a sombre torpor from which he was aroused by the touch of Schiller's ardent youth and the competition of his pen. 6. Schiller waiting, 1787 to 1794. When Schiller reached Weimar, Goethe was in Italy. The almost penniless poet admitted jealousy of the absent counsellor. While he is painting in Italy, the Toms, Dicks, and Harrys are sweating for him like beasts of burden. He is squandering a salary of 1,800 thalers there, and here they have to work double tides for half the money. On August 12, 1787, he wrote more favourably, "Goethe is spoken of here by many with a sort of devotion, and is even more loved and admired as a man than as an author. Herder says he has a most clear judgment, great depth of feeling, and the purest sentiments. According to Herder, Goethe is free from all spirit of intrigue. He has never done harm to anyone. In his political transactions he acts more openly and boldly. Herder says that as a man of affairs Goethe is more deserving of admiration than as a poet, that he has a mind large enough for anything." The Duke was away when Schiller came, but Anna Amalia and Charlotte von Stein received him cordially. Wieland told him that he was wanting in polish clearness and taste, and offered to polish him. Soon the eager poet was contributing to Wieland's Deutsche Merkur. He found more intimate entertainment with Charlotte von Kalb, who, like the other Charlotte, had a broad-minded husband. "People begin to whisper pretty loudly here about my connection with Charlotte. Herr von Kalb has written to me. He comes here at the end of September, and his arrival will greatly influence my arrangements. His friendship for me remains unchanged, which is astonishing, for he loves his wife, and is aware of my intimacy with her. But he can never for one moment doubt her fidelity. He still remains the honest, good-hearted fellow he always was." On August 27, 1787, Don Carlos had its premiere in Hamburg. Schiller was too fond of Weimar to attend. This, his first play in verse, was both praised and condemned as a surrender to the style of French tragedy, but it lacked the dramatic unity required by Aristotelian rules. It began with the conflict between Philip II and his son for the love of Elizabeth of Valois. Then, mid-play, the center of interest shifted to the struggle of the Netherlands to free themselves from Spanish suzerainty and Alva's cruelty. Schiller tried to give an impartial portrait of Philip, and Protestant readers applauded the appeal of Marquis Posa to the king. "Your Majesty, I lately passed through Flanders and Brabant, so many rich and blooming provinces, filled with a valiant, great, and honest people. To be the father of a race like this, I thought must be divine indeed. And then I stumbled upon a heap of burned men's bones. Restore us all you have deprived us of, and generous and strong, let happiness flow from your horn of plenty. Let man's mind ripen in your vast empire, and become amidst 1,000 kings a king indeed. Let every subject be what once he was, the end and object of the monarch's care, bound by no duty save a brother's love." Despite the success of Don Carlos, Schiller for a long time abandoned drama. In 1786 he had written to Körner, "History has with each successive day new attractions for me. I wish I had studied nothing else for 10 years altogether. I think I should have been another sort of being. Do you think there is yet time to make up for what I have lost?" He could not support himself, much less a family, on the proceeds of occasional plays that even after an applauded premiere might wither to an early death. Perhaps some successful work of history would give him sufficient reputation as a scholar to win a professorship at the University of Vienna. There he would be only 14 miles from Weimar, and still within the jurisdiction and bounty of the Duke. So, after finishing Don Carlos, he gave his pen to A History of the Fall of the United Netherlands. As Schiller could not read Dutch, he relied on secondary authorities, from whose narratives he put together a compilation of no lasting worth. Körner criticized Volume I in 1788 with his usual honesty. "The present work, with all its talent, does not bear the stamp of that genius of which you are capable." Schiller abandoned the Netherlands. No second volume came. On July 18, 1788, Goethe returned from Italy, and in September met Schiller in suburban Rudolstadt. Schiller reported to Körner, "The high idea I had conceived of him is not lessened in the slightest degree, but I doubt if we shall ever draw very close to each other. He is so far ahead of me that we cannot meet on the road. His whole life from the very beginning has run in a direction contrary to mine. His world is not my world. On some points our notions are diametrically opposed." And indeed the two poets seemed providentially designed to dislike each other. Goethe, 39, had arrived and matured. Schiller, 29, was climbing and experimenting. Only in proud egotism did they agree. The younger man was of the people, poor, writing semi-revolutionary lines. The other was rich, a man of rank and state, a privy councillor, deprecating revolution. Schiller was just emerging from Sturm and Drang. He was the voice of feeling, sentiment, freedom, romance. Goethe, wooing Greece, was all for reason, restraint, order, and the classic style. In any case, it is not natural for authors to like one another. They are reaching for the same prize. When they returned to Weimar, Goethe and Schiller lived only a short walk from each other, but they did not communicate. Matters were worsened by the appearance of Schiller's hostile review of Goethe's Egmont. Goethe decided that Little Athens was not large enough to contain both of them. In December 1788 he recommended Schiller for a chair in history at Jena. Schiller gladly accepted and called on Goethe to thank him, but in February 1789 he wrote to Körner, "It would make me unhappy to be a great deal in Goethe's society. He never warms even toward his best friends. Nothing attaches him. I verily believe he is an egotist of the first water. He possesses the talent of putting men under an obligation to him by small as well as great acts of courtesy, but he always manages to remain free himself. I look upon him as the personification of a well-calculated system of unbounded selfishness. Men should not tolerate such a being near them. He is hateful to me for this reason, though I cannot do otherwise than admire his mind and think nobly of him. He has aroused in me a curious mixture of hatred and love." On May 11, 1789, Schiller took up his duties at Jena, and on May 26th he delivered his inaugural address on What is, and to what end does one study, universal history? Admission being free, the audience proved far too large for the room assigned, and the professor moved with his auditors in a gay stampede to a hall at the other end of town. This lecture was highly praised. The students gave me a serenade that night and 3 rounds of cheers. but enrollment for the course for which admission was charged was small, and Schiller's scholastic income was meager. He added to it by writing. In 1789–91 he brought out, in 3 installments, History of the 30 Years' War. Here he was at home, at least with the language, though again he was too harassed to go to the primary sources, and his predilection for judging and philosophizing colored and halted the tale. Nevertheless, Wieland hailed the work as indicating Schiller's capacity for rising to a level with Hume, Robertson, and Gibbon. 7,000 copies of Volume 1 were sold in its first year. Schiller now felt that he could indulge his longing for a home and for a woman to give him love and care. He had had a brief glimpse of Charlotte and Carolina von Lengefeld at Mannheim in 1784. He saw them again at Rudolstadt in 1787. Lotte was living there with her mother, and Carolina, unhappily married, was living next door. Both, without being pretty, Schiller wrote to Kerner, are interesting and please me exceedingly. They are well read in the literature of the day, and give proofs of a highly finished education. They are good performers on the piano. Frau von Lengefeld frowned upon the idea of her daughter marrying an impecunious poet, but Karl August gave him a small pension of 200 thalers, and the Duke of Saxe-Meiningen secured him a patent of nobility. He warned Lotte that he had many faults. She told him she had noticed them, but added, "Love is loving people as we find them, and if they have weaknesses, accepting them with a loving heart." They were married on February 22nd, 1790, and took a modest home in Jena. Lotte brought her own income of 200 thalers a year, gave him 4 children, and proved through all his tribulations a patient and tender wife. "My heart swims in happiness," he wrote, "and my mind draws fresh strength and vigor." He worked hard, preparing 2 lectures a week, writing articles, poems, and history. For months he labored 14 hours a day. In January 1791 he suffered 2 spells of catarrhal fever, involving gastric pains and expectoration of blood. For 8 days he lay in bed, his stomach rejecting all food. Students helped Lotte to care for him, and vied with one another as to who should sit up with me at night. The Duke sent me 6 of old Madeira, which, with some Hungarian wine, has done me good service. In May he was attacked by a fearful spasm, with symptoms of suffocation, so that I could not but think that my last moment had come. I took farewell of my loved ones, and thought to pass away any minute. Strong doses of opium, camphor, and musk, and the application of blisters relieved me most. A false report of his death alarmed his friends, and reached even to Copenhagen. There, on suggestions from Karl Reinhold and Jens Baggesen, 2 Danish noblemen, Duke Friedrich Christian of Holstein-Augustenburg and Count Ernst von Schimmelmann, offered Schiller an annual gift of 1,000 thalers for 3 years. He received it gratefully. The university excused him from teaching, but he lectured to a small private circle. Part of his new leisure he gave, at Reinhold's urging, to the study of Kant's philosophy, which he accepted almost completely, to Goethe's amusement and Herder's disgust, and perhaps with some detriment to Schiller's poetry. Now, in 1793, he sent forth his long essay on Grace and Dignity, which began the romantic cultivation of Die schöne Seele. A beautiful soul he defined as one in which reason and the senses, duty and inclination, are in harmony and are outwardly expressed in grace. The Copenhagen donors must have been alarmed to receive, as some return for their gift, a little volume entitled Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Mankind, 1793–94. Starting with Kant's conception of the sense of beauty as a disinterested contemplation of harmonious forms, Schiller argued, with Shaftesbury, that the feeling developed by the beautiful refines manners, and the aesthetic sense becomes one with morality. It is a consolation to read, in this pronouncement from Weimar's halcyon days, that Schiller, like Goethe, thought his generation decadent, sunk in profound moral degradation. When he turned back from philosophy to poetry, he found it difficult to recapture that boldness and living fire I formerly possessed. Critical discussion has spoiled me. But he insisted that the poet is the only authentic human being. The best philosopher is a mere caricature compared with him. and he exalted to the plane of celestial inspiration the function of the poet to teach and raise mankind. In a long ode, Die Künstler, the artists, from 1789, he described poets and artists as guiding mankind to the union of beauty with morality and truth. In another poem, Die Goethe Griechenlands, the Gods of Greece, 1788, he lauded the Greeks for their aesthetic sensibility and artistic creations, and argued with cautious obscurity that the world had become gloomy and ugly since the replacement of Hellenism by Christianity. He was already falling under Goethe's spell, as Goethe had fallen under Winckelmann's. Probably in both Schiller and Goethe the romantification of Hellas was an escape from Christianity. Despite some pious passages, Schiller, as well as Goethe, belonged to the Aufklärung. He accepted the 18th century faith in salvation by human reason rather than by divine grace. He retained a deistic belief in God, personal only in poetry, and a misty immortality. He rejected all churches, Protestant as well as Catholic. He could not bear sermons, even Herder's. In an epigram entitled Mein Glaube, My Faith, he wrote two famous lines. Which religion do I acknowledge? None of all those that you name to me. And why none? Because of religion. He wrote to Goethe on July 9, 1796, A healthy and beautiful nature, as you yourself say, requires no moral code, no law for its nature, no political metaphysics. You might as well have added that it requires no Godhead, no idea of immortality wherewith to support and maintain itself. Nevertheless, there were factors of imagination and tenderness in him that drew him back toward Christianity. I find that Christianity virtually contains the first elements of what is highest and noblest, and its various outward forms seem distasteful and repulsive to us only because they are misrepresentations of the highest. No sufficient emphasis has been placed upon what this religion can be to a beautiful mind, or rather what a beautiful mind can make of it. This explains why this religion is so successful with feminine natures, and why it is that only in women is it at all supportable. Schiller was not, like Goethe, physically built for thorough paganism. His face was handsome but pale, his frame tall but thin and frail. He distrusted the diurnal vacillations of the weather and preferred to sit in his room smoking and taking snuff. He contrasted himself with Goethe as idea versus nature, imagination versus intellect, sentiment versus objective thought. He was at once timid and proud, shrinking from hostility but always fighting back, occasionally irritable and impatient, perhaps because aware that his time was running out, often critical of others, sometimes envious. He had a tendency to moralize about everything and to take a high idealistic tone. It is a relief to find him enjoying the eroticism of Diderot's Les Bijoux Indiscrets. He analyzed his own talent well in an early letter to Goethe. The poetic mind generally got the better of me when I ought to have philosophized, and my philosophical mind when I wished to poeticize. Even now it often happens that imagination intrudes upon my abstractions, and cold reason upon my poetical productions. If I could obtain such mastery over these two powers as to assign to each its limits, as Goethe did, I might yet look forward to a happy fate. But alas, just when I have begun to know and to use my moral energies rightly, illness seizes me and threatens to undermine my physical powers. His ailment returned with fury in December 1793. He recovered, but the sense that he could not be cured and must expect recurrent seizures darkened his mood. On December 10th he wrote to Kerner, I struggle against this with all the force of my mind, but I am always driven back. The uncertainty of my prospects, doubts of my own genius, which is not sustained and encouraged by contact with others, the total absence of that intellectual conversation which has become a necessity to me. These were the mental accompaniments of his physical trials. He looked with longing from Jena to Weimar to the enviably healthy Goethe, that mens sana in corpore sano. There, Schiller felt, was the man who could give him stimulus and support. If only the ice between them would melt, if only that 14-mile barrier would fall away. 7. Schiller and Goethe, 1794 to 1805. It fell for a moment when, in June 1794, both men attended in Jena a session of the Society for Natural History. Encountering Goethe as they left the hall, Schiller remarked that the biological specimens exhibited at the conference lacked life, and could offer no real help to understanding nature. Goethe emphatically agreed, and the conversation kept them together till they reached Schiller's home. "The talk induced me to go in with him," Goethe later recalled. "I expounded to him the Metamorphosis of Plants, a treatise in which Goethe had argued that all plants were variations of one primitive type, the Erbpflanze, and that nearly all parts of a plant were variations or developments of the leaf. He heard all this with much interest and distinct apprehension, but when I had done he shook his head and said, 'This is not experiment, it is an idea.' That is, it was a theory not yet verified by observation or test. The comment nettled Goethe, but he saw that Schiller had a mind of his own, and his respect for him grew. Schiller's wife, whom I had loved and valued since her childhood, did her best to strengthen our reciprocal understanding." In May of 1794, Schiller had signed a contract to edit a literary monthly to be called Die Horen. The Horae in Greek mythology were the goddesses of the seasons. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Wieland Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. In May of 1794, Schiller had signed a contract to edit a literary monthly to be called Die Horen. The Horae in Greek mythology were the goddesses of the seasons. He hoped to enlist as contributors KANT, Fichte, Klopstock, Herder, Jacobi, Baggesen, Körner, Reinhold, Wilhelm von Humboldt, August Wilhelm von Schlegel, and, best catch of all, Goethe. On June 3rd he sent to Weimar a letter addressed to Hochwohlgeborener Herr, Hochsouveränender Herr Geheimer Rat, High and well-born Sir, highly honored Sir Privy Councillor, a prospectus of the proposed magazine, and added, "The enclosed paper expresses the wish of a number of men whose esteem for you is unbounded, that you would honor the periodical with contributions from your pen, in regard to the value of which there can be but one voice among us. We feel, Your Excellency, that your consent to support this undertaking will be a guarantee of its success." Goethe replied that he would gladly contribute, and was certain that a closer connection with the sterling men who form your committee will arouse to new life much that is now stagnant within me. So began a correspondence that is among the treasures of literary history, and a friendship whose exchange of respect and aid, lasting for 11 years, till Schiller's death, should enter into our estimate of mankind. Perhaps the most revealing of the 999 extant letters is the fourth, of August 23rd, 1794, in which Schiller, after several meetings with Goethe, analyzed with both courtesy and candor, both modesty and pride, the differences between their minds. My recent conversations with you have put the whole store of my ideas in motion. Many things about which I could not come to a right understanding with myself have received new and unexpected light from the contemplation I have had of your mind, for so I call the general impression of your ideas upon me. I needed the object, the body, to several of my speculative ideas, and you have put me on the track for finding it. Your calm and clear way of looking at things keeps you from getting lost in the side roads into which speculation, as well as arbitrary imagination, are so apt to lead me astray. Your correct intuition grasps all things, and that far more perfectly than what is laboriously sought for by analysis. Minds like yours seldom know how far they have penetrated, and how little cause they have to borrow from philosophy, which in fact can only learn from them. Although I have done so at a distance, I have long watched the course which your mind has pursued. You seek for the necessary in nature, but you look at nature as a whole when seeking to get light thrown on her individual parts. You look for the explanation of the individual in the totality of all her various manifestations. Goethe's answer, on August 27th, cleverly avoided an analysis of Schiller's mind. For my birthday, which occurred this week, I could have received no more agreeable gift than your letter, in which, with a friendly hand,
you sum up my existence, and in which, by your sympathy, you encourage me to a more assiduous and active use of my powers. It will be a pleasure to unfold to you at leisure what your conversation has been to me, how I too regard those days as an epoch in my life, for it seems to me that after so unexpected a meeting we cannot but wander on in life together. Goethe followed this up on September 4th with an invitation to Schiller to come and spend some days with him in Weimar. You could take up any kind of work you like without being disturbed. We would converse together at convenient hours, and I think we would not part without some profit. You should live exactly as you like and as much as possible as if you were in your own home. Schiller readily accepted, but warned Goethe that the asthmatic spasms from which I suffer oblige me to stay in bed all morning, since they leave me no peace at night. So, from September 14th to 28th, Schiller was Goethe's guest, almost his patient. The older man took tender care of the ailing poet, guarded him against annoyance, gave him dietetic counsel, taught him to love fresh air. Back in Jena, Schiller wrote on September 29th, I find myself at home again, but my thoughts are still in Weimar. It will take me a long time to unravel all the ideas which you have awakened in me. Then, on October 8th, with characteristic eagerness, he urged, It seems to me necessary that we should come at once to some clear understanding about our ideas of the beautiful. There followed 3 months of preparation for the first number of Die Horen. This appeared on January 24th, 1795, the second on March 1st, the rest monthly for 3 years. Goethe reported from Weimar on March 18th, People are running after it, snatching the numbers from one another's hands. We could not want more for a beginning. On April 10th, Schiller informed Goethe, Kant has written me a very friendly letter, but begs for a delay in sending his contributions. I am glad we have induced the old bird to join us. Goethe asked that his own pieces be unsigned, for they included several of his Roman elegies, and he knew that their lusty sensuality would seem unbecoming in a privy councillor. In the rash enthusiasm of success, Schiller persuaded Goethe to join him in another periodical, Der Musenalmanach, which appeared yearly from 1796 to 1800. The liveliest pieces in this were the Xenien, that the two poets wrote on the model of Martial's Xenia. Epigrams written as gifts to guests. Schiller described the project to Körner. The whole affair consists in a conglomeration of epigrams, of which each is a single couplet. They are chiefly wild and impish satires, especially against authors and their works, interspersed here and there by sudden flashes of poetical or philosophical ideas. There will be no less than 600 of such monodistics. Goethe had suggested this plan as a way to strike back at their critics, to make fun of pompous authors and bourgeois tastes, and to stir the German reading public to a keener interest in literature. They would send these gifts into the camp of the Philistines like foxes with burning tails. The epigrams were unsigned, and some of them were the joint product of the two conspirators. Since many of these burning tales were directed at authors or controversies now forgotten, time has extinguished their fire, but one of them, by Goethe, especially merits remembrance. Always strive for the whole, and if you yourself cannot become a whole, tie yourself to some whole as a serving part. Another distich, usually credited to Schiller, extends the thought. You are frightened by death? You wish to live undying? Live in the whole. When you are long gone hence, it will remain. The satirical part of the Xenien brought counterattacks which made Schiller suffer and Goethe laugh. Goethe advised Schiller to let his work be his sole reply. After our mad venture with the Xenien, we must take pains to work only on great and dignified works of art, and shame all our adversaries by transforming our protean natures into noble forms. It was done. In these years of their developing friendship, Goethe and Schiller wrote some of their finest poems, Goethe, The Bride of Corinth, and The God and the Bayadeer. Schiller, The Walk, in 1795, The Cranes of Ibycus, in 1797, and The Song of the Bell in 1800. Schiller added a major essay, Über naive und sentimentalische Dichtung, in 1795, and Goethe sent forth Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahre in 1796. By naive and sentimental poetry, Schiller meant poetry born of objective perception versus poetry developed by reflective feeling. Secretly, he was comparing Goethe and Schiller. The naive poet is not simple or superficial or deluded. He is one who is so readily adjusted to the external world that he feels no opposition between himself and nature, but approaches reality through direct and unhesitating intuition. Schiller cites Homer and Shakespeare as examples. As civilization becomes more complex and artificial, poetry loses the subjective immediacy and subjective harmony. Conflict enters the soul, and the poet has to recapture through imagination and feeling, as an ideal remembered or hoped for, this concord and union of the self with the world. Poetry becomes reflective, clouded with thought. Schiller believed that most Greek poetry was of the naive or direct sort, and most modern poetry the result of discord, disunity, and doubt. The ideal poet is he who will fuse both the simple and the reflective approaches in one vision and poetic form. Goethe later pointed out that this essay became a fountainhead of the debate between classical and romantic literature and art. The embryology of Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahre illustrates Goethe's method of creation. He conceived the story in 1777, completed Book I in 1778, put it aside, and did not finish Book II until July 1782. He worked on Book III until November of that year, and on Book IV till November 1783. Books 5 and 6 dragged along for 3 years more. He called these 6 books Wilhelm Meister's Theatralische Sendung, and read parts of them to friends. Then he laid them aside. He took up the tale again in 1791 on the urging of Herder and Anna Amalia, added 2 books by June 1794, submitted the growing manuscript to Schiller, who sent back criticisms, suggestions, and encouragement as the pages came. It was almost a picture of a midwife assisting at a long-overdue birth. At last, in 1796, the whole was delivered to the press. No wonder the final product was slightly deformed, weak in structure, adipose and confused, excellent only in parts and in its mirroring of Goethe's uncertain wandering amid conflicting interests and vague ideals. That decisiveness and self-confidence which Schiller ascribed to him were the proud concealment of internal vacillation and strife. Lehrjahre, learning years, expressed the period of apprenticeship in the German guilds. Through that time of tutelage, Wilhelm became Meister, master. So the meandering theme of the novel is Wilhelm's slow and painful apprenticeship in the guild of life. Because of the puppet shows Goethe had loved as a child, and his continuing interest in the theatre, he tied the tale to a troupe of actors passing through a dozen towns and 100 vicissitudes as lessons in living and pictures of German ways. Faithful to his own unfaithfulness, he made his hero enter upon the scene by deserting his mistress Mariana. Wilhelm is not an alluring character. He lets himself be carried from one situation or idea to another by the whim of circumstance or the power of personality. It is the woman who takes the initiative in his love affairs. Born a bourgeois, he flounders in admiration for men of noble birth, and humbly hopes that these will someday recognize the aristocracy of the mind. Filina is more attractive, a pretty actress who waltzes lightly from love to love, but graces her erotic tourism with a contagious gaiety and an absolving unconsciousness of sin. Unique is little Mignon, who follows her old father dutifully as he strums his harp in penny-gathering peregrinations. Goethe describes her as speaking very broken German, but puts into her mouth that perfect song, Kennst du das Land? She falls in adolescent love with Wilhelm, who loves her as a child, and she dies in grief when she sees him in Therese's arms. Ambroise Thomas plucked her out of these 800 pages to make of her a sad and delightful opera in 1866. Schiller praised the calm serenity of the style in Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahre and the truth to life in the description of a wandering troupe, but he pointed out contradictions in chronology, psychological improbabilities, offenses against taste, and faults in characterization and design. He proposed changes in the plot and gave his ideas as to how the story should end. Goethe assured him, "I shall certainly comply with your just wishes as far as I possibly can." But he confessed to Eckermann 33 years later that it was all he could do to protect his novel from Schiller's influence. Other critics were less friendly. One described the book as a brothel on tour, and Charlotte von Stein complained that when Goethe deals with lofty emotions, he always flings some dirt at them, as if to deprive human nature of any pretensions to the divine. The novel did not deserve these indiscriminate censures. It has many pleasant pages and can still carry the interest of readers freed from the tumult of the world. On March 23, 1796, Schiller went again to Weimar as Goethe's guest. There they worked together for the theatre. Goethe was a strict manager, chose the plays to be presented, and trained the actors. All that was morbid, weak, lachrymose, or sentimental, as well as all that was frightful, horrible, or offensive to decorum, was utterly excluded. The audience was usually confined to the court, except when some students were invited from Jena. August von Schlegel remarked acidly, "Germany has two national theatres, Vienna with a public of 50,000, and Weimar with a public of 50. Schiller returned to Jena April 12th, stimulated by his renewed contact with the stage to revert from history, philosophy, and incidental poetry to the drama. He had long thought of writing a play on Wallenstein. Goethe urged him to proceed with it. In November, Goethe went to Jena and lived for some time in daily communication with Schiller. Back in Weimar, Goethe wrote, "Do not fail to make use of your best hours, so as to get on with your tragedy, that we may begin to discuss it." While Schiller worked on Wallenstein, Goethe, stirred to rivalry by the success of Johann Heinrich Voss's verse idol of German life and sentiment, Louisa, of 1795, tried his hand at this favorite genre, and published in 1798 Hermann und Dorothea. Hermann is the strong and healthy, shy and quiet son of a bilious father and tender mother, who keep the Golden Inn and an extensive farm in a village near the Rhine. They learn that hundreds of refugees are approaching from a frontier town captured by the French. The family make up parcels of clothing and food, which Hermann conveys to the refugees. He finds among them a lass with swelling bosom and neatly shaped ankles, who is serving them with aid and comfort. He falls in love with her, and after due tribulations brings her home to his parents as his bride. The story is told in fluent hexameters. Vignettes of rural life give color to the tale. Calls for the expulsion of the French invaders pleased patriotic Germans who had found Iphigenia auf Taurus and Torquato Tasso foreign and recondite. And the little epic gave new popularity to an author who, since Werther, had had few readers outside the Saxe-Weimar Duchy. Schiller's star was in the ascendant from 1798 to 1800. On November 28, 1796, he wrote to Körner, "I am still brooding seriously over Wallenstein, but the unfortunate work is still before me, shapeless and endless." He began it in prose, put it aside, then started it again in verse. The material was partly familiar to him from his studies for his History of the 30 Years' War, but it was so abundant, so complex in characters and events, that he abandoned the attempt to compress it into 5 acts. He decided to preface the drama with a 1-act prologue called Wallenstein's Lager, Wallenstein's Camp, and to divide the remainder into 2 plays. Die Piccolomini expounded the plot to depose the rebellious general, and set it off with a fiery love affair between Wallenstein's daughter and the son of a leader in the plot. The final and essential drama would be Wallenstein's Tod. When Goethe read the prologue, he was so struck by the realistic portrayal of an army camp and the clever preparation for later developments that he insisted on staging Wallenstein's Lager in the Weimar Theatre on October 12, 1798, before Die Piccolomini was complete. Perhaps it was a subtle way of keeping the poet to his task. Early in 1799, Schiller went to Weimar to stage Die Piccolomini. It had its premiere on January 30th and was well received. He returned to Jena and worked feverishly on The Death of Wallenstein. A letter of March 19, 1799, reveals the mood of a writer emerging from the ardor of creation. "I have long dreaded the moment when I should be rid of my work, much as I wished that moment would come, and in fact I feel my present freedom to be worse than the state of bondage that I have been in heretofore. The mass which has hitherto drawn and held me to it has now gone, and I feel as if I were hanging indefinitely in empty space." Excitement enough came with the rehearsals and premiere, on April 20th, 1799, of Wallenstein's Tod. Its success was complete. Even the highly critical Weimar audience felt that it had witnessed a masterpiece of dramatic presentation. Schiller had now reached the peak of his development. He had shortened the speeches and intensified the action. He had drawn all the leading characters with vitality and power. He had brought all the threads of the plot together in the tragic denouement, the ignominious death of a great man ruined by limitless ambition and pride. Schiller felt that he could now stand on an equality with Goethe. And in the field of drama he was justified. Probably at Goethe's suggestion, the Duke added 200 thalers to Schiller's pension and invited him to reside in Weimar. On December 3, 1799, the family moved to a house so close to Goethe's that for a time the two poets saw each other every day. Meanwhile, carried onward by his triumph, Schiller had flung himself into another play. "Thank God," he wrote to Körner on May 8, 1799, "I have already hit upon a new subject for a tragedy." For his Maria Stuart, he studied the historical background, but he laid no claim to writing history. He proposed to write a play using history as material and background. He rearranged events and chronology for dramatic consistency and effect. He stressed the unpleasant elements in Elizabeth's character, and made Mary an almost immaculate heroine, and he brought the two queens face to face in a dramatic confrontation. History knows of no such meeting, but the scene is one of the most powerful in the literature of the stage. When it was presented at Weimar, June 14, 1800, Schiller was again exalted with success. By July he was at work on Die Jungfrau von Orleans. Here, too, he revised history to his purpose. In place of burning the maid, he pictured Joan as escaping from her English captors, rushing into battle to rescue her king, and dying in victory on the field. The premiere at Leipzig on September 18, 1801, was the greatest triumph that Schiller ever had. Was Goethe jealous of his friend's sudden rise to ascendancy on the German stage? He rejoiced over it, and 28 years later he still judged Wallenstein's Tod so great that there is nothing else like it of the kind. However, he did not rank his rival as high in poetry as in drama. He felt that Schiller had clouded his poetry with philosophy and had never quite mastered the music of verse. When some admirers of Schiller wished to stage a tribute to him in the Weimar theatre, Goethe forbade it as too ostentatious. In July 1800 he went to Jena, while Schiller remained in Weimar. But on November 23rd, Schiller still spoke in terms of friendship unimpaired. He ranked Goethe as the most gifted man since Shakespeare. In the 6 years of our intimacy no slightest doubt of his integrity ever arose. He possessed the highest veracity and sense of honor, and the deepest earnestness in the pursuit of what is right and good. I wish, he added, that I could justify Goethe as warmly in respect of his domestic relations. Through false notions of what constitutes domestic happiness, and through an unhappy fear of marriage, he has slipped into an entanglement which oppresses him and makes him wretched in his very home, and which he is too weak and soft-hearted to shake off. This is his only vulnerable spot. Schiller's wife, like the other ladies of Weimar, would not receive Christiane in her home, and Schiller rarely mentioned Christiane in his extant communications with Goethe. Despite these flaws in the friendship of the Dioskuren, as they were sometimes called, it at least proved that a classic and a romantic genius might live in harmony. They sent messages to each other almost every day. They frequently had supper together. Goethe often put his carriage at Schiller's disposal. He sent to Schiller a portion of the order which my wine merchant has just delivered. "Let us have a walk together toward evening," Goethe wrote on April 20th, 1801. And on June 11th, "Farewell, give my kind greetings to your dear wife, and gladden me on my return from Göttingen by showing me some fruits of your industry." And on June 28th, 1802, "A key to my garden and garden-house will be given you. I want you to have as good a time there as possible." 22 years after Schiller's death, Goethe said to Eckermann, "It was fortunate for me that I found Schiller, for different as our natures were, our tendencies were still toward one point, which made our connection so intimate that one really could not live without the other." In the final years of their alliance, each was handicapped by disease. For the first 3 months of 1801, Goethe suffered from nervousness, sleeplessness, violent influenza, and abscesses that for a time closed his eyes. At one stage he was unconscious for so long that Weimar expected his death. On January 12th, Charlotte von Stein wrote to her son Fritz, I did not know that my former friend Goethe was still so dear to me, and that a serious illness which overcame him 9 days ago would so shake me to the very core." She took Christiana's boy, August, into her home for a while to ease the burdens that Goethe's sickness had laid upon his mistress, who tended him tirelessly. His recovery was slow and painful. "It is hard," he wrote to Charlotte, "to find the way back." In 1802, Schiller, now prosperous from the rising proceeds of his acted and published plays, bought a home in Weimar for 7,200 gulden, and Goethe, then in Jena, helped him to sell the house he had lived in there. On March 17, 1803, Schiller produced Die Braut von Messina, a self-confessed attempt to rival Sophocles' Oedipus, by portraying, with a divided chorus, the strife of two brothers in love with a woman who turns out to be their sister. The play did not please. Goethe experienced a similar setback when, in 1803, he staged Die natürliche Tochter. Among the spectators at a performance of The Natural Daughter was a brilliant and volatile lady, Germaine Necker, Madame de Stael, who was gathering material for her book, De l'Allemagne. She saw Schiller for the first time in December 1803, in the salon of the Duke and Duchess of Weimar, in a society as enlightened as it is exalted. He read French very well, but he had never spoken it. I maintained with some warmth the superiority of our dramatic system over that of all others. He did not refuse to enter the lists with me without feeling any uneasiness from the difficulty and slowness with which he expressed himself in French. I soon discovered so many ideas through the impediment of his words. I was so struck with the simplicity of his character. I found him so modest, so animated, that I vowed him from that moment a friendship full of admiration. Schiller prepared Goethe for her. She represents the intellectual culture of France in its purity. The only trouble with her is her quite extraordinary volubility. One has to turn oneself into one concentrated organ of hearing in order to follow her. He brought her to Goethe on December 24th. Goethe reported, "A most interesting hour. I didn't get a chance to say a word. She speaks well, but far too much." Her own report was identical, except for a slight change. She said that Goethe had talked so much that she had not a chance to speak one syllable. Her book served as a revelation to France of Germany as the native land of thought. "It is impossible," she wrote, "that the German writers, the best informed and the most reflecting men in Europe, should not deserve a moment's attention to be bestowed upon their literature and their philosophy." Resolved to win back the audience that had rejected The Bride of Messina, Schiller, at Goethe's suggestion, chose for his next drama the popular story of William Tell. He was soon on fire with the theme. After he had gathered all necessary material, Goethe recalled in 1820, he sat down to work and did not get up from his chair until the play was finished. If weariness overcame him, he laid his head on his arm and slept a while. So soon as he awoke, he asked for strong black coffee to keep himself awake. So the play was written in 6 weeks. Schiller accepted as history the legend of a William Tell who had led the revolt of the Swiss against Austria in 1308. The revolt was real, so was Gessler, the hated Austrian bailiff. Gessler, in the legend, promised Tell full pardon if he proved his feigned prowess with bow and arrow by shooting an apple from his boy's head. Tell placed 2 arrows in his belt. With the first he shot the apple. Gessler asked for what he had intended the second. Tell answered, "For you, if the first should strike my son." The play was acclaimed at Weimar on March 17, 1804, and soon thereafter everywhere. Switzerland adopted it as part of its national lore. Published, the play sold 7,000 copies in a few weeks. Schiller was now more famous than Goethe. But he had less than a year of life left to him. In July 1804, he had so violent an attack of colic that his doctor feared for his death, and Schiller hoped for it. He recovered slowly and began another play, Demetrius, the false Dmitri of Russian history. On April 28, 1805, he saw Goethe for the last time. From that meeting, Goethe returned to his home and himself fell seriously ill with colic. On the 29th, Schiller's final sickness began. Heinrich Voss reported, "His eyes were sunk deep in his head, and every nerve twitched convulsively." The unhealthy tensions of literary effort, the inflammation of his bowels, and the decay of his lungs joined to destroy him. "Schiller never drank much," said Goethe later. "He was very temperate, but in such hours of bodily weakness he was obliged to stimulate his powers with spirituous liquors." On May 9th, Schiller met death with a strange calm. He bade farewell to his wife, his 4 children, and his friends. Then he fell asleep and did not wake again. An autopsy showed the left lung completely destroyed by tuberculosis, the heart degenerated, the liver, the kidney, and the intestines all diseased. The doctor told the Duke, "Under the circumstances we cannot help wondering how the poor man could have lived so long." Goethe was so ill at the time that no one dared tell him of Schiller's death. On May 10th, Christiana's sobbing revealed it to him. "I thought I was losing my own life," he wrote to Zelter, "and instead I lost a friend who was the very half of my existence." With what remained he came to his own fulfillment. Chapter 24. Goethe Nestor, 1805 to 1832. 1. Goethe and Napoleon. Shall we, honoring our stated limits, leave Goethe suspended at this point, with Faust on his pen and wisdom in his age? Or shall we, burdening space and risking time, pursue this ever-evolving Olympian to his end? Die ewige Weisheit zieht uns hinan. Timeless wisdom draws us on. On October 14, 1806, Napoleon defeated the Prussians at Jena. Duke Karl August, allied with Prussia, had led his own little army against the French in that battle. The routed survivors, and then the hungry victors, entered Weimar, sacked the stores, and quartered themselves in private homes. 16 Alsatian troops took over Goethe's house. Christiana gave them food, drink, and beds. That night 2 other soldiers, intoxicated, forced their way in, and finding no more beds available on the lower floor, ran upstairs into Goethe's room, brandished their swords in his face, and demanded accommodations. Christiana placed herself between these soldiers and her mate, persuaded them to leave, and then bolted the door. On the 15th, Bonaparte reached Weimar and restored order. Instructions were issued that the distinguished scholar was not to be disturbed, and that all measures should be taken to protect the great Goethe and his home. Marshals Lannes, Ney, and Augereau stayed with him for a while, and then left with apologies and compliments. Goethe thanked Christiana for her bravery, and said to her, "God willing, we shall be man and wife." On October 19th they were married. His good mother, who had borne lovingly with all his faults and modestly with all his honors, sent them renewed blessings. She died on September 12, 1808, and Goethe inherited half of her estate. In October 1808, Napoleon presided over a meeting of 6 sovereigns and 43 princes at Erfurt, and remade the map of Germany. Duke Karl August attended, taking Goethe in his retinue. Bonaparte asked Goethe to visit him on October 2nd. The poet came and spent an hour with the conqueror, Talleyrand, 2 generals, and Friedrich von Müller, a Weimar magistrate. Napoleon complimented him on his vigor. Goethe was then 59, inquired about his family, and launched into a spirited critique of Werther. He condemned current dramas that emphasized fate. "Why talk about fate? Politics are fate. Qu'en dit Monsieur Goethe? What does Monsieur Goethe say about it?" We do not know Goethe's reply, but Müller reported that as Goethe was leaving the room, Napoleon remarked to his generals, "Voilà un homme! Behold a man!" On October 6th, Napoleon returned to Weimar, taking with him a company of actors from Paris, the great Talma among them. They played, in Goethe's theatre, Voltaire's L'Amour de César. After the performance, the emperor took Goethe aside and discussed tragedy. "The serious drama," he said, "could very well be a school for princes as well as for the people, for in certain ways it is above history. You ought to portray the death of Caesar more magnificently than Voltaire has done, and show how happy Caesar, Napoleon, would have made the world if the people had only granted him time in which to carry out his lofty plans." And a little later, "You must come to Paris. I make this definite request of you. You will there obtain a larger view of the world, and you will find a wealth of themes for your poetry." When Napoleon passed through Weimar again, after his disastrous retreat from Moscow, he asked the French ambassador to convey his greetings to Goethe. The poet felt that in Bonaparte he had met, as he expressed it, the greatest mind the world has ever seen. He quite approved Napoleon's rule of Germany. After all, Goethe had written in 1807, there was no Germany, only a farrago of petty states, and the Holy Roman Empire had ceased to exist in 1806. It seemed good to Goethe that Europe should be united, especially under so brilliant a head as Bonaparte's. He did not rejoice over Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, though his duke again led the Weimar regiments against the French. His culture and concern were too universal to let him feel much patriotic glow, and he could not find it in him, though often asked to do so, to write songs of nationalistic fervor. In his 80th year he said to Eckermann, "How could I write songs of hatred when I felt no hate? And between ourselves, I never hated the French, although I thanked God when we were rid of them. How could I, to whom the only significant things are civilization and barbarism, hate a nation which is among the most cultivated in the world, and to which I owe a great part of my own culture? In any case, this business of hatred between nations is a curious thing. You will always find it most powerful and barbarous on the lowest levels of civilization. But there exists a level at which it wholly disappears, and where one stands, so to speak, above the nations, and feels the weal or woe of a neighboring people as though it were one's own. This level was appropriate to my nature. I had reached it long before my 60th year. Would that there had been in every major state 1,000,000 such good Europeans. 2. Faust, Part 1. Goethe did not accept Napoleon's invitation to move to Paris or to write about Caesar. He had long nurtured in his mind and his manuscripts a subject that moved him more deeply than even the most majestic political career, the struggle of the soul toward understanding and beauty, the defeat of the soul by the brevity of beauty and the elusiveness of truth, and the peace obtainable by the soul through narrowing the goal and broadening the self. But how to vision all this in a modern parable and dramatic form? For 58 years Goethe tried. He had learned the story of Faust in his childhood through chapbooks and puppet shows, and he had seen pictures of Faust and the devil on the walls of Auerbach's cellar in Leipzig. He himself in youth had meddled with magic and alchemy. His own restless search for understanding went into his conception of Faust. His reading of Voltaire and his contact with Herder's sarcasms went into Mephistopheles, the Gretchen whom he had loved in Frankfurt and the Friederike Brion whom he had deserted in Zensenheim gave name and form to Margaret. How deeply the story of Faust moved Goethe, how varied the forms it took in his thought, shows in the fact that he began to write the play in 1773 and did not finish it till 1831. Of his meeting with Herder in 1771 he wrote in his autobiography, "I most carefully concealed from him my interest in certain subjects which had rooted themselves in me and were little by little molding themselves into poetic form. These were Götz von Berlichingen and Faust. The significant puppet show of the latter resounded and vibrated, many-toned, within me. I, too, had wandered about in all sorts of science, and had early enough been led to see its vanity. I had, moreover, tried all sorts of ways in real life, and had always returned unsatisfied and troubled. Now these things, as well as many others, I carried about with me, and delighted myself with them in solitary hours, but without writing anything down." On September 17, 1775, he told a correspondent, "I felt fresh this morning and wrote a scene of my Faust." Later in that month, Johann Zimmermann asked him how the play was progressing. He brought in a bag filled with 1,000 fragments of paper and threw it on the table. "There," he said, "is my Faust." When he went to Weimar in November 1775, the first form of the drama was complete. Dissatisfied with it, he put it aside. This Urfaust, or original Faust, never reached print till 1887, when a manuscript copy made by Fräulein von Goechhausen was found in Weimar. Through 15 more years he revised and expanded it. Finally he published it in 1790 as Faust, ein Fragment, which now runs to 63 pages. This was the first printed form of the most famous play since Hamlet. Still discontent with it, Goethe dropped the theme till 1797. On June 22nd he wrote to Schiller, "I have determined to take up my Faust again, breaking up what has been printed, arranging it in large masses, and further preparing the development. I only wish that you would be so good as to think the matter over in one of your sleepless nights, and tell me what you would demand of the whole, and to interpret my dreams to me like a true prophet." Schiller replied the next day, The duality of human nature and the unsuccessful endeavor to unite in man the godlike and the physical is never lost sight of. The nature of the subject will force you to treat it philosophically, and the imagination will have to accommodate itself to serve a rational idea. Goethe's imagination was too rich, his vividly remembered experiences too many. He inserted many of them into the fragment, doubling its size, and in 1808 he gave the world what we now call Faust, Part 1. Before letting his puppet say a word, he prefixed to the drama a tender Zeugnung, dedication to his dead friends, and a droll prologue in the theatre between manager, playwright, and jester, and a prologue in heaven, wherein God bets Mephistopheles that Faust cannot be permanently won to sin. Then at last Faust speaks in simplest doggerel. I have studied, alas, philosophy, jurisprudence, and medicine too, and saddest of all theology, with ardent labor through and through. And here I stick, as wise poor fool as when my steps first turned to school. Master they style me, nay, doctor forsooth, and nigh 10 years over rough and smooth, and up and down, and a crook and a cross, I led my pupils by the nose, and know that in truth we can know naught. This 4-foot meter, handed down from Hans Sachs's playlets, proved to be just the rippling rhythm for a drama that chastened philosophy with fun. Faust, of course, is Goethe, even to being a man of 60 years, and, like Goethe, he was still at 60 thrilled by feminine loveliness and grace. His double aspiration for wisdom and beauty was the soul of Goethe. It challenged the avenging gods by its presumption, but it was noble. Faust and Goethe said yea to life, spiritual and sensual, philosophical and gay. By contrast, Mephistopheles, who is not Satan, but only Satan's philosopher, is the devil of denial and doubt, to whom all aspiration is nonsense, all beauty a skeleton wearing skin. In many moments Goethe was this mocking spirit too, or he could not have given him such wit and life. At times Mephistopheles seems to be the voice of experience, of realism and reason, checking the romantic desires and illusions of Faust. Indeed, Goethe told Eckermann, the character of Mephistopheles is a living result of an extensive acquaintance with the world. Faust does not sell his soul unconditionally. He agrees to go to hell only if Mephistopheles shows him a pleasure so durably satisfying that he will be glad to stay with it forever. If ever on the bed of sloth I loll contented ever, then with that moment end my race. Should I to any moment say, tarry a while, you are so fair, then may you into fetters cast me, then will I gladly go down there. On this condition Faust signs the compact with his blood, and cries recklessly, our glowing passions in a sensual sea now will we quench. So Mephistopheles takes him to Margaret, Gretchen. Faust finds in her all the charm of that simplicity which departs with knowledge and returns with wisdom. He woos her with jewels and philosophy. Margaret. Tell me, how is't with thy religion, pray? Thou art a good and kindly man, and yet I think small heed thereto dost pay. Faust. Enough, dear child, I love thee, thou dost feel. For those I love my blood and life I'd spill, nor of his faith, his church, would any man bereave. Margaret. That is not right, we must believe. Dost thou believe in God? Faust. What man can say, my dearest, I believe in God? Margaret. Then thou believest not? Faust. Thou winsome angel face, mishear me not. Who can name him? Who thus proclaim him? I believe him? Who that has feeling, his bosom stealing, can say I believe him not? The all-embracing, the all-sustaining, clasps and sustains he not thee, me, himself? Springs not the vault of heaven above us? Leath not earth, firm stablished neath our feet? Great though it be, fill thou therefrom thine heart, and when in the feeling wholly blessed thou art, call it then what thou wilt. Call it bliss, heart, love, God. I have no name for it. Feeling is all, name is but sound and smoke clouding the glow of heaven. Margaret. It seemeth fair in these words of thine, but yet thou hast no Christianity. Faust. Dear child. She is moved not by his cloudy pantheism, but by the fine figure and raiment with which Mephistopheles' magic has endowed his restored youth. She sings at her spinning wheel a song of wistful longing. My peace is fled, my heart is sore, I shall find it never and nevermore. Him only I watch for, the window near, him only I look for, when forth I fare. His lofty gait, his lordly guise, the smile of his lips, the might of his eyes. My bosom yearns for him, for him. Ah, could I clasp him and cling to him and kiss him as fain I would, then I, faint with his kisses, should swoon and die. All the Western world knows the rest of the story, if only through Gounod. Margaret, in order to kiss and swoon unchaperoned, gives her mother a sleeping potion, from which the mother never wakes. Faust kills Margaret's brother, Valentine, in a duel, and then disappears. Margaret, in shame and grief, kills her fatherless child. She is arrested and condemned to death. Faust visits her in her dungeon and begs her to escape with him. She embraces him, but refuses to leave her cell. Mephistopheles draws Faust away, while a voice from heaven cries, "She is redeemed." Only slowly did the reading public realize that this Faust of 1808 was the finest drama and the finest poetry that Germany had yet produced. But some alert few recognized it at once as fit to stand among the peaks of the world's literature. Friedrich Schlegel compared Goethe with Dante. Jean-Paul Richter equaled him with Shakespeare. Wieland gave him in the realm of poetry the same sovereignty that Napoleon then held in government and war. 3. Nestor in Love. In the years 1818 to 1821, Goethe had 2 soul-stirring romances, not counting Bettina Brentano. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 11, Side 2. In the years 1818 to 1821, Goethe had 2 soul-stirring romances, not counting Bettina Brentano. On April 23, 1807, Bettina, 22, came to the aging poet with a letter of introduction from Wieland. She was the granddaughter of Sophia von La Roche, who had loved Wieland, and she was the daughter of Maximiliana Brentano, who had flirted with Goethe. She felt that she had a primogenital lien on Goethe's heart. Soon after entering his room, she flung herself into his arms. He accepted her as a child, and thereafter corresponded with her in that sense, but he enclosed with his letters the latest love poems he had written, and though they were not addressed to her, she treated them as declarations of passion, and gave them that color in the Goethes Briefwechsel mit einem Kinde, Goethe's correspondence with a child, which she published in 1835. Most of the poems had been inspired by Wilhelmina Herzlieb. Minna, as Goethe soon called her, was the daughter of a Jena bookseller. He had known her as a child, but in 1808 she was 19, modest, tender, and blooming. She hung on every word that he spoke, and mourned that age and status forbade her to love and possess him. He perceived her feeling, responded to it, wrote sonnets to her, punning on her name as a loving heart, but he recalled that he had only recently made Christiana his wife. He seems to have had Minna in mind when he portrayed the shy, high-strung, affectionate Ottilia of the Elective Affinities in 1809. This remarkable novel, Die Wahlverwandtschaften, is, as its author thought, his best work of prose fiction, far better organized and more compactly told than either of the Wilhelm Meister circumambulations. Note Goethe's words to Eckermann on February 9, 1829. In the whole of the Elective Affinities there is not a line which I myself did not actually live, and there is far more behind the text than anyone can assimilate at a single reading. Indeed, the fault of the book is that there is too much Goethe in it, too much philosophizing put into unlikely mouths. He makes the girl Ottilia keep a diary in which he deposits some of his maturest obiter cogitata, such as, "Against great excellence in another there is no way of defending ourselves except love." But it is because there is so much of Goethe in this book that it is warm with life and rich in thought, because the Charlotte of the story is again Charlotte von Stein, tempted but refusing to be unfaithful to her husband, because the captain is Goethe in love with his friend's wife, because Edward, the 50-year-old husband infatuated with Ottilia, is Goethe drawn to Minna Herzlieb, and because the novel is Goethe's attempt to analyze his own erotic sensitivity. He here proposed to think of sexual attraction in chemical terms. He may have taken his title from the Elective Affinities published by the great Swedish chemist Torbern Olof Bergman in 1775. The captain describes to Edvard and Charlotta the attractions, repulsions, and combinations of material particles. You ought yourselves to see these substances, which seem so dead and are yet so full of energy and force, at work before your eyes. Now they seek each other out, seize, crush, devour, destroy one another, and then suddenly they reappear in fresh, renovated, unexpected forms. So, when Edvard invites his friend the captain, and Charlotta invites her niece Ottilia to stay with them for long visits, the captain falls in love with Charlotta, and Edvard falls in love with Ottilia. When Edvard has intercourse with his wife, he thinks of Ottilia, and Charlotta thinks of the captain, in a kind of psychological adultery. The offspring looks strangely like Ottilia, and Ottilia takes to the child as if her own. Then, apparently by accident, she lets it drown. In remorse, she starves herself to death. Edvard dies of a broken heart, the captain disappears, Charlotta survives, spiritually dead. A town philosopher concludes, "Marriage is the beginning and end of all civilization. It tames the savage and gives to the most cultivated their best opportunity for gentleness. It should be indissoluble, for it brings so much happiness that its incidental tribulations count for nothing in the scale." 4 pages later, however, one character suggests trial marriage, in which the contract is for only 5 years at a time. In 1810 we find Goethe at Carlsbad taking the waters and flirting with young women, while Christiana, 4 years married, remained at home, flirting with young men. The 61-year-old poet won the passionate love of a darkly beautiful Jewess, Marianna von Eibenberg. Then he fled from her with blonde Sylvia von Siegesar. In a poem addressed to Sylvia, he called her daughter, mistress, darling, white and slim. Christiana sent him appeals for fidelity. "And have Bettina and that Frau von Eibenberg arrived in Carlsbad yet? They say here that Sylvia and the Gotters are to be there too. So what will you do between all your flirtations? Rather too many. But you won't forget your oldest one, will you? Think of me a little too now and then. I mean to trust you absolutely, whatever people may say, for you are the only one you know who thinks of me at all." He sent her little gifts. He found time almost every day to compose some poetry or prose. About 1809 he began to write his autobiography. He called it Aus meinem Leben Dichtung und Wahrheit, Fiction and Truth from My Life. The title handsomely admitted that he might now and then, intentionally or not, have mingled imagination with reality. He touched only lightly and delicately on his love for Charlotte Bouffe, but told more fully of his romance with Friederike Brion. Both of these women still lived. He analyzed well and generously many friends of his youth, Lenz, Bazadoff, Merck, Herder, Jacobi, Lavater. Of himself he spoke modestly. His private notes complained that the autobiographer is expected to confess his faults but not to reveal his virtues. The book is the history of a mind rather than of a life. Incidents in it are few, reflections abound. It is his greatest book of prose. In 1811 he received from Beethoven a letter of admiration with the overture to Egmont. Poet and composer met at Teplitz in July 1812. Beethoven played for Goethe and took walks with him. If we may trust the novelist August Frankl, wherever they went the people on the promenade respectfully made way for them and saluted them. Goethe, annoyed by these constant interruptions, said, "What a nuisance! I can never avoid this sort of thing." With a smile, Beethoven answered, "Don't let it bother your Excellency. The homage is probably meant for me." Goethe wrote to Zelter, on September 2, 1812, "Beethoven's talent astonished me. His personality, alas, is wholly ungovernable. He is not wrong in finding the world detestable, but this attitude renders it more enjoyable neither to him nor to others. Much of it is to be excused on the deplorable ground that he is losing his hearing. Beethoven's comment on Goethe, "What patience the great man has had with me, what good he has done me." But the court atmosphere suits him too well. Court appearances and conduct were part of Goethe's official life, for he was still active in administration. His home life had lost its charm. August, 22 in 1812, was an unsalvageable mediocrity, and Christiana was fat and taking to drink. She had some excuse, for his flirtations continued. During his visits to Frankfurt, he often stayed at the suburban villa of Johann von Wielimar, and admired Wielimar's wife, Mariana. In the summer of 1815 he spent almost 4 weeks with them. Mariana was 31, but she was in the fullness of womanly beauty. She sang Goethe's lyrics and Mozart's arias enchantingly, wrote excellent verse, and exchanged with Goethe a series of poems in imitation of Hafiz, Firdausi, and other Persian bards. Hafiz had been translated into German in 1812. Some of the poems are frankly sensual and tell of mutual joy in physical embraces, but this license may be merely poetic. The three met again in September at Heidelberg. The two poets took long walks together, and Goethe wrote Mariana's name in Arabic letters in the dust around the castle fountain. They never saw each other again after that day, but they corresponded through the 17 remaining years of his life. Wielimar seems to have cherished his wife all the more for having charmed so famous a man, and for answering Goethe's verse with poems scarcely inferior to his own. Goethe included hers with his in Westöstlicher Divan, West-Eastern Book of Many Leaves, that he published in 1819. While this correspondence was proceeding in prose and rhyme, Christiana died on June 6, 1816. Goethe noted in his diary, "Her death struggle was dreadful, emptiness and deathly silence within and around me." A profound depression clouded these years. When Charlotte Kestner, the lost beloved of his youth, now the 64-year-old wife of the successful Councillor Kestner of Hanover, visited him with her daughter on September 25, 1816, no emotion seemed to stir in him, and all his talk was courteous triviality. But in 1817 his son August, interrupting a career of dissipation, married Ottilia von Pogwisch. Goethe invited them to live with him. Ottilia brought the gaiety of youth into the household, and soon gave the aging poet grandchildren who made his heart beat again. Ulrike von Levetzow helped. She was one of the 3 daughters of Amalia von Levetzow, whom Goethe had known in Karlsbad. At Marienbad in August 1821 he met Ulrike, who later recalled, "As I had been for some years in a French boarding school at Strasbourg, and was only 17, I had never heard of Goethe, and had no idea that he was a famous man and a great poet. So I wasn't at all shy with the friendly old gentleman. The very next morning he asked me to take a walk with him. He took me along on his walk nearly every morning." He returned to Marienbad in 1822, and all that summer Goethe was very friendly to me. A year later they met in Karlsbad, and soon they stirred the gossip of the spa. By this time the poet had decided that his love was more than paternal. Duke Karl August urged Ulrike to marry Goethe. If she would do this, a fine house would be given to her family in Weimar, and after the poet's death she would receive a pension of $10,000 a year. Mother and daughter refused. Goethe returned desolate to Weimar and drowned his disappointment in ink. Ulrike lived to be 95. In that year, 1821, which led Goethe to Ulrike, Karl Zelter, music director at Jena, brought to him in Weimar a 12-year-old pupil, Felix Mendelssohn. Zelter had opened Goethe's soul to the world of music, and had even taught him to compose. Now the skill of the young pianist astonished and gladdened the old poet, who insisted on having him stay with him for several days. "Every morning," Felix wrote on November 6th, "the author of Faust and Werther kisses me. In the afternoon I play for him, for about 2 hours, partly fugues of Bach, partly my improvisations." On November 8th, Goethe held a reception to introduce Felix to Weimar society. On November 10th, Felix wrote, "Every afternoon he opens the piano and says, 'I have not heard you at all today. Come, make a little noise for me.' Then he sits down next to me and listens. You have no idea how kind and affectionate he is." When Zelter wished to take Felix back to Jena, Goethe persuaded him to let his pupil remain a few days more. "Now," wrote the happy boy, "gratitude to Goethe rose on all sides, and the girls and I kissed his lips and hands. Ottilia von Pogwitz threw her arms around his neck, and since she is very pretty and he flirts with her all the time, the effect was excellent." There are happy moments in history behind the drama of tragedy, notice of historians. 4. The Scientist. Let us go back to his younger years, when, with alert attention and omnivorous interest, he had begun his lifelong pursuit of science. Few of us have known that Goethe devoted more time to scientific investigation and compositions than to all his poetry and prose combined. He had studied medicine and physics at Leipzig, chemistry at Strasbourg. He took up anatomy in 1781, and for years he wandered about Thuringia gathering mineral and botanical specimens and observing geological formations. In his travels he noted not merely men, women, and art, but also fauna and flora, optical and meteorological phenomena. He took a leading part in establishing laboratories in Jena. He rejoiced or grieved as intensely over his victories or defeats in science as over his successes or failures in literature. He did something about the weather. He organized meteorological observation stations in the Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, helped to set up others throughout Germany, and prepared instructions for them. He wrote essays on the theory of weather and the causes of barometric fluctuations. He persuaded Duke Karl August to begin the collections that formed the core of the Museum of Mineralogy at Jena. After studying the geological strata at Ilmenau, he argued that they confirmed Abraham Werner's theory that all the rocky formations on the Earth's crust were the result of the slow action of water. This Neptunist theory has had to be combined with the Vulcanist theory of change by violent action. He was among the first to suggest that the age of strata might be judged from the fossils embedded in them, and to defend the view that the great boulders now erratically distributed in high places had been swept up there by surges of ice coming down from the Arctic zone. In 1791-92, Goethe published in 2 volumes Beiträge zur Optik, Contributions to Optics. "My purpose," he wrote, "has been to assemble all that is known in this field and to undertake all the experiments myself, varying them as much as possible, making them easier to follow, and keeping them within the scope of the ordinary person." During the years from 1790 to 1810, he made numberless experiments to explain color. The Goethe Museum at Weimar still preserves the instruments he used. The result appeared in 1810 in 2 large volumes of text and 1 of plates, entitled Zur Farbenlehre, on the theory of color. This was his major work as a scientist. He studied colors as due not only to the chemical composition of objects, but to the structure and operation of the eye. He analyzed the adaptation of the retina to darkness and light, the physiology of color blindness, the phenomena of color shadows and after-images, the effects of color contrasts and combinations in sensation and in art. He mistakenly thought of green as a blend of yellow and blue. They do blend so on the artist's palette, but when the blue and yellow of the color spectrum combine, they yield gray and white. He repeated many of the experiments described in Newton's Optics of 1704, found in several cases results different from those there reported, and ended by accusing Newton of incompetence and occasional deceit. He opposed Newton's view that white is a composition of colors, and held that their combination regularly produced not white but gray. Neither his contemporaries nor his successors in the field of optics accepted his conclusions. They praised his experiments and discarded many of his theories. In 1815, Arthur Schopenhauer, who admired Goethe as a poet and as a philosopher, sent him an essay ably defending Newton's conception of white as a composition of colors. The old man never forgave him. The general rejection of the Farbenlehre added to the gloom of his final years. A man so sensitive to color as Goethe was could not but be fascinated by the world of plants. At Padua in 1786 he was thrilled by the botanical gardens. Here was a richer and more varied collection than he had ever seen. He saw how different the plants of the south were from those of the north, and he resolved to study the influence of environment upon the form and growth of plants. nor had he ever felt so deeply the mysterious and overwhelming capacity of nature to develop each form, with its unique pattern of structure, texture, color, and line, out of apparently simple and similar seeds. What fertility, and what originality! But were there some common elements in all the diversity of individuals, and in all the evolution of organs and parts? The idea came to him that these genera, species, and varieties were variations of a basic archetype, that all these plants, for example, were formed on some fundamental and original, even if imaginary, model, an Urpflanze, or first plant, the mother of them all. The same law, or theory, he wrote to Herder, will be applicable to all that lives, that is, to animals as well as plants. They too are variations on one structural theme. And as the individual organism with all its uniqueness is an imitation of a primal archetype, so the parts of an organism may be variations of one fundamental form. Goethe noticed in Padua a palmetto whose leaves were in diverse stages of development. He studied the visible transitions from the simplest leaf to the complete majestic fan, and he conceived the idea that all the structures of a plant, except the axis or stem, were variations and stages of the leaf. After his return to Weimar, Goethe published his theory in an 86-page book entitled An Attempt by J. W. von Goethe, Privy Councillor of the Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, to explain the metamorphosis of plants. This in 1790. Botanists laughed at it as the dreams of a poet, and advised the poet to stick to his trade. He took them at their word and rephrased his views in a poem, The Metamorphosis of Plants. Gradually, the theory accumulated evidence and supporters. In 1830, Etienne Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire presented Goethe's essay to the French Academy of Sciences as a work of careful research and creative imagination confirmed by the progress of botany. Applying his theory to anatomy, Goethe suggested in 1790 that the skull is a variation and continuation of the vertebrae, enclosing the brain as the spine encloses the spinal cord. There is no agreement today on this conception. One definite and brilliant achievement is credited to Goethe in anatomy, the demonstration of an intermaxillary bone in man. This is the bone between the maxillae or jaw bones that carries the upper incisor teeth. The anatomists had recognized such a bone in animals, but had questioned its existence in man. Goethe's discovery narrowed the structural difference between man and the ape. Here the poet proclaimed his success in a letter from Jena to Charlotte von Stein, March 27, 1784, the lover and the scientist all compact. A few lines to my Lotta by way of saying good morning. I have been granted a delightful satisfaction. I have made an anatomical discovery that is at once beautiful and important. You shall have your share in it, but do not say a word about it. He announced his finding in a manuscript monograph sent to divers scientists in 1784, and entitled, An Attempt based on Comparative Osteology to show that the intermaxillary bone in the upper jaw is common to man and the higher animals. This was the first treatise ever written that can be properly described as lying in the field of comparative anatomy, and thus it is a milestone in the history of this science. The French anatomist Félix Vigdasir published the same discovery in the same year, 1784. In his essay, Goethe wrote, Man is very closely akin to the brute creation. Every creature is only a tone, a modification in a mighty harmony. Like many scientists and philosophers before him, he thought of man as part of the animal kingdom and wrote a poem, The Metamorphosis of Animals. But he was not an evolutionist in the Darwinian sense. Following Linnaeus, he assumed the fixity of species. So his Urpflanze was not an actual primitive plant from which all plants had evolved, but only a general type, of which all plants were modifications. Goethe did not, like his contemporaries Lamarck and Erasmus Darwin, think of species evolving from other species by the environmental selection of favorable variations. Was Goethe a real scientist? Not in the professional sense. He was a zealous and enlightened amateur, a scientist between poems, novels, amours, artistic experiments, and administrative chores. He used extensive equipment, collected a large library of science, made useful observations and careful experiments. Helmholtz testified to the factual accuracy of the objective processes and experiments that Goethe described. He avoided teleological explanations, but he was not accepted as a scientist by professionals, for these looked upon him as a dilettante who depended too trustfully upon intuition and hypothesis. He passed too quickly from one subject or investigation to another, touching each at some special point, and achieving nowhere, except in optics and the theory of color, a survey of the field. But there was something ideal and heroic in his divergent and polymorphous persistence. Said Eckermann in 1825, "Goethe will be 80 years old in a few years, but he is not tired of inquiries and experiments. He is always on the track of some great synthesis." And perhaps the poet was right in thinking that the chief aim of science should not be to equip old desires with new tools, but to enlarge wisdom with knowledge for the enlightenment of desire. 5. The Philosopher. As in science, so in philosophy he was a lover, not a professor, though it was he who secured the appointment of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel to chairs of philosophy at Jena. He had very little interest in the debates of the schools, but he was endlessly concerned with the interpretation of nature and the meaning of life. As he became older, he grew through science and poetry into a sage. He found illumination about the whole from every object, moment, and part. Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. Everything transient is but a symbol. The Sprüche in prosa, or accidental apothegms, which he left unprinted at his death, ooze wisdom on every page. He offered no system of logic, but he suggested, pragmatically, that alone is true which is fruitful, and that in the beginning was not the word, but the deed. We find truth in action rather than in thought. Thought should be an instrument, not a substitute for action. He did not take to Kant as Schiller did. He acknowledged that the ultimate nature of reality is beyond our ken, but he did not feel that this committed him to orthodoxy. On the contrary, he recommended ignoring the unknowable. The unfathomable is of no practical value. The perceived world is enough for our lives. He had no epistemological qualms about admitting the existence of an external world. After reading Kant and Schelling, he wrote to Schiller, "I willingly concede that it is not nature in itself that we perceive, but that nature is comprehended by us merely according to certain forms and faculties of our mind. But the appropriateness, or adjustment, of our organic natures to the outer world indicates a determination from without, a relation toward things. Many people resist acknowledging reality only because they would collapse if they accepted it." But Goethe rejected materialism as well as subjectivist idealism. D'Holbach's Système de la Nature appeared to us students at Strasbourg so dark, so death-like, that we found it a trouble to endure its presence and shuddered at it as at a spectre. That was in youth, but in old age he felt likewise, writing to Knebel on April 8, 1812, "A man who does not grasp the fact, nor rise to the vision that spirit and matter, soul and body, thought and extension, are the necessary twin ingredients of the universe, and will forever be, and that these two have equal rights, and may therefore be considered in their togetherness as the representatives of God. He who has not grasped this might as well employ his days with the idle gossip of the world." This, of course, is Spinoza, and Goethe usually follows Spinoza into determinism. We belong to the laws of nature even when we rebel against them. But at times he inclines to agree with Kant that our lives, like the universe to which we belong, are mysteriously composed of freedom and necessity. He felt a force of destiny working in him, of qualities compelling and determining his development, but he cooperated with it, like some free agent serving a cause that moves and includes him. His religion was an adoration of nature, and a desire to collaborate with her creative forces, her multiform productivity, and her obstinate perseverance. However, he took long to acquire her patience. He vaguely personified nature, seeing mind and will in her, but a mind quite unlike ours, and a will indifferently neutral as between men and fleas. Nature has no moral feelings in our sense of the obligation of the part to cooperate with the whole, for she is the whole. In the poem Das Göttliche, from 1782, Goethe described nature as without feeling or mercy. She destroys as exuberantly as she makes. All your ideals shall not prevent me from being genuine and good and bad, like nature. Her only ethic is live and make live. Goethe recognized the need many souls have for supernatural support, but he felt no such need until his final years. He has religion enough who has art or science. He who has not art or science needs religion. As a poet and artist, I am a polytheist, personifying the separate forces of nature, while in my role as scientist I incline to pantheism, seeing one God in everything. Resolutely pagan in religion and morals, he had no sense of sin, felt no need of a God dying to atone for him, and resented all talk of the cross. He wrote to Lavater, August 9, 1782, I am no anti-Christian, no unchristian, but very decidedly a non-Christian. You accept the gospel as it stands as divine truth. Well, no audible voice from heaven would convince me that a woman bears a child without a man, and that a dead man arises from the grave. I regard all these as blasphemies against God and his revelation of himself in nature. Lavater pressed him, Goethe tells us, and at last came out with the hard dilemma, either Christian or atheist. Upon this I declared that if he would not leave me my own Christianity as I had hitherto cherished it, I could readily decide for atheism, especially as I saw that nobody knew precisely what either term meant. Goethe thought that the Christian religion is an abortive political revolution that turned moral. There are in literature 1,000 pages as beautiful and useful as in the Gospels. Yet I regard all 4 Gospels as quite genuine, for in them is evident the reflected splendor of the sublime power which emanated from the person of Christ and his nature, which was as divine as ever the divine has appeared on earth. I bow before him as a divine manifestation of the highest principle of morality. But he proposed to worship the Son as much as Christ, as equally a manifestation of divine power. He admired Luther and praised the Reformation for breaking the shackles of tradition, but he regretted its relapse into dogma. He suspected that Protestantism would suffer for lack of inspiring, habit-forming ceremonies, and he thought Catholicism wise and beneficent in symbolizing spiritual relations and developments with impressive sacraments. Goethe's views on immorality were a function of his years. On February 2, 1789, he wrote to Friedrich zu Stolberg, For my own part, I cling more or less to the teachings of Lucretius and confine myself and all my hopes to this life. But on February 25, 1824, he told Eckermann, I would by no means dispense with the happiness of believing in a future existence, and indeed I would say with Lorenzo de' Medici that those who hope for no other life are dead even in this one. And on February 4, 1825, I hold the firm conviction that our spirit is something altogether indestructible. He read Swedenborgia, accepted the conception of a spirit sphere, and played with hopes of transmigration. He studied the Kabbalah and Pico della Mirandola, and even drew an occasional horoscope. More and more as he aged, he admitted the rights of faith. Strictly speaking, I can have no knowledge of God except such as I derive from the limited vision of my sensory perceptions on this single planet. Such knowledge is a fragment of a fragment. I do not admit that this limitation, which is applicable to our observation of nature, need be applicable in the exercise of faith. The contrary is the case. It may well be that our knowledge, necessarily imperfect, demands supplementation and perfecting through an act of faith. In 18 he had written the rebellious Prometheus in his youth, for the young radicals of the day were quoting it against him. He turned away from Fichte when Fichte was accused of atheism. It is our duty, he now held, to tell others no more than they are able to receive. Man grasps only what is to his measure. Like his views of religion, his conception of morality changed with age. Bouncing with youthful energy and pride, he had interpreted life as purely a theater for self-development and display. This craving to raise as high as possible the pyramid of my life, the base of which has been given and established for me, outweighs all else and scarcely permits of a moment's relapse. We have seen him hurting some tender souls in this process. As he matured through political office, he perceived that human life is a cooperative process, that the individual survives by mutual aid, and that self-seeking actions, though still the basic force, must be limited by the needs of the group. Faust, in Part 1, is individualism incarnate. In Part 2, he finds salvation, health of soul, through working for the general good. Wilhelm Meister, in the Lehrjahre, seeks to educate and develop himself, though by nature and training he often aids his fellow men. In the Wanderjahre, he seeks to further the happiness of the community. Goethe balked at the behest to love one's enemies, but he defined nobility nobly in one of his greatest poems. Let man be noble, helpful and good, for that alone marks him off from all beings that we know. Quite unfeeling is nature, the sun shines upon the base and the good, and upon the lawbreaker gleam as upon the best the moon and the stars. Winds and streams, thunder and hail, roar on their way and snatch up and sweep before them one after another. By eternal iron-clad great laws must we all, of our existence, fulfill the round. But man alone can do the impossible. He distinguishes, chooses, and judges. He can to the fleeting moment give duration. He alone can reward the good, punish the bad, heal and save, and to the erring and straying bring wise counsel. Let the noble man be helpful and good. To become noble, one must beware of debasing influences, and all is influence except ourselves. Never mind studying contemporaries and those who strive with you. Study the great men of the past, whose works have maintained their value and stature for centuries. A truly gifted man will naturally so incline, and the desire to delve into the great precursors is the very mark of a higher endowment. Reverence libraries as the heritage left by these men. Contemplating a library, one feels as though in the presence of vast capital silently yielding incalculable interest. But intellect without character is far worse than character without intellect. Intellect that liberates the mind without giving us dominion over ourselves is pernicious. Plan your living, gedenke zu leben, but seek a balance between thought and action. Thought without action is a disease. To know and practice a craft lends greater culture than half-knowledge 100 times over. No blessing is equal to the blessings of work. Above all, be a whole or join a whole. Only mankind is the true man, and the individual can be joyous and happy only when he has the courage to feel himself in the whole. So the young man who inherited comfort and security and set the Strasbourg students laughing at his rich and fancy dress, learned, through the philosophers, the saints, and the experience of life, to think kindly of the poor, and to wish that the fortunate would share their wealth more generously. Nobles should be taxed in proportion to their income, and should let their dependents benefit from the advantages which expanding knowledge and prosperity are bringing. Even after attaining European fame, Goethe felt the bourgeois' envy of noble birth. In Germany, no one except a nobleman has an opportunity for acquiring a well-rounded personal culture. He observed all the usual obeisances in his behavior toward his superiors. Everyone knows the story of Goethe and Beethoven at Teplitz, July 1812, but its sole source is the unreliable Bettina Brentano von Arnim, who claimed to be quoting Beethoven's account. Kings and princes can indeed bestow titles and orders, but they cannot make great men, who therefore must be held in respect. When two come together, such as Goethe and I, then these high-born gentlemen must observe what it is that counts for great with such as we. Yesterday we met the whole imperial family of Austria, and Goethe disengaged himself from my arm in order to stand aside. I pressed my hat down on my head and went through the thickest of the crowd with my arms hanging at my sides. Princes and courtiers drew up in a double line. The Duke of Weimar took his hat off to me, and the Empress greeted me first. Much to my amusement, I saw the procession file by Goethe, who stood at one side, bowing with his hat in his hand. I took him roundly to task for it afterward. Our reaction to this story will vary with our age. Goethe felt that an aristocracy functioning actively and with public spirit provided the best government then possible in Europe, and deserved the respect required for social order and control. Abuses should be reformed, but without violence or precipitancy. Revolutions cost more than they are worth, and usually end where they began. So Mephistopheles to Faust, "Alack, away, forbear of yonder squabble twixt tyranny and slavery to Babel. It irks me, scarce 'tis ended when de novo, with the whole farce they start ab ovo." And so Goethe to Eckermann in 1824. "It is quite true that I was no friend of the French Revolution. Its horrors were too immediate, while its beneficial effects were not yet visible. But I was just as little a friend of the arbitrary rule that had preceded it. I was convinced even then that no revolution is the fault of the people, but always the fault of the government." He welcomed Napoleon as a boon to order in France and Europe after a decade of convulsions. He distrusted democracy, for nothing is worse than active ignorance, and it is unthinkable that wisdom should ever be popular. He laughed at the oscillation of power between parties. "In politics, as on a sickbed, men toss from side to side in the hope of lying more comfortably." He opposed freedom of the press on the ground that it subjected society and government to perpetual disturbance by immature and irresponsible writers. The cry for freedom seemed to him, in his declining years, to be merely the hunger of the unplaced for power and plums. The sole object is for power, influence, and fortune to pass from one hand to the next. Freedom is the whispered password of secret conspirators, the clamorous battle-cry of the avowed revolutionary, indeed the slogan of despotism itself as it leads its subjugated masses forward against the foe, promising surcease from external oppression for all time. Goethe fulfilled to the maximum the obligation of the old to serve as a brake upon the energy of the young. 6. Faust, Part 2. He poured his aging philosophy into Part 2 of Faust. At the end of Part 1 he had left his alter ego, broken and desolate, in the power of Mephistopheles, desire punished for its excess. But could that be all, and the sum of wisdom? Faust had not quite lost his wager. The devil had not yet found for him any delight that could calm his striving and fill his life. Was there anywhere such a fulfillment? Through 24 years Goethe struggled to find for the story a continuation and a culmination that should contain or symbolize the conclusions of his thought, and should give to his hero a noble and inspiring end. At last, aged 78, he faced the task. On May 24, 1827, he wrote to Zelter, who had grown old with him and was to die with him, "I want quietly to confess to you that I have gone to work at Faust again. Tell no one." The dramatic finale of Byron in the Greek War of Liberation had stirred Goethe. Now he could make Byron, as Euphorion, or well-being, son of Faust and Helen, represent the healing of the torn and questioning modern mind, through union with the calm beauty of classic Greece. He labored in the morning hours, achieving at best a page a day, until, in August of 1831, 7 months before his death, he announced to Eckermann that the consuming task was complete, 59 years after its first conception. "The happiest man," he had written, "is he who is able to integrate the end of his life with its beginning. And now," he said, "whatever of life remains to me I can regard henceforth as a gift, and it does not really matter whether I accomplish anything more or not." Only in the assurance of 80 years can one take time to read all of Faust Part 2 today. From the opening scene, in which Faust, awakening in spring fields, describes the sunrise with no word-worn eloquence, the action repeatedly stops for lyric paeans to nature's beauty or grandeur or terror. It is well done, but too often. Goethe, preaching classic restraint, here sins against nothing too much. He poured into the drama almost everything that cluttered his teeming memory. Greek and German mythologies, Leda and the Swan, Helen and her train, witches and knights and fairies and gnomes, griffins and pygmies, dryads and sirens, dissertations on Neptunian geology, long speeches by heralds, flower girls, garden nymphs, woodcutters, punchinellos, drunkards, pages, seneschals, wardens, a charioteer and a sphinx, an astrologer and an emperor, fauns and philosophers, the cranes of Ibycus, and a little man, homunculus, chemically created by Faust's pupil Wagner. The farrago is more confusing than a tropical jungle, for it adds the supernatural to the natural and endows everything with oratory or song. What a comfort it is when, in Act III, Helen appears, still miraculously dia gynakon, goddess among women, conquering men with the grace of her movement or the glance of her eyes. The story takes on new force, and the chorus rises to a Sophoclean tone when Helen hears that Menelaus, as punishment for beauty insolently bold, has ordered her and her attendant women to be surrendered to the lusts of a barbarian horde invading Hellas from the north. Their leader is Faust himself, transformed by Mephistophelian art into a medieval knight, handsome in figure, face, and garb. Goethe reaches the apex of his dramatic art as he describes the meeting of Helen and Faust, classic Greece confronting medieval Germany. Let these two unite. That is the burden of the tale. Faust, enthralled like all men, lays at Helen's feet all the wealth and power that magic and war have given him. She yields herself to his entreaties. After all, this was hardly a fate worse than death. But Menelaus approaches with his army and interrupts their bliss. Faust turns in a trice from love to war, calls his men to arms, and leads them to the conquest of Sparta, a memory of the Franks conquering the Morea in the 13th century. The scene changes. Years have flown by. Euphorion is a happy youth, gladdening Faust and Helen with caresses, playful banter, sportive calls, leaping recklessly from cliff to cliff, gently cautioned by his parents, dancing wildly with nymphs entranced by his charm. Byron in Italy. This book is continued on Cassette 12, Side 1.
Rousseau and Revolution, by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 12, Side 1. The scene changes. Years have flown by. Euphorion is a happy youth, gladdening Faust and Helen with caresses, playful banter, sportive calls, leaping recklessly from cliff to cliff, gently cautioned by his parents, dancing wildly with nymphs entranced by his charm. Byron in Italy. He seizes one of them rapturously, only to have her burst into flame in his arms. Hearing with welcome the tocsin of war, he rushes off, falls from a precipice, and, dying, summons his mother to join him in the netherworld. Helen, to Faust. Woe is me! An ancient adage proves on me its truth, that fortune weds with beauty never abidingly. Asunder rent the bond of life is, as of love, and both bewailing, anguished, I say farewell, upon thy bosom casting me yet once again. Receive, Persephone, the child and me. She embraces Faust, her corporeal part vanishes, robes and veil remain in his arms. So ends the third and finest act of this second Faust. This was the part that Goethe wrote first, which he called Helena, and which for a time he thought of as a separate and finished whole. He might have done well to leave it so. Here, by some heroic draught upon his surviving powers, Goethe rose for the last time to the peak of his poetry, mingling drama with music as in Periclean days, and raising to life and blood the figures of a complex allegory for the healing of the modern mind. From that height, Faust, too, slips down to a war between an emperor and a contender for the Holy Roman throne. Faust and Mephistopheles, using their magic arts, win the war for the emperor. Faust asks and receives, as reward, great stretches of the empire's northern coast, with such land as he can wrest from the sea. In Act 5, Faust, 100 years old, is master of a vast domain, but not yet of himself. The cottage of a peasant couple, Philemon and Baucis, obstructs the view from his mansion. He offers them a better home elsewhere. They refuse. He asks Mephistopheles and his agents to drive them out. Meeting resistance, they set fire to the cottage. The old couple die of fright. Faust is soon haunted by visions of avenging furies, grey hags named Want, Guilt, Care, Need, and Death. Care breathes into his face and blinds him. A partly unselfish thought raises him out of despair. He orders Mephistopheles and his devils to dike the sea, drain the swamps, and build on the new land 1,000 homes amid green fields. He visions this reclaimed terrain and feels that if he could, with a free people, stand on a free soil, he would at last say to such a moment, "Tarry a while, thou art so fair." He hears the sounds of picks and spades and thinks that his grand design is progressing. Actually, the devils are digging his grave. Exhausted, he falls dying to the ground. Mephistopheles gloats over him as a horde of devils prepares to take Faust's soul to hell. But a host of angels swoops down from heaven, and while Mephistopheles is distracted with admiration of their legs, they bear aloft the mortal remains of Faust. In heaven, Faust, new-clothed in a transfigured body, is greeted by a glorified Gretchen, who begs the Virgin Mother, "Grant me to teach him." The Virgin bids her lead him upward, and the chorus mysticus ends the play. Everything transitory is only a symbol. The ever unfinished here is completed. The indescribable is here accomplished. The eternal womanly draws us upward and on. 7. Fulfillment, 1825 to 1832. In 1823, Johann Peter Eckermann, aged 31, became Goethe's secretary and began to note the old man's conversation for posterity. The resultant Gespräche mit Goethe, 3 volumes, 1836 to 1848, partly revised by Goethe, contains more wisdom than is to be found in most philosophers. In September 1825, Weimar celebrated the semi-centennial of Karl August's accession. Goethe attended the ceremony. The Duke grasped his hand and murmured to him, "Together to the last breath." On November 7th, the court celebrated the 50th anniversary of Goethe's coming to Weimar, and the Duke sent him a letter which was also made a public proclamation. With profound pleasure I would mark the 50th return of this day as the jubilee not only of the premier servant of my state, but of the friend of my youth, who has accompanied me through all the mutability of life with unchanged affection, loyalty, and steadfastness. I owe the happy outcome of my most important undertakings to his circumspect counsel, his ever-living sympathy and beneficent service. To have attached him permanently to myself I regard as one of the highest ornaments of my reign. Now came those sadly aging years when friend after friend disappears. On August 26, 1826, 2 days before Goethe's 77th birthday, Charlotte von Stein, 84 years old, sent her last known letter to her lover of half a century before. All my best wishes and blessings on this day. May the guardian angels in the heavenly parliament command that all that is good or beautiful be granted to you, my very dear friend. I continue to remain yours in hope and without fear, while I beg of you for myself your freely given kindness during the brief span that remains to me. She died on January 6, 1827. Hearing of it, Goethe wept. On June 15, 1828, the Duke died, and Weimar knew that its golden age was ending. Goethe prepared for his turn by working feverishly on Faust. But he was not next in line. His only surviving child, August, after 40 years of failure, 20 of dissipation, died in Rome, October 27, 1830. A post-mortem showed a liver 5 times the normal size. When the news was brought to Goethe, he said, "I was not unaware that I had begotten a mortal." "I tried to absorb myself in work," he wrote. "I forced myself to continue Volume 4 of Poetry and Truth." At 80, he began to narrow his interests. In 1829, he stopped reading newspapers. "I can't begin to tell you," he wrote to Zelter, "the time I have gained and the things I have accomplished during the 6 weeks that I have left all French and German papers unopened. Fortunate is he whose world lies in his home." He enjoyed love and care from August's widow, Ottilia, and he took delight in her children. Sometimes, however, he withdrew even from them and sought full privacy, praising solitude as the nurse and test of a well-furnished mind. His face now showed its 80 years, deep wrinkles across the forehead and around the mouth, silver hair receding, eyes quiet and wondering, but his stature was erect and his health was good. He prided himself on having avoided coffee and tobacco, both of which he condemned as poisons. He was vain of his looks and his books, honestly relished praise, gave it frugally. When in 1830 a young poet sent him a volume of verse, Goethe acknowledged it caustically. "I have glanced through your little book. Since, however, in an epidemic of cholera one must protect oneself against weakening influences, I have laid it aside." Mediocrity offended him. He grew more and more irritable as the years threw him back into himself, and he admitted as much. "Everyone who, judging by my work, considered me amiable, found himself greatly deceived when he came in contact with a man of coldness and reserve." Visitors described him as slow to thaw, a bit formal and stiff, perhaps out of embarrassment, or grudging time taken from his tasks. Yet many of his letters showed tenderness and consideration. He was now famous throughout Europe. Carlyle acclaimed him, long before Goethe's death, as one of the great figures in world literature. Byron dedicated Werner to him. Berlioz dedicated The Damnation of Faust to Monseigneur Goethe. Kings sent him gifts. But in Germany his reading public was small, the critics were hostile, his rivals belittled him as a pompous counselor affecting to be a poet and a scientist. Lessing condemned Goetz and Werther as romantic trash. Klopstock scorned Hermann und Dorothea as commonplace, and Iphigenia as a stiff imitation of the Greeks. Goethe reacted with repeated expressions of contempt for Germany, for its climate, scenery, history, language, and mind. He complained that he had to write in German, and therefore squandered life and art on the worst material. He told his friends that these fools of Germans had quite deserved their defeat by Napoleon at Jena, and Germany had the laugh on him when the Allies overcame Bonaparte at Waterloo. Detached from the main, romantic, stream of literature in his old age, he consoled himself with deepened contempt of the world and man. Viewed from the heights of reason, all life looks like some malignant disease, and the world like a madhouse. "A few days ago," he wrote to Zelter, on March 26, 1816, "I came upon a copy of the first edition of Werther, and that long-silenced song began to rise again. It was hard for me to understand how a man could endure the world for 40 years when he had seen its absurdity even in his youth." And he looked for no substantial betterment in the future. "Men exist only to trouble and kill one another. So was it, so is it, so will it ever be." Like most of us after 60, he thought that the new generation was degenerate. The incredible arrogance in which the young are growing up will show its results in a few years in the greatest follies. Yet much is stirring that in after years may be cause for rejoicing. On March 15, 1832, he caught a cold while out driving. On the 18th he seemed recovered, but on the 20th the infection had sunk into his chest, catarrhal fever consumed him, and his face was distorted with pain. On the 22nd he noted that spring had begun. "Perhaps this will help me to get well." The room had been darkened to ease his eyes. He protested, "Let in more light." Still oppressed by the gloom, he ordered his valet, "Open the blind of the other window so that more light may come in." These were apparently his last words. He had asked Ottilia, "Little woman, give me your little paw." He died in her arms and holding her hand, at noon, March 22, 1832, aged 82 years and 7 months. Eckermann saw the corpse on the next day. The body lay naked, wrapped only in a white sheet. The valet drew aside the sheet, and I was astonished at the godlike magnificence of the limbs. The breast was powerful, broad, and arched. The arms and thighs were full and softly muscular. The feet were elegant and of the most perfect shape. Nowhere on the whole body was there a trace either of fat or of leanness or decay. A perfect man lay in great beauty before me, and the rapture which the sight caused me made me forget for a moment that the immortal spirit had left this abode. So ended a great age, from Frederick's sombre triumph in 1763 through Lessing and Kant, Wieland and Herder, to Schiller and Goethe. Not since Luther had the German mind been so active, so various, so rich in independent thought. It was no disaster for Germany that it was not an expanding empire like Britain's, absorbed in conquest and trade, nor a centralized monarchy like the French, falling apart through the failure of government, nor a despotism like Russia's, gorging itself with land or stupefying itself with holy water. Politically, Germany was not yet born, but in literature she was challenging, and in philosophy she was leading, the Western world. Chapter 25. The Jews, 1715 to 1789. 1. The Struggle for Existence. The Jews, said Rousseau, afford an astonishing spectacle. The laws of Solon, Numa, and Lycurgus are dead. Those of Moses, much more ancient, continue to live. Athens, Sparta, and Rome have perished and left no offspring on the earth. But Zion, destroyed, has not lost her children. They are preserved, they multiply, they spread throughout the world. They mingle with all peoples, yet are not confused with them. They have no rulers, yet they are always a people. Have been the force of a legislator capable of effecting such marvels. Of all the systems of legislation now known to us, only this one has undergone all tests, has always been steadfast. Perhaps the Mosaic Code owed its survival not so much to its inherent wisdom, as to its service in maintaining order and stability in communities living dangerously amid hostile creeds and alien laws. In the dispersion, the synagogue had to be both church and government, and the rabbis held their people together through all vicissitudes by giving the sanction of a proud religious faith to a code that regulated every phase of Jewish life. The Pentateuch became the Constitution, the Talmud became the Supreme Court, of an invisible state stronger even than human hate. Anti-Semitism lost some of its religious bases as orthodoxy declined. An enlightened minority saw the absurdity and cruelty of punishing an entire people, generation after generation, for the ancient sin of a handful of individuals collected on his way from temple to court by an old priest who resented the admiration given to Christ by the great majority of those who knew of him. Careful readers of the Gospels remembered that Jesus had always remained loyal to Judaism, even while critical of its pious hypocrites. Those who had learned some history were aware that almost every people in Christendom had at one time or another persecuted heretics, not by one crucifixion, but by wholesale massacre, inquisitions, or pogroms. Voltaire knew all this. He repeatedly denounced the Christian persecution of the Jews. His epic Henriade spoke of Madrid's and Lisbon's horrid fires, the yearly portion of unhappy Jews by priestly judges doomed to temporal flames for thinking their forefathers' faith the best. He praised the Jews' sober and regular way of life, their abstinence, their toil. He recognized that European Jews had taken to trade because, prohibited from owning land, they had been unable to establish themselves permanently, securely, in any country. Yet Voltaire became violently anti-Semitic. He had unfortunate dealings with Jewish financiers. When he went to England, he carried letters of exchange on the London banker Medina, who meanwhile went bankrupt owing Voltaire 20,000 francs. In Berlin, as we have seen, he employed Abraham Hirsch to buy depreciated bonds in Saxony, planning to import them, illegally, as Hirsch warned him, into Prussia, and there have them redeemed at 65% profit. Philosopher and financier quarreled, went to court, and ended with mutual hate. In his Essai sur les Mœurs, Voltaire let himself go. He described the ancient Hebrews as a petty nation, a brigand people, atrocious, abominable, whose law is the law of savages, and whose history is a tissue of crimes against humanity. A Catholic priest protested that this was a ridiculously savage indictment. Isaac Pinto, a learned Portuguese Jew, published in 1762 Reflections, criticizing the anti-Semitic passages in the article The Jews in the Dictionnaire philosophique. Voltaire admitted that he had been wrong to attribute to a whole nation the vices of some individuals, and promised to alter the offending passages in future printings, but this slipped his mind. French writers in general sided against Voltaire in this matter. Rousseau spoke of the Jews with understanding sympathy. The Jews in France had no civil rights before the Revolution, but they developed some thriving communities and influential leaders. One of these bought a seigneury that included Amiens. He exercised his feudal right to appoint the canons of the cathedral. The bishop protested. The Parlement of Paris upheld the Jewish seigneur in 1787. The French government gratefully acknowledged the help of Jewish financiers in the wars of the Spanish and Polish successions, and Jews played a large part in reviving the Compagnie des Indes after the collapse of Law's venture in 1720. The Jews of Bordeaux were especially prosperous. Their merchants and bankers were known for their integrity and their liberality, but they prided themselves on their Sephardic descent and succeeded in excluding all Ashkenazi Jews from Bordeaux. There were no professed Jews in 18th-century Spain. In the first years of the Spanish Bourbons, some small groups presumed on the supposed enlightenment of Philip V to resume secret observance of Judaic worship. Many cases were discovered. The Inquisition between 1700 and 1720 put to death 3 Jews in Barcelona, 5 in Cordova, 23 in Toledo, 5 in Madrid. Enraged by these revelations, the Inquisition flared up in renewed activity. In the 868 cases tried by its tribunals between 1721 and 1727, over 800 were for Judaism, and of those condemned, 75 were burned. Thereafter, such instances were extremely rare. In the final years of its career, from 1780 to 1820, the Spanish Inquisition tried some 5,000 defendants, of whom only 16 were accused of Judaism, and 10 of these were foreigners. The laws of Spain continued to exclude from civic or military office all persons who could not prove their limpieza, the purity of their blood from all tincture of Jewish ancestry. Reformers complained that this requirement denied to the Spanish army and government the services of many able men. And in 1783 Charles III relaxed these laws. In Portugal, the Inquisition burned 27 Jews for refusing to apostatize from Judaism in 1717. Antonio da Silva, whom Southey rated the best Portuguese dramatist, came to Lisbon in 1712 from Rio de Janeiro. He and his mother were arrested as Jews in 1726. The mother was burned, the son abjured, and was released. Apparently he relapsed, for he was burned in 1739, aged 35. The Marquês de Pombal, among his many reforms, ended all legal distinctions between old and new, or converted, Christians in 1774. In Italy, Venice led the way in liberating the Jews. In 1772, the Jews of the Republic were declared free and equal with the rest of the population. Rome lagged. The ghetto there was the worst in Europe. High fertility, encouraged by the rabbis, increased the poverty and squalor. At one time, 10,000 Jews lived in the space of 1 square kilometer. Annually, the Tiber overflowed, covering the ghetto's narrow streets and filling the cellars with pestilential mud. Excluded from most trades, the Roman Jews took to tailoring. In 1700, 3/4 of their adult males were tailors, setting a custom that endured till our time. In 1775, Pope Pius VI issued an Editto sopra gli Ebrei, renewing the old disabilities of the Jews and adding new ones. They must not ride in carriages, nor sing dirges at funerals, nor erect tombstones over their dead. The Jews of Rome had to wait for Napoleon to bring them freedom. In Austria, Maria Theresa felt that piety compelled her to confine the Jews to certain narrow districts, and to exclude them from crafts, office, and the ownership of realty. Her son Joseph, touched by the French Enlightenment, proposed to the Council of State in 1781 a project for rendering useful to society the large class of Israelites in our hereditary lands, Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. They should be encouraged to learn, and after 3 years be required to use, the national language in all legal, political, or business affairs. The Jews were not to be troubled in any way in the exercise of their ritual or doctrine. They should be invited to take up agriculture, to enter industry and business, to practice the arts, but they still could not become masters in the guilds, for this required an oath of Christian belief. All humiliating distinctions and all constraints hitherto imposed upon the Jews were to be abrogated, as well as all external marks whatever. The Council of State and the provincial administrators objected to the program as too broad and sudden for public acceptance. Joseph compromised by issuing on January 2, 1782, a tolerance patent for the Jews of Vienna and Lower Austria. They received the right to send their children to state schools and colleges, and to enjoy economic liberty except as to owning real estate. However, they must not maintain a separate communal organization, they should not build synagogues in the capital, and they were forbidden to reside in certain towns, perhaps because anti-Semitism there was dangerously keen. Joseph counseled his Christian subjects to respect the persons and rights of Jews as their fellow men. Any insult or violence offered to a Jew will be sternly punished, and there must be no compulsory conversions. Soon the emperor issued similar edicts for Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. He appreciated Jewish contributions to his treasury. He raised several Jews to the nobility and employed several as state financiers. But his reforms, reported the French envoy at Vienna, arouse a universal cry of disapproval. The great facilities accorded to the Jews are considered as assuring ruin to the state. Christian merchants deplored the new competition, and priests condemned the edicts as tolerating open heresy. Some rabbis objected to Jewish children attending state schools, fearing that these would lure Jewish youth from Judaism. Joseph persisted, and a year before his death he extended the patent of toleration to Galicia. There one town, Brody, had so many Jews, 18,000, that the emperor called it the modern Jerusalem. By the time Joseph died in 1790, Vienna had accustomed itself to the new dispensation, and the ground was prepared for the brilliant Judeo-Christian culture of Vienna in the 19th century. By and large, the Jews fared better in Islam than in Christendom. With presumably some exaggeration, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu described their condition in the Turkey of 1717. The Jews are in incredible power in this country. They have many privileges above all the natural Turks themselves, being judged by their own laws. They have drawn the whole trade of the empire into their hands, partly by the firm union among themselves, partly by the idle temper and want of industry of the Turk. Every pasha has his Jew, who is his homme d'affaires. They are the physicians, the stewards, and the interpreters of all the great men. There are many of them vastly rich. Quite different was the fate of the few Jews who were found in Russia, chiefly in the border provinces confronting Poland, on the death of Peter the Great. In 1742 the Empress Elizabeth Petrovna ordered that from our whole empire all Jews shall be immediately deported, and shall henceforth under no pretext be admitted into our empire unless they accept the Christian religion of the Greek persuasion. By 1753 nearly 35,000 Jews had been expelled. Some Russian businessmen pleaded with the Empress to relax the edict, arguing that the expulsion had depressed the economy of the provinces by deflecting trade from these to Poland and Germany. Elizabeth refused to relax. When Catherine II acceded, she wished to let the Jews re-enter, but felt too insecure on her throne to face the opposition of the clergy. The First Partition of Poland, however, brought the problem to a new phase. What was to be done with the 27,000 Jews long established in that part of Poland which Russia had now acquired? Catherine declared in 1772 that the Jewish communities residing in the cities and territories now incorporated into the Russian Empire will be left in the enjoyment of all those liberties which they possess at present. A large measure of self-government was allowed to these Polish Jews, and they were made eligible to municipal office. However, they were forbidden to emigrate from the Pale of Settlement, the formerly Polish provinces, into the Russian interior. In 1791 the Jews were permitted to settle in the provinces of Kherson, Taurida, and Yekaterinoslav, as a means of rapidly populating these recently conquered regions and making them easier to defend. Meanwhile, the economic anti-Semitism of most Russian businessmen and the religious anti-Semitism of the Russian commonalty made life difficult and dangerous for the Jews in the empire. In 1766 there were 621,000 Jews in Poland. Protective privileges, granted them by previous rulers, were ratified by Augustus II and Augustus III. But these Saxons, busy with two realms and two faiths, not to mention their mistresses, had little time to counter the racial hostility of the Polish populace. The government laid extra taxes upon the Jews, the gentry sought to reduce them to serfdom, and the local administrators made them pay heavily for protection from mob violence. The priests denounced the Jews for stubbornly clinging to irreligion. An ecclesiastical synod in 1720 demanded that the government forbid the building of new synagogues and the repair of old ones. A synod of 1733 repeated the medieval maxim that the only reason for tolerating the Jews was that they might serve as a reminder of the tortures of Christ and be an example by their enslaved and miserable condition of the just chastisement inflicted by God upon infidels. In 1716, a converted Hebrew, Serafinovich, published an exposure of the Jewish ceremonies, in which he charged the Jews with using the blood of Christians for various magical purposes, to smear the doors of Christians, to mix in the matzot eaten at Passover, to soak a cloth containing an incantation designed to protect a house or bring business success. The Jews challenged Serafinovich to defend his allegations and assembled a board of rabbis and bishops to hear him. He did not appear, but republished his book. Repeatedly the Jews were accused of killing children to get Christian blood. Polish Jews were summoned to trial on such charges in 1710, 1724, 1736, 1747, 1748, 1753, 1756, 1759, and 1760. In many cases they were tortured, in some cases to death. Some were flayed alive, some died slowly by impalement. The terrorized Jews appealed to Pope Benedict XIV to stop these accusations. The evidence pro and con was laid before Cardinal Campanelli. After receiving a report from the papal nuncio in Warsaw, he issued a memorandum to the effect that in none of the cases had guilt been proved. The Roman Tribunal of the Inquisition supported the cardinal's memorandum. The nuncio informed the Polish government in 1763 that the Holy See, having investigated all the foundations of this aberration, that the Jews need human blood for the preparation of their unleavened bread, had concluded that there was no evidence whatever testifying to the correctness of that prejudice. Pope Innocent IV had made a similar pronouncement in 1247. The aberration persisted. Fear of massacre was a frequent element in the life of the Polish Jew. In 1734, 1750, and 1768, bands of Cossacks and Russian Orthodox peasants, organized as Haidamaks, or rioters, ravaged many towns and villages in the provinces of Kiev, Volhynia, and Podolia, pillaging estates and slaying Jews. In 1768, the raiders carried a golden charter falsely ascribed to Catherine II, inviting them to exterminate the Poles and the Jews, the desecrators of our holy religion. In one town, Uman, they slaughtered 20,000 Poles and Jews. Catherine sent a Russian army to cooperate with Polish forces to suppress the raiders. In Germany, the Jews were relatively safe and prosperous, though they suffered various disabilities in economic and political life. Special taxes were levied upon them in most of the Principalities. The law allowed only a limited number of Jews to live in Berlin, but the law was loosely enforced, and the Berlin community grew in number and wealth. Similar Jewish settlements existed in Hamburg and Frankfurt. Over 1,000 Jewish merchants attended the Leipzig Fair in 1789. German rulers, even Catholic prince-bishops, employed Jews to manage their finances or provision their armies. Joseph Oppenheimer, about 1692 to 1738, known as Jew Süß, served in these and other capacities the Elector Palatine at Mannheim and Karl Alexander, Duke of Württemberg. His skill and industry enriched him and the Duke, and earned him many enemies. Accused of malfeasance at the Mint, he was exonerated by a board of investigators and was raised to membership in the Duke's Privy Council, where he soon became the dominant power. He invented new taxes, established royal monopolies, and apparently accepted bribes, which he divided with the Duke. When the Duke proposed that all church moneys should be deposited in a central state bank, the Protestant clergy joined with the nobility in opposition to the Duke and his minister. On March 3, 1737, the Duke suddenly died. Army and civil leaders arrested Oppenheimer and all Stuttgart Jews. Oppenheimer was tried and convicted. On February 3, 1738, he was strangled, and his corpse was suspended in a cage in a public square. We have noted Goethe's sallies into the Judengasse in Frankfurt. One of the oldest families there took its later name, Rothschild, from the red shield that distinguished its dwelling. In 1755, on the death of his parents, Meyer Amschel of the Rothschild became head of the family at the age of 11. The numerous states of Germany, each with its independent coinage, made money changing a frequent necessity for travelers. Meyer learned in his boyhood the interstate monetary equivalents and earned a small fee for each exchange. As a side interest, he studied numismatics and collected rare coins. He guided another collector, Prince Wilhelm of Hanau, and secured from him the title of Crown Agent, which helped him in his Frankfurt business. He married in 1770 and thereafter begot 5 sons, who later developed branches of the Rothschild firm in Vienna, Naples, Paris, and London. Meyer earned a reputation for judgment, integrity, and reliability. When Wilhelm of Hanau succeeded his father as Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel, more court business came to Meyer Amschel, so that by 1790 he had a yearly income of 3,000 gulden, 600 more than that of Goethe's prosperous father. The family wealth grew rapidly during the French Revolutionary Wars. Meyer engaged in provisioning armies and was entrusted with the concealment, sometimes the investment, of princely fortunes. The Jews continued to enjoy a relative freedom in the Netherlands and Scandinavia. The Amsterdam congregation flourished. In Denmark, ghettos were unknown. The Jews moved about freely, and mixed marriages were allowed. Altona, a commercial city across the Elbe from Hamburg, but then belonging to Denmark, had one of the most prosperous Jewish communities in Europe. In Sweden, Gustavus III protected the Jews in the peaceful practice of their religion. Many Jews, fleeing from persecution in Poland or Bohemia, found refuge in England. Their number there rose from 6,000 in 1734 to 26,000 in 1800, of whom London had 20,000. Their poverty was extreme, but they took care of their own poor and maintained their own hospitals. Jew baiting was a popular sport. It declined when the Jews took up boxing, and one of their number became the national pugilistic champion. The requirement of a Christian oath excluded Jews from civil or military office. Samson Gideon, having accepted conversion, became one of the governors of the Bank of England. In 1745, when the young Pretender was advancing upon London with a Scottish army pledged to depose George II and restore the Stuarts, and the public, losing confidence in the security of the government, fell into panic and threatened a run on the bank, Gideon led the Jewish merchants and magnates to the rescue. They poured their private funds into the bank and bound themselves to accept the notes of the bank at face value in their commercial transactions. The bank met its obligations, confidence was restored, the Pretender was repulsed. The Whig ministry expressed its appreciation by introducing into Parliament in 1753 a bill offering naturalization and citizenship to all foreign-born Jews who had resided in England or Ireland for 3 years. Jews born there were naturalized by birth. The Lords and the bishops approved the bill. The Commons passed it 96 to 55. But the British public, which knew or understood little of the role which the Jews had played in saving the bank, rose overwhelmingly against the measure. Protests came to Parliament from almost every town in Britain. Pulpits and taverns united in their condemnation. Merchants complained that Jewish commercial competition would become intolerable. The bishops who had voted for the bill were insulted in the streets. Old legends of ritual murder of Christians by Jews were revived. Hundreds of hostile pamphlets, ballads, caricatures, and lampoons were circulated. Women decorated their dresses and bosoms with crosses and wore ribbons bearing the motto, "No Jews, Christianity forever." The Whig leaders, fearing defeat in the coming election, secured repeal of the law in 1754. 2. The Mystic Solace. From their earthly sufferings, many Jews, especially in Poland, retreated into supernatural consolations. Some ruined their eyes studying the Talmud. Some lost their wits in the Kabbalah. Some Sabbataians, despite the apostasy and death of the false Messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, still believed in his divinity and abandoned Talmudic Judaism for heretical hopes and rites. Jankief Lebovich, who came to be known by the name the Turks gave him, Jakob Frank, persuaded hundreds of Polish Jews to accept him as a reincarnation of Zevi. He taught them a doctrine akin to the amiable Christian heresy that conceived the Trinity as composed of God the Father, Mary the Mother, and the Messiah their Son. Finally, he led his followers into the Catholic Church in 1759. The lowly state of Polish Judaism was in some measure redeemed by the Hasidic movement. The founder of this doctrine of piety was Israel ben Eliezer, known as Baal Shem Tov, Master of the Good Name, and, for short, from his initials, Besht. He wandered from place to place as a teacher of children. He lived in cheerful poverty, prayed rapturously, and made miraculous cures with mountain herbs. He asked his followers to pay less attention to synagogue rites and Talmudic lore, to approach God directly in humble but intimate communion, to see and love God in all forms and manifestations of nature, in rocks and trees as well as in good fortune and pain. He bade them enjoy life in the present instead of mourning the sins and miseries of the past. Sometimes his simple sayings resembled those of Christ. A father complained to the Besht that his son had forsaken God, and asked, "Rabbi, what shall I do?" The Besht answered, "Love him more than ever." In some ways, the Hasidic movement in Poland corresponded to the Moravian Brethren, the German Pietists, and the English Methodists. It agreed with these in bringing religion out of the temple and into the heart. But it rejected asceticism and gloom, and bade its adherents dance, enjoy the embraces of their spouses, and even now and then drink to the brim of ecstasy. When Baal Shem Tov died in 1760, his flock was shepherded, and sometimes fleeced, by a succession of tzaddikim, or righteous men. Orthodox Talmudists, led by the scholarly but fanatical Elijah ben Solomon of Vilna, fought the Hasidim with exhortations and excommunications, but their number increased as Poland died between 1772 and 1792, and by the end of the century they claimed 100,000 souls. A life so harassed on earth and souls so fixed in heaven could not contribute much to secular literature, science, or philosophy. Almost everywhere the Jews were excluded from the universities by the oath of Christian faith required of all students. Their Mosaic code barred them from the practice of pictorial art and dulled their appreciation. Writing in a Hebrew understood only by a small minority, or in a Yiddish which had not yet become a literary language, they had little stimulus to produce any literature beyond religious commentaries or popular trivialities. One memorable contribution they made to practical arts in this fallow age. Jacob Rodrigue Pereire of Bordeaux invented a sign language for the deaf and dumb, earning the praise of Diderot, d'Alembert, Rousseau, and Buffon. And one Jewish poet illuminated the gloom. Moses Chaim Luzzatto was born in Italy in 1707, of parents rich enough to give him a good education. He derived from the Latin poets and from Italian poets like Guarini such skill in poetic meters that he was able to give to his Hebrew verse a fluent rhythm and delicate charm hardly known in that language since Yehuda Halevi. In his 17th year he composed a drama on Samson and the Philistines. Then he took to studying the Zohar, Bible of the Kabbalah. His imagination was caught by its mystic fancies. He turned some of them into poetry, and they turned his head with the notion that he was divinely inspired. He wrote a second Zohar and announced that he was the Messiah promised to the Jews. The rabbis of Venice excommunicated him in 1734. He fled to Frankfurt am Main, where the rabbis made him promise to renounce his messianic illusions. He moved to Amsterdam, where the Jewish community welcomed him. He supported himself, like Spinoza, by polishing lenses, and he resumed his Kabbalistic studies. In 1743 he composed a Hebrew drama, L'Yesharim Tehillah, Glory to the Virtuous, which, despite the abstractions used as dramatis personae, earned lauds from those competent to judge. Popular ignorance, maintained by craft and deceit, generates folly, which repeatedly frustrates wisdom and deprives merit of its crown, until reason and patience at last overcome deceit by revealing truth. However, by truth, Luzzatto meant the Kabbalah. In 1744 he went to Palestine, hoping to be acclaimed as the Messiah, but he died at Acre of plague in 1747, aged 39. He was the last eloquent voice of Judaic medievalism, just as 3. Moses Mendelssohn was the first major voice of a Judaism emerging from protective isolation into contact with modern thought. Friend and opponent of Kant, friend and inspirer of Lessing, the grandfather of Felix Mendelssohn was one of the noblest figures of the 18th century. His father, Menachem Mendel, was a clerk and teacher in a Jewish school at Dessau. Born there on September 6, 1729, the third Moses grew up with such a passion for study that he suffered a lasting curvature of the spine. At 14 he was sent to Berlin for further study of the Talmud. There he followed almost literally the Talmudic command, "Eat bread with salt, drink water by measure, sleep on the hard earth, live a life of privations, and busy thyself with the law." For 7 years he contented himself with a garret room, marked his weekly loaf of bread with lines for his daily allowance, and earned a pittance by copying documents in his elegant hand. In Berlin he pored over the works of Maimonides, found courage in the career of that second Moses, and learned from him and life to control his pride to modesty and cool his hot temper to gentleness and courtesy. His Berlin associates taught him Latin, mathematics, and logic. He read Locke in a Latin translation, passed on to Leibniz and Wolff, and was soon enamored of philosophy. He learned to write German with a smooth clarity rare in the literature of his country in his time. His poverty ended when, aged 21, he became tutor in the family of Isaac Bernhardt, who owned a silk plant in Berlin. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Wieland Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 12, Side 2. His poverty ended when, aged 21, he became tutor in the family of Isaac Bernhardt, who owned a silk plant in Berlin. 4 years later he was made bookkeeper, then a traveling agent of the firm, finally a partner. He kept this business relation actively to the end of his life, for he was resolved not to be dependent upon the popularity and monetary returns of his books. Probably in 1754 he met Lessing, apparently in a game of chess. So began a friendship that endured, despite philosophical differences, till Lessing's death. On October 16, 1754, Lessing wrote to another friend, "Mendelssohn is a man of 25 who, without any university education, has acquired great attainments in languages, mathematics, philosophy, and poetry. I foresee in him an honor to our nation if he is allowed to come to maturity by his co-religionists. His candor and his philosophical spirit cause me to regard him, in anticipation, as a second Spinoza." For his part, Mendelssohn said that a friendly word or look from Lessing banished from his mind all grief or gloom. In 1755, Lessing arranged the publication of Mendelssohn's Philosophische Gespräche, which expounded and defended both Spinoza and Leibniz. In the same year the two friends collaborated in an essay, Pope ein Metaphysiker, in which they argued that the English poet had had no philosophy of his own, but had merely versified Leibniz. Also in 1755, Mendelssohn published Briefe über die Empfindungen, Letters on the Feelings. This anticipated Kant's view that the sense of beauty is quite independent of desire. These publications won the young Jew full welcome into the not quite serene brotherhood of philosophes in Berlin. Through Lessing he met Friedrich Nicolai. He and Nicolai studied Greek together, and soon he was reading Plato in the original. He helped Nicolai to establish the Bibliothek der schönen Wissenschaften und der freien Künste, Library of Belles Lettres and Fine Arts, and contributed to this and other periodicals, articles that strongly influenced current ideas in the criticism of literature and art. Mendelssohn now felt sufficiently secure to set up a home of his own. In 1762, 33 years old, he married Fromet Guggenheim, 25. Both had reached the age of reason, and the union brought them much happiness. On their honeymoon, he began work in competition for a prize offered by the Berlin Academy for the best essay on whether the metaphysical sciences are susceptible of such evidence as the mathematical. Among other contestants was Immanuel Kant. Mendelssohn's contribution won in 1763, bringing him 50 ducats and international renown. One of the contestants was Thomas Abt, a professor in Frankfurt am Oder. In a long correspondence with Mendelssohn, he expressed doubts as to the immortality of the soul, and mourned that the loss of that belief might undermine the moral code and deprive misfortune of its last consolation. Partly as a result of this exchange, Mendelssohn composed his most famous work, Phaidon oder über die Unsterblichkeit der Seele. Like its Platonic exemplar, it was cast in dialogue form and popular style. The soul of man, ran the argument, is clearly different from matter. We may therefore believe that it does not share the body's fate. And if we believe in God, we can hardly suppose that he would deceive us by implanting in our minds a hope without basis in truth. Moreover, as Kant was to hold, the soul has a natural drive toward self-perfection. This cannot be attained in our lifetime. God must surely allow the soul to survive the death of the body. Without God, providence, and immortality, Mendelssohn felt, all the goods of life would lose their worth in my eyes, and our earthly life would be like wandering in wind and weather, without the consoling prospect of finding cover and protection at night. The demonstrations were fragile, but the style of the work delighted many readers. The charm of Plato's dialogues seemed to have been recaptured. Indeed, the German Plato became another name for Mendelssohn. The little book ran through 50 editions and was translated into nearly all European languages as well as Hebrew. It was in its time the most widely read non-fiction book in Germany. Herder and Goethe joined in its praise. Lavater visited the author, examined his head and face, and announced that every bump and line revealed the soul of Socrates. Christians of diverse sects applauded the eloquent Jew, and 2 Benedictine friars asked for his spiritual counsel. But in 1769 Lavater, who was as ardent a theologian as he was a phrenologist, caused a flurry by making a public appeal to Mendelssohn to become a Christian. Mendelssohn replied in Schreiben an den Herrn Diakonus Lavater in 1770. He admitted defects in Judaism and Jewish life, but pointed out that such abuses develop in every religion in the course of its history. He asked Lavater to consider the hardships suffered by Jews in Christendom, and added, "He who knows the state in which we now are, and has a humane heart, will understand more than I can express." And he concluded, "Of the essentials of my faith I am so firmly assured that I call God to witness that I will adhere to my fundamental creed as long as my soul does not assume another nature." Lavater was moved and humbly apologized for having issued his appeal. But a swarm of pamphleteers denounced Mendelssohn as an infidel, and some Orthodox Jews condemned him for admitting that abuses had crept into Jewish religious usages. For a time the controversy generated more discussion than national politics or the decline of Frederick's health. Mendelssohn's own health suffered from the turmoil. For several months in 1771 he had to refrain from all mental activity. On recovering his strength, he devoted more of his time than before to the relief of his co-religionists. When some cantons in Switzerland were preparing further restrictions against the Jews, he asked Lavater to interfere. Lavater did, with good effect. When the Dresden authorities planned to expel several hundred Jews, Mendelssohn used his friendship with a local official to secure an accommodation. He began in 1778 to publish his German translation of the Pentateuch. Issued in 1783, this aroused another storm. To write some of the commentaries on the text, Mendelssohn had engaged Herz Homberg, who was associated with Berlin Jews quite estranged from the synagogue. Several rabbis banned the translation, but it found its way into the Jewish communities. Young Jews learned German from it, and the next generation of Jews moved into active participation in German intellectual life. Meanwhile, in 1779, Lessing published his drama Nattern der Weise, which hundreds of readers interpreted as an exaltation of his Jewish friend. Now, at the height of his fame and influence, Mendelssohn persuaded Marcus Hertz to translate into German that Vindication of the Jews, which Manasseh ben Israel had addressed to the English people in 1656. To the translation he added a preface on the salvation of the Jews, this in 1782, in which he pleaded with the rabbis to abandon their right of excommunication. He followed this in 1783 with an eloquent work called On Religious Authority in Judaism, in which he reaffirmed his Judaic faith, called upon the Jews to come out of the ghetto and take their part in Western culture, urged the separation of church and state, condemned any compulsion of belief, and proposed that states be judged by the degree in which they relied on persuasion rather than force. Kant, now too at his zenith, wrote to the author a letter that deserves a place in the annals of friendship. I consider this book the herald of a great reform which will affect not alone your people but also others. You have succeeded in combining your religion with such a degree of freedom of conscience as was never imagined possible. You have at the same time so clearly and thoroughly demonstrated the necessity of unlimited freedom of conscience in every religion that ultimately our Lutheran Church will also be led to consider how to remove from its midst everything that disturbs or oppresses conscience. The book was attacked by Orthodox leaders, Christian or Jewish, but it contributed immensely to the liberation and westernization of the Jews. In 1783, Mendelssohn was only 54, but he had always been frail in physique and health, and he felt that he had not much longer to live. In his final years he delivered to his children and some friends lectures defining his religious creed. These were published in 1785 as Morning Hours or Lectures on the Existence of God. In his last year he was shocked to learn, from a book by Jacobi, that his dear friend Lessing, now dead, had long adhered to Spinoza's pantheism. He could not believe it. He wrote a passionate defense of Lessing, An die Freunde Lessings. While taking the manuscript to the publishers, he caught a cold, and in the course of that sickness he died of an apoplectic stroke, January 4th, 1786. Christians joined with Jews in erecting a statue to him in Dessau, the city of his birth. He was one of the most influential figures of his generation. Inspired by his writings and his successful crossing of religious frontiers, young Jews came out of the ghetto and soon made their mark in literature, science, and philosophy. Marcus Hertz went to the University of Königsberg as a medical student. He took several of Kant's courses and became the great epistemologue's assistant and friend. It was he who, reading the Critique of Pure Reason in manuscript, stopped halfway for fear that if he continued he would go insane. Back in Berlin he developed a large practice as a physician and gave lectures in physics and philosophy to audiences of Christians and Jews. His wife, Henrietta, beautiful and accomplished, opened a salon which at the turn of the century was a leading rendezvous of intellectual Berlin. There came Wilhelm von Humboldt, Schleiermacher, Friedrich Schlegel, Mirabeau Fils. The resultant mixture of ideas might not have pleased Mendelssohn. Several of his children became converts to Christianity. Two of his daughters joined Henrietta Hertz and others in a Tugendbund, or band of virtue, which honored elective affinities above marital fidelity. Henrietta carried on a liaison with Schleiermacher. Dorothea Mendelssohn left her husband to be the mistress and then loyal wife of Friedrich Schlegel, and ended as a Roman Catholic. Henrietta Mendelssohn also accepted the Roman Creed, and Abraham Mendelssohn caused his children, including Felix, to be baptized as Lutherans. The Orthodox rabbis claimed that their fears had been justified. These were incidental results of the new freedom. The more lasting aspects of Mendelssohn's influence appeared in the intellectual, social, and political liberation of the Jews. 4. Toward freedom. Intellectually, the liberation took at this time the form of the Haskalah, a word which meant wisdom, but which came in this context to signify the Jewish Enlightenment, the revolt of a rising number of Jews against rabbinical and Talmudic domination, and their resolve to enter actively into the stream of modern thought. These rebels learned German, and some of them, especially in the families of merchants or financiers, learned French. They read German freethinkers like Lessing, Kant, Wieland, Herder, Schiller, and Goethe, and many of them delved into Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, Helvetius, and D'Holbach. A division arose between liberal Jews, eager for modernity, and conservative Jews who felt that devotion to the Talmud and the synagogue was the only way to preserve the religious, ethnical, and ethical integrity of the Jewish people. The Haskalah movement spread from Germany southward into Galicia and Austria, eastward into Bohemia, Poland, and Russia. In Austria it was accelerated by Joseph II's tolerance patent, which invited the Jews to enter non-Jewish schools. When conservative rabbis opposed this, Naphtali Vesely, a Jewish poet of Hamburg, pleaded with them in an eloquent Hebrew manifesto to sanction the participation of Jews in secular education. He urged the younger generation to replace Yiddish with Hebrew and German, and to study science and philosophy as well as the Bible and the Talmud. His views were rejected by the rabbis of Austria. They were accepted by Jewish leaders in Trieste, Prague. From that time to ours, the Jews have contributed to science, philosophy, literature, music, and law far beyond their proportion in the population. Intellectual and economic developments promoted Jewish emancipation. Catholic scholars like Richard Simon made rabbinical learning known to Christian students of the Bible, and the Protestant theologian Jacques Banage wrote a friendly History of the Religion of the Jews in 1707. The growth of commerce and finance brought Christians and Jews into contacts that sometimes stimulated but often reduced racial hostility. Jewish financiers played helpful and patriotic roles in several governments. Christian voices now rose to propose an end to religious persecution. In 1781, Christian Wilhelm Dohm, a friend of Mendelssohn, published at his suggestion the epical tract on the civil betterment of the Jews in Germany. The occasion for it was a plea sent to Mendelssohn by Alsatian Jews asking him to formulate a protest against their disabilities. Dohm undertook the task and enlarged it into a general appeal for Jewish liberation. He described in impressive detail the handicaps suffered by the Hebrews in Europe, and pointed out what a loss it was to Western civilization that it made so little use of the intellectual gifts of the Jews. These principles of exclusion, equally opposed to humanity and politics, bear the stamp of the Dark Ages and are unworthy of the Enlightenment of our times. Dohm proposed that Jews be admitted to full freedom of worship, to educational institutions, to all occupations, and to all civil rights except for the present eligibility to office for which they were not yet prepared. His treatise aroused comment in many countries. Some opponents charged him with having sold his pen to the Jews, but several Protestant clergymen came to his defense. Johannes von Müller, the Swiss historian, supported him and asked that the works of Maimonides be translated into German or French. The Toleration Patent of 1782 in Austria and the political emancipation of the Jews in the United States in 1783 gave impetus to the liberation movement. The French government responded meagerly by removing, in 1784, personal taxes that had burdened the Jews. The Marquis de Mirabeau shared with Malesherbes in securing this relief, and his son, the Comte de Mirabeau, helped with his essay on Mendelssohn and the political reform of the Jews in 1787. The Abbé Henri Grégoire advanced the matter with a prize-winning essay sur la régénération physique, morale et politique des Juifs in 1789. Final political emancipation came only with the Revolution. The Declaration of the Rights of Man, proclaimed by the National Assembly on August 27, 1789, implied it, and on September 27, 1791, the Constituent Assembly voted full civil rights to all the Jews of France. The armies of the Revolution or of Napoleon brought freedom to the Jews of Holland in 1796, of Venice in 1797, of Mainz in 1798, of Rome in 1810, of Frankfurt in 1811. For the Jews, the Middle Ages had at last come to an end. Chapter 26. From Geneva to Stockholm. 1. The Swiss, 1754 to 1798. Those of us who have enjoyed peace amid the scenic paradise of Switzerland, and inspiration in the courage and integrity of its people, find it difficult to realize that beneath the calm character, patient husbandry and steady industry that Europe admired then and does now, there lay the natural conflicts of race against race, language against language, creed against creed, canton against canton, class against class. On their modest scale, the Swiss had very nearly realized the ideal pictured by the Abbé de Saint-Pierre and dreamed of by Rousseau and Kant, a confederation of states independent in their internal affairs but pledged to united action in their relations with the surrounding world. In 1760, the Helvetic Union, Helvetische Gesellschaft, was formed to promote national rather than cantonal dedication, and to unite the scattered movements for political reform. Voltaire, living close by, estimated the population of Switzerland in 1767 at 720,000. Most of them tilled the soil or trained the vine, terracing the slopes almost to the mountain tops. The textile industry was growing, especially in the province of St. Gallen and the canton of Zurich. Other manufacturing centres were taking form in Glarus, Bern, and Basel, and Geneva and Neuchâtel were the great centres of watchmaking. Agents spreading over Europe from London to Constantinople, which had 88 of them, developed for Geneva an export trade that rapidly enriched the city on the Rhone. Banks multiplied, for the Swiss financiers had won an international reputation for fidelity. As everywhere, the majority of abilities was contained in a minority of men, and led to a concentration of wealth. Generally, the cantons were ruled by oligarchies, which behaved like any ruling class. The patricians were generous patrons of literature, science, and art, but they resisted every move to extend the franchise. Gibbon, dwelling in Lausanne, accused the Bernese oligarchy of discouraging industry in their dependent provinces, and of keeping down the standard of living there on the principle that poor and obedient subjects are preferable to rich and recalcitrant ones. Societies for the abolition of economic or political privilege were repeatedly organized, but were kept in check by state and church allied. Class war agitated Geneva on and off throughout the 18th century. Relative peace prevailed there from 1737 to 1762, but the burning of Emile by the municipal council in 1762 set off an agitation for widening the franchise. Rousseau and Voltaire both aided this movement, and after much controversy the patriciate yielded to the middle classes a minor share in the government. This left quite voteless 3/4 of the population, the natifs, persons born in Geneva but of non-native parents. These were excluded also from most of the professions, from military office and from mastership in the guilds, and they were forbidden to address petitions to the Grand Conseil and the Petit Conseil that ruled the Republic. But they were heavily taxed. On April 4th, 1766, a delegation of natifs went to Ferney and asked Voltaire to help them secure the franchise. He told them, "My friends, you constitute the most numerous class of an independent, industrious community, and you are in slavery. You ask only to be able to enjoy your natural advantages. It is just that you be accorded so moderate a request. I shall serve you with all the influence I have, and if you are forced to leave a country which prospers through your labor, I shall be able to serve and protect you elsewhere." Aristocracy and bourgeoisie united to resist the appeal of the natif, and all that Voltaire could do was to welcome into his industrial colony as many of the discontented artisans as came to him, this in 1768. In 1782 the natif rose in a revolt that overthrew the patriciate and established a representative government. But the aristocrats appealed to France, Bern, and Sardinia. These powers intervened, the rebellion was put down, the oligarchy was restored. The natif had to wait for the French Revolution to bring them freedom. The cantons produced in this third of a century some personages of international renown. Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi was one of those rare individuals who take the New Testament as a guide to conduct. He agreed with Rousseau that civilization had corrupted man, but he felt that reform could not come through new laws and institutions, but through the remaking of human conduct by education. All through his life he welcomed children, especially the poor and, above all, the homeless. He gave them shelter and schooling, and in their instruction he applied the libertarian principles of Rousseau's Emile, along with some ideas of his own.
He expounded his views in one of the most widely read books of that generation. The heroine of Leonhard und Gertrud, 1781–87, reforms an entire village by trying to deal with people as Christ would have done, and by educating her children with patient consideration of their natural impulses and aptitudes. Pestalozzi proposed to give the children as much freedom as the rights of others would permit. Early education should begin by example, and should teach by objects, the senses, and experience, rather than by words, ideas, or rote. Pestalozzi practiced his methods in various Swiss schools, chiefly at de Verdun. There, Talleyrand, Madame de Stael, and others visited him, and thence his theories spread through Europe. Goethe, however, complained that Pestalozzi's schools were forming insolent, arrogant, and undisciplined individualists. Angelica Kauffmann, born in the Grisons canton, rivaled Madame Vigée-Lebrun as the most renowned woman artist of their time. Even at the age of 12, besides being a good musician, she painted so well that bishops and nobles sat to her for their portraits. At the age of 13, in 1754, she was taken by her father to Italy, where she continued her studies and was everywhere feted for her accomplishments and her personal charm. Invited to England in 1766, she made a stir by her portrayal of Garrick. Sir Joshua Reynolds became very fond of Miss Angel, painted her portrait, and was painted in turn. She joined in the establishment of the Royal Academy of Arts, which in 1773 appointed her with others to decorate St. Paul's. In 1781 she retired to Rome, where in 1788 she numbered Goethe among her devoted friends. She died there in 1807. Her funeral, arranged by Canova, was one of the events of the age. The entire art community followed her to her tomb. The outstanding Swiss of the generation after Rousseau was Johann Caspar Lavater. Born at Zurich in 1741, he became a Protestant pastor and retained throughout his life the most fervent attachment to Orthodox Christianity. We have seen his attempts to convert Goethe and Mendelssohn. But he was not dogmatic. He maintained friendships across religious and national boundaries, and all who knew him respected him. Many loved him. He wrote works of mystical piety, expounded the Book of Revelations fancifully, believed in the miraculous powers of prayer and Cagliostro, and gave his wife hypnotic treatments on prescriptions by Mesmer. His most characteristic claim was that character can be judged from the features of the face and the contours of the head. He interested Goethe and Herder in his views, and they contributed articles to his book Physiognomische Fragmente, 1775–78. He studied the looks, heads, and figures of prominent individuals, and correlated cranial and facial features with specific qualities of mind and character. His analyses and conclusions were widely accepted, but are now generally rejected. His general principle, that physiological qualities share, with air, environment, diet, occupation, etc., in molding the body and the face, retains a substantial measure of truth. Every face is an autobiography. Lavater was part of a Swiss efflorescence which included Rousseau, the poet and scientist Albrecht von Haller, the poet and painter Solomon Gessner, the historian Johannes von Müller, and Horace de Saussure, who started the sport of mountain climbing by scaling Mont Blanc in 1787 after 27 years of trying. Meanwhile, the cantons felt the winds of revolution blowing across the border from France. In 1797, Frédéric César de la Harpe, who had tutored the grandchildren of Catherine the Great, joined with Peter Oaks, a guild merchant of Basel, in calling upon the French revolutionary government to help them establish a democratic republic in Switzerland. Local revolts in Bern and Vaud, in January of 1798, paved the way. A French army crossed the frontier on January 28th. Most of the Swiss population welcomed it as a liberator from oligarchy. On March 19th, the one and indivisible Helvetic Republic was proclaimed, abolishing all privileges of canton, class, or person, and making all Swiss equal before the law. Zurich resisted longest, and in the turmoil that ensued, honest old Lavater was shot in 1799. He died in 1801 as the slow effect of the wound. 2. The Dutch, 1715 to 1795. Everybody liked the Dutch. The Danish dramatist Holberg, who visited the United Provinces, or
Holland, and Belgium in 1704, enthused especially over their canals, whose boats, he said, transport me from one place to another in dulcet peace, and enable me to spend every night in a town of considerable size, so that of an evening I have been able to go to the opera or the theatre directly upon arrival. 12 years later, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu was similarly pleased. The whole country, Holland, appears a large garden, the roads all well paved, shaded on each side with rows of trees, and bordered with large canals full of boats passing and repassing. All the streets, in Rotterdam, so neatly kept that I walked almost all over town yesterday, incognita, in my slippers, without receiving one spot of dirt. And you may see the Dutch maids washing the pavement with more application than ours do our bedchambers. The merchants' ships come, on the canals, to the very doors of the houses. The shops and warehouses are of a surprising neatness and magnificence, filled with an incredible quantity of fine merchandise. But these rosy reports described Holland before she had felt the economic effects of her victory over Louis XIV in the War of the Spanish Succession. Then she had bled her men and money close to exhaustion. Her public debt was enormous. Much of her carrying trade had been lost to her military allies, but commercial competitors, and to Germany. The dividends of the Dutch East India Company fell from 40% in 1715 to 12.5% in 1737, those of the Dutch West India Company from 5% in 1700 to 2% in 1740. The 7 Years' War brought further damage. The bankers of Amsterdam grew rich on high-interest loans to the warring powers, but the peace of 1763 ended this boon, and many Dutch banks failed, leaving every major business harmed. Boswell, in Holland in 1763, reported, "Many of the principal towns sadly decayed. You meet with multitudes of poor creatures who are starving in idleness." Taxes were raised, leading to the emigration of capital and sturdy human stock. Now Dutch and German colonists mingled their blood in South Africa, slowly forming the Boers. Recovery came through Dutch character, industry, and integrity. A calm, strong, frugal people tilled the land, oiled their windmills, tended their cows, cleaned their dairies, and produced delectable malodorous cheeses. Holland led Europe in scientific farming. Delft recaptured its market for porcelain. The Dutch and Jewish bankers of Amsterdam regained their reputation for reliability and resourcefulness. They lent at low interest and risk, received lucrative contracts to pay and provision troops. Governments and business applied to Amsterdam for loans, and rarely went away empty. Through nearly all that turbulent century, the Bourse in Amsterdam was the financial center of the Western world. Said Adam Smith about 1775, "The province of Holland, in proportion to the extent of its territory and the number of its people, is a richer country than England." What most impressed Voltaire in 1725 was the almost peaceful cohabitation of diverse faiths. Here were Orthodox Catholics and Jansenist Catholics, had not Jansen himself been Dutch, Arminian free-will Protestants and Calvinist predestination Protestants, Anabaptists and Socinians, Moravian Brethren and Jews, and a sprinkling of freethinkers basking in the French Enlightenment. Most of the magistrates were Protestant, but they regularly took money from the Catholics, says a Dutch historian, for conniving at their religious exercises and allowing them to hold office. The Catholics were now a third of the 3 million population. The upper classes, acquainted through commerce with a dozen faiths, were skeptical of them all and did not allow them to interfere with gambling, drinking, gormandizing, and some discreet adultery in Gallic style. French was the language of the cultured. Schools were numerous, and the University of Leiden was famous for its courses in medicine, which remembered the great Boerhaave. Nearly all towns had art societies, libraries, and chambers of rhetoric with periodic contests in poetry. Dutch art dealers had a European reputation for their treasures and frauds. The great age of Dutch painting had ended with Hobbema, who died in 1709, but Cornelis Troost was at least an echo of its glory. Perhaps the most brilliant product of Dutch art in this age was glass, delicately stippled or engraved with diamond points. Amsterdam was a nest of publishers, some of them gentlemen, some pirates. Creative activity in literature sank to a low level in the first half of the 18th century. But toward 1780, a revival of letters nourished a real poet, Willem Bilderdijk. One of Boswell's friends told him that he would find the Dutch happy in their own dullness. But Boswell reported from Utrecht, "We have brilliant assemblies twice a week, and private parties almost every evening. There are so many beautiful and amiable ladies in our circle that a quire of paper could not contain their praises." The most fascinating pages in Boswell's Holland jottings are those that describe his hesitant romance with Zélide, or Belle de Zoilin, i.e. Isabella van Tuyl. She belonged to an old and distinguished family. Her father, Lord of Zeilen and Westbrook, was one of the governors of Utrecht province. She received more education than she could hold, became proudly heterodox, and flouted conventions, morals, religion, and rank, but she charmed any number of men with her beauty, gaiety, and exciting candor. She shrank from genteel and dutiful marriage. "If I had neither father nor mother, I would not get married. I should be well pleased with a husband who would take me as his mistress. I should say to him, 'Do not look upon faithfulness as a duty. You should have none but the rights and jealousies of a lover.'" To which Boswell, the most assiduous fornicator in Europe, replied, "Fie, my Zélide, what fancies are these?" She persisted, "I would prefer being my lover's laundress and living in a garret to the arid freedom and good manners of our great families." Zélide passed through a succession of love affairs that left her single and permanently scarred. Already at 24 she was quieting her nerves with opium. At 30, in 1771, she married Saint-Hyacinthe de Charrière, a Swiss tutor, and went to live with him near Lausanne. Finding him intellectually inadequate, she fell in love in her 40s with a man 10 years younger than herself. He used her and left her. She sought catharsis in writing a novel, Calyste, 1785–88, which sent Sainte-Beuve into raptures. At 47, in Paris, she met Benjamin Constant, aged 20, and seduced him with her mind in 1787. Madame de Charrière, he wrote, had so original and lively a manner of looking at life, so deep a contempt for prejudice, so powerful an intellect, and so vigorous and disdainful a superiority over the common run of men, that, bizarre and arrogant like her, I discovered in her conversation a pleasure I had not known before. We became intoxicated with our scorn of the human race. This went on till 1794, when Benjamin found a fresh intoxication with Madame de Staël. Zélide retired into a bitter seclusion, and died at 65, having created and exhausted the emptiness of life. She could have found food for pessimism in the political history of the United Provinces in the 18th century. After the death of William III in 1702, the government was monopolized by an oligarchy of business leaders devoted to taxation, nepotism, and intrigue. The citizens, complained a Dutch writer in 1737, are shut out of the administration, and no advice or vote is asked in affairs of state. The military incompetence of this regime was exposed when Holland entered the War of the Austrian Succession in 1743. A French army invaded Holland and met with little resistance. Many towns surrendered without argument. Maréchal de Noailles reported, "We have to do with some very obliging people." Not all. Most of the citizens cried out for a martial leader to save the country, as William III had done in 1672. His collateral descendant, William IV, Prince of Orange, was made stadtholder of 7 provinces, captain of the army, admiral of the navy, on May 3, 1747. In October, these offices were made hereditary in his family. In effect, monarchy was restored. But the 4th William was too much of a Christian to be a good general. He was unable to re-establish discipline in the army. Defeat followed defeat, and in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle of 1748, Holland was lucky to survive territorially intact, but again economically desolate. William died of erysipelas at 40 in 1751. His widow, Princess Anne, served as regent till her death in 1759. Prince Ludwig Ernst of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel ruled sternly but ably till William V came of age in 1766.
In the war between England and the American colonies, Holland protested British interference with Dutch shipping and joined Russia in the Armed Neutrality of 1780. England declared war and captured nearly all Dutch shipping. In the Treaty of Paris of 1783, the interests of Holland were almost ignored. She surrendered Nagapatam in South India to England and allowed the English free navigation through the Moluccas. Holland ceased to play a part among the powers. These disasters destroyed the popularity of William V. Moreover, the success of the revolt in America stimulated democratic ideas in the Netherlands and led to the rise of a party of patriots hostile to the ruling family. Through every change of government, the moneyed minority had so absorbed the declining wealth of the nation that many men turned to begging and many women to prostitution in once flourishing and orderly towns. In 1783, companies of free shooters were secretly formed in Amsterdam and The Hague to prepare revolution. In 1787, the Patriots seized power, but William V was restored by armed intervention from Prussia. The French Revolution revived the ardor of the Patriots. They invited France to come to their aid. In 1794, French troops invaded Holland. The Dutch army was overwhelmed. William V fled to England, and the Dutch revolutionists joined with the French in organizing the Batavian Republic, 1795 to 1806. In 1815, the son of William V restored the House of Orange-Nassau to power as King William I. His descendants reign in the Netherlands today, as of 1967. 3. The Danes, 1715 to 1797. The first official census of Denmark in 1769 reckoned its population at 825,000 souls, with another 727,600 in Norway, which remained till 1814 under the Danish kings. Nearly all the peasants in Norway owned their lands and were as proud as Vikings. In Denmark, half the peasantry were serfs and the other half were subject to feudal dues. The kings labored to check this feudalism, but they were financially dependent upon the magnates, and serfdom continued till 1787. In this regime, little encouragement was given to commerce or industry, no significant middle class developed, and the opening of the Kiel Canal in 1783 benefited English and Dutch traders rather than the Danes. In 1782, Denmark was the first European power to abolish the slave trade in its dominions. As the nobles ruled the state, so the Lutheran Church ruled the pulpit, the press, and hopefully the mind. A severe censorship maintained from 1537 to 1849 outlawed all print or speech not in accord with Lutheran orthodoxy, and many non-theological books, like Goethe's Werther, were proscribed as imperiling public morality. The development of literature was further hampered by the use of German at court, Latin at the universities, and French in belles lettres, of which there was almost none. To have inaugurated Danish literature by writing in the vernacular and to have brought some rays of the Enlightenment into Denmark were among the accomplishments of the most brilliant Dane of the 18th century. Norway, as well as Denmark, can claim Ludwig von Holberg, for he was born in Bergen on December 3, 1684. After studying at the local Latin school, he crossed the water to enter the University of Copenhagen. Soon his funds ran short. He returned to Norway and served as tutor in the family of a country parson. Having saved 60 thalers, he set out to see the world. In 1704 he was in Holland. In 1706 to 1708 he was educating himself in the libraries of Oxford. Back in Copenhagen he gave lectures which brought him little more than self-instruction. Meanwhile he lived by tutoring and fed on ambition. By 1714 the university appointed him to a professorship without pay, but a private gift enabled him to wander through Italy and France for 2 years, mostly on foot. Returning from his grandest of grand tours, he was made professor of metaphysics, which he hated, then of Latin and rhetoric, at last, in 1730, of history and geography, which he loved. In his leisure moments he created Danish literature. Till his time there had been in Danish hardly anything but ballads, farces, hymns, and works of popular piety.
Holberg produced a small library of poems, satires, novels, and treatises in Danish on politics, law, history, science, and philosophy. Only Voltaire rivaled him in versatility. Like Voltaire, he used laughter as a scourge of pompous professors worshipping the classics, lawyers hobbling justice with technicalities, clergymen scrambling for money and place, physicians easing patients into eternity. Nearly all these pillars of society were pilloried in his first major work, a mock epic, Peder Pars, in 1719. Some great Danes felt the sting and urged King Frederick IV to suppress the book as offensive to morals and making fun of priests. The king had the first canto read to him and judged it a harmless, amusing work, but the royal council informed Holberg that it would have been better if the poem had never been written. So he turned to the stage. In 1720, a French actor, Etienne Capillon, opened in Copenhagen the first Danish theatre. Finding no Danish plays meriting production, he imported dramas from France and Germany. He saw from Peder Pars that Holberg had the materials and talent for comedy. He appealed to him to provide the new theatre with vernacular plays. Within a year, Holberg composed 5, within 8 years 20, and all so rich in pictures of local mores that his great successor, Adam Oehlenschläger, said of him, "He knew how to paint the bourgeois life of his Copenhagen so faithfully that if this city were to be swallowed up, and if after 200 years the comedies of Holberg were rediscovered, one would be able to reconstruct the epoch from them, just as from Pompeii and Herculaneum we know the times of ancient Rome." Holberg took forms and ideas from Plautus, Terence, Molière, and the Commedia dell'arte, which he had seen in Italy. Some of his comedies are one-act trivialities that have lost their thrust, like Sganarel's Journey to the Land of the Philosophers. Some still have force, like Jeppe of the Hill, from which we learn that peasants, when they acquire power, are more brutal than their lords. Some are full-length plays, like Rasmus Montanus. This is a rollicking satire of scholastic pedantry, theological dogmatism, and popular ignorance, with a sly touch of rural candor, as when Lisbeth, hearing that her fiancé is returning from university, tells her father, "Then my dream has come true. I dreamed that I slept with him last night." Despite these lively comedies, the Copenhagen theatre closed in 1727 for lack of public support. The final performance was Holberg's The Funeral of Danish Comedy. He had shocked his university confrères by writing for the stage. Now he mollified them with historical works presenting to Danish readers the results of West European scholarship. This book is continued on Cassette 13, Side 1.